Chapter 1, MiracleKid. The first game of the NBA 2010-2011 preseason. The Dallas Mavericks hosted the Indiana Pacers at the American Airlines Center. Although it was just a preseason game, nearly 3,000 fans filled the arena, most of whom were longtime Dallas fans who had been eagerly waiting for months without any games to watch. They couldn't wait to cheer for the Mavericks again. However, among these thousands of fans, there were some who had come with other intentions. The Mavericks had selected a freshman from Butler University, Lin Yang, with the 26th pick in the first round of this summer's draft. From his name, it was clear he was not American, but Chinese. The young Chinese player was sitting on the bench with black hair and yellow skin. His fairly handsome face could make him a candidate for modeling, but his physique, while not as muscular as some well-known players in the league, still showed some muscle definition in his arms. Aside from his face, he looked quite ordinary. I asked him, the guy they call MiracleKid? Of course, man. Look at the court. He's the only one with yellow skin. Really? He scored 12 points in a row at the end of the NCAA championship game to help Butler come back against Duke. That's him. Didn't you watch the live broadcast? It was like a Tracy McGrady moment in the NCAA championship. He hit ridiculous three-pointers that all went in. As a rookie who had yet to play a regular season game, Lin Yang caught the attention of Dallas fans for a simple reason. He delivered a performance in this year's NCAA March Madness championship that could be talked about for a lifetime. With less than a minute left in the game, he scored 4 three-pointers to overturn a 9-point deficit against Duke. His performance was as astonishing as McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds against the Spurs in 2004. Lin Yang became an overnight sensation, transforming from an obscure player at Butler University into the well-known MiracleKid among fans across America. This game also boosted his draft stock significantly, pushing him close to the 31st pick in the second round. Before this performance, he had averaged 30.5 minutes per game in the NCAA, scoring just 97 points, grabbing 43 rebounds, and dishing out 31 assists. Offensively, he was one of the lesser role players in Butler's rotation. To reach the 31st pick in the second round was truly a testament to the shock of his performance in the championship. However, Lin Yang's actual draft position exceeded expert predictions, as he was picked 26th overall in the first round by the Dallas Mavericks. This outcome was somewhat unexpected, even for Dallas fans, as the Mavericks did not actually have a first-round pick this year. They later learned that owner Mark Cuban had traded 2 second-round picks for the 26th pick. Mark is doing something foolish again. He shouldn't invest so many resources in this Chinese rookie. It would be better to use those picks to trade for some immediate help. This isn't a good choice, Mark. You haven't made a good trade in years. When the news broke, many Dallas fans criticized Cuban. They were not optimistic about Lin Yang for 2 main reasons. One was his skin color, as there had been no outstanding Asian perimeter players in the NBA. The second was his stats. From his first NCAA season, where he averaged just 9.7 points, what could they expect from him in the NBA? Hitting 4 three-pointers at the end of every game? Come on, buddy, get real and stop dreaming. McGrady had to risk his entire career to impress God just once. Whether this Chinese player believes in God or not, it was already fortunate enough for him to have pulled off a miracle in the NCAA championship. Expecting a second miracle would be akin to chasing illusions. One can't stubbornly believe that God favors him, allowing him to perform such miracles every night, right? So, Mark Cuban, you really need to be more careful. Once the trade protection period is over, it would be wise to trade him away. Name, Lin Yang. Age, 20 years. Height, 202 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Strength, 84 kilograms bench press, 9 reps. Wingspan, 212 centimeters. Vertical leap, 75 centimeters standing jump, 87 centimeters max jump. 3/4 court sprint, 3.59 seconds. Position, swingman. Strengths, proficient in defending positions 1 to 3, possesses scoring ability above NCAA level but extremely inconsistent. High basketball IQ. Weaknesses, physicality not yet at NBA level, especially lacking strength when defending against strong small forwards. He started playing basketball only in his senior year of high school, resulting in weak fundamentals and almost no ball handling skills. Comparison, Aaron Aflalo, Jr. Smith. With less than 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle was preparing to make substitutions. He once again took Lin Yang's scouting report from his lead assistant, Caleb, his face showing hesitation. Should he let him play? Carlisle wasn't particularly fond of Lin Yang. He had disagreed with Mark Cuban's decision to select him. In his view, the Mavericks didn't lack perimeter players, but rather needed someone to support the newly traded champion Tyson Chandler in the paint. But Cuban insisted on choosing Lin Yang for a simple reason. He hoped Dallas could become the second Chinese team. Like the Houston Rockets, in the end, Cuban got his way. What could Carlisle do? After all, he was the owner. Tell Lin to get ready to play. Carlisle finally decided to let Lin Yang enter the game. After all, who could go against the boss? Going against the boss was tantamount to going against one's own job. No need for that. Of course, he had another idea, a T this moment. As the first quarter was about to end, several key players from the Pacers were still on the court, especially their star small forward, Danny Granger, who was returning from injury and needed games like this to regain his form. Letting Lin Yang match up against this former all-star small forward would not only put him in a tough spot, but also give Mark Cuban, who was sitting on the bench, a chance to see how poor his judgment was. This was a perfect plan. Sitting in the fourth-to-last position on the bench, Lin Yang was somewhat surprised when the assistant coach came to inform him to get on the court. He nodded in a daze. Recently, during the closed training camp, he could clearly sense that Carlisle was not fond of him. He had hardly arranged for him to practice tactics with the starters, which said a lot that he was also prepared to sit on the bench for 10 days or half a month, waiting to see if someone would get injured, so he could seize the opportunity. All members of the Mavericks. However, Lin Yang didn't expect that Carlisle would actually let him play in the first preseason game, and it was during the first substitution. Could it be that Carlisle actually likes me, but he doesn't want to show it due to pride? Oh, come on, we're all adults here. What's so hard about expressing it? Wait a minute, let me take off my shirt first. Lin Yang took off his training jersey, revealing the number 8 jersey underneath, and stood up to head towards the player waiting area, clearly hearing a disdainful hum in his ear. He didn't have to think to know who it was. It must be Deshaun Stevenson.AS fellow swingmen who excel in defense. Lin Yang and he were naturally in competition, and it would be a miracle if they got along well. We're all here to make a living. Understanding. Lin Yang threw him a friendly smile. Hey, why did this guy turn his head away? How rude. Could it be that I'm too handsome? Thank you, coach. As Lin Yang passed by Carlisle, knowing the latter's intentions, he decided to be a bit more courteous. What did they say? In the end, everything is available. Why thank me? Carlisle looked confused. I was waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. Chapter 2. Hot Hand System. Ding. Task for this game has been released. Achieve 1 steal. Task completed. Activate Hot Hand mode. As Lin Yang stepped onto the court, Tyson Chandler, who was already on the court, greeted him. Where there are rivals, there are brothers. Tyson Chandler, who had just joined the Mavericks this summer, naturally sought camaraderie with fellow newcomer Lin Yang. My brother is the champion. He has bitten off people's ears and has taken a picture with a Tyson Chandler. Hey, that's not me. That's Mike Tyson. At the same time, a series of cold metallic female voices echoed in Lin Yang's mind, which were quite unpleasant. Lin Yang had complained more than once about the sound of his system notifications, even if it wasn't the voice of a goddess. At least it could be a girl who goes yai. Always making such sounds during the game. There's just no charm at all. This is his system. That's right, Lin Yang is the legendary system guy, and because of his system, he switched from practicing soccer to basketball starting in his senior year of high school, even specifically studying at Butler University in America. After that, he managed to work his way into Butler University's basketball team, starting from being a ball boy and gradually becoming a core player, an ordinary starting player. But what does being a ball boy have to do with being a player? Haven't you ever seen someone become invincible by spending money? The system Lin Yang has is called Hot Hand. In simple terms, the system will issue tasks whenever Lin Yang takes the court, and completing the tasks during the game will activate the Hot Hand mode. In Hot Hand mode, Lin Yang will gain Bronze Feel, which can enhance his shooting ability by about 3,040 based on his original skill, of course. This has a time limit currently. Lin Yang is at level 3, and he can only activate this mode for 3 minutes. The duration of this mode can be extended. After successfully activating Hot Hand mode 20 times, Lin Yang can level up to level 4, extending the duration of Hot Hand to 4 minutes. Lin Yang doesn't know if there's a level cap. If not, as long as he levels up to level 48, no one in the league would be able to stop him. Similarly, the feel provided by the system can also be upgraded with 4 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Divine. However, each level has its conditions for activation. Currently, Lin Yang is using Bronze Feel in Hot Hand mode, and to upgrade to Silver Feel, he must average 15 points per game over a season. But if I can average 15 points, why do I need this broken system? Wang Jingza. Why do I feel like I'm about to take the court again? Fortunately, Lin Yang can still experience higher level feels now, as the system grants a Divine Feel experience card after each upgrade, which can be used after completing a task. In any game to activate Divine Feel, shooting ability increased by 200. Currently, Lin Yang is at level 3, and he still has 2 experience cards in hand. The one he used was naturally in the NAA finals. Originally, Lin Yang planned to stay in the NAA for another 2 years, leveling up to level 7 before entering the NBA. But this damn system prompted that after level 3, tasks would only be issued in NBA level games. Who the hell invented this crappy system? It gives no loopholes to exploit. One steal. This task looks simple, but this is the NBA, and steals aren't that easy to come by. Facing Lin Yang is Danny Granger, the most improved player of the 08-09 season. Stealing from him isn't simple, and letting him go to steal from others is even harder. Let's take it step by step. I don't have to complete the task. The most important thing now is to perform well and earn Carlisle's trust. Lin Yang took his position. The game restarted. The score on the court was still tight, 18-17, with the Mavericks trailing by 1 point. The Pacers had the ball. The ball quickly reached Danny Granger. Lin Yang had carefully studied the technical analysis report on Danny Granger by the Mavericks assistant coach before the game and had also analyzed this opponent through video. He was a guy who frequently used his right hand and was not good with his left. Due to his early technical development, some of his minor flaws were hard to correct, and he liked to use certain routine movements, such as doing a crossover from right to left. When driving to the basket, Lin Yang positioned himself on Granger's right side, forcing him to attack from the left. A few fakes from Danny Granger couldn't trick Lin Yang away from his right side. This guy was like a wooden post sticking to his right hand. Helpless, Danny Granger had to make a left side drive, but just as he took off, Lin Yang pounced on him, tightly wrapping around him. For Danny Granger, who wasn't very comfortable using his left hand, he had no choice but to pass the ball. A cross pass went to Roy Hibbert. As the future 50 Glory, Hibbert's nickname now is Black Yao Ming. He is the hope for the Pacers' future, and Indiana fans believe he will become a top-tier interior player in the league. Hibbert received the ball, jumped, and shot a hook with a loud bang. The ball bounced off the rim. Unfortunately, from this shot, it was clear that Hibbert didn't have Yao Ming's soft touch, and thus didn't have Yao Ming's fate. His talent limited his development, making him only capable of becoming a defensive anchor in the paint. Sadly, with the arrival of the small ball era, big men like Hibbert, who are slow and lack strong offensive skills, are becoming less and less popular. Tyson Chandler protected the rebound, and Lin Yang had already started a fast break as he was about to grab a rebound. Chandler was very accommodating and directly threw the ball high to him. However, Lin Yang's speed slowed down after he caught the ball. His ball handling ability was below par, and he couldn't pick up speed while dribbling. But he quickly spotted Shawn Marion, who was coming up behind him. Fast breaks were the favorite offensive strategy of the Suns, and that's how he built his reputation back when he was with the team. Lin Yang quickly made a straight pass, and Marion, who had already moved to the front, turned around to catch the ball and easily scored with a layup. Great job, Lin. Marion scored the 2 points and reached out his hand to give Lin Yang a sign. The score was turned around. The Pacers effortlessly passed the ball to Danny Granger, allowing him to engage in one-on-one play. The intention was quite clear, to encourage Granger to take more shots and regain his rhythm. After all, it is merely the preseason, and the record holds little significance. Lin Yang steadfastly held his position on the right flank, yet this time, Danny Granger did not hesitate. He used his physicality to overpower Lin Yang. At this moment, Lin Yang's vulnerabilities in the three-position contest became apparent. Although he was lacking in upper body strength, his lower body strength, honed from years of playing football, had not diminished, allowing him to continually re-establish his position despite being pushed back. Granger finally managed to maneuver under the basket, but his shot lacked the necessary force, striking the innermost edge of the rim and bouncing to the opposite side. All his strength had been expended in the earlier struggle to displace Lin Yang. The seemingly frail Chinese player displayed an unexpectedly stable base. Tyson Chandler once again secured the rebound, his presence significantly enhancing the Mavericks' capabilities in protecting the boards. Chapter 3. Carlisle's attitude not bad. Carlisle was pleasantly surprised to find that this newcomer performed admirably, successfully defending against Danny Granger on 2 occasions. And his reactions and teamwork during fast breaks were commendable. However, Carlisle's already narrow eyes squinted further as he silently mused. With performances like this, breaking into the Mavericks rotation will still prove challenging. This season, the Mavericks roster for the 2 and 3 positions was notably robust, featuring Karen Butler and Shawn Marion, with Deshaun Stevenson and Jason Terry on the bench, not to mention Beaubois. In summary, they possessed commendable defensive skills alongside decent offensive capabilities. Those who could score were not merely sieve-like in their defense. If Lin Yang could only showcase proficiency on the defensive end, he would inevitably find it difficult to penetrate the Mavericks rotation for the 2 and 3 positions. Therefore, he must promptly exhibit any additional talents he possesses. Unbeknownst to him, Carlisle had already undergone a shift in his perception of Lin Yang, transforming from a test into an evaluation. Lin Yang remained unaware that his diligent efforts had altered Carlisle's disposition. He continued to closely shadow Danny Granger. During his time on the court, Granger's efficiency in isolation plays was notably poor. However, Granger was not one to be obstinate. After 2 unsuccessful attempts at isolation, He redirected his focus towards creating space through movement and cutting. Lin Yang maintained a distance of 2 to 3 body lengths from him, preventing any sudden changes in his position that could leave him directly outmaneuvered. Granger relinquished control of the ball, and the player now handling it for the Pacers was Darren Collison. Last year, as Chris Paul's backup, Collison seized the opportunity during Paul's injury, impressively recording a game with 16 points and 20 assists. This season, having been traded to the Pacers, he was eager to prove himself. Darren Collison possessed commendable speed. Yet the Mavericks' backup, Beria, was also a quick point guard, and Collison's relatively modest height posed no challenge for Beria's defense, effectively neutralizing him. This play revealed Collison's lack of finesse in ball handling. He failed to utilize footwork and rhythm changes to penetrate the defense. Encountering Beria, who matched his speed, was akin to meeting his nemesis. However, Collison was not one to cling to the ball. If opportunities eluded him, he would not force the issue, instead passing to the rookie, Lance Stevenson, who was a talented player despite his lack of intellect. After being obstructed briefly by Terry, Stevenson pivoted and located Granger, passing the ball to him. At that moment, Granger was making a back cut, and Lin Yang, trailing behind him, unexpectedly intercepted the pass. Was this fortune so sudden? Ding! Task accomplished. Lin Yang, without hesitation, dribbled forward, preparing for yet another fast break. However, this time, the Pacers' defensive recovery was swift, and no Mavericks players had yet infiltrated the offensive zone. They were already positioned. With no alternative, Lin Yang had to abandon the fast break and gradually advance the ball. Ding! The hot hand mode has been activated, lasting for 3 minutes. Is it really commencing this early? The activation of the hot hand mode does not necessarily occur immediately after a task is completed. Its initiation is random. It may trigger right after a task is accomplished, or it could happen in the third or even the fourth quarter. As long as there is sufficient time remaining in the match that exceeds the duration of the hot hand mode, its activation is not fixed. In previous games, there were instances when the system activated the hot hand mode while Lin Yang was on the bench, nearly driving him to despair. Such a frustrating system. This time, however, it seems to be quite advantageous. Lin Yang dribbled slowly past the midcourt, while Danny Granger took a step back, refraining from pressuring Lin Yang as he approached the three-point line. So far, this newcomer had yet to take a shot. Surely, he wouldn't dare to attempt one straight away, for such reckless behavior would surely draw the ire of the coach. More content loading. Please wait. I suspect he lacks the courage. Beria called for the ball from Lin Yang, who gestured for him to position himself at the three-point line's 90-degree angle, while he himself advanced a step beyond the arc to take a shot. Swish! An unexpected strike. The ball went in. Danny Granger exclaimed, "How old are you? Why are you still deceiving?" As Lin Yang faced off against Danny Granger, he skillfully sent the ball soaring into the net. Meanwhile, Beria, who was eagerly awaiting a pass from Lin Yang, instinctively raised his hands in a gesture of feigned collaboration to avert any awkwardness. Lin Yang graciously exchanged a high five with him, which resembled more of a choreographed gesture. The atmosphere was soon filled with a faint yet spirited cheer, as Lin Yang's audacious strike against Granger was undeniably impressive. A portion of the Dallas fans spontaneously erupted in applause for their promising rookie this year. Granger, caught off guard by the sudden interaction, felt his frustration rise and retaliated with a three-pointer despite Lin Yang's defensive presence. The difficulty of his shot was evidently greater. He had not anticipated Lin Yang's abrupt attempt, while Lin Yang was well aware of Granger's intentions and lunged to interfere. Yet, Granger still managed to score. This is what it means to be an all-star player. When one is determined to score, no ordinary defense can impede them. Lin Yang continued to enhance his personal offensive prowess, entering a phase of heightened confidence. However, ball handling remained his Achilles heel. Thus, he resorted to more vigorous movement off the ball. As Beria drove towards the center, he deftly passed to the perimeter the moment he encountered the Pacers' interior defense. Upon receiving the ball, Lin feigned a shot, deceiving Granger, before charging toward the basket for a successful layup. A resounding clap echoed as the two celebrated together. This time, Beria and Lin truly synchronized their efforts, and their jubilant celebration was imbued with newfound assurance. Following consecutive successful defenses against Granger, Lin secured 5 points in rapid succession, in less than 3 minutes on the court. Lin Yang's performance on both offense and defense brought a smile to Carlisle's face. He remarked to Caleb, "This newcomer is truly impressive. He is proactive in defense, courageous in his plays, and demonstrates remarkable intelligence in ball handling." Carlisle extolled Lin Yang's virtues, Yet Caleb was far from surprised. Rick, I mentioned this long ago. Lin has consistently excelled in training camp, showcasing his brilliance during scrimmages among the reserves. I brought him up numerous times. Have you really? Carlisle responded with a look of unfamiliarity. Caleb thought, this guy is pretending to be oblivious like Popovich. In truth, Carlisle had recalled that Caleb had indeed spoken of Lin Yang's commendable performance in training camp, highlighting his proactive defense and astute decision-making on the court, suggesting he possessed the potential to become a significant rotational player. However, Carlisle's focus had been primarily on the interior game, leaving little room for him to scrutinize Lin Yang. Moreover, in his recollection, Caleb's mention had been in reference to Deshaun Stevenson. A team does not necessitate an abundance of players with identical skill sets. Consequently, despite Caleb's repeated references to Lin Yang, they had slipped from Carlisle's memory, and by the time he recalled, Lin Yang had transformed in his perception into a mere pawn for trading a third-string center for the Mavericks. Yet, based solely on this brief display of over 3 minutes, Lin Yang's potential was ample enough to secure a vital position on the Mavericks bench in the near future. Utilizing him merely as a bargaining chip for a center seemed rather wasteful. Lin Yang's value has significantly increased in Carlisle's estimation. Lin Yang's brilliant performance on the court caught the attention of Mark Cuban in the audience, who stood up cheerfully and made his way to the Mavericks bench. Upon noticing the presence of the esteemed figure, Deshaun Stevenson promptly stood to offer his seat. How's that? Lin's performance so far has been quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? My pick, Deshaun Stevenson exclaimed. Incredible. Chapter 4. The veteran and the rookie. As the first quarter concluded, Lin Yang found himself without further opportunities to contribute offensively, as Granger was closely monitoring him, indicating a serious intent. With Lin's hot streak extinguished, it became exceedingly challenging for him to find a shot under Granger's vigilant defense. However, Granger's scoring efficiency was equally dismal. His previous season's injury significantly hampered his offensive rhythm. Lin specifically guarded his right side, compelling Granger to resort to his less familiar left hand for scoring, which left the latter visibly unsettled. With a shooting record of 1 for 4 and a solitary three-pointer, Granger's performance against Lin's defense was lackluster, managing only a contested three-pointer while the rest of his attempts clanged off the rim. Consequently, the Mavericks secured a lead in the game, concluding the first quarter at 26-20, ahead by 6 points. Well done. As the Mavericks players exited the court, Tyson Chandler approached, brimming with excitement, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Lin Yang's hair. No, I'll go bald. Lin Yang deftly deflected the challenge, as he had no desire to bear the moniker of the Dallas Mavericks Bald Bull. Lin, you performed admirably. Upon descending from the court, Dirk Nowitzki also offered Lin Yang an approving thumbs up. When Lin Yang took to the court, he had just finished a respite, and he deliberately observed Lin Yang for quite some time, with both defensive prowess and shooting range. He displayed a remarkable basketball intellect and an admirable fearlessness in the face of confrontation, far surpassing the performance of his own debut preseason game. That last three-pointer was absolutely magnificent, exclaimed Mark Cuban, following up with, "Thank you, BSS." Lin Yang responded with a smile. Deshaun Stevenson, seated beside Cuban, couldn't help but curl his lip at the scene, turning his head away. Deshaun Stevenson silently vowed to himself that when it was his turn to play, he would perform exceptionally well, striving to overshadow Lin Yang's presence. Soon, let Lin take the court again, this time positioning him as a shooting guard. Lin Yang's performance at the end of the first quarter greatly pleased Carlisle. As the second quarter approached the rotation period, Carlisle directed Caleb to inform Lin Yang to continue playing. This time, Lin Yang assumed the position of shooting guard, while Deshaun joined him on the court as a small forward. Excellent. At last, I have seized the opportunity. Deshaun Stevenson, who had been simmering with frustration on the sidelines for quite some time, instinctively perceived this as a chance when Carlisle allowed him to take the court alongside Lin Yang. What better way to showcase one's superiority over Lin Yang than by sharing the floor? The first backup for the shooting and small forward positions on the Mavericks is mine. What's wrong, Deshaun? Why so tense? Lin Yang observed Stevenson, who stood beside him, anxiously swaying from side to side with an unsettled expression. Is it possible that a seasoned player with 10 years of experience is feeling nervous? Relax, it's just a preseason game. Lin Yang offered a word of encouragement. I'm not nervous. I'm excited. Do you understand? Stevenson internally crumbled but maintained a calm tone as he replied, Yes, I know. I'm not. At that moment, a dead ball was called on the court, and the referee signaled for Lin Yang and Stevenson to enter the game. Lin Yang tugged at the unfinished conversation of Stevenson, then exchanged high-fives with the recently substituted Jason Terry and Sean Marion as they stepped onto the court. How had he become a leader? Stevenson felt a pang of discomfort trailing behind. I have played for a decade. Do I still need your guidance? Deshaun. I observed from the sidelines for quite a while. The Pacers tend to favor pick and rolls between the 2 and 3 positions. I will try to position myself further forward. Please adjust your stance slightly ahead as well. If they continue with the pick and rolls, we can trap them in advance. Stevenson nodded and shook his head in conflict. Lin Yang looked at him quizzically. It's nothing, just defend as discussed. Lin Yang gave him a thumbs up. Stevenson silently took his place as requested. Next time, I must act faster than he suggests. I swear. As both players established their positions, the Pacers' ball reached the front court, passed to Danny Granger. Granger had only recently entered the game, but he had performed comfortably before Lin Yang's arrival, sinking 3 consecutive shots. Upon noticing Lin Yang, he frowned slightly, thinking his good fortune was at an end. However, it seemed that the player assigned to guard him was Deshaun Stevenson. Granger was aware of this individual, a versatile forward who had made his mark in the league for a decade based on defense. Yet, Granger was not daunted. Indeed, it seemed incredulous that, compared to the seasoned Deshaun Stevenson, Granger was more reluctant to face the newcomer Lin Yang, who had only just embarked on his professional journey in his very first game. That rookie appeared to have discerned all of Granger's offensive strategies, which was the most prominent realization Granger had following their matchup. Fortunately, this time, he had been shifted to the shooting guard position. Stevenson, too, was mindful of Granger's preference for the right side. However, Granger executed a straightforward drive from the left, compelling Stevenson to navigate around to intercept from that side. At that moment, Granger made a simple change of direction, reverting back to his favored right side with his dominant hand. Accelerating, he took a large step that left Deshaun Stevenson trailing behind, effortlessly laying the ball up and scoring. Come on, I believe you can defend against me, Granger remarked nonchalantly as he passed by Deshaun. Infuriating, Stevenson refrained from retaliating. Throughout previous seasons, he had often been outsmarted by Granger, and once again he found himself outmaneuvered, lacking the face to respond. Sometimes, knowing an opponent's weaknesses is one thing, but effectively exploiting those weaknesses is another. This was precisely why Danny Granger was unafraid of Stevenson. He understood that Stevenson could not contain him. I too believe he can. Lin Yang stood beside Deshaun, having overheard Granger's trash talk. Noticing Deshaun's silence, he interjected with a retort. Granger, whose expression had initially been one of mild amusement, instantly froze. Retreating into silence, perhaps feeling embarrassed, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "You better. Is he defending me? How humiliating." Stevenson felt no sense of gratitude. Instead, he was on the verge of tears. After a decade in the league, he found himself needing a rookie to stand up for him. All those years felt like a waste. Suddenly, a sharp slap on his back jolted him, causing pain. Turning around, he saw the grinning Lin Yang. Why the days? Don't blame yourself. The opponent is an all-star. It's quite normal not to contain him. Stevenson replied, Am I to be comforted by a rookie? Chapter 5. The captivating rookie Beria brought the ball up the court, while Lin Yang executed an off-ball cut, maneuvering past him. Beria kept the ball moving. As the Pacers' starting point guard was T.J. Ford. Selected as the first overall pick in the 0-3 draft, Ford was a testament to raw talent, once heralded for his speed, which even made Allen Iverson envious. Regrettably, persistent injuries had derailed his career. Last season, after participating in 43 games for the Pacers, he was sidelined for the season due to injuries, marking the third time in his relatively brief career that he faced such a setback. Nevertheless, he averaged 3 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists, proving to be a vital asset off the bench for the Pacers. Now, having recovered, he, like Granger, was seeking to regain his form during the preseason. The coaching staff had gone to great lengths for both him and Granger, deliberately timing their appearances when the Maverick starters were off the court. Beria, known for his speed, felt uncertain about penetrating against the even quicker T.J. Ford, and thus opted to pass the ball to Lin Yang. Lin Yang seized the ball, deftly maneuvering past Beria while evading the defense of Paul George, who was left trailing behind. With no adversaries before him, he raised his hand to shoot, drawing the attention of T.J. Ford, who rushed to assist. Anticipating this move, Lin Yang swiftly transformed his shooting gesture into a passing one. He executed a bounce pass right into Beria's path, who surged forward to receive it. Unhindered, he smoothly transitioned into a delicate layup, effortlessly sending the ball through the hoop. As Beria returned on defense, he exchanged a high-five with Lin Yang. Appreciating the well-timed assist that seamlessly connected with his receiving motion, devoid of any interruption. After Lin Yang briefly touched hands with him, he immediately communicated with Deshaun Stevenson. You stay on Danny Granger's right side, and I will cover his left. All right, Deshaun nodded, feeling a tinge of disdain for himself. Why'd I just nod? As Deshaun approached, Danny Granger proactively sought the ball, confronting him directly. So you're guarding my right side again? Are you certain? Stevenson remained silent, simply extending his arms and gazing at Granger. Noticing Stevenson's lack of reaction, Granger smirked and, just like before, ventured towards the left side, attempting to lure Stevenson away. However, this time, Stevenson steadfastly maintained his position on the right side, even as Granger neared the brink of a breakthrough. Do you really believe I am incapable on the left? Granger resolved to play along and decisively advanced down the left flank. You cannot guard me. As he maneuvered past Stevenson on the left, Granger taunted him once more. Yet, as the words left his lips, his expression shifted dramatically. A hand had silently appeared in the path of the ball he was about to receive. It was Lin Yang, who had simultaneously closed in from the left. Granger attempted to control the ball and change direction to evade Lin Yang's reaching hand, but his own hand seemed frozen, unable to execute the necessary movement, and instead continued its trajectory towards the intended path. Crack! There was no escaping. Granger watched helplessly as Lin Yang intercepted the ball. Nevertheless, Granger's reflexes were quick. The moment he was stripped of the ball, he latched onto Lin Yang, aiming to thwart any immediate fast break and minimize the repercussions of his own blunder. However, Lin Yang was equally seasoned. Upon successfully stealing the ball, he abruptly veered in the opposite direction of his original path, deftly sidestepping Granger, and before Granger could close in, he passed the ball to Stevenson, who was nearby and ready to sprint down the court. The Mavericks swiftly transitioned into a fast break. Bang! Hayward executed a successful dunk. You really ought to practice your left hand, Mr. All-Star, Lin Yang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Danny Granger. Granger, with a sullen expression, remained silent, awaiting his teammates to bring the ball back up the court. Well done, rookie. As the Mavericks players hustled back on defense, they each extended their hands to high-five Lin Yang. Great job. Stevenson, still buzzing from having just completed a brilliant connection with Hayward in the Pacers' paint, sought out Lin Yang for a high-five, recognizing that it was Lin Yang's steal and pass that had afforded him the opportunity for the fast break. However, after the interaction, Stevenson belatedly realized, wait, something feels off. Deshaun, if the Pacers set a screen later, we will switch defenses. You need not stick with Danny Granger. As he pondered, Lin Yang spoke again, continuing to communicate the subsequent defensive positioning. All right, rest assured. The bewildered Stevenson instantly responded affirmatively. This kid is truly remarkable. Caleb, arms crossed over his chest, observed Lin Yang's performance on both offense and defense over the past few rounds with great admiration. His ability to attract defensive passes and assist teammates with supplementary coverage was exceptional. The more Caleb watched, the more he realized that Lin Yang was no ordinary rookie. The latter's combat effectiveness far exceeded his expectations. Beria, known for his chaotic playing style, often disrupted the Mavericks' tactical organization whenever he took the court. However, this time, after Lin Yang entered the game, Beria's approach did not alter significantly. He continued to charge forward with his ball-handling prowess. Yet the overall rhythm of the Mavericks game felt remarkably harmonious. Furthermore, Deshaun Stevenson's defensive prowess stemmed largely from his enthusiasm for defense. While his instincts for help defense and adaptability were not particularly impressive, otherwise, Danny Granger would not have repeatedly managed to deceive him. His synergy with Lin Yang during those few minutes on the court was strikingly evident on the defensive end. These changes were plainly visible. Through proactive communication, Lin Yang positioned the Mavericks bench players where they could best shine, enabling them to express their individual styles while compensating for their deficiencies with his own capabilities. In simpler terms, Lin Yang was akin to a versatile elixir, indeed a remarkably astute one, serving as the lubricant for the current Mavericks lineup. Moreover, Lin Yang exhibited considerable maturity, with his handling of various details being exceptionally precise. For instance, after stealing the ball from Danny Granger, he did not rush to initiate a fast break or pass like most inexperienced rookies would. Instead, he anticipated Granger's tight defense and maneuvered away in the opposite direction, granting himself the time and space to locate a teammate for a pass. He certainly deserves more time on the court. In this match, Lin Yang exhibited certain potential that captivated Carlisle, prompting him to allocate more playing time to Lin in the forthcoming 4 preseason games. This decision was made to ascertain whether Lin's display of talent was merely a fleeting moment or indicative of his consistent performance. Only after this assessment could he determine if this young man deserved a stable role and reliable minutes in the regular season. Chapter 6. Domestic interviews. As the game concluded, the Mavericks triumphed with a score of 108-100, marking their first preseason victory of the 2010-2011 season. However, Lin Yang did not share in the excitement. To him, it was merely a trivial preseason game. In contrast, Carlisle was filled with enthusiasm. Lin Yang played approximately 29 minutes in the match, achieving 5 successful shots out of 7 attempts, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, and flawlessly converting both of his free throws, culminating in a total of 13 points. In addition, he recorded 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Although he committed 2 turnovers, they pale in comparison to his contributions on the court. Danny Granger, on the other hand, played for 31 minutes, scoring 25 points along with 7 rebounds and 5 assists. Statistically, he appeared to be on par with his performance when he won the Most Improved Player award 2 years prior. However, his efficiency was notably poor, making only 10 of 28 attempts, particularly struggling in his matchup against Lin Yang, where he shot 1 out of 6 and committed 3 turnovers, which showcased his evident discomfort. Carlisle, having reviewed both Lin Yang's overall statistics and matchup data, could only think to himself, "What a treasure we've found." He pondered, "Lin, shall I take you out to unwind this evening?" However, he quickly dismissed the idea, recalling the last time they went out together, which resulted in a night filled with nightmares. Their perspectives differed too greatly. It would be best to avoid such comparisons. In Lin Yang's first 20 years of life, this match ranked as one of the most significant disasters. "Lin, are you available? A magazine from Huaxiao wishes to conduct an exclusive interview with you. We have arranged a room for you, and the journalist is already waiting inside." "Okay, I'll be there shortly. My apologies, Tyson, but it seems I really cannot make it this time." Tyson Chandler, initially hopeful, resigned himself to the situation upon hearing Lin Yang's commitment to the interview, expressing with a shrug, "Well, that's truly unfortunate. Enjoy yourselves." Lin Yang changed his clothes and greeted Tyson once more before making his way to the room as notified by the staff. The 2010-2011 season was the most excruciating one for Chinese basketball, as the regular season had not yet commenced. The return of the towering giant Yao Ming to the court after his injury in the previous season was shrouded in uncertainty, especially after Adelman announced a faster pace of play. No one knew what kind of performance Yao would deliver in the new season. Jianlian was entering the final year of his rookie contract, a year that increasingly dimmed his prospects. Yet, the 2010-2011 season also held promise for Chinese basketball. The 2010 NBA draft introduced 2 newcomers with dark hair and yellow skin. One was Jeremy Lin, a Harvard graduate who went undrafted but, through sheer determination in the Summer League, secured a 2-year restricted contract with the Golden State Warriors, thus stepping onto the NBA stage and becoming the first official player of Chinese descent in league history. The other was the even more legendary Lin Yang, a native of China who had never touched a basketball before his senior year in high school. He gained admission to Butler University through his academic achievements and successfully joined the university's basketball team, where he delivered a performance in the NCAA finals that rivaled the famed T-Mac moment, becoming a nationwide sensation. Ultimately, he was selected as the 26th pick in the first round by the Dallas Mavericks, marking him as the 3rd Chinese player to be drafted in the first round of NBA history. Due to his legendary status, he garnered significant media attention domestically. Waiting in a room were Jiang Shan, the editor-in-chief of the provincial magazine Contemporary Sports, Dunk, and Chen Yang, the deputy editor. They wished to conduct a detailed interview with Lin Yang, as this remarkable young man had emerged seemingly out of nowhere, and information about him was scarce in the domestic basketball community. "Editor-in-chief, do you think we have prepared too many questions?" Chen Yang confirmed the list of questions he had prepared in advance while waiting. Jiang Shan glanced at the densely packed list, realizing it indeed appeared overwhelming. "Let us observe Lin Yang's reaction. If he seems dissatisfied, we can trim down some of the less pertinent questions. All right, perhaps we should eliminate some of the more pointed inquiries. This is our first interaction with Lin Yang, and he has only just become a public figure. There's no need to impose undue pressure on him." At that moment, as they conversed, the door suddenly swung open, and the miraculous young man Lin Yang entered. "A very healthy and handsome young man," was the immediate reaction of Jiang Shan and Chen Yang upon seeing Lin Yang. In contrast to the flamboyant boy bands popular in the domestic scene, Lin Yang exuded a natural charm, radiating an approachable demeanor that felt genuine rather than contrived. There was no trace of the ostentation typical of his age. Instead, he embodied a refreshing authenticity. "I am ready. We can begin." Lin Yang took a seat, signaling to Jiangshan and Chun Yang that they could commence today's interview. A moment of hesitation gripped them, an unusual sense of disarray for two seasoned professionals. They had not anticipated Lin Yang's directness, as he did not allow for even the customary pleasantries. "Could you greet the readers of Dunk Magazine?" Chun Yang inquired, turning on the recording device. Jiangshan refrained from rushing into questions, opting instead to make this request first. "Hello, esteemed friends of Dunk Magazine. I am Lin Yang, a player from the Dallas Mavericks. Could you elaborate on your choice of the number 8 jersey? The widely known reason is that a Chinese player, once highly valued by the Mavericks, ultimately did not make it to this city. As a former basketball enthusiast, I merely wish to amend that regret. Can you share your thoughts during the final moments of the NAA championship? I believe it was one of the most remarkable performances in the history of the finals. Indeed, one might even omit the word won. I had no particular thoughts. I simply aimed to win, and then I won. In the first preseason game, you efficiently garnered 13 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. How do you feel about your performance? What are your aspirations for the future? It was satisfactory. It was merely a preseason game, which proves little. I hope to maintain my form. This new season, you will face Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. Will you gather for a meal together? Certainly. In fact, I received congratulatory calls from them on draft day, and we often keep in touch. Both have imparted much wisdom to me. What do you enjoy doing during your downtime? I do not have any particular hobbies, unless watching game footage can be considered one. Is there any food in America that you particularly enjoy? Not really. Compared to American cuisine, I prefer dining at a restaurant specializing in authentic Shanghai cuisine on Chinese Street in Dallas during the off-season. If the opportunity arises, I will be delighted to take you both there for a meal. Chapter 7. A call from Gordon Hayward. Once the interview concluded, Lin Yang returned to his rented apartment, which was modest in size, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a small study. Lin Yang has signed a rookie contract with the Dallas Mavericks, a common 3-1 contract structure for newcomers, in which the first 3 years are fully guaranteed, while the 4th year is at the discretion of the team. For instance, Yi Jianlian had his 4th-year option exercised by the Washington Wizards this year. However, the Wizards' management has yet to engage with Dan Fagan, clearly indicating a lack of intent to schedule any meetings. Furthermore, given that the Wizards' objective this season is to continue their rebuilding phase, it is plausible that Yi Jianlian has been retained merely for the sake of affordable labor. Consequently, many experts, including domestic media, speculate that Yi Jianlian is likely to depart from the NBA at the conclusion of this season. In his inaugural year, Lin Yang's contract was valued at $840,000, though this figure was pre-tax, and after fulfilling his tax obligations, the amount he actually received dwindled to just under $500,000. From this sum, he was obligated to pay his agent, Austin Brown, a third of the earnings. While this remaining amount should suffice for purchasing a modest apartment, he hesitated to make such a commitment and opted for renting instead, limiting himself to a 6-month lease. During the Dallas Mavericks training camp, he sensed that Rick Carlisle exhibited little interest in him. To avoid the complications of sudden trade and potential disputes with a landlord, he decided against a longer rental term. However, judging by Rick Carlisle's demeanor today, it seemed feasible for him to negotiate an extension of his lease. Casually retrieving a few carrots and cucumbers from the refrigerator, Lin Yang tossed them into the juicer. After a brief whirl, he emerged from the kitchen with a full glass of vegetable juice, heading towards his study. Was he really flying to Utah tomorrow? How swiftly the encounter approached. Sitting before his computer, Lin Yang pulled out his phone to glance at the reminders in his notes. After the NBA officially released the schedule for the upcoming season, he diligently recorded the Mavericks' entire itinerary in his phone's notepad, a habit he had cultivated since childhood. Would he be meeting Gordon again? Gordon Hayward was Lin Yang's teammate at Butler University. Although both played as swingmen, there was no animosity between them. Coach Stevens preferred deploying both players on the court simultaneously. Furthermore, in that draft class, aside from himself and Hayward, the other players from Butler either did not enter the draft or were not selected, making them the only 2 from their university to join the league. The emergence of Butler University as a rising force in the NCAA only after Stevens' arrival meant that prior to 2010, few players from the institution had made it to the NBA. These factors combined resulted in Lin Yang and Gordon Hayward maintaining a more frequent connection than during their college days. Lin, damn it, I never expected to encounter you so soon. Are you currently watching my video? Hey, please don't take it too seriously. It's merely a preseason game. How about this? Just promise me you won't be so grave. And when you arrive, I will surely treat you splendidly. Just as I thought of this fellow. Gordon Hayward sent me a message. His words reveal a familiarity with Lin Yang. Lin Yang had indeed just opened the video of Butler University's Sweet 16 match from March of this year. He had watched this game several times before, but this time his attention was drawn to Gordon Hayward. Each player possesses a distinctive playing style, whether consciously or unconsciously developed, yet these characteristics undeniably exist. Through the analysis of numerous game tapes, one can often uncover certain habits or even vulnerabilities that can be exploited. Originally, this task was the responsibility of video analysts. Lin Yang's college coach, Stevens, had risen to prominence from the ranks of a video analyst, which enabled him to devise unexpectedly effective strategies, as he consistently identified exploitable weaknesses in the core players of opposing teams. During his university days, Lin Yang was once the most trusted assistant of Stevens, accompanying him in reviewing footage. This experience endowed Lin Yang with a proficiency in film analysis that surpassed that of an ordinary video analyst. The Mavericks employed dedicated trainers, and while Lin Yang technically did not need to scrutinize the footage himself, the expertise of these professionals paled in comparison to that of Stevens, and indeed, to Lin Yang himself. Having faced setbacks during the summer league, he resolved to resume his independent analysis of opponents upon returning from the tournament. It was a habit he had already cultivated, and thus, he did not find it burdensome. "Relax, Gordon," he replied. "I am not reviewing footage right now. Nor do I believe that life in Utah is more vibrant than in Dallas. The city of Utah, much like the style of play exhibited by the Utah Jazz, is quite rigid, further exacerbated by the oppressive altitude." In short, Lin Yang harbored a dislike for Utah. Shortly after sending his text, Hayward responded, but rather than through a message, he called. Lin Yang paused the video before answering the phone. "What are you doing?" Hayward's voice carried the inquisitive tone of a suspicious housewife. "I'm just about to go to bed." Lin Yang replied, "Perhaps we could have a video call?" "Apologies, but I am reluctant. At this hour, that is not the most advisable suggestion." Lin Yang glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight, and the notion of two men engaging in a video chat at such an hour felt rather peculiar. Lin Yang chose tu decline. "You're just watching the footage, aren't you?" Hayward's tone became decidedly assertive. "Well, this is not to prepare for any potential matchups. I'm merely reminiscing about our remarkable journey this past March. You know, I have always been quite nostalgic. You shouldn't treat me this way. You ought to know that my experiences thus far have been utterly dreadful." Upon hearing Lin Yang was indeed watching the footage, Hayward grew anxious. As a disciple of Stevens, he was well aware of Lin Yang's capabilities. "All right, let's pause for a moment." Lin Yang was listening to Gordon Hayward's complaints when the penguin icon in the bottom right corner of his computer suddenly began to shake incessantly. Accompanied by a message, "Lin Lu invites you to a video chat. I understand you have some grievances. You can vent them tomorrow when I arrive in Utah. For now, unless there's something more pressing, I must take my leave." "Oh no, I was just getting started. You can't be so heartless. Be careful. I might spill the beans about Tamara pursuing you. I have pictures of the ambiguous text she sent you. Then be prepared to face a stern reprimand from your coach tomorrow." Gordon Hayward was about to say more when Lin Yang had already hung up. Imagining Hayward's indignant reaction to the abrupt end of the call brought a helpless smile to Lin Yang's face. He was far too familiar with Hayward. Were it not for his resolute disconnection, Hayward could have continued rambling until dawn. Unfortunately, thus far, the disparity between Hayward's professional career and his collegiate aspirations was too vast, leading him to desperately seek someone to confide in, someone who could truly comprehend the frustrations that lingered even after multiple attempts at expression. Lin Yang had already been deceived twice. He could not afford to be fooled a third time. Setting aside his phone, he clicked on the video invitation from Lin Lu in the lower right corner. The notification had been flashing for quite some time. As he opened it, Lin Yang instinctively leaned back. "What are you doing? Why is it taking you so long to answer the video call?" The moment the connection was established, before Lin Yang could even discern her face, a loud, impatient complaint came through from the other end. Fortunately, he had prepared himself for it. Chapter 8. Gordon Hayward's grievances on the other side of the video was a remarkably elegant woman, her exquisite features stunning from any angle. The kind of woman who would instantly draw attention while walking down the street. However, this beauty was currently glaring at Lin Yang with a fierce expression. She was Lin Lu, Lin Yang's elder sister, just a year his senior, and presently a third-year student at the prestigious Beijing Film Academy. Yet Lin Lu had already established herself as a top model in the fashion industry. Back in her first year of high school, she participated in the China Model Star competition and secured the championship title. Over the following years, she graced the Autumn and Winter New York Fashion Week and even adorned the cover of Vogue. Currently, she ranks among the top 30 models in China, commanding appearance fees that rarely dip below six figures for a single show. Additionally, she has founded several clothing brands in Beijing, each generating annual profits exceeding 10 million. Yes, this is Lin Lu. Lin Yang, too, took a considerable time to gradually accept his status as an outlier, though he had not quite matched his sister's remarkable achievements. In comparison, she seemed like a living embodiment of an extraordinary advantage. During his study abroad, he had often relied on her support. Enough about that. Sister, you need to consider the time difference. You just had lunch over there while it's nearly midnight here, and I was about to sleep. Spare me. I saw you log into QQ, so I found you. You're probably watching some ridiculous videos again. Aren't you? Be careful, or I'll tell Mom. Sister, I'm feeling a bit sleepy and need to rest. Hey, did I finish speaking? You just want to sleep. This brother of mine is becoming increasingly disobedient. Do you remember how adorable you were as a child? Not all like now. Lin Yang wanted to defend himself. All right, let us get to the point. Lin Lu interrupted his grumbling. Mom asked me to come to Dallas to visit you in a while. What? Lin Yang was taken aback. What? Did you not hear me? Mom wants to see you. She dreamed that you were begging in Dallas. And after a long time, you managed to beg for a single bun. What a true mother. You might as well just send me the money directly. It would be more convenient. Well, that's not all. Mom has given me other instructions. What? That's none of your concern. You'll find out when the time comes. What? Are you merely a parrot, repeating those same two words? Lin Yang felt quite vexed. All right, we shall meet then. I won't keep you any longer. Today, my dear sister, I have secured a substantial order. Just wait, and you shall enjoy the finest delights alongside me. What use do I have for you? Sister, pray tell, what brings you to Dallas? Before Lin Yang could finish speaking, Lin Lu abruptly ended the video call. I suppose, well, I shall continue watching the recording instead. Lin Yang refocused his attention and immersed himself in the analysis of the footage. The following afternoon, the entire Mavericks team flew to Utah. Just as they settled into their hotel, Lin Yang received a call from Gordon Hayward. Hey, I'm right outside your hotel. Come down quickly. Lin Yang readily agreed. This afternoon, the Little Bulls had no training session, and many players gathered on the plane to discuss where to go for leisure. Had it not been for Gordon Hayward's commitment last night to meet him, Lin Yang would have been preparing to head out with Tyson Chandler by now. As Lin Yang stepped out of the hotel, a Ford parked not far from the entrance sounded its horn. Lin Yang glanced through the translucent glass at the front of the car and caught sight of Gordon Hayward. Well, look at that. The young man has procured a vehicle so swiftly. This truly exemplifies the distinction between the 26th pick in the first round and the number 1 overall pick. Hayward's rookie contract allows him to earn over $230,000 in his inaugural year, making the purchase of a car worth around $200,000 not a particularly burdensome expense. Lin Yang entered the vehicle, casting a glance around with a hint of envy. He too yearned to acquire a car. In America, lacking one is akin to being without legs, rendering travel exceedingly inconvenient. Yet, the funds at his disposal would scarcely suffice for a second or third-hand vehicle, which would be rather cumbersome to drive. What can one do? I played for a mere 15 minutes in the first preseason game, and I remain uncertain how much time I will be granted tomorrow night. Jerry's Long is entirely unlike Brad. He is an old-fashioned strategist, and I find myself utterly perplexed by his thoughts. In his tactical scheme, the point guard and power forward serve as the focal points, while I managed only 2 shots during the preseason, both of which I missed due to poor form. I am truly on the verge of madness. It is evident that Gordon Hayward's discontent can no longer be contained. The moment Lin Yang entered the vehicle, he began his incessant tirade. This season, the Jazz boast 2 shooting guards and 2 small forwards, along with 2 swingmen, including Gordon Hayward. To be frank, the competitive pressure is hardly less than what Lin faced with the Mavericks. However, from the moment Gordon joined Butler, he became the linchpin on both offense and defense. Later, he was selected as a first-round draft pick, yet this celebrated talent found himself marginalized upon joining the Jazz, lacking the support of his teammates and the trust of the head coach. Moreover, in the stifling environment of Utah, it is quite normal for a 20-year-old to feel a sense of disappointment. Honestly, it would be best not to overthink things. Simply adhere to the coach's directives, train diligently, and when you get the opportunity to play, seize it with vigor. If you possess talent, it will undoubtedly shine through. Lin Yang consoled himself. recalling how he, too, had once been overlooked by Rick Carlisle. Wasn't it during the first preseason game that he unexpectedly played for 29 minutes? This indicates that head coaches possess their own insights. One should not hastily speculate. This is precisely what I wish to inquire about. Gordon Hayward decided to pull over to the side of the road, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lin Yang. What exactly did you do to suddenly earn the coach's trust? I remember you mentioning that during training camp, Rick wouldn't even let you practice with the starters. How is it that you played for such an extended period in the first preseason game? Oh well, Lin Yang had not given this matter much thought until now. With Gordon's prompting, he began to find it somewhat puzzling. After pondering for a while, he earnestly looked up and said, "Do you think it could be that my earnest demeanor during extra practice touched him? Or perhaps my confident performance while scrimmaging with other bench players led him to believe I have potential? What do you think it is?" Gordon Hayward gazed at Lin Yang for a long moment, finally clicking his tongue in disbelief. He settled back into his seat and slowly started the car. He truly wished to smack this shameless individual. Chapter 9. The Jazz team Lin Yang arrived at the Delta Center for the first time, descending from the parking lot alongside his teammates. Directly across from Stockton Street lies Karl Malone Street. At the intersection of these two streets, at the very heart of the plaza before the entrance of the Delta Center, stand statues of Stockton and Malone. Nearly every moment of glory associated with the Jazz is intertwined with these two legends. The Delta Center is renowned as one of the most formidable home courts in the league, where the stands are nearly filled to capacity every evening. And it seems that the people of Utah have adopted this venue as an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. Welcome to Salt Lake City, you bunch of pampered players. Look at these pitiful souls. They are back again. Dirk Nowitzki, you are nothing but a softie. You have let down the Mavericks. As Lin Yang entered through the visiting players' tunnel, passing by the edge of the stands, he could distinctly hear the crowd's remarks, especially the last comment. He noticed that Dirk Nowitzki, who walked ahead of him, involuntarily shuddered, clearly having caught that statement. Last year's playoffs saw the Mavericks ranked second in the West, advancing but ultimately falling to the Spurs in the first round, where they were vanquished by the seasoned trio led by the big fundamental. This rendered the Mavericks the only team in history to have been both swept and subsequently eliminated in 7 games, reviving the derision directed at the soft-hearted Nowitzki. The saying goes, he who is entrusted with great responsibilities must first be subjected to trials, and this sentiment is vividly embodied in Nowitzki's experience. Is that yellow-skinned player the one who performed a miraculous team-act moment in this year's NBA Finals? A miracle child? Merely a product of serendipity. I watched one of his games in Las Vegas this summer, and his performance was utterly abysmal. Lin Yang also overheard the murmurs from the spectators seated nearby. Following the sound, he cast a glance towards a white man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, whose demeanor instantly revealed his unsavory character, an unequivocal racist. Beside him sat a garishly dressed white woman, her eyeshadow so pronounced it resembled that of an owl. The man seemed to have noticed Lin Yang's gaze, yet he exhibited no sign of alarm. Instead, he sneered mockingly, "Damn Chinese, prepare to be properly educated. The NBA is no place for you, you foolish one from Huaxia." The woman echoed his disdainful remarks. "Your words are as foul as your odor. Perhaps you should apply some perfume." Lin's son retorted coolly as they approached the pair. This single remark rendered the two of them as pallid as if they had just consumed excrement. Indeed, both exhibited a notable body odor, and it was quite overwhelming. Stevenson walked closely beside Lin Yang, absorbing his sharp retort, and inwardly reflected on how much times had changed. When he first entered the league, he would not have dared to lift his gaze while visiting opposing venues. It took him several years before he could engage with spectators as Lin Yang did so effortlessly. This fellow seemed unfazed, as if he were at home, in a place known as the Devil's Den. Could he not show it some respect? The NBA explicitly prohibits players from engaging in uncivil interactions with fans. Violators face fines. However, given that this was merely a preseason game, with only 2 or 3 broadcasting channels and the cameras yet to be rolling as players and fans were just beginning to enter, the atmosphere felt rather lenient. Lin Yang was keenly aware of this fact, which emboldened him to retaliate. Otherwise, indulging in mere verbal sparring at the expense of his finances would be an egregious folly. He would certainly not engage in such self-sabotaging behavior. Lin Yang warmed up for approximately 30 minutes when the bright lights began to extinguish one by one. Following the complete dimming, several spotlight beams illuminated the exit of the home team's arena tunnel, for which the players of the Jazz slowly emerged. The moment had arrived for the home players' introduction ceremony. This ceremony constitutes an integral aspect of NBA culture. as many players find creative ways to showcase their personalities during the event. For instance, Shaquille O'Neal's performances, such as his human bowling ball act and the Shark at Sea theme, exemplify some of the more exuberant displays within the league's introductions. Of course, each team possesses its unique culture. Some are known for extravagant ceremonies, while others maintain a more traditional approach. Take, for example, the encounter today between the Mavericks and the Utah Jazz. Under the watchful eye of head coach Jerry Sloan, the Jazz players uniformly jogged onto the court and took their positions on the bench with a collective demeanor, expressionlessly waving to the audience. Yet, despite the lack of novelty in the Jazz's entrance, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. This atmosphere must be a hallmark of a home court advantage, where the team's disciplined routine starkly contrasts with the passionate enthusiasm of the spectators. As the arena lights flickered back to life, the home ceremony concluded, and both teams returned to their final warm-ups and tactical preparations. During the warm-up, Gordon Hayward approached Lin Yang, exchanged a simple high five, followed by an embrace, and concluded with a friendly gesture signaling good luck. Good luck, you too. Lin Yang made his way toward the sidelines, remaining a substitute for this match. Thus, the forthcoming warm-up period had to be allocated accordingly. In fact, his warm-up time was quite standard. Some players, even more diligent than him, had to commence their preparations much earlier, subsequently yielding the court to those certain to play, while the starters warmed up just before the game commenced. In the NBA, even a mere pre-game warm-up reveals a player's standing within the team. Beep. The buzzer sounded. The Mavericks and the Jazz ascended to the court almost simultaneously. For the Mavericks, the lineup featured point guard Jason Kidd, shooting guard Karen Butler, small forward Sean Marion, power forward Dirk Nowitzki, and center Tyson Chandler. This summer, the Jazz underwent significant roster changes, trading away power forward Carlos Boozer and welcoming Al Jefferson, who became the new pillar of their interior game. This signified the dissolution of the famed Utah duo that had symbolized the Jazz for years, ushering the team into a new era. The Jazz's lineup today included point guard Darren Williams, shooting guard J.R. Smith, small forward Andrei Kirilenko, power forward Paul Millsap, and center Al Jefferson. Jefferson leaped for the ball. Darren Williams dribbled up court, utilized a screen from Jefferson, and penetrated the lane, executing a bank shot. Successful. From the very first play, it was evident that despite Boozer's departure, the Jazz's style remained unchanged. The newly acquired Jefferson was equally adept at setting screens. With Jerry Sloan at the helm, the team's strategy would invariably revolve around pick-and-roll plays. Chapter 10. The jeers of the Devils' home court. The Mavericks countered swiftly. Jason Kidd passed the ball to Dirk Nowitzki. In the low post, Nowitzki faced Millsap, attempting to assert himself, though he found no purchase. This was hardly surprising. In this league, Millsap's lower body strength ranks among the elite for power forwards, and even the most physically imposing players struggle to displace him, let alone Nowitzki, who relies on finesse over brute strength. However, not being able to move him did not preclude effective play. Nowitzki leaned in, using the rebound effect to propel himself back, taking off from one foot while the other leg was elevated in a high knee position. In midair, his balance appeared precarious, yet his shooting form remained fluid, the ball tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net. Millsap, having initially contested Nowitzki's advance, could only watch in awe thereafter, pondering how to counter such a move. The Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Nowitzki's signature maneuver had become second nature to him in recent years, rendering defenders helpless. Not even a stout defender like Millsap, nor a versatile player like Pau Gasol, could effectively thwart this signature move. Yet such a splendid offensive display was met with a chorus of discontented boos from the crowd. Coward, is this the extent of your shooting prowess? Dare you to drive in forcefully? Are you made of porcelain, so fragile that you shatter at the slightest touch? Amidst the cacophony of derisive taunts from the spectators, Dirk Nowitzki retreated with a scowl. These fellows are truly something else. Lin Yang gazed at the fervent supporters in Salt Lake City, their mouths spewing disdain for Dirk Nowitzki, and felt a pang of sympathy for the player. To be booed so harshly after scoring, one could only imagine the ridicule he would face had he not scored at all. However, these jeers evidently ignited a fire within Nowitzki. In the subsequent plays, he relentlessly challenged Millsap, leaving the latter disoriented and on the verge of losing his confidence in the game. Fueled by his outburst, the Mavericks swiftly established a 5-point lead from the onset, maintaining pressure on the Jazz throughout. During this period, Nowitzki impressively shot 3 out of 5, including one successful three-pointer, accumulating 7 points in a powerful retort to the crowd's derision. Yet, What Nowitzki did not anticipate was that the voices of the Utah fans would not quiet down. In fact, their taunts grew louder with each passing moment. Ah, dear Dirk, truly, can one ever triumph over the critics? It seems he is merely inviting discord into his own experience. As Lin Yang observed the increasingly grim expression on Dirk's face, he felt a pang of sympathy once more. Within such a brief time on the court, Lin Yang finally grasped why Salt Lake City had become the only true home of terrors in the league. While other teams' home crowds might erupt in noise, they eventually quiet down. However, the audience at the Jazz games never ceased their fervor. The reasoning is straightforward. Fans of other teams cheer for victory, and when their team falls behind, their enthusiasm wanes. In contrast, Utah fans cheer for the sake of cheering. Regardless of whether the Jazz are leading or trailing, their sole purpose for attending the arena is to unleash their vocal fervor. Such individuals can be described, in essence, as mere provocateurs. Will they ever quiet down? The only escape for Dirk Nowitzki would be to join the Jazz. Otherwise, even Michael Jordan would find it impossible to silence the crowd here. Well, enough is enough. It is time to substitute the starters. Rick Carlisle glanced at the game clock. Noting there were 3 minutes and 16 seconds remaining, with the Mavericks leading by 8 points at 22-14, a comfortable advantage. He felt the starters had sufficiently warmed up and it was time for a change. Dirk was the first to be substituted, followed closely by Karen Butler. As Butler exited the game, Lin Yang noticed Rick Carlisle gesturing towards him. Was it time for him to enter the court? Lin Yang swiftly removed his outer coat and approached Rick Carlisle. The latter first cast a deep gaze at him before smiling and saying, "Lin, listen closely. I hope you can disrupt Deron Williams' rhythm." The Mavericks had been suppressing the Jazz, but the latter had yet to crumble, largely due to Deron Williams and Al Jefferson-esque pick-and-roll plays that consistently breached the Mavericks' defense to score. "So, I'm playing the point guard position?" Lin inquired. "Indeed. Do you have any objections?" Rick Carlisle asked. "None at all." Seemingly pleased with Lin Yang's response, Rick patted his shoulder appreciatively and gestured towards the court. "Well then, I look forward to your performance." With a whistle from the referee, Lin Yang replaced Jason Kidd on the court. The majority of the audience's attention shifted towards him the moment he stepped onto the floor. Wow, is this kid coming in so early again today? Gordon Hayward, seated on the Jazz's bench, was filled with a mix of envy and resentment. He turned to Jerry Sloan, noting that the old coach had yet to acknowledge him all day. "Is he from Huaxia? Who is this guy? Don't you know the miracle boy from NA? Wow, he is being put in so soon. Rick Carlisle must think highly of him." A flurry of discussions erupted among the audience regarding Lin Yang. Is this fellow a point guard? He is going to match up against Deron Williams? Ha ha! Has Rick Carlisle's brain been blocked by peanut butter? P.S. letting a rookie defend Deron Williams? A chorus of boos echoed through the arena, directed at Lin Yang, as the crowd perceived his assignment to guard Deron Williams as an affront. "Rookie, welcome to the NBA, but this ISNT college. Don't blame me if you embarrass yourself." Deron Williams, displeased at being defended by a novice, couldn't he express his frustration towards Rick Carlisle. So he decided to channel it all towards Lin Yang. There was little he could do. It was simply unfortunate for Lin. Deron Williams looked at him with ill intentions, his expression clearly signaling, "Little lamb, don't run away. I'm coming to feast on you." Lin Yang curled his lip and remarked, "Why did you, during your rookie season, suddenly run back to college in tears to seek solace from your coach?" Deron had not anticipated that Lin Yang would dare to counter his trash talk, nor did he expect that this fellow was aware of his rookie season embarrassment. When he first entered the league, he struggled to adapt to the pace of NBA-level competition, performing dismally. Consequently, he received a harsh reprimand from Sloan. Feeling aggrieved, he had no one to complain to and could only return to his college coach, Weber, to lament his plight. This incident had become a rarity in discussions since he had since established himself as an elite point guard in the league. However, when Lin Yang unexpectedly brought it up, Deron Williams' face turned a shade reminiscent of excrement. Chapter 11. Matching up against Deron Williams, Deron grunted, choosing not to respond further, yet his expression betrayed his frustration. Nevertheless, he refrained from retaliating verbally. Who knows what other embarrassing stories this Chinese individual might bring to light. To avoid further humiliation, he decided to remain silent. It was not worth engaging in a fleeting war of words. He would simply overpower this guy later. With that thought, Deron Williams felt a wave of relief wash over him. Was it truly this devoid of challenge? As Lin Yang observed Deron Williams fall silent, he couldn't help but smirk. In the realm of the NBA, veteran players educating rookies is a time-honored tradition, akin to the complex dynamics of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Every seasoned wife relishes the opportunity to put her inexperienced counterpart through the ringer. Consequently, Lin Yang invariably kept a mental note of his opponent's blunders, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice, the potency of which was evident from Darren's expression. Far from trivial. Ding. The task for this match has been issued. Score 4 points. Completing this task would activate the in-the-zone mode. The Utah Jazz resumed play with a sideline inbound, and Lin Yang was also alerted by the system regarding his objective. This time, he needed to secure 4 points to trigger the in-the-zone mode. Darren smoothly received the ball, slowly dribbling while facing Lin Yang. Despite having just suffered a verbal setback, he did not allow indignation to cloud his judgment. As one of the league's premier point guards, maintaining emotional composure and a clear mind is fundamental. With a deft motion, Darren positioned himself near the three-point line on the right side, directing his teammates to shift left, seemingly intent on creating space for a one-on-one confrontation with Lin Yang. This maneuver electrified the audience, particularly the pair of Caucasian spectators who had mocked Lin Yang upon entering, now erupting once more with jeers. Darren, send this Chinese fellow flying. Show him that the NBA is not a playground. Oh, darling, let's not frighten this poor soul into submission. Lin Yang overheard the derisive remarks from the two individuals nearby. Yet he chose to disregard them, or rather, at that moment, he had no desire to engage. His focus was entirely captivated by Darren Williams, who stood before him. As a point guard, Williams possessed virtually no weaknesses. He could overpower all current point guards with his strength and mass. His mid-range shooting, particularly his ability to stop on a dime, was commendable, and his proficiency in executing drives to the basket after setting screens or delivering precise passes to teammates was exceptional. Under Jerry Sloan's guidance, his sense of game tempo was also remarkable. He could be deemed an almost flawless point guard. However, even the most outstanding players have their shortcomings. Even Michael Jordan has faced criticism regarding his three-point shooting ability, which is an objective reality. Similarly, Darren Williams, despite his well-rounded skill set, harbored certain exploitable deficiencies. For instance, due to his weight, his speed was not particularly remarkable. Lin Yang took a slight step back, creating distance between himself and Darren Williams. This way, should Darren make a sudden move, Lin would have ample time to react. Observing Lin's defensive posture, Darren furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated the latter's wealth of defensive experience. At this distance, Darren could easily attempt a shot, yet he hesitated. His shooting touch had not been favorable that day, having missed both of his attempts from beyond the arc. He needed to score a few baskets to warm up before daring to launch another three-pointer. Lin Yang's evident hesitation was a clear indication that he was aware of his poor shooting performance today. Lin Yang was indeed aware of the situation. Just moments ago, he had keenly observed it from the sidelines. When Rick Carlisle assigned him to the point guard position, he resolved to focus primarily on defense for this match. Darren Williams found himself in a quandary. He had just signaled for a one-on-one play. Yet Lin Yang's defensive response made him feel that the challenge of this isolation was considerably heightened. Why must I put on this facade? Darren felt a twinge of frustration. But he had no choice but to press on. As Darren stepped within the three-point line, Lin Yang did not relent, closing in on him decisively. The physical advantage Darren possessed at the point guard position dissipated in the face of Lin Yang. He could only shuffle sideways, attempting to leverage his explosiveness to gain an advantageous position. However, Lin Yang's height of 2.02 meters dwarfed Darren's 1.91 meters, and despite Darren's striding with all his might, he could barely escape Lin Yang's tenacious defense. At that moment, Jason Terry arrived to assist, creating a double team. In the rapidly diminishing space, Darren Williams struggled to find an opening for a pass, only for his attempt to be intercepted by Marion, who had anticipated the play. The Mavericks swiftly transitioned into a fast break, executing a successful score. Was Darren's isolation thwarted by Lin Yang, resulting in a turnover? Even the Jazz fans, who typically voiced disdain, fell momentarily silent. Many Jazz supporters were incredulous that Darren's one-on-one against Lin Yang had ended so pathetically. Seated on the Jazz bench, Gordon Hayward observed Lin Yang's impeccable defense and instinctively felt the urge to cheer. But he quickly remembered that they were no longer teammates and could not interact as they once did. Why does this stir a sense of melancholy within me? Damn it. After Darren's turnover, he trudged back to retrieve the ball, avoiding eye contact with Jerry Sloan, fully aware that meeting Sloan's gaze would invite reprimand. In his second possession against Lin Yang, Darren sincerely called for a screen. Al Jefferson, robust and imposing, set the pick, but Lin Yang remained vigilant. Despite his caution, When attempting to navigate through the screen, he was momentarily halted. Jefferson's core strength was undeniably formidable. Deron Williams managed to penetrate the lane successfully. His expression brightened slightly. Though the play was not spectacular, at least he did not embarrass himself. Now, he felt emboldened enough to glance at Jerry Sloan. You should have called for AL screen from the very beginning. Must you wait until a mistake occurs to be compliant? The old man had not forgotten Deron's earlier blunder. I shouldn't have looked at him. ISNT, that inviting criticism? Stop trying so hard. You certainly cannot contain Deron. Look at how you were just stymied by Al Jefferson. You nearly toppled over. You Chinese player. As Deron scored, the discontented white couple began their jeering once again. The Mavericks mounted their offense, with Lin Yang making a seamless off-ball run to provide a delay for the ball handler, Jason Terry. This maneuver facilitated Terry's successful penetration of the Jazz's perimeter defense, culminating in a mid-range jump shot that found its mark. In the transition back on defense, Jason Terry pointed towards Lin Yang, exclaiming, "Well done, Lin. Your delay was perfectly timed." The scene is akin to a frenzy, with individuals darting about like wild dogs. Are you here to play basketball or partake in a marathon? If your passion lies in running, one should head to the track. The Caucasian male seized yet another opportunity to deride Lin Yang. Just as the Caucasian female prepared to unleash her scorn, Lin Yang preemptively mimicked the act of spritzing himself with perfume as he passed by them. In Chapter 12, Deron faced Lin Yang once more, calling for a screen. This time, Lin Yang did not await Al Jefferson to create a barrier. Instead, he moved in close to Deron Williams, simultaneously signaling for Jason Terry to assist in the double team. Deron reacted swiftly, delivering the ball to C.J. Miles, who had been momentarily abandoned by Terry. Miles took a shot, but alas, it did not find its mark. Miles is proficient in corner three-point shooting. However, his current position is not within his shooting comfort zone, which is why Lin Yang felt justified in requesting Terry's assistance in the double team. Furthermore, with Al Jefferson providing a screen for Deron Williams, the interior defense of the Jazz was left vulnerable, allowing Paul Millsap to merely watch as Tyson Chandler effortlessly secured the rebound. With the Jazz's offensive attempt thwarted, the transition ensued, and it was now the Mavericks' turn to attack. As Lin Yang walked past the pair of Caucasian individuals once more, they refrained from uttering a word. However, their complexions turned ashen. Lin Yang's flamboyant gesture of applying perfume had evidently provoked them, yet the Jazz's offensive effort had yet to yield any results. Oh dear, what a frustrating predicament. As fervent supporters of the Jazz, they had never encountered such a vexing situation, particularly since Lin Yang, a newcomer from China, had twice bested them. This Chinese lad truly infuriates me. Unable to voice their grievances, the white man continued to curse inwardly, his eyes glaring daggers at Lin Yang's retreating figure. One might mistakenly believe that Lin Yang had bestowed upon him a most humiliating affront. Lin Yang seemed to have a premonition. Just as Jason Terry had not yet crossed the midcourt line, he turned his head and locked eyes with that Caucasian man once more. It appears he is quite infuriated. Lin Yang chuckled softly, then shifted his gaze back. Jason Terry found himself besieged this time, and since Lin Yang entered the game, he had yet to take a shot, causing Deron Williams to lower his guard and abandon him in favor of closing in on Jason Terry. One could tell from his demeanor that he sought to avenge the earlier double team. Over here, Lin Yang reached for the ball, and Jason Terry glanced at him, likely recalling their recent enjoyable collaboration. Seamlessly, he delivered the ball to Lin Yang. With no hesitation, Lin Yang seized the opportunity and executed a jump shot, securing 2 points. Damn it, Deron, is it now possible for a rookie to take you to task? Jerry Sloan expressed his dissatisfaction with Deron Williams' unilateral double teaming, directly pointing at Deron in reprimand. The Jazz fans, witnessing Jerry Sloan's unexpected anger from the sidelines, were somewhat taken aback. The old man had a notorious temper in his youth, but had mellowed considerably over the past 2 years, rarely resorting to such direct admonishment. His sudden outburst today clearly indicated his profound discontent with Deron Williams' performance on the court. As Lin Yang retreated, he continued to perform the gesture of spraying perfume as he passed by the pair of Caucasian individuals, infuriating them to no end. This young man truly. Rick Carlisle also took note of Lin Yang's mockery directed at the spectators of the Jazz, and could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He did not perceive any wrongdoing in this. In fact, having a bit of character among NBA players is a commendable trait. Lin Yang exhibited remarkable maturity and intelligence in his previous match, and he maintained a commendable performance in this game as well. His defensive prowess against Deron Williams caught the attention of Rick Carlisle, who recognized Lin's advantages at the point guard position. With his height, The previously noted deficiencies in strength at the small forward position became less apparent. Observing Lin's performance over these few minutes, Carlisle even contemplated keeping him as a backup point guard moving forward. However, Lin's ball handling skills remain a concern, one that cannot be rectified in a mere couple of months. Thus, employing him as a backup point guard can only be considered a strategic move in specific situations. The lack of dribbling ability restricts Lin to showcasing his defensive skills at the point guard position, rendering his playmaking capabilities virtually invisible. Aside from occasionally positioning himself to draw defensive attention, the Mavericks primarily relied on Terry's individual plays for scoring, which seems a considerable waste of Lin's talents. Moreover, the point guard roster is already quite robust, with Jason Kidd and Beria complementing each other effectively, leaving Lin with limited opportunities to take the court at this position. He would be better suited returning to the shooting guard or small forward roles, Carlisle mused as the first quarter came to a close. Lin Yang took to the court for 3 minutes, during which he made 1 shot, scoring 2 points and providing 1 assist. While these statistics may not be remarkable, his counterpart, Darren Williams, also struggled during this period, managing only 4 points and 1 assist on 2 of 5 attempts, along with a turnover. Viewed from this perspective, Lin Yang held the advantage during his brief appearance. If we consider their performances on the court, Lin Yang's superiority becomes even more pronounced. The pallor of the white couple in the stands serves as testimony to this fact. Just before the conclusion of the first quarter, Lin Yang executed an exceptional defensive play, and as he passed by them, he made the gesture of spraying perfume for the 3rd time. In that fleeting moment, they realized they should never have provoked this rookie from Huaxia before the game. This fellow possesses an uncanny ability to infuriate. Wait a moment. I will continue to give you playing time, but this time you will assume the shooting guard position. I hope you can employ more movement and playmaking to assist the team, whether you score yourself or facilitate your teammates. What matters is that you help the team halt the current downward trend. As the second quarter commenced, the Mavericks' offense was no longer as fluid as it had been in the first quarter, a situation influenced by Rick Carlisle's decision not to field Dirk Nowitzki and Sean Marion. With 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, the Mavericks' lead had dwindled to a mere 5 points. Rick Carlisle once again summoned Lin Yang, this time raising the stakes, expressing his expectation that Lin Yang could help the Mavericks regain their momentum and execute a more cohesive offense. Do you have confidence? I will do my utmost. Lin Yang stood with his hands on his hips, listening to Rick Carlisle, his confidence not as unwavering as before. The task he had eagerly embarked upon remained unfulfilled, and he found himself unable to fully engage in his optimal mode. Without that rhythm, Lin Yang was acutely aware of his scoring capabilities. While scoring from an open position posed no challenge, maintaining a consistent scoring streak seemed elusive. Otherwise, he would not still be struggling to complete a mere 4-point task. Collaboration was essential. Nevertheless, Lin Yang refused to resign himself to the belief that he could not assist his team in halting their downward spiral. After all, he was not merely a scorer. How else could a player averaging less than 10 points per game ascend from a bench warmer to a starting role at Butler University? Go ahead. I look forward to your performance, Rick Carlisle exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had witnessed Lin Yang's prowess when the team was in a position of strength and now yearned to see if Lin Yang could shine amidst adversity. Chapter 13. Do you think he resembles Steve Nash? On the court, Beria's pass was intercepted, sending the ball rolling out of bounds, and Lin Yang seized the opportunity to sub in. The current lineup for the Mavericks included point guard Beria, small forward Karen Butler, power forward Ian Mahinmi, and center Tyson Chandler. Mahinmi primarily played the center position, yet his main contribution lay in defense. The distinction between the 4 and 5 positions was negligible. Moreover, given that this was preseason, nuances were of lesser concern. When Lin Yang took the court, the players were visibly fatigued, panting heavily. The oppressive atmosphere, compounded by the jeers from the spectators in the Jazz's stands, inevitably fostered a sense of suffocation, leading to an unintentional feeling of exhaustion. Most of the players currently on the court for the Jazz were substitutes, with the exception of Millsap, who remained on the floor. With Boozer's departure, Millsap was the primary beneficiary, as coach Jerry Sloan sought to further evaluate his performance, curious to see if he could maintain high efficiency for over 30 minutes. This highlights the significant distinction between starters and substitutes. While some individuals excel in an average of 18 minutes per game, their performance often deteriorates due to fatigue when granted extended playtime, relegating them to the bench. Of course, some players are benched for tactical reasons, such as Manu Ginobili and Jamal Crawford. Raja, show that kid what it means to be in the NBA? Coach Sloan gestured towards Raja Bell. Currently on the court for the Jazz, as Lin Yang entered the game. Speaking of Raja Bell, his career is perhaps most memorably marked by that infamous throat grab against Kobe, showcasing his fierce dedication on the defensive end. Aside from that notable incident, Bell's career has had few blemishes. His overall robust defensive performance has made life difficult for many scorers. Coach Sloan's directive to ensure Lin Yang is well-guarded surprised Bell, as the veteran rarely shows such concern for a rookie. Congratulations, you just found yourself on the old man's blacklist. Lin Yang responded ambiguously. So, what trophy might I receive? If possible, I hope you won't choke me. My throat has been rather uncomfortable lately. He chuckled. I trust you wouldn't want to provoke my ire. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lagable's face. The referee handed the ball to Machinmi for a sideline throw-in. Barya received the ball, this time not rushing into an attack. He paused just beyond the three-point line, unconsciously glancing at Lin Yang. The latter's previous movements had left a lasting impression during their last game, where he had assisted him several times. With the Mavericks struggling offensively, Rick Carlisle had sent him onto the court, leading Barya to naturally assume that Carlisle was dissatisfied with his performance. Indeed, it was hard to please. Since his entry in the second quarter, he had made only 1 out of 4 attempts, and his chaotic prowess was proving ineffective against the disciplined Jazz team. The ball. Lin Yang maneuvered around him, requesting the ball as he passed. The speed of the Jazz's defensive switches was undoubtedly much faster than that of the Pacers. As Lin Yang received the ball, the seasoned 10-year veteran point guard, Earl Watson, swiftly approached him. Lin Yang dribbled the ball, preparing to pass it to Barya. But Lagabelle had already circled to Barya's right, obstructing Lin Yang's passing lane. Stay close to him. This guy lacks dribbling skills. On the bench, Darren Williams. Witnessing the Jazz's successful defensive switch, couldn't he contain his excitement and called out. Finally, we get to see this kid falter. Your observations are indeed meticulous. Lin Yang softly murmured a phrase, retreating 2 steps while maneuvering the ball. Before Earl Watson could fully close in, he deftly flicked the ball with one hand. It soared in a perfectly straight line, landing squarely in Tyson Chandler's grasp. As more content loaded, Tyson Chandler only realized he had caught the ball after it was in his hands. Oh my wow, he exclaimed, hastily preparing for a slam dunk. What an impressive pass. Lin. Tyson Chandler exuberantly sprinted back, pointing at Lin Yang. Lin Yang gently wiped the tip of his nose, his expression calm as he gestured in response. It was a rather habitual action. As Watson stood resolutely in front of Lin Yang, the other players from the Jazz instinctively began to converge forward, seemingly preparing for a fast break. At this moment, Tyson Chandler found himself with ample space, and Lin Yang seized the opportunity, pulling back slightly to encourage the entire Jazz lineup to advance a bit further, while also searching for a more advantageous passing lane. What expansive vision this fellow possesses. A flicker of surprise crossed Jerry Sloan's eyes. It is indeed rare to find a rookie with such remarkable court awareness, especially in this era where offensive-minded point guards are proliferating. Don't you think this rookie's passing resembles that of Steve Nash? Jason Kidd remarked to Nowitzki from the bench. He had intended to express this sentiment during the previous game, but it had not been as apparent then. Yet, with this particular play, his intuition resurfaced. Nowitzki nodded in agreement. As his close friend, he was intimately familiar with Steve Nash's style of play. Although Lin Yang lacked significant ball handling skills, his passing exuded a unique flair. Among the plethora of passers in the league, he belonged to a different school than Nash, characterized by a broad vision and an artistic approach to passing that was visually captivating, yet not as ostentatious as the flashy style often associated with white chocolate. Could it be that only those who played soccer from a young age possess such a passing instinct? He must practice his dribbling. Rick Carlisle was equally astounded by Lin Yang's passing ability and vision. It would be a waste of his talents to confine him to an off-ball role. What is going on here? A stir arose from the Jazz bench, all astonished by Lin Yang's pass. Only Gordon Hayward wore a puzzled expression. What was so exciting about a simple pass from Lin Yang? He had received many such passes during his college training. It was merely that the other players at Butler University lacked the quick reflexes to respond effectively, leading to turnovers. Consequently, Stevenson had advised Lin Yang to avoid such passes. Yet, Hayward was no stranger to Lin Yang's style of play. He found it quite ordinary. Bang! Another dunk from the Mavericks, this time off Lin Yang's assist. As Marcin Gortat executed a thunderous slam, the consecutive dunks propelled the Mavericks' offensive momentum. Gordon. Sloan suddenly called out Hayward's name. Coach. Hayward swiftly stood up. It's your turn to shine. I want to see you outperform that rookie on the other side. Yes. Chapter 14. The Duel of Peers. Is Gordon entering the game as well? How early today? Finally, I want to have to listen to this kid complain over the phone tonight. In the office of the Butler University basketball team, a refined middle-aged man is engrossed in watching a live broadcast of the preseason game between the Jazz and the Mavericks. This distinguished figure is none other than Brad Stevens, the rising star among NCAA coaches, whose reputation has been steadily ascending. During this year's March Madness, Stevens led the relatively obscure Butler University on an unexpected journey, advancing from the Sweet 16 all the way to the championship game, ultimately securing the first national title in the history of the university's basketball program. The basketball prodigy Gordon Hayward and the miraculous Lin Yang have undoubtedly been the standout players, while Brad Stevens, standing behind them, has begun to capture the attention of fans. This young coach, still under 40, has attracted interest from several NBA teams due to his tactical acumen, and he is on the brink of becoming the youngest head coach in NBA history. Today was supposed to be the day for new players to join the Butler basketball team, yet he set aside these matters for the moment. The reason, of course, is that his two most esteemed GS, Gordon Hayward and Lin Yang, are set to face each other on the NBA stage for the first time. Although it is merely a preseason game, and it remains uncertain whether they will take the court, he felt compelled to watch. After all, if either of them were to call unexpectedly, he would want to be informed of the developments. Indeed, Lin's passing talent must be fully realized in the NBA. This was Stevens' remark following Lin Yang's astonishing assist, as he maintained a demeanor of nonchalance akin to that of Hayward. To him, such a play from Lin was not surprising in the least. Stevens, observing Gordon Hayward's entry onto the court, initially sighed in relief, glad to be free from Hayward's complaints about not playing, and then began to critique Jerry Sloan. The veteran coach clearly understood that Lin Yang and Hayward came from the same coaching lineage. Allowing Hayward to play during Lin's stellar performance seemed to be a test of his resilience under pressure. I've provided you with opportunities. It's up to you now to seize them. It is foreseeable that if Hayward were to underperform, his playing time during the regular season might become rather awkward. It is worth noting that many veteran coaches have their share of notorious habits. For instance, the astute Pat Riley was known for his grueling training regimens, often pushing players to their limits even after victories, which ultimately led to his ousting from the Magic by Johnson in Los Angeles. Larry Brown has a penchant for a specific type of player. For instance, during his tenure with the Pistons, he favored Ben Wallace with the 76ers. He relied on Dikembe Mutombo, and later with the Bobcats, he acquired Tyson Chandler. These players are all elite defensive stalwarts, thriving under his guidance. Darko Milicic, though brimming with potential as both a playmaker and scorer, was expected to embody a more representative example of European finesse in the post, surpassing even Pau Gasol. However, his lack of defensive prowess led to his abandonment by Larry Brown. It is noteworthy that many fans later rallied in defense of Milicic, asserting that Larry Brown failed to cultivate rookies. Such claims lack foundation, as Brown simply did not value that particular type of interior player. In his perspective, a big man lacking in heft and defensive capability is deemed ineffective. This has been a consistent theme throughout his coaching career, making it implausible for a newcomer to alter his entrenched views. As for his disparaging remarks, they reflect a character issue rather than a commentary on his coaching acumen. Dennis Rodman, too, emerged from a troubled past, having been rescued from prison, yet his accomplishments on the basketball court remain undisputed. As Gordon Hayward stepped onto the court, he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The exhilaration stemmed from the opportunity to play so early, while the apprehension arose from facing Lin Yang, who knew him better than anyone else. How should he approach this game? Perhaps a bit of complaining could be beneficial. Lin Yang grinned at him, prompting a roll of Hayward's eyes. The game was about to resume. Lin Yang continued his off-ball movements as usual, attempting several changes of direction, but still failing to shake off Gordon Hayward. He understood Hayward well, and Hayward reciprocated that understanding, especially in terms of his off-ball running. They had collaborated so often that Hayward could locate him even with his eyes closed. With a clang, Lin Yang's absence disrupted Barria's rhythm, throwing off the opponent's defense while also confusing his own teammates' movements, ultimately resulting in a hurried and missed shot. As the Jazz launched a counterattack, Earl Watson brought the ball up the court, with Hayward continuing his off-ball movement, yet Lin Yang remained steadfastly close. The ball, however, Hayward remained undeterred, darting to the other side beyond the three-point line after slipping along the baseline, eagerly calling for the ball. Watson, unable to find an opportunity, opted to pass it to Hayward, who swiftly received the ball and launched a shot that swished through the net without issue. This was undoubtedly Hayward's rhythm, Stevens observed Hayward's decisive basket with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Although he had only recently entered the league, Hayward's catch-and-shoot ability was certainly above the NBA standard. Our rookie has scored first," exclaimed an astonished assistant coach standing beside Jerry Sloan. Although Sloan said nothing, he too nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Hayward's performance. "Lin, you're a bit slow," Hayward exclaimed excitedly. "I believe my defense was quite adequate," Lin Yang retorted, smirking, asserting that he hadn't lost his position. It was merely Hayward's shooting rhythm at play. "Damn those washout people. Do you see the gap between the 8th and 26th picks? Hurry up and roll out of the NBA." A white man finally seized the opportunity to rise from his seat and hurled a harsh insult at Lin Yang. "When did you provoke this mad dog?" Hayward frowned at the white spectator. Although he was a player for the Jazz, Lin Yang was his closest friend. Until now, Lin Yang smirked, but he had his ways of silencing that man. "What?" Hayward was taken aback, yet Lin Yang was already in motion. "Damn!" Hayward hadn't anticipated Lin Yang's sudden burst of speed, cursing under his breath, but as he tried to pursue, he collided with a wall of bodies. An off-ball screen? Bang! Lin Yang, having exploited the opening, caught the ball and charged towards the basket, delivering a one-handed slam dunk. Wow! The Mavericks, being an aging team, found it quite challenging to witness a dunk, except for Tyson Chandler. Lin Yang's spectacular dunk rejuvenated them all. Amidst the resounding cheers of the Mavericks, Lin Yang retreated on defense, approaching the pair of Caucasian spectators, and celebrated once more with an exuberant display. This time, however, it was with 2 bottles. Chapter 15. Indeed, the frenzy has begun anew. Lin Yang's remarkable dunk significantly elevated the morale of the entire Mavericks team. The previously subdued Mavericks instantly brimmed with vitality, and in the ensuing moments of the second quarter, they unleashed a scoring surge of 13-5. During this period, Lin Yang has exhibited commendable performance, contributing with a layup, a well-placed mid-range shot, and drawing a foul, albeit only converting one of 2 free throws, totaling 5 points alongside 2 assists. To put it differently, 9 out of the 13 points in this scoring surge can be attributed to Lin Yang. More significantly, his ball handling rate thus far has only accounted for 11. "I must insist on his dribbling practice." Rick Carlisle experienced this thought for the second time during the match. The score stood at 40-56, with the Jazz trailing by 16 points at halftime. Gordon Hayward descended anxiously from the court, as his efforts to limit Lin Yang's impact had not been particularly effective. A commendable performance. However, as he passed by Jerry Sloan, the elder unexpectedly uttered a commendation. "Did he just praise me?" Gordon Hayward gazed at Jerry Sloan in bewilderment, questioning if he had misheard. "Continue to strive in the second half," the elder remarked once more, this time observed by Hayward as he moved his lips. "Does this imply that my performance was satisfactory?" As Hayward proceeded to his seat on the bench, his countenance brightened, shedding some of the earlier gloom, knowing he would likely play again in the second half. With no evident lapses and a spirited effort, he also garnered 5 points and 1 assist. Although Lin performed more brilliantly, Gordon made few significant errors in the first half, suggesting he would continue to see playing time. Brad Stevens, the head coach, discerned the thoughts of fellow coach Jerry Sloan. Even if Gordon Hayward did not successfully contain Lin Yang, his own performance was commendable. As a newcomer, he had achieved all that was within his current capabilities. Given his talent and willingness to exert effort, earning some playing time is certainly justified. "Well done, Lin. You have truly excelled today. Your performance has quieted the raucous home crowd considerably." In the locker room, the Mavericks applauded Lin Yang's first half display. Yet his expression bore a hint of anxiety. "Do not activate, do not activate. Please do not activate." This was Lin Yang's inner monologue. He had completed the task while in good form. However, unlike the first game, he refrained from initiating immediately during the second quarter. Now, during halftime, he feared that the troublesome system might activate at this moment. It seemed the system had heard his thoughts, remaining silent until the commencement of the second half. Excellent. As the second half commenced, the Utah Jazz took to the court with a palpable intensity, clearly unwilling to allow even a preseason game to devolve into a mere farce. However, narrowing the score gap proved to be a formidable challenge, as the Dallas Mavericks displayed commendable prowess, maintaining a steady 15-point lead despite the Jazz's collective efforts. Approximately 5 minutes into the third quarter, observing the insurmountable deficit, Jazz coach Jerry Sloan opted for a substitution, bringing Gordon Hayward into the game. Hayward was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an early entry in the second half, especially as Lin Yang had yet to step onto the court, with Darren Williams commanding the floor. The ball remained firmly in his grasp. While Hayward continued to exhibit his trademark off-ball movement, Williams evidently preferred to engage with the power forward, leaving Hayward's attempts to create space unacknowledged. During Hayward's minute-and-a-half stint on the court, he found himself awkwardly backpedaling at one point. It was clear that Deron Williams harbored little trust in Hayward's abilities. Coach Brad Stevens furrowed his brow, watching his protege struggle to make an impact after his entrance in the second half, feeling a twinge of concern for him. If the team's cornerstone lacked faith in him, Hayward's aspirations to shine in the upcoming season would be considerably hindered. Yet, Stevens could conjure no effective recommendations, lamenting the situation. He recognized Hayward's potential. Were he to join a rebuilding team, Stevens was confident that Hayward would swiftly ascend to a pivotal role within the organization. At this moment, Lin Yang was also brought onto the court, occupying the second position. This time, he was strategically separated from Gordon Hayward, who took the third position. This arrangement allowed Lin to exert greater effort alongside Jason Kidd to disturb Deron Williams. The once dominant Deron, who had been relishing in overpowering his elder opponents, began to feel the discomfort of the pressure. Lin Yang's defensive support made it exceedingly difficult for Deron Williams to execute a shot even after he had managed to bypass Jason Kidd. What is this fellow's game? Once again, Deron Williams found himself thwarted by Lin Yang, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it. How can this guy's help defense be even more aggressive than when he's matched up directly? Casting a swift glance at his teammates' positions on the court, Deron felt a swell of frustration. Not only was Lin Yang providing backup, but Jason Kidd was also quick to switch defenses. And CJ had just found an opportunity only to be swiftly locked down again by Kidd. If Lin were to share the court with Jason, I dare say they would form the most adept backcourt duo at switching defenses in the league. Observing the seamless exchanges between Lin Yang and Jason Kidd, the Dallas Mavericks lead assistant coach, Caleb, remarked on the impressive synergy, having a keen eye for their defensive collaboration. However, he was also aware that with Karen Butler ahead, Lin Yang's opportunities to share the floor with Kidd during the regular season would be limited, making situations like today's rare occurrences. The ball. Gordon Hayward had once more found himself in a position of openness. He called for the ball again, and this time Deron Williams had no choice but to oblige, as the Jazz had gone 3 consecutive possessions without scoring. Failing to convert would surely result in Jerry Sloan's ire directed at him. So he opted to pass the ball to the rookie. Swish. The ball went in. Gordon Hayward seized this hard-earned opportunity and confidently sunk the open shot. Yes. Hayward triumphantly pumped his fist. Sloan nodded slightly, appreciating players who could capitalize on opportunities. However, after Hayward's successful shot, Deron Williams felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as this meant he would have to pass the ball to the newcomer more frequently. I told you not to pass the ball. Lin Yang silin bli mutret. Could a Butler University graduate really be subjected to such treatment? Ding. The hot hand mode has commenced, lasting 3 minutes. Oh, finally it has arrived. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Yang's mind, signaling the activation of the hot hand mode. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang launched a 3-point shot against C.J. Miles in the next round, and the ball swished through the net. Miles was not particularly skilled in defense, and Lin Yang's move was executed with such suddenness that it created an almost open opportunity, especially given Miles's height disadvantage. With the hot hand mode engaged, such shots were effortlessly easy. Brad Stevens raised an eyebrow. In the following play, Lin Yang once again utilized a screen from Jason Kidd, taking another open 3-point shot, which also found its mark. Oh, this kid. Stevens displayed a knowing expression. Indeed, he was beginning to show signs of brilliance once more. Chapter 16. Postgame. With Lin Yang's 2 successful shots, the score gap widened to an impressive 20 points, plunging the match into a veritable garbage time. The Mavericks bench erupted in astonished murmurs at his consecutive 3-pointers, and Lin Yang seized the opportunity to taunt the pair of Caucasian spectators before him. Unable to contain their irritation any longer, the duo rose from their seats, seemingly intending to exit prematurely. TCH. Lin Yang let out a soft grunt through his nostrils, filled with determination. However, as it was merely a preseason match, both teams featured role players eager to secure final contracts and others vying for increased playing time in the upcoming season, which rendered the garbage time surprisingly intense. Ultimately, the Mavericks triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 108-96, securing a victory by 12 points. In this match, Lin Yang participated for a total of 35 minutes, an increase of 6 minutes compared to the previous game. He achieved an impressive shooting record of 7 out of 13 attempts, including a flawless 2 for 2 from beyond the arc and converted 3 out of 4 free throws, culminating in a total of 19 points. Additionally, he recorded 6 assists, 6 rebounds, and a solitary steal, while remarkably limiting his turnovers to just 1. This performance undoubtedly surpassed his last outing. Under the conditions of extended playing time, to enhance his performance is no small feat for a newcomer. Carlisle expressed his satisfaction with Lin Yang's display, giving him an encouraging pat on the back as he substituted him out before the game concluded. Gordon Hayward, too, had a notable presence on the court, logging 28 minutes, 13 more than his previous game. His performance was commendable, as he took 9 shots and successfully made 6, including 2 three-pointers, totaling 14 points, along with 4 rebounds and 2 assists. He was, in many ways, a different version of Lin Yang. Despite their stylistic similarities, Hayward possesses the ability to orchestrate offensive plays independently, a skill Lin Yang has yet to acquire. However, in terms of off-ball movement and passing, Lin Yang excels beyond Hayward. Furthermore, defensively, Lin Yang undoubtedly outshines Hayward. While Hayward can guard positions 1 through 3, he struggles significantly when tasked with defending the 3 position. Overall, Lin Yang emerges as the superior player. More importantly, Lin Yang's developmental environment within the team far surpasses that of Hayward. The Mavericks boast a roster devoid of selfish players, and with veterans like Dirk Nowitzki and Jason Kidd, there is little inclination for them to compete against a novice. Conversely, Hayward's situation is less fortunate. Observing tonight, it became evident that Darren Williams exhibits a strong desire for ball control, leading to a sense of exclusion for Hayward. One could assert that Lin Yang is navigating a survival mode of ordinary difficulty. Even with competitors like Deshaun Stevenson, they are willing to cooperate on the court, making the competition less hostile. In contrast, Hayward is entrenched in a hellish survival mode, where the team's leader desperately requires statistical validation, and his teammates seem less than supportive. With a stubborn coach who demands results before granting freedom, it appears that Hayward may need a monumental shift to emerge from his predicament. You performed exceptionally well tonight. I almost suspect you intentionally let me have my opportunities back in college. As the game concluded, Hayward approached Lin Yang with a cheerful demeanor, jokingly expressing his surprise at Lin Yang's outstanding performance. While he was aware of Lin Yang's defensive prowess, having entrusted him with guarding the opposing team's star players during March Madness, he was taken aback by Lin Yang's offensive capabilities. I merely know when to act and what actions to take. Lin Yang smiled as he exchanged high-fives with Gordon Hayward. Some individuals are like this. As their teammates elevate their performance levels, their own capabilities can fully manifest. During Lin Yang's time at Butler University, apart from Hayward, none of his teammates possessed NBA-caliber skills, making it exceedingly difficult for them to keep pace with his leadership. Consequently, he found himself distracted far more often than he did in the NBA, which necessitated a significant sacrifice of his offensive contributions. However, in Lin Yang's perspective, this was the most prudent choice. Only by ensuring the team's continuous victories could he secure more opportunities to showcase his talents. If he were to score 20 points in a single game only to face elimination thereafter, his chances of entering the NBA would diminish significantly. The realm of the NBA is not particularly welcoming towards players of Chinese descent. A mere performance in 1 or 2 games is insufficient to captivate the attention of any general manager. It is only by stepping onto the grand stage that one can truly catch the eye of scouts burdened with biases. Fortunately, Lin Yang, through his team-oriented approach, reached the finals and delivered one of the most remarkable individual performances in NCAA championship history. Ultimately, he was selected in the first round, despite averaging less than 10 points per game. In stark contrast, Jeremy Lin, with averages of 16. 4 points, 4. 4 rebounds, 4. 5 assists, 2. 4 steals, and 1 blocks, and who was named to the Ivy League first team, was overlooked. This further underscores the harsh reality that for players from China or of Chinese descent aspiring to enter the NBA, statistics often bear little persuasive power. Only exceptional performances and remarkable achievements can genuinely leave a lasting impression. I know, my brother, you have always been exceptional. Keep pushing forward. And you too. Lin Yang exchanged a high-five with Gordon Hayward, embraced him warmly, and patted each other's backs before parting ways and heading towards their respective locker rooms. On the player passage of Lin Yang Road, one could observe Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Kidd, and Jason Terry surrounded by reporters. A few waved in acknowledgement, prompting some journalists to glance over momentarily before resuming their interviews. Despite Lin Yang being one of the standout players for the Mavericks that evening, there was no inclination from the media to interview this newcomer. After all, it was merely a preseason game, and it held little significance. Who could predict how much playing time this rookie would receive in the regular season or what kind of performance he might deliver? Lin Yang entered the changing room, took a shower, and organized his belongings before stepping onto the team bus. Inside, a few players from the Mavericks were already present. After exchanging greetings with them, Lin Yang fell silent, as they were all players whose contracts had yet to be finalized. With little playing time anticipated today, it was uncertain whether he would see them again in a few days, leaving Lin Yang at a loss for conversation topics. Moreover, for these players, whose futures remained uncertain, engaging in conversation was likely not a priority at the moment. Lin Yang took out his phone and scrolled through various basketball websites for reports on today's game. Unfortunately, many of these articles merely mentioned that the Mavericks had triumphed over the Jazz in passing, with only a cursory overview. The headlines were predominantly focused on LeBron. This current superstar, ranked among the top 2 in the league, is worthy of headline status even for a mere utterance. Chapter 17. Lin Yang's neighbor, however. Lin Yang could comprehend the situation. Upon seeing LeBron's name in the headlines, he too would click to learn more, even if the latter had no game that day. Some individuals are destined to be the focal point of attention. Upon reaching my decision, I prepared myself thoroughly. Whether fans adored or despised me was of little consequence. I was acutely aware that after securing the championship, I would still be met with adulation and applause. This past summer, LeBron faced a formidable choice in his life, transferring his remarkable talents from Cleveland to Miami. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, even if he chose to unite with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh at the pinnacle of their careers. The ramifications would not be as profound as they are now. In the NBA, at any moment, anything can happen. LeBron's decision might have merely astonished the fans. However, he erred in one significant aspect. He opted to announce his choice via an ESPN live broadcast. This was tantamount to declaring his defection before the entirety of American basketball aficionados. Fans naturally could not compel LeBron to remain in Cleveland. In this increasingly commercialized era, players possess the right to dictate their futures. Yet, the manner of his transfer was deemed too ostentatious for the fans to accept. As a superstar, LeBron inadvertently cast a negative shadow over the league. NBA Commissioner David Stern explicitly criticized LeBron James for this matter, leading to a precipitous decline in LeBron's reputation. Reaching an all-time low, Lin Yang is convinced that LeBron has faced more scorn this summer than in the entirety of the past 7 seasons combined. He has truly become an outcast. LeBron's remarks during a personal interview are evidently a response to the provocation he has endured. Much like a girl who, when hungry, claims she is not, or who, when angry, asserts she is calm, or even one who, despite being sleepless, insists she has rested, LeBron's words must be interpreted inversely. I shall demonstrate to those who fail to comprehend my brilliance just how exceptional I am. Further down, there's a personal interview report on Amare Stoudemire, who, after being traded from the Suns to New York this summer, has faced considerable skepticism. Many experts believe that Stoudemire's statistics in the upcoming season will plummet, as he no longer has Nash to support him. Lin Yang had nearly finished reading all the news when the other players from the Mavericks returned to the bus one after another. Lin, do you remember the last time I went to the bar and you didn't join? Tyson Chandler naturally setlet beside Lin Yang. What's up? Lin Yang cast a glance at Tyson Chandler. I ran into those lovely ladies I introduced you to last time, and they asked for your number. Tyson Chandler smirked at Lin Yang. Impressive, my friend. You managed to catch the attention of those beauties. You didn't give them your number, did you? Lin Yang involuntarily swallowed hard. He had never felt so anxious, even during a game. Of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Since you didn't give them your number, you must have lost interest. I would want to complicate things for you, but really, would one encounter with such exquisite women be enough for you? Chandler's laughter grew more mischievous as he nudged Lin Yang with his elbow. You're quite the selective one, brother. However, I can understand it. Like me, you have the allure. As he spoke, Chandler made an obscene gesture, instantly becoming rather vulgar. The Mavericks returned to Dallas overnight, and as Lin Yang approached his front door, the family across the way opened their door first. A provocatively dressed woman with heavy makeup emerged, and upon seeing Lin Yang, she paused for a moment before flashing a smile that gleamed even in the darkness. Looking for a pleasant evening? She playfully tugged at the neckline of her exceedingly short top. Lin Yang glanced down the opening, but all he saw was darkness. No, I'm not interested. Lin Yang waved his right hand. The woman's demeanor shifted instantly, and she hurled an insult at him, rolled her eyes, and shut the door behind her. After observing the elevator descend completely, Lin Yang finally opened the door. As per his routine, he prepared a generous glass of vegetable juice and consumed it in several gulps, feeling a refreshing relief throughout his pores. After tidying up briefly, Lin Yang returned to his room to continue sleeping. During this time, he awoke once, roused by the pressing need to relieve himself. Just as he had fallen back into slumber, an urgent ringing of the doorbell jolted him awake once more. Lin Yang peered through the peephole and beheld a middle-aged man of African descent, unkempt and bearded. Unlike the woman from the previous night, he was not as dark-skinned, his bare torso exposed, and his face was etched with impatience as he awaited Lin Yang to open the door. Lin Yang recognized him as his neighbor from across the hall. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that the man was in a considerable hurry. After a mere 10 seconds of silence from Lin Yang, the man was poised to reach for the doorbell once more. What could possibly be the matter? Lin Yang opened the door. "Hey, brother, I apologize for waking you, but I urgently need to ask if you've seen a woman leave my room." "A woman? I'm afraid I haven't," he replied. Lin Yang feigned deep thought for a moment. "All right then, my apologies for the disturbance." The African-American man sighed, cursing under his breath as he turned back to his room. Until he closed the door, Lin Yang could distinctly hear his muttered expletives. "Damn, that bitch better not cross my path again, or I'll break her legs. Oh, why was I sleeping so soundly that I didn't even notice her leaving?" Clearly, this man had been robbed by that woman. This was precisely why Lin Yang had rejected her advances, not solely due to her skin color, but because for such women, petty theft was hardly a grave matter. They often relied on local protection, and even if one managed to track them down, retrieving stolen items was a formidable challenge. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble and consider it a lesson learned at a cost. Some encounters were simply not worth pursuing. Why not resolve the urges on the spot instead of dragging them home? Lin Yang is also considering the well-being of his African-American friend. Of course, it largely depends on the individual. If Lin Yang's neighbor were akin to the bald-headed Gua, with a daughter destined to become a future Hollywood star, he might offer some insights. Even if they prove to be of little utility, they would nonetheless lay a foundation for a deeper relationship in the future. Lin Yang closed the door once more. After the commotion caused by the black man, he found himself unable to sleep. Thus, he decided to rise and head to his study to analyze his next opponent for the upcoming match. Approximately an hour later, the doorbell rang again. As Lin Yang emerged from his study into the living room, he distinctly heard voices discussing outside. It was the same black man, accompanied now by another individual. From the conversation between the two, it became apparent that he was accompanied by a police officer. Had the authorities been notified? Lin Yang pursed his lips and shook his head, opting instead to return to his study and continue watching the footage. He had no desire to get involved. Chapter 18. The Mavericks roster. The Mavericks pressed on with their journey. Only 3 preseason games remained: an away match against the Nets, a home game against the Kings, and another away game against the Trailblazers. For Lin Yang, this presented a challenge, not on the court, but in terms of logistics. The schedule was exceedingly tight, and for someone like Lin Yang, who had never experienced such a pace, discomfort was inevitable. Fortunately, his ability to adjust was fairly commendable. He could manage for a time, yet whether he could endure an entire season remained uncertain. It is no wonder that many rookies encounter the infamous rookie wall during the latter half of their inaugural season. Adaptation, indeed, requires time. Among the 3 teams, only the Trailblazers had participated in the playoffs the previous season, while the other 2 were among the weakest of the league. However, this was preseason. Facing weaker teams often proved more challenging than contending with playoff contenders. The latter had loftier aspirations, aiming for the stars, and their playing time in these inconsequential matches was limited, with their true efforts reserved for the regular season. In contrast, the weaker teams were focused on cultivating new talent. For them, the distinction between preseason and regular season was negligible. Promising players emerged through gameplay, and the mentality of losing had to be instilled from the very onset of the preseason. In the subsequent 3 matches, Lin Yang averaged 35 from minutes of playing time, establishing himself as a focal point of Carlisle's scrutiny. The Mavericks triumphed in 2 of these encounters, succumbing in the final game. Lin Yang's performance in these 3 games remains remarkably impressive, averaging 15 points, 7, 3 assists, and 3 rebounds per game, alongside a steal per game, showcasing commendable contributions across the 1 to 3 positions. Notably, his performance against the Nets was his finest, where he played for a total of 37 minutes. scoring 20 points, dishing out 6 assists, securing 5 rebounds, achieving 2 steals, and executing 1 block, all while maintaining a flawless record with 0 turnovers. For a rookie just entering the league, it is astonishing that he managed to play nearly 40 minutes in his 3rd preseason game without a single mistake. Admittedly, it was merely a preseason match, yet this young talent exhibits an extraordinary level of maturity. After 5 games, Rick Carlisle has gained a deeper understanding of Lin Yang and has grown increasingly fond of this rookie. While it is true that he has not yet developed into a core player, his scoring ability pales in comparison to that of a primary option. And as noted in scout reports, he remains exceedingly inconsistent. He scored 20 points in the 3rd game, only to tally 10 in the 4th. Furthermore, his ball handling skills have yet to reach a level above the league average, a critical weakness for any core player. However, it is important to recognize that Lin Yang is not expected to become a cornerstone of the team this season. The Mavericks are already composed of seasoned players. Rick Carlisle seeks merely a competent backup, someone who does not need to score 20 points every night or possess elite ball handling skills. From this perspective, Lin Yang's shortcomings may not be shortcomings at all. On the contrary, his off-ball movement and playmaking ability, comparable to that of Steve Nash, along with his sudden scoring bursts at various moments, are all characteristics that define a quality role player. In summary, Lin Yang's capabilities are certainly sufficient for him to secure consistent playing time within a Mavericks rotation. Lin Yang is quite content with his performance over the 5 preseason games, not merely due to his statistics, which, after all, hold little significance as they are only preseason matches. His satisfaction stems from successfully completing his tasks in each of the 5 games and entering a phase of heightened form. Although his scoring in the 4th game was marginally over 10 points, as it commenced while he was seated on the bench, he still managed to contribute commendably with 8 assists and 5 rebounds, committing only a single turnover. These factors, viewed favorably by Rick Carlisle, rendered the mere 10 points inconsequential in his eyes. Ultimately, Carlisle remains indifferent, having witnessed Lin Yang successfully activate his skills 5 times during the preseason, leaving only 15 more to reach the next level. This progress is indeed quite swift. Prior to the official commencement of the preseason, Lin Yang had anticipated activating his abilities merely twice. It now appears that his estimation of his own capabilities was rather conservative. Alas, being so formidable, recognition comes effortlessly from all quarters. What can one do? It is indeed quite vexing. Who can enlighten me on how to proceed? Lin Yang raised his hands in exasperation. With the conclusion of all 5 preseason games, the Dallas Mavericks have officially waived Dominique Jones, thereby confirming their roster for the upcoming season. Point guards: Jason Kidd, Jose Juan Beria, Rodrigue Beaubois. Shooting guards: Karen Butler, Jason Terry, Lin Yang. Small forwards: Sean Marion, Deshaun Stevenson, Steve Novak. Power forwards: Dirk Nowitzki, Tim Thomas, Brian Cardinal. Centers: Tyson Chandler, Brendan Haywood, Ian Mahinmi. Among this roster, Ian Mahinmi is the 3rd center signed following the release of Jones. Initially, this position was anticipated to be filled by Lin Yang. However, after 5 preseason games, Rick Carlisle realized that trading a quality backup player for a 3rd center who might scarcely see the court throughout the season would be a decision requiring an astonishing lack of judgment. It is clear that Rick Carlisle would not entertain such folly. Many media outlets have expressed skepticism regarding the Mavericks lineup for the new season. ESPN columnist Charlie Ford elaborated extensively in a several thousand-word prediction on the Mavericks prospects, highlighting a critical flaw. The core roster is simply too aged. As the new season approaches, the Mavericks are often perceived as brimming with limitless potential. Yet, their stagnant core fails to inspire hope. With Dirk Nowitzki and Sean Marion, both at 32 years old, alongside the 37-year-old Jason Kidd, this core has faced every conceivable postseason upset over the past 5 years against various opponents. I have never doubted the Mavericks' regular season performance. They have consistently pleased their fans during that stretch. However, in the playoffs, they have yet to deliver a convincing display. I struggle to find any rationale to convince myself that this Mavericks team is worth the anticipation. Conversely, I fear they may face an unexpectedly premature exit from the playoffs this season, leaving only the manner of their departure as the singular suspense surrounding the Mavericks' new campaign. This incisive prediction leaves no room for rebuttal, even from the most ardent Maverick supporters. Their aspirations falter, concluding in disarray. Over the past 5 seasons, the Mavericks have epitomized the notion that regardless of their regular season prowess, they invariably succumb to a myriad of weaknesses in the playoffs, as if under some malevolent curse. Chapter 19. He has died in the annals of NBA history. No Asian perimeter player has ever succeeded here. Even those who lingered briefly could not achieve this feat. I perceive nothing exceptional about Lin Yang. To me, he is simply the next Sun Yu. This perplexes me further as to why the Mavericks would forsake Dominique Jones for Sun Yu. Lin Yang was engrossed in studying the recordings in his study when he stumbled upon the prospect forecast penned by Charlie Ford. The other members of the Mavericks were described in varying lengths, yet he was afforded but a few terse sentences. He could sense the palpable disdain that Charlie Ford harbored for him. However, this was hardly surprising. It is, after all, a well-known fact that within the realm of the NBA, prejudice against Chinese players is a constant reality. Even during Yao Ming's prime, when he dominated Dwight Howard with ease, the American media still heralded Howard as the league's preeminent center. Such is the nature of the situation. Similarly, Lin Yang's statistics during the preseason were the most impressive among the Dallas Mavericks bench players. However, in Charlie Ford's perspective, he was still deemed less valuable than Dominus Jones. Lin Yang contemplated for a moment and captured screenshots of Charlie Ford's forecast along with his own self-assessment. He deemed it essential to preserve this information for future reference, a tool to wield against his critics. After taking the screenshots, he transferred the images to a dedicated folder, which previously housed numerous similar files. Those earlier images contained various doubts cast upon him by individuals during his NCAA journey. Once he had triumphantly silenced their skepticism through his outstanding performances on the court, he would share their initial remarks via Twitter. Many students at Butler University were well aware of Lin Yang's habit. In fact, they even bestowed upon him the nickname Counterattack in light of his tenacity. However, Butler University was hardly a powerhouse in the NCAA basketball realm, so this moniker was primarily recognized among its student body. Presently, the folder had been emptied, containing only these two newly added screenshots. For Lin Yang had already addressed those doubts prior to his arrival in the NBA, especially during the moment of Tracy McGrady in the NCAA Finals. He had delivered a resounding rebuttal to many critics. This time, he was equally poised to continue his retort. Lin Yang cast a final glance at the two images within the folder, his gaze resolute as he murmured softly to himself. To him, it seemed that all he needed to do was to relive everything he had experienced during his time in the NCAA. Having already traversed this particular realm once, he believed that even if the adversaries had grown stronger, it would not hinder his progress. Closing the folder, Lin Yang turned to his Twitter, where he found a pitiful few hundred followers, the majority being students from Butler University, with a meager number of new followers that was alarmingly low. Although Dallas boasts a Chinatown, the reality of racial discrimination here is quite severe. Apart from white players, others receive scant attention. Yet, as a professional athlete still striving to establish himself in the league, Lin Yang felt powerless to alter his fate. So he resolved to continue playing here for the time being. After all, having endured this disdain for over a year, he had long since acclimated to such an environment. Moreover, winning over this group of skeptics brought its own thrill. Lin Yang also closed Twitter and continued watching the game footage. The preseason has concluded, and the regular season will officially commence in a few days. However, it is prudent to analyze opponents in advance, especially with the more demanding regular season approaching, which warrants heightened focus. The Dallas Mavericks' inaugural match will be a home game against the Charlotte Bobcats. Nonetheless, this season opener for the Mavericks is not among the league's opening day games. The league's opening day features 3 matches, the Miami Heat facing the Boston Celtics, marking the first encounter between the Heat's new trio and the Celtics' veteran trio, the Houston Rockets against the Los Angeles Lakers, which signifies Yao Ming's return after missing the entire previous season, having sustained his injury during the playoff series against the Lakers, and a clash between the Phoenix Suns and the Portland Trail Blazers, who were fierce rivals in last season's playoffs, producing one of the most intense series of the postseason. Each game offers its unique highlights, demonstrating the NBA's meticulous planning for the opening day. Naturally, the Mavericks, lacking compelling narratives, are relegated to a later slot. It would be unwise to remind them of their unfortunate playoff exit from the previous season right at the start. Lin Yang possesses a discerning approach when it comes to selecting game footage. It is impractical for him to scrutinize every player's recordings, as that would consume an excessive amount of time and energy. Typically, he focuses on the core players of the opposing team, particularly those occupying the same position, especially those who have recently excelled in their performances. This strategy allows him to save a considerable amount of time while analyzing game footage. After approximately 2 hours of watching, Lin Yang shut down his computer and prepared for sleep. Although there were no matches for the next few days, daily training sessions remained mandatory. Moreover, Lin Yang had only recently gained Rick Carlisle's trust following the conclusion of the preseason and had never practiced with the main team before. Thus, he needed to seize the opportunity to enhance his synergy with the team during these 2 days. The next morning, Lin Yang was once again roused from slumber by the urgent need to relieve himself. Upon glancing at the alarm clock, he realized it had already gone off, only to have been silenced by his hand. Indeed, the alarm clock proved ineffective for rising. It is the biological clock that truly compels one to awaken. As Lin Yang stepped outside, he noticed a young black man across the way, hurling items from his home one after another into the street, muttering incessantly, "Oh, that damn fellow. Why has he made such a mess of the house?" Huh. Lin Yang scrutinized the young African-American man, whom he had not encountered before. Isn't this place owned by an older gentleman? Has he passed away? The young man did not raise his gaze. Huh? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. I heard he was killed by an enraged woman, though I cannot confirm it. In any case, the landlord has rented this room to me. However, I am hesitant to use these items. Perhaps you could come in and see if there is anything suitable for you to take? The young man, weary of tidying up, beckoned Lin Yang. Never mind, I am pressed for time. Lin Yang regained his composure, responded with a smile, and then descended the elevator. It appears that the fellow ultimately did not relent. Lin Yang shook his head, intrigued by what that provocative individual had stolen from him, leaving him so reluctant to concede. Did this fellow not understand the adage that a loss could sometimes be a hidden blessing? Well, indeed he appeared oblivious. Chapter 20, Daily Training Bang. Tyson Chandler descended like a mountain, executing a thunderous dunk over Haywood, followed by an exuberant ruffling of Haywood's hair. Haha, that makes it the second one today, Brandon. Your defense is utterly abysmal. Haywood, hands on his hips, rolled his eyes in exasperation, but then turned to Lin. Did I not tell you? Do not pass the ball to this guy. He was perfectly positioned for a shot. So, Lin Yang Srugid sleekly, acknowledging that Tyson Chandler's recent success was largely a result of his assist. In truth, it hardly qualified as an open shot. Haywood had merely delayed his advance for a moment. Yet Lin Yang seized the opportunity presented to him. Hey Lin, men like us need not utter so many words. Tyson Chandler remarked as he jogged back on defense, playfully ensnaring the still chatting Lin Yang, emphasizing his point with a mischievous grin. As the preseason concluded, Lin Yang had captivated Rick Carlisle with his stellar performance, earning the privilege to participate in intra-squad scrimmages alongside the main rotation players. Through several days of training together, Lin Yang developed a semblance of synergy with his teammates, particularly with Tyson Chandler. Many interior players possess an innate talent for capitalizing on scoring opportunities, such as DeAndre Jordan and, notably, Tyson Chandler, whose off-ball movement and timing for cuts are remarkable. A significant number of his baskets can be attributed more to his own positioning than to Lin Yang's assists. Nonetheless, Lin Yang frequently delivered excellent passes, as exemplified in their recent collaboration. After 2 years, Tyson Chandler rediscovered the delightful rhythm reminiscent of playing alongside Chris Paul. Once he found an open spot, he became increasingly confident that the ball would inevitably find its way to him from some angle, a belief that increasingly manifested into reality. Although only a handful of preseason games and scrimmages had transpired, Chandler sensed that his professional career was on the cusp of a renaissance. Beep. The final score read 15-12. The intra-squad scrimmage concluded with Lin Yang and Chandler's gray team triumphing over the white team, which boasted notable players such as Jason Kidd, Jason Terry, Deshaun Stevenson, Dirk Nowitzki, and Brendan Haywood. This scenario had become a recurring theme in the recent days of intra-squad training. Lin Yang's passing is the linchpin of the gray team's triumph. Not only has Chandler soared to new heights with his assistance, but even Sean Marion has rediscovered the exhilarating sensation reminiscent of his days with the Mavericks. In this match, Lin's ball possession rate remains the lowest on the gray team, yet his assist success rate upon receiving the ball is an astonishing 20. Caleb communicated this newly recorded statistic to Rick Carlisle, who looked on in disbelief. Such a figure is indeed alarming. An assist success rate of 20 upon receiving the ball indicates that for every 5 passes Lin makes immediately after receiving the ball, 1 is converted into an assist. Although this is merely an intra-team scrimmage with a relatively low defensive intensity, Lin's statistics are truly remarkable. His observational acuity seems to have reached a terrifying level. Has Lin been intensifying his dribbling practice? A thought crossed Rick Carlisle's mind. Yes, he has indeed been training diligently. According to feedback from the trainers, his commitment to additional practice has been commendable, resulting in significant improvement. His fast break speed has also notably increased, and it is anticipated that with another month of training, he could reach the average standard of the NBA. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Rick Carlisle beamed with satisfaction. His pleasure stemmed not only from Lin's progress in dribbling, but also from Lin's attitude. Those who are willing to invest extra effort in their training are the true gems. In the NBA, while there are many prodigies, few possess the willingness to train rigorously each day to rectify their deficiencies after entering the league. The dedication of many talented individuals often only extends to regular training hours, and very few persist in additional practice. Although Lin is of Chinese descent and only began playing basketball in his senior year of high school, his current preseason averages of 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists are indicative of extraordinary talent, surpassing that of the majority of NBA players. Remarkably, even after achieving some progress, he continues to address his shortcomings, a rare quality. Reflecting on the past, Rick Carlisle had initially underestimated Lin Yang. He had observed Lin engaging in extra practice on several occasions, but at the time, he had little insight into its significance. Back then, he perceived Lin's efforts as mere attempts to win favor and secure opportunities to remain on the team. However, in this league, mere effort is insufficient. Without innate talent, one is destined to languish in lower-tier leagues. Thus, when he witnessed Lin's additional training, he felt no stirrings of inspiration, viewing it as a natural necessity for those lacking talent. After all, isn't additional practice the norm? Of course. Once Lin showcased his innate abilities, Rick Carlisle's perspective on him transformed entirely. All right, today as training concludes here, everyone. You all know that today marks the NBA's opening night, with teams already engaged in regular season games. Tomorrow, we will host our own home opener. I hope everyone rests well tonight to be fully prepared for tomorrow's match. I do not wish to witness a defeat. All right, disband. The routine training before the regular season concluded, and Rick Carlisle seldom imposed restrictions on the players' activities thereafter. However, with the season opener set for tomorrow, a poor start would certainly be undesirable. Although several of the core players are advancing in age and are mindful of their physical well-being, the Mavericks are not merely a team of veterans. There are also a few spirited individuals brimming with energy. It is essential to impose some boundaries, lest they find themselves lacking stamina on the court. Furthermore, Lin, please remain for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Yang approached Rick Carlisle, cradling the ball in his hands. In the new season, I will certainly allocate you some playing time. However, the exact duration will depend on your diligence and performance on the court. As for expectations, I impose no limitations upon you. You exhibit remarkable maturity on the court, fully aware of your responsibilities. I do not wish to confine you. Simply play as you did in the preseason. Very well, Coach Rick. I assure you I will not let you down. Lin Yang replied confidently after hearing this. Now, let's continue with the extra training. Rick Carlisle nodded at Lin Yang's self-assured demeanor, choosing not to elaborate further and allowing him to proceed with his practice. His words aimed merely to instill confidence in Lin Yang, reminding him that effort yields rewards. As long as he persists in his training to address his shortcomings, he will secure consistent playing time during the regular season, which will only increase. Rick Carlisle's intentions were undoubtedly well-meaning. After all, promising talents deserve proper cultivation. Chapter 21. Observing the game, Lin Yang received a guarantee from Rick Carlisle, and it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no excitement. The Mavericks indeed have numerous players who can fluctuate between forward positions, such as Karen Butler and Deshaun Stevenson, and with Lin Yang's inclusion, that amounts to a total of 3 versatile forwards. At first, Lin Yang was uncertain about the amount of playing time he would receive in the new season. However, prior to the commencement of the season, Rick Carlisle took the time to discuss this matter with him. Thus, he could be assured that his playing time would undoubtedly not be minimal. Otherwise, Carlisle would not have deemed it necessary to address the issue personally. Surely, he would receive no less than 20 minutes, at the very least. Stay focused, Lin. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Lin Yang was suddenly reminded by his trainer Eric, who was accompanying him in extra practice, as he noticed that Lin Yang's dribbling rhythm had accelerated. Lin Yang promptly redirected his focus back to his training. After the additional practice session, he treated Eric to a hamburger, then nonchalantly hitchhiked a ride in his car back home. Quite the advantageous arrangement. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed the young black man from across the hall, engrossed in his phone at the entrance of his home. Is he here to mooch off the Wi-Fi again? Lin Yang cast a glance at him and called out, Tiger. The young African-American, named Tiger Griffin, shared a surname with last year's top draft pick, yet their fates diverged. According to his own claims, he was an aspiring singer on the brink of being discovered and signed, but from Lin Yang's perspective, he appeared to be merely a street performer. "Big brother, you're back." Tiger, who was a year younger than Lin Yang, had since acknowledged Lin Yang as his elder brother after discovering that Lin Yang's home had Wi-Fi. Lin Yang did not express much and simply provided him with a Wi-Fi password. "Come in and have fun," Lin Yang called out and made his way to the kitchen. As usual, extracting a full glass of vegetable juice. Upon returning to the living room, he turned on the television. It was only 8:40. The game between the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics should still be underway. During this time, he cast a glance at Tiger, who seemed engrossed in some sort of game, with the sounds of gunfire echoing, likely a shooting game. Given his level of fascination, it was hard for Lin Yang to envision him taking the time to perform on the streets. Tiger's street performances took place not far from their apartment on the pedestrian street. Once when Lin Yang passed by, he happened to see Tiger setting up his stall and stood among the crowd to listen to him sing. Among the general populace, he was quite good. However, when compared to professional singers, he lacked many elements, such as a seasoned sound engineer. The prospect of being discovered and signed seemed rather bleak. Yet, Lin Yang would never share such thoughts with him, nor would he mention having heard Tiger sing. Everyone has their own way of living, and if Tiger found contentment in this, then so be it. Lin Yang is neither willing nor inclined to play the role of a big shot, nor does he wish to hear any motivational tales. Had he not possessed any advantages, he might still be irretrievably lost on the dead-end path of football. In his earlier days, he stubbornly opted for football, impervious to any counsel. The current Tage bears little distinction from the Lin Yang of that time. Lin Yang located the ESPN channel and turned it on. On the screen, Derek Wade executed a mesmerizing sidestep to score 2 points, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. However, judging by the score, 56-63, the Miami Heat found themselves in a challenging position. More content is loading. Please hold on. Nevertheless, with 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Heat still had a chance. Lin Yang harbors a fervent hope for the Miami Heat's triumph. As an ardent fan, his admiration for the illustrious Dwayne Wade is profoundly rooted. The genesis of this affection dates back 4 years, during his freshman year in high school, when he was captivated by Wade's dazzling performance in the finals, where he single-handedly orchestrated a miraculous comeback that etched itself into Lin's memory. For an extended period, he regarded Wade as the preeminent player not only in the current NBA landscape, but also in the annals of its history. However, as Lin's engagement with the NBA deepened over time, he expanded his knowledge of its rich history, coming to recognize the legendary figures such as Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and even the ancient titans like Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. This newfound understanding brought clarity to Wade's place in the historical hierarchy. Yet, this awareness did not diminish Lin's admiration for Wade. In his heart, the Wade of the 2006 finals remains unparalleled, rivaling any player in NBA history. Nevertheless, as Lin watched the game, his furrowed brow deepened, and he muttered under his breath, "What is the Heat doing?" The synergy among the three superstars was conspicuously absent, with their few collaborations appearing merely as attempts to cooperate without any tactical significance. In stark contrast to the cohesive play of the Celtics trio, the Heat's efforts seemed remarkably juvenile. Boom! Another turnover by the Heat, and the Celtics seized the opportunity to execute a fast break, culminating in a thunderous dunk by Perkins, extending the lead to 10 points. At this moment, Heat head coach Erik Spoelstra swiftly called for a timeout. Yet, Lin believed that the repercussions of the Celtics' counterattack could not be mitigated by a mere pause. This blunder could very well determine the outcome of the game. Indeed, everything unfolded as Lin had anticipated. After the timeout, the Heat returned to the court but still failed to devise a strategy for mounting a comeback, remaining firmly suppressed by the Celtics until the final whistle. Ultimately, the Celtics triumphed over the Miami Heat with a score of 96-86, achieving a significant upset. Before the season commenced, the assemblage of the three superstars had led many to proclaim the Heat as a team destined to reshape the NBA's narrative. Yet, it now appeared that this team was not as formidable as initially presumed. How could the Heat have possibly lost? Lin Yang was somewhat taken aback. Although he had long sensed that the outcome of the match had been determined, the moment the final buzzer sounded and he beheld the Celtics leading rather than the Heat, he was indeed astonished. How could a team boasting LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh possibly suffer defeat? This was beyond his expectations. Yet, it seemed this was the essence of the NBA, where unexpected events perpetually unfold. Lin Yang did not bother to peruse the post-match reports or related news. He could easily surmise that a multitude of fans were mocking the trio. It is hardly surprising that these supporters would revel in their misfortune, especially considering the triumphant demeanor the three displayed during the Heat's press conference, exuding an air of certainty about securing the championship. Tiger, it is time for you to return to slumber. After watching the match, Lin Yang issued a gentle dismissal to Tiger, who was engrossed in his phone. Tiger, displaying his commendable obedience, promptly stood up and made his way towards the exit. "Brother, I'm leaving," he called out as he reached the door, pausing to bid farewell to Lin Yang. This was the only moment his gaze strayed from his device. Chapter 22. Zhou Lingen on October 28th. The Dallas Mavericks' 2010 to 2011 season opener commenced at their home arena. The long-dormant American Airlines Center buzzed with excitement once more. Even during the morning's routine practice, journalists from various outlets eagerly flocked to the venue, seeking the interview subjects they had long set their sights on. Among them was Zhou Lingen, a female reporter for Sina, whose focus was naturally on Lin Yang, the Chinese player hailed as a miracle boy across America. The latest issue of Dunk magazine featured an interview with him, and although it contained merely a few pages of dialogue, his rising prominence in the domestic basketball scene couldn't be overstated. Coupled with his dazzling performances in the preseason, he had captured the attention of fans back home, sharing the spotlight with Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming. Today marked Lin Yang's professional debut, and numerous fans in China were keenly watching. Both Sina NBA and C5 provided live coverage of the game. Guided by the arena staff, Zhou Lingen quickly located Lin Yang, who was practicing his shots. Surrounding him were several Mavericks players engaged in interviews, yet no reporters lingered near Lin Yang, rendering him an anomaly. However, he seemed utterly unfazed, concentrating solely on his shooting, as evidenced by the consistent swish of the net, undisturbed by the surrounding cacophony of interviews. "Lin Yang?" Zhou Lingen called out. When he turned, his puzzled expression indicated his surprise at hearing Mandarin. Yet, upon recognizing Zhou Lingen and her accompanying cameraman, his confusion dissipated. "Hello, Lin Yang. My name is Zhou Lingen, and I'm a reporter from Sina. May I take a moment of your time for an interview?" she inquired, a hint of nervousness lacing her words. For American fans, Lin Yang was a sudden phenomenon. Similarly, he was viewed as such in China. No one truly understood his character or temperament. Although she had spoken with Jiang Shan, the editor of Dunk prior to her arrival, who had praised Lin Yang as a remarkably mature young man, Zhou Lingen still felt a flutter of anxiety at the prospect of directly asking him for an interview. Of course, Lin Yang responded readily, which eased Zhou Lingen's tension slightly. She promptly gestured for the cameraman trailing behind her to power on the camera. "How are you finding life in Dallas?" While the cameraman was preoccupied with his equipment, Zhou Lingen engaged in casual conversation with Lin Yang. "Are you doing well?" Lin Yang scratched his right cheek, uncertain of how to respond. He was not particularly fond of the atmosphere abroad. After all, who would relish living under the scrutiny of disapproving gazes? Yet, he was not accustomed to discussing such matters with a woman he had just met, especially a female journalist. Who knew what she might write later? "What else do you wish to say?" Zhou Lingen began, but Lin Yang suddenly moved beside her. With a loud thud, a basketball struck behind her head. Zhou Lingen turned to see Lin Yang grasping the ball. Had he not intervened, it was highly likely that the ball would have knocked her unconscious. Lin Yang followed the trajectory of the ball and beheld Tyson Chandler awkwardly scratching the back of his head, offering him a sheepish smile filled with remorse. It was evident that this fellow was indeed the instigator. "Hey, Tyson, your pass was utterly abysmal." Lin Yang chuckled and playfully scolded before returning the ball. Tyson Chandler caught it and said to Lin, "Please convey my apologies, Lin. More content is loading. Please hold on. I'm fine. It's not your fault." Zhou Lingen, who understood English, immediately replied, "I believe we can lean against the wall." Lin Yang gestured towards the side of the training ground, where a wall provided shelter. "I believe it is feasible." Zhou Lingen nodded in agreement, her nape still tingling with a lingering chill. The cameraman followed them to the new location, carrying his camera, for it was merely a matter of adjusting the focus, a task not at all burdensome. "It seems you have a rather good rapport with Tyson." Zhou Lingen continued to engage in conversation. "Indeed, he is a truly remarkable brother." Lin Yang cast a glance at Tyson Chandler, who seemed to notice his gaze and responded with an exaggerated grimace. "Ha!" Zhou Lingen couldn't help but chuckle, while Lin Yang merely rolled his eyes in exasperation. "All right, Xiao Zhou, we can commence." At that moment, the cameraman signaled Zhou Lingen to begin the interview, and she immediately slipped into her interviewing demeanor. "Greetings, dear viewers. Standing beside me is the remarkable Lin Yang, who delivered a miraculous McGrady moment during the NCAA Finals this past March. Tonight, he will embark on his inaugural regular season game in his professional career. Prior to this, we are privileged to engage him in a brief interview. Hello, Lin Yang. Could you please greet our audience at Cena? Zhou Lingan's tone had taken on a slightly more serious quality than her usual neighborly charm, lending her a more professional air. Lin Yang, adhering to her guidance, greeted her, and Zhou Lingan's next inquiry soon followed. What expectations do you have for your upcoming debut? Well, I hope to perform at my best. Beyond that, I have little else to consider. In truth, Lin Yang's foremost desire is to complete his task, for only upon its fulfillment can he enter a state of heightened performance. More importantly, this is the key to his advancement. Yet such sentiments must remain unspoken in public. Have you set any personal goals? In this match, I aim to score 20 points or even more, or perhaps achieve 10 assists or beyond. I must admit, I had not contemplated these specifics, but I can affirm one thing with certainty. Lin Yang paused mid-sentence, gazing calmly at Zhou Lingan. She, taken aback, inquired, what? Whether it's 20 points or 10 assists, I doubt I can achieve either. Zhou Lingan chuckled absurdly at Lin Yang's words, unsure of how to respond. Her tone softened as she added, you truly have a remarkable understanding of yourself. Indeed, I believe this is of utmost importance, Lin Yang elucidated. Only by understanding what I am capable of and what I am not can I genuinely fulfill my role and ensure my performance remains consistent. Zhou Lingan, upon hearing the conclusion, instinctively nodded. She had to concede that Lin Yang's insights were profoundly accurate, and she could not deny that Jiang Shan was correct. This individual was indeed extraordinary, particularly in terms of his mindset, which starkly contrasted with that of typical young people. There was no hint of arrogance. His demeanor was remarkably reserved. Chapter 23. The home court ceremony prepared be schooled by Dirk's shooting. You foolish Charlotte fans. How is it? Is the night in Dallas not enchanting? Why do you all appear so lackluster? Have you been drained of all energy? Ill-prepared souls. Not even Michael Jordan could save you. Tonight, you shall leave here with your heads bowed. An hour before the game officially commenced, the Bobcats entered the arena through the visiting player tunnel to warm up. The Dallas fans, having arrived early, began their taunts as the warm-up commenced. The arena, still relatively quiet due to the sparse crowd, allowed these jibes to float directly into the ears of the Bobcats players. However, the Bobcats had no rookies this year, in their pursuit of playoff success the previous year. They had sacrificed the 2010 draft picks. This season's Bobcats were composed of seasoned veterans, rendering them impervious to the taunts, which they found almost too faint to be impactful. Particularly, Steven Jackson, if given the chance, would have loved to shout into a megaphone towards the Mavericks fans in the stands. Could you be any louder? Have you not eaten? Larry Brown was on the sidelines, overseeing the warm-up of the Bobcats players. For years prior, a scandal involving personal insults had nearly obliterated the reputation of this veteran coach, who could arguably be considered the most seasoned figure in the NBA today. Under the weight of public scrutiny, he had no choice but to withdraw from the limelight, retreating from the scene. Yet, during his time away from the NBA, thoughts of a comeback constantly occupied his mind. Regrettably, with his reputation in tatters, few were willing to offer him a chance. Fortunately, Michael Jordan provided him with an opportunity, appointing him as the head coach of the Bobcats. This chance enabled Larry Brown to reclaim his standing, and he seized it with fervor. After half a season of research and observation, he dismantled much of the original Bobcats roster, reconstructing it into a team that aligned more closely with his coaching philosophy. With this newly reformed squad, Larry Brown guided Charlotte to a significant milestone, securing a place in the playoffs for the first time in franchise history. This accomplishment solidified his position as head coach. However, the team still faced numerous challenges that season. Michael Jordan, who had recently become the owner of the Bobcats and is often hailed as the greatest player in NBA history, traded away Brown's most trusted player, Raymond Felton, throwing the previously stable backcourt into disarray. Additionally, shooting guard Carroll, who had signed a long-term contract, had become completely immersed in struggles last season, leaving Larry Brown with only Steven Jackson as a reliable option. Faced with the formidable Mavericks, who boasted a plethora of strong guards, Larry Brown found himself vexed. Having spent the previous night ruminating over potential solutions without arriving at any satisfactory answers. Why must Felton be released? To this day, Larry Brown remains perplexed by Jordan's decision and feels a sense of frustration over his inability to fully control the team. After half an hour of warm-ups, the arena lights began to dim sequentially. The players, accustomed to the routine, made their way off the court, aware that the Mavericks home players were about to be introduced. As the lights extinguished completely and spotlights illuminated the entrance tunnel for the home players, the fervent Mavericks fans could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into cheers. "Wow, I am determined to make this place quieter than a morning street," Stephen Jackson grumbled, his irritation palpable, though it did little to dampen the growing roar of the crowd. Lin Yang was introduced early on, yet his entrance failed to evoke any significant fluctuations in the cheers from the audience. It was evident that the applause was merely a result of his association with the Mavericks, rather than any recognition of Lin Yang himself. Despite his anticipation of this outcome, a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. After all, he had delivered some commendable performances during the preseason, and he had hoped that at least a few Mavericks fans who had witnessed those games would cheer for his appearance. Alas, it seemed he had overestimated their enthusiasm. In the eyes of Maverick supporters, he remained merely a rookie in the NBA, devoid of any other distinguishing marks. Let us welcome Jason Terry. The cheers took on a different tone as Jason Terry made his entrance. Clearly, it was only with Terry that the Mavericks fans began to show genuine recognition for their players. The crescendo of applause continued to build until Dirk Nowitzki took the stage, at which point the audience erupted into a deafening roar that would overshadow even the sound of multiple gongs being struck in unison. Such is the magnitude of Dirk Nowitzki's influence within the Mavericks. Regardless of how other teams' fans might deride him or what NBA experts might opine within the Mavericks home arena, he stands as an irreplaceable emblem of the franchise. As the home ceremony concluded, Terry began to adjust his socks. He is arguably the quirkiest player in the entire NBA, adhering to a peculiar ritual of sleeping in the opposing team's shorts the night before each game, believing that this would bring him peace of mind and help his team secure victory. Legend has it that prior to the 2006 finals against the Heat, Terry was unable to find Gary Payton's shorts and had to settle for his own, resulting in the Mavericks' subsequent collapse despite a 2-0 lead. Additionally, he is meticulous about his socks, donning 5 pairs during each game. It is said that the only game in college where he did not wear 5 pairs resulted in a scoreless performance. Since then, Jason Terry has made it a point to wear 5 pairs of socks for every game, even conducting a thorough check before taking the court. Lin Yang did not find Terry's eccentricities particularly strange. Some individuals simply require belief to ensure their optimal performance. Take Michael Jordan, for instance. He wore his North Carolina shorts beneath his team uniform throughout his entire career, never once changing them. Lin Yang merely felt that this belief was somewhat wasteful of socks. Terry should take a page from Karl Malone's book, who was accustomed to not washing his socks for an entire year. When his socks wore out, he would even mend them. However, considering the pungent aroma that must accompany such a practice, Lin Yang suddenly thought it best for Jason Terry to maintain his current belief, as at least it upheld a certain level of hygiene. Lin Yang observed Jason Terry as he fussed with his socks, then cast a glance towards Karen Butler, the newly appointed shooting guard for the Mavericks, who was chewing on a straw. Well, here was yet another man of conviction. However, at this moment, seated on the bench, Lin Yang felt as though he were perched on a bench in a psychiatric ward. He yearned to inquire of his teammates, "What on earth have you all experienced throughout your lives?" Chapter 24. Personal grievances. Tyson Chandler was somewhat different today than usual. It seems that all players share a similar mindset when facing their former teams. "If I don't obliterate you today, you shall never comprehend the extent of your poor judgment." Tyson Chandler undoubtedly shared this mentality. Although the Mavericks traded for Chandler by sending Dampier, the Bobcats subsequently waived the latter, revealing their intent to save money through this transaction. For Chandler, this was indeed a humiliation. Amongst all the players, they chose to trade him, clearly indicating that they deemed him unworthy of substantial value. These individuals seemed to have entirely forgotten who it was that held Howard to a mere 9 points and 9 rebounds during the playoffs. As Tyson Chandler gazed at the familiar faces across the court, he felt no nostalgia, only dissatisfaction, instinctively clenching his fists. Today, he was determined to show these fellows a thing or two. Just then, as he was lost in thought, a firm pat landed on his shoulder, and Lin Yang's voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, he noticed Lin had somehow maneuvered behind him. "Relax, Tyson. You seem a bit too tense." "Hey, Lin, I've been in this league for a decade. How could I possibly be nervous?" Tyson Chandler denied that his current emotions were any different from his usual demeanor. "How should I know? Perhaps it's because last night didn't quite satisfy you." Lin Yang jested. "Haha, I can assure you, I never leave unsatisfied." Upon mentioning this topic, Tyson Chandler broke into a lewd grin, and Lin Yang recognized that he had successfully eased his tension. Just moments ago, Chandler had appeared as though he were preparing for battle, which would not bode well for his performance. Maintaining a calm mindset during the game is of utmost importance. But now, with Chandler relaxed, Lin Yang felt quite adept at his role as a morale booster. Perhaps he should consider pursuing a certification in psychological counseling someday. Beep. As the referee's whistle sounded, the horn signifying the commencement of the game blared. More content loading. Please hold on. The match had officially begun. As the game commenced, Tyson Chandler appeared far less tense than before, stepping onto the court to contest the jump ball against Muhammad. It is indeed poignant to reflect on the previous year, when injuries compelled Chandler to take a mid-season hiatus for recovery. The position he once held was filled by the seasoned 32-year-old Muhammad, who is now vying for the ball with him. Most notably, upon Chandler's return from injury, he was unable to reclaim his former role, while Muhammad grew increasingly entrenched in his position. Consequently, Chandler found himself relegated to a bench role for the remainder of the season, a situation that ultimately paved the way for his subsequent trade from the Bobcats. In this light, one might argue that Muhammad played a significant role in Chandler's departure. With Daniel absent from the Bobcats, Chandler naturally shifted his focus towards Muhammad, engaging him from the very start of the jump ball. It is undeniable that the physically recovered Chandler possessed attributes that far surpassed those of Muhammad. Chandler secured the ball, which then fell into the hands of Jason Kidd, who skillfully dribbled forward while directing his teammates' movements. The Bobcats rookie, DJ Augustine, observed from distance. Augustine, a point guard with commendable ball-handling skills, had initially been groomed to become the team's primary playmaker. However, in his second season, his performance had regressed, with a shooting percentage plummeting to 38.6, leading the Bobcats management to lose some patience with him. Nevertheless, following the summer trade of Felton and with Larry Brown lacking viable options, Augustine gradually solidified his role as the point guard. As Kidd approached, Augustine hesitated, uncertain of how to defend against him. Meanwhile, Larry Brown, from the sidelines, urged him to apply pressure. Don't let Jason Kidd orchestrate the offense so easily. After a moment's indecision, Augustine resolved to advance. But by then, Kidd had already delivered a perfectly timed bounce pass to the cutting Karen Butler. Butler drew the Bobcats' power forward. Diaw out of the paint, and in the very instant that Diaw committed to defense, Butler passed to Nowitzki beneath the basket. Simultaneously, Chandler had maneuvered Muhammad out of the 3-second area, creating a vast opening under the hoop for Dirk to score effortlessly. The Mavericks had successfully executed their first offensive play, culminating in Nowitzki's decisive shot, which elicited immediate cheers from the audience. DJ, do you need a hearing aid to comprehend my instructions? Larry Brown expressed his frustration, having clearly instructed Augustine to apply pressure, only to find that the young guard had ignored his words and hesitated. Although the basket was scored within the paint, the credit for this play's success unequivocally lay in Kidd's adept orchestration and impeccable timing of the pass. Without such precision, the Mavericks would not have executed their offensive sequence so seamlessly. Jason Kidd orchestrated the offense with remarkable composure, placing the blame squarely on the indecisive Augustine. At that moment, Augustine dared not utter a word, bowing his head as he retreated to the backcourt to receive the inbounds pass. As he advanced towards the Mavericks' paint, he heard Larry Brown's directive. In a moment, pass the ball to Steven. Let him find his rhythm first. The Bobcats had few scoring options this season. Although Gerald Wallace was the team's star, the bulk of the offensive responsibilities fell to Steven Jackson, who was not particularly efficient as a scorer. Therefore, it was imperative for Larry Brown to assist him in quickly finding his scoring touch at the game's onset, which was crucial for the Bobcats' subsequent offensive efforts. This time, Augustine executed flawlessly, delivering the ball securely to Steven Jackson. Upon receiving the pass, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. 3 years prior, this player had teamed up with Baron Davis on the Warriors to shatter the Mavericks' hopes of returning to the finals, inflicting upon them a humiliation more disgraceful than their 2006 finals collapse, which saw them lose after leading 2-0. Ever since, any former Warriors players who graced this arena faced a torrent of disdain from the crowd. However, the cacophony of jeers did not fluster the confident Jackson. Instead, he responded with a self-assured smile. The 2007 playoffs had transformed the fates of many, rendering this arena a bastion of his unwavering confidence. Chapter 25. Unwanted encounters. Faced with the all-star Karen Butler, Steven Jackson exhibited no signs of trepidation. After receiving the ball, he dribbled twice before launching a jump shot. Swish. The ball found its mark. The jump shot was Jackson's preferred method of scoring, and while it often resulted in lower efficiency, its execution, when successful, exuded sheer elegance. As the ball swished through the net, Jackson cast a triumphant glance towards the sidelines, relishing the moment as the boos dissipated instantaneously. He felt an urge to taunt the audience further to provoke another round of jeers. Yet, mindful of potential fines, he quickly quelled that impulse. Since the league had implemented a series of stringent policies aimed at fostering positive player images, many elements of NBA culture had begun to fade, including the tradition of antagonizing opposing fans to heighten the game's atmosphere. "Karen, I hope you can apply some pressure on that guy," he asked, playing as if he just come for breakfast. Now, it was Rick Carlisle's turn to shout in frustration from the sidelines. It was no wonder he was displeased. Not only did Jackson's jump shot find a basket, but it was also the first score of the game. Such a lack of defensive pressure seemed to suggest an intention to rekindle memories of 3 years ago for Stephen Jackson. Caron Butler is not one to be easily bullied. In the subsequent offensive play, he responded to the adversity with determination, receiving a pass from Jason Kidd. He hesitated not for a moment before releasing a shot that swished through the net. Caron Butler also managed to sink a shot right in the face of Stephen Jackson. Rick Carlisle furrowed his brow slightly. Although Butler's shot found its mark, such a play speaks to individual prowess, and had it missed, it would have been deemed a reckless attempt. Moreover, this was not a critical moment in the game, more than individual brilliance. Coaches prefer their players to secure points through strategic teamwork, seeking out appropriate offensive opportunities, much like Lin Yang does. Richarlisle inexplicably returned Lin Yang, whose performances during the preseason in the 2 and 3 positions exemplified the type of versatile guard that Carlisle admires, balanced yet capable of explosive scoring. If not for his glaring weaknesses, Carlisle glanced over at Lin Yang, who was intently focused on the game, his concentration as intense as if he were watching a Grand American film. Lin Yang remained oblivious to Rick Carlisle, casting a glance in his direction, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by the ongoing game. He scrutinized the performance of the Bobcats guards, positions 1 through 3, contrasting it with the information he had gathered from reviewing game footage. The recordings merely provided reflections from that day. No one could ascertain whether these reflections represented a norm. Even after watching 4 or 5 games, a meticulous comparison was necessary. From the current scenario on the court, DJ Augustine appeared to be less formidable than Lin Yang had anticipated. This third-year rookie, aside from his commendable ball-handling skills, lacked any significant capability. In Lin Yang's eyes, Augustine's offensive choices were lamentably poor. Should Carlisle decide to deploy him in the point guard position, Lin Yang held over an 80% confidence that Augustine's performance could deteriorate even further. If assigned to the shooting guard position, Lin Yang sensed he might face a more challenging encounter. However, the shortcomings of Stephen Jackson were glaringly evident. His movement was sluggish, and his shooting was predominantly reliant on jump shots. He was prone to turnovers during drives and lacked confidence in his ability to penetrate defenses. Lin Yang believed that if he could capitalize on these 2 weaknesses, he could effectively contain Jackson. Yet, given Jackson's current form, which included 2 successful plays against Caron Butler, achieving complete containment was an unrealistic expectation. Nevertheless, even if he could not entirely stifle Stephen Jackson, Lin Yang possessed scoring methods that could pose a nuisance for him. His speed surpassed that of Jackson, and if he maintained aggressive drives against him, it would certainly yield favorable results. Ultimately, Lin Yang did not fear Stephen Jackson. Rather, he dreaded the prospect of facing the versatile Gerald Wallace at the small forward position. Frankly speaking, Lin Yang felt incapable of resisting the impact of this multi-talented player. Wallace's strength and confrontational prowess far exceeded his own, essentially employing a power forward-esque physicality to dominate the small forward position. Lin Yang found it challenging to defend against a physically imposing small forward, and facing a power forward-esque strength would render his efforts futile. Thus, if Carlisle were to assign him to defend Gerald Wallace today, Lin Yang feared his debut performance would conclude dismally. "Please, do not place me in the small forward position." In the depths of his heart, Lin Yang offered a silent prayer as the Dallas Mavericks, under the leadership of Dirk Nowitzki, gradually extended their lead to 23-15. With approximately 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Mavericks held an 8-point advantage. "Why aren't you passing the ball, DJ? Do not forget you're the point guard. Or do you fancy yourself as Allen Iverson?" Frustration welled up as Larry Brown directed his ire at Augustine, convinced that it was Augustine's poor offensive decision in the previous play that had led the Bobcats to their current predicament. Augustine, overwhelmed by the criticism, faltered in his dribbling. Jason Kidd, wise with age, recognized the opportunity and intensified his defensive pressure on Augustine. "Pass the ball." Under Kidd's tight defense and the incessant chiding from Larry Brown on the sidelines, Augustine lost focus, allowing Kidd to snatch the ball away. The Mavericks launched a fast break, widening the gap to 10 points. Sean, you're up. Seeing Augustine's disarray, Larry Brown abandoned all hope and substituted him for Sean Livingston. The newly introduced Livingston, a prodigious talent once heralded as the next Magic Johnson, had seen his promising career dimmed by a catastrophic leg injury. The Bobcats marked the 5th team he had joined since his rebirth from that injury, with no team willing to make him their cornerstone or future. Yet for Livingston, everything was a blessing, as he was grateful just to be back on the court. With an impassive expression, Livingston took to the floor. Despite the Bobcats trailing by 10 points, it seemed inconsequential to him. Confronted by Jason Kidd, Livingston opted not to attack directly, but instead utilized a teammate's screen to position himself in the low post, intentionally slowing his pace to allow Kidd to keep up. Facing Kidd again, Livingston chose not to evade, but rather leaned into him, executing a couple of strong moves before turning and leaping to score. His immediate success pleased Larry Brown immensely. Not resting on his laurels, Livingston continued to dominate, executing 2 more strong plays against Kidd in the low post, all of which found their mark. This low-post isolation remained Livingston's signature move, allowing him to maintain his foothold in the league. With Livingston's resurgence, the deficit shrank to 6 points. Carlisle, observing that Kidd was indeed unable to contain Livingston, turned his gaze back to the focused figure on the bench. Get in there and lock that guy down. Chapter 26. The last hope of the Huaxia fans, Livingston scored again. He was truly on fire today, as the score gap dwindled to a mere 6 points. Coach Carlisle was certain to make substitutions. Should he bring Lin Yang on the court? Let us not forget the wager regarding tomorrow's breakfast: soy milk and fried dough sticks. The live commentary from Cena NBA was in full swing during the Maverick season opener against the Bobcats, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Sean Livingston was effortlessly scoring against Jason Kidd. Yang Jian, seated among the guests, recalled something and turned to remind commentator Wang Meng, just as the camera panned to Carlisle, signaling to the bench. Lin Yang stood up. "Excellent," Yang Jian exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically, and added, "Meng, do not forget about tomorrow's breakfast." "Huh, this is quite the game," Wang Meng chuckled awkwardly. It wasn't the breakfast itself that embarrassed him. After all, the total cost of soy milk and fried dough sticks barely exceeded 10 yuan. This wager was merely a playful jest. His embarrassment stemmed from his earlier assertion that, despite Lin Yang's potential appearance in the first game, he would not enter the fray so early. The Mavericks had a wealth of talent in the shooting guard and small forward positions, rendering Lin Yang's inclusion seemingly unnecessary. Yet there he was, just 8 minutes into the match, being summoned by Carlisle. A clear instance of having one's words thrown back. Previously, I had come across reports about Lin Yang. During the Mavericks preseason game against the Jazz, he had even been placed in the point guard position, where he performed admirably on defense against the Jazz star, Darren Williams. This had led me to believe that Lin Yang might indeed see action in the first quarter. It turns out he is quite versatile, capable of playing positions 1 through 3. "No wonder you were so confident today," Wang Meng retorted, a hint of jealousy in his tone. "What on earth are these commentators discussing? Lin Yang has taken the court, and they are still rambling about breakfast? This is absurd. Finally, he has entered the game. I have been silently hoping for this moment since the match began." "Me too. I was originally watching on C5, but that foolish Yu Jia kept disparaging Yi Jianlian, and it ruined my mood. What does he have to do with the Mavericks game?" The live chat on Cena's streaming platform surged with excitement, as fans from Huaxia could no longer contain their exhilaration. They were eager to find something to do to curb the impulse to rush outside and shout that yet another Huaxia player had made it to the NBA. It is no wonder they are so elated. Yesterday, during the Rocket season opener, Yao Ming played for only 15 minutes, scoring 8 points and grabbing 3 rebounds before taking a break. Coach Adelman stated post-game that this was due to the medical team's restrictions on Yao's playing time. However, anyone who watched the game could discern that Yao's style is at odds with the Rockets' fast-paced approach. His speed simply cannot be elevated. Judging by this first match, it appears that Yao has a long journey ahead to reclaim his peak form. Meanwhile, the Wizards, featuring Yi Jianlian, also played today, much earlier than the Mavericks. The game has concluded, and he did not see a single minute of playtime, remaining on the bench until the end. Being sidelined for the season's inaugural match can only suggest that Yi's prospects in the new season may be even bleaker than the direst predictions from the Chinese media. The two proud representatives of Chinese basketball faced such disarray in their season debut, casting a thick veil of uncertainty over their futures. This situation further complicates the path for upcoming Chinese players aspiring to break into the NBA, as the two strongest figures from China are struggling in the league. What can be expected from other Chinese basketball players? Amid this challenging period for Chinese basketball, a miraculous newcomer, Lin Yang, who gained fame with his McGrady moment in the NCAA Finals, has emerged as the last hope for fans. According to Dunk Report, Lin is a genuine Chinese national, having completed his studies in China until the 12th grade, just like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, all products of 9 years of compulsory education. This background further endears him to fans, who have spontaneously placed their hopes for Chinese representation in the NBA upon his shoulders. Given Lin's relatively low profile and his sudden rise from the NCAA Finals to the NBA, fans are not imposing harsh expectations on him. They merely hope he can secure some playing time in his first game. After all, Yi Jianlian did not see a single minute of action in his debut. Yet, most fans were taken by surprise when Lin not only played in his first game, but was also substituted in with approximately 4 minutes left in the first quarter. It seems that Coach Carlisle holds Lin in high regard. Indeed, Lin, establish your footing first, and then ascend step by step. I do not demand extraordinary performance from you in your forthcoming minutes. I simply hope you can enjoy a bit more time on the court. There are advantages to humble beginnings. In contrast to the high expectations placed upon Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, particularly when he first entered the NBA, the Chinese fans exhibited an unexpectedly gentle attitude towards Lin Yang. While they criticized Yi for merely achieving 12 points and 8 rebounds, deeming it a disgrace to the nation, they only hope for Lin Yang to play for a longer duration, without demanding extraordinary performances from him. Merely a lack of mistake suffices. This perspective starkly contrasts with the harsh criticism Yi faced, resembling the difference between a nurturing mother and a stepmother. Perhaps this illustrates the notion that greater expectations lead to deeper disappointments. Ding! The task for this match has been issued. Achieve 3 assists. Upon completion, the mode of heightened performance shall be activated. Lin Yang was unaware that across the Pacific, numerous Chinese fans were exhilarated by his presence. He adjusted his attire and exchanged a high five with the approaching Jason Kidd. However, the audience in the Maverick stands did not erupt in cheers. Instead, a faint murmur of discontent arose. Though subtle, Lin Yang heard it distinctly. Surely, they could not be booing me. Lin Yang believes that the fans are likely booing Carlisle, questioning his decisions. Even Jason Kidd could not contain that Sean Livingston. What could possibly be accomplished by sending a rookie onto the court? Lin Yang was certain that such thoughts crossed their minds when they emitted their derisive sounds. The rationale was rather simple. The self-proclaimed elite citizens of Dallas had no time to mock a novice, as it would diminish their own stature. Keep it up, rookie, Kidd encouraged, sharing a high five. To which Lin Yang responded with a cheerful nod. It is, after all, my first professional game, so I will certainly give it my all. Chapter 27. Guarding against Livingston. Sean, ensure that this rookie from Huaxia is thoroughly defeated, and I can guarantee that your playing time will undoubtedly increase. As Lin Yang took to the court, Larry Brown shouted a remark towards Livingston, devoid of jest. The latter's performance upon entering the game was nothing short of impressive. In stark contrast to Augustine's dismal display, Brown was genuinely inclined to afford Livingston more playing time in the forthcoming season, despite the latter's previous injuries. Who truly cares? His performance surpassed Augustine's, warranting additional opportunities on the court. Livingston, whose expression had remained largely unchanged, could not help but glance at Larry Brown, profoundly moved by his words. The Bobcats were the 5th team he had joined since his injury, marking the 6th year since that fateful event. No player desires to wander aimlessly, and Livingston was no exception. Having transitioned through 5 teams in 6 years, he yearned for stable playing time and a defined role within a team more than anyone else. Brown's encouraging words served as the finest fuel for his spirit. He felt invigorated, and when dribbling against Lin Yang, his demeanor exuded a newfound aggression. Lin Yang opted to take a slight step back, knowing that Livingston was still beyond the 3-point arc statistics revealed that throughout his lengthy career. Livingston had maintained a 3-point shooting percentage of 0 across multiple seasons, indicating he was not a threat from that range. Thus, Lin Yang chose to afford him a bit of space. As anticipated, Livingston hesitated to shoot. Instead, he dribbled and abruptly changed direction, driving towards Lin Yang's right side, seemingly intent on overpowering him with sheer speed. However, with the distance he had given, Lin Yang had ample time to react, positioning himself effectively to intercept Livingston's path and using his strength to halt his advance. Indeed, Livingston's power was somewhat lacking. After minimal resistance, he stumbled to a stop, barely managing to control the ball. Once he steadied himself, he lofted a pass to Muhammad in the paint. Muhammad, a quintessential blue-collar player, received the ball unexpectedly while completely stationary, utterly unsure of his next move. In his moment of hesitation, Tyson Chandler swiftly knocked the ball away, allowing Dirk to seize it, prompting a wave of cheers from the crowd celebrating Dirk Nowitzki's possession. Dirk, not one to be greedy, quickly delivered a high pass to a sprinting Marion. As Marion dribbled, Gerald Wallace hastily returned to defend, closing in on him. Marion's dribbling skills were limited to fast breaks, and expecting him to execute intricate moves in such situations was asking too much. Just as Wallace was about to corner him, Marion heard a call for the ball that sounded like a lifeline. He quickly turned towards the source, which was Lin Yang. This young man exuded composure and was capable of making the pass. Marion's instinctive thought of Lin Yang urged him to deliver the ball. Simultaneously, Wallace released his pressure on Marion and turned to confront Lin Yang. The distance was not great. Be careful, Marion cautioned. Run, Lin Yang replied to him. As they were about to enter the restricted area, Marion, fearing that he might obstruct Lin Yang's path, came to a halt. However, with one foot already stepping onto the free throw line, Lin Yang called back without looking. Marion hurried to catch up, and, at that moment, the ball slipped from Lin Yang's grasp, bouncing up just in time for Marion, who had resumed running, to catch it. Swish! The ball hit the backboard and went through the net, scoring 2 points. The deficit was narrowed to 8 points. Lin Yang's pass was rather intriguing. Indeed, a fast break that seemed destined for failure was unexpectedly revived by him. More content loading. Please hold on. Wang Meng and Yang Jian were quite surprised by Lin Yang's reaction during the fast break. This fellow possessed a rare intuition for a Huaxia guard. Nice. Marion specifically waited for Lin Yang to return on defense, and he gave him a high five. During the fast break, his route had been disrupted by Gerald Wallace, causing him to lean towards Lin Yang's side, allowing Wallace to keep pace with Lin Yang after the pass. The moment Lin Yang received the ball, he was closely guarded. Even if he had missed the layup, the fault would lie with Marion. Yet, Lin Yang remained remarkably composed, guiding Wallace into the paint and granting Marion another opportunity for an open shot, thus ensuring the fast break was successfully executed. One could say he single-handedly salvaged the fast break, or that Lin Yang had skillfully fed the crumbled pastry directly to Marion's mouth. Sean, you nearly ruined this offensive play. Get your act together, buddy. Are you looking to practice more? Carlisle shouted a reprimand at Marion as he returned on defense, then instantly switched to a smile directed at Lin Yang, saying, Lin, fantastic work. Keep up this performance. Continue to shut that guy down. Marion, the coach's expressions. Like the weather in June. Damn it, Sean, what were you thinking with that last pass? Did you really believe Muhammad was in a good position? Larry Brown also wore a displeased expression. He was very dissatisfied with Livingston's recent pass. Although Muhammad's failure to catch the ball was the main issue, Livingston's decision to pass, knowing that Muhammad was of little use in that position, was equally culpable. I hope you can perform like you just did, Larry Brown concluded, essentially issuing a tactical command to Livingston to play in the low post as he had done moments ago. Livingston complied, moving to the low post, and Lin Yang followed suit. This time, Livingston was much more cautious, backing against Lin Yang and refraining from the decisive attack he had previously executed. Perhaps you could throw out a few trash-talking remarks to boost your own morale? Lin Yang observed Livingston pressing against him without making any offensive moves. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a sarcastic remark. It was a customary ritual. In every preseason match, opponents would adopt a senior's demeanor to mock him, despite the inevitable swift retaliation he would deliver. Lin Yang had assumed that this tradition was upheld by every seasoned player in the NBA. However, Livingston, to this day, had not uttered a single trash talk, nor even cast a provocative glance at him. It was evident that he was eager to perform well. Such a compliant demeanor left Lin Yang feeling somewhat disconcerted. Yet his taunts elicited no response from Livingston, who continued to press against him, slowly maneuvering inward. Unfortunately, his strength proved inadequate to displace Lin Yang. Left with no choice, Livingston altered his rhythm, executing a half-turn while dribbling, hoping to leverage his footwork to create an opening into the paint. Yet Lin Yang's strides were unhurried, showing no sign of yielding an inch of space. With the 24-second shot clock nearing its end, Livingston, unable to find an opening, was compelled to take a contested shot, which Lin Yang leaped to disrupt. Bang! The ball ricocheted away. Missed. Chapter 28. Trust and Truth. Livingston harbored no desire to engage Lin Yang in a low-post battle. Standing at a mere 2.01 meters, he was slightly shorter than Lin Yang, lacking an advantage in strength, and even his speed, which he relied upon, faltered in Lin Yang's presence. It was precisely due to these disadvantages that Livingston refrained from initiating a low-post play. However, with Larry Brown's directive echoing in his mind, he felt compelled to comply. For a player, defying the orders of a head coach, particularly one as resolute as Larry Brown, equated to seeking a place on the bench. Livingston had no intention of warming the sidelines. Thus, he chose to execute the play as instructed by Brown. Despite the miss, Larry Brown refrained from any admonishment, indicating that Livingston's approach to the shot met with the coach's approval. Excellent defense. Lin Yang maintained his position impeccably. Yu Jia from Channel C5 finally shifted his focus from the unrelated Yi Jianlian to Lin Yang. From this exchange of offense and defense, it became evident that Lin Yang possessed a remarkable adaptability to the NBA level of competition. Should this be his norm, I sense he is poised to outperform Yi Jianlian in the NBA. Indeed, the habitual critic of Yi Jianlian was not one to let slip any opportunity to take a jab at him. Smack! Tyson Chandler secured the rebound, handing the ball to Lin Yang at the point guard position. As Lin Yang advanced to the front court, in an effort to evade Livingston's tight defense, which could compromise his ball control, he passed the ball to Karen Butler while crossing the midcourt line. Larry Brown observed Lin Yang's pass, tilting his head slightly, perceiving it as an act of evasion. Was it a deficiency in dribbling skills? Or perhaps a lack of one-on-one capability? Larry Brown had not reviewed Lin Yang's profile prior to the game. The coaching staff of the Bobcats, like their counterparts across the NBA, had not prioritized the scouting of rookies, save for those few prodigies who entered the league as core players. For the majority of newcomers, the most they received were a few cursory scouting reports, which sufficed as their due diligence. The lack of attention stemmed from a simple rationale. Generally, a head coach could discern a player's strengths and weaknesses after observing just a few possessions. For instance, Lin Yang had successfully captured Larry Brown's attention through his previous exchanges of offense and defense. Under the veteran coach's meticulous scrutiny, he swiftly identified a potential weakness. This young talent from China seemed to lack notable one-on-one skills, if he possessed any at all. The next possession could certainly exploit this potential vulnerability. Bang! Karen Butler's shot missed, yet the Mavericks maintained a slender lead of just 8 points. In the subsequent possession, Livingston once again opted for a low-post isolation, not because he had gained newfound confidence following his initial attempt against Lin Yang, but rather due to Larry Brown's silence, which rendered him hesitant to alter his approach. However, this time, he succeeded. The ball ricocheted off the rim several times before finally settling into the net. The shot was perilously close, yet a basket is a basket. Livingston was acutely aware of his fortuitous success, and, as he retreated on defense, he discreetly clenched his fist, feeling a significant portion of his pressure dissipate with that fortunate score. Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged. He did not lose his position on that play. Livingston's successful shot was a testament to his skill, and Lin Yang would not question his defensive capabilities because of it. The point difference had once again narrowed to 6. More content is loading, please wait. With 5 seconds remaining in the first quarter and the final possession at hand, the Mavericks held the ball. At that moment, Larry Brown called for a timeout, seemingly intending to devise a strategy. Rick Carlisle sensed something amiss and substituted Lin Yang out, bringing in Beria for the point guard position. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Larry Brown glared at Lin Yang, his face flushed with anger. He had specifically crafted a tactic to test Lin Yang's one-on-one ability, yet Carlisle's decision to replace Lin Yang rendered that strategy futile. No, wait. This only confirms that the player from Huaxiao indeed has deficiencies in offensive skills. Although Carlisle had substituted Lin Yang, the preceding moments of the game indicated that Lin Yang had not erred, suggesting that this was a tactical switch. This implies that, at least in Carlisle's mind, Lin Yang's offensive prowess was not on par with Beria's. While commentators on Cena Sports speculated wildly, the Mavericks executed their final possession. Beria made a penetrating pass, leading to a buzzer-beater dunk by Tyson Chandler, restoring the point difference to 8. Rick, we noticed you placed the NCAA Miracle Boy on the court early. You seem to trust him greatly? That's only natural. His performance today clearly warrants such trust, doesn't it? Yet you opted to bench Lin for the last possession, which suggests a lack of confidence in him. That was merely a tactical arrangement. My trust in Lin cannot be dismissed by a single strategic decision. During the brief intermission, ESPN's sideline reporter conducted 2 customary inquiries with Rick Carlisle, both concerning Lin Yang. This was hardly surprising. As Livingston narrowed the score, It was Lin Yang's entry that quelled what could have been a momentum shift for the Bobcats. In the interview, Carlisle's responses reflected a strong confidence in Lin Yang. Indeed, Lin's substitution was merely tactical, and he is likely to return for the second quarter. C5's Yu Jia translated Carlisle's interview during the break, which delighted Huaxia fans watching the game. The prospect of Lin Yang continuing to play was the best news for them. "Lin, you'll continue in the second quarter." "Great." Rick Carlisle swiftly manifested Yu Jia's predictions by introducing Lin Yang at the commencement of the second quarter. Upon his return, Lin Yang failed to elicit any reaction from the Mavericks audience, remaining as silent as during his initial appearance. There was no discernible emotional response, not even the customary jeers. Based on Lin Yang's performance in the first quarter, he appeared to have committed no egregious errors, embodying the essence of a competent role player. Given that Carlisle's strategy was seemingly unflawed, the spectators had no reason to express discontent. Chapter 29. Mission accomplished. The Bobcats also deployed their substitute rotation. Entering the game at the shooting guard position was Gerald Henderson. As a product of Duke University, he epitomized the common traits shared by many of his collegiate peers: lackluster offensive prowess, coupled with formidable defensive skills and a keen intellect. This marked Henderson's second season in the league, and akin to most rookies nurtured under Larry Brown, he had seen limited playing time during his inaugural year, averaging merely 8.3 minutes. However, having endured his rookie season, Henderson sensed that his fortunes were beginning to shift. At the very least, he had never taken the court this early in the game last season. "I have but one request. Closely monitor that Huaxia player and, if possible, impart some lessons upon him. The scrutiny of a seasoned coach carries significant consequences, whether one is a player under his tutelage or an opponent standing in his way." As Lin Yang made his entrance, he abruptly halted the remarkable scoring streak of Livingston, thereby interrupting the momentum that the Bobcats were poised to seize. Larry Brown had long harbored a desire to show Lin Yang, the rookie, a glimpse of reality. Unfortunately, Livingston failed to rise to the occasion, lacking the requisite prowess. Nevertheless, Larry Brown was confident that Gerald Henderson would not disappoint him. This second-year player, who had flourished under Brown's rigorous guidance, was certain to meet his expectations. "Hello, rookie." Henderson greeted Lin Yang with a cheerful smile. "Hello, veteran." Lin Yang responded with a smile, finally engaging in some playful banter. The Bobcats regained possession, and Augustine appeared considerably more composed on the court, no longer rushing to attack or seek a pass, but patiently awaiting his teammates' movements. "Your days ahead may be quite challenging. As you have caught the old man's attention," Henderson seized the opportunity to continue the exchange of jests with Lin Yang. "I shall endeavor to make my view more pleasant." Lin Yang retorted, "That might prove to be quite difficult." After Henderson's remark, he suddenly began to reposition himself. Lin Yang refrained from retaliating verbally and instead focused his attention on defending against Henderson. The fact that he was moving implied that the Bobcat strategy, this time, likely revolved around him. Larry Brown, a coach well-versed in defensive tactics, historically lacked innovation on the offensive end. During his tenure with the 76ers, he entrusted all offensive responsibilities to Allen Iverson, and with the Pistons devoid of a superstar, he relied on rigid tactical plays to achieve results. In essence, across all periods, Larry Brown's offensive arrangements rarely dazzled. This Bobcats team bears a striking resemblance to the Pistons of yore, even though their players may not possess the same level of talent as the famed Five Pistons. Their more grounded approach manifests primarily through structured offensive movements. Given Henderson's sudden sprint, the likelihood of the ball being passed to him for a catch has significantly increased, though one cannot dismiss the possibility of him executing a move to screen for a teammate to create an opening. Lin Yang swiftly caught up, forcing Henderson beyond the three-point line, and maintained a respectful distance, simply observing him. Henderson, too, was not particularly adept at shooting from beyond the arc. As long as he was pressured to the vicinity of the three-point line, even if he received the ball, he posed no real threat. The lack of three-point shooting ability from the Bobcats was evident. It was not merely Coach Popovich's aversion to the three-pointer, but rather a mindset absent from the minds of coaches emerging since the 1990s. The only distinction lay in Popovich's verbal rejection contrasted with his honest heart, while Larry Brown, being blunt and forthright, found himself departing the league prematurely. The ball indeed found its way into Henderson's hands. He hesitated, contemplating a change in his shooting technique. But time was running out, compelling him to take the shot. Lin Yang leapt swiftly, successfully disrupting the attempt. With a resounding clang, the ball failed to find the net. Larry Brown's face turned an ashen hue, as he had explicitly instructed Henderson to guard against Lin Yang. Yet it was the latter who had successfully defended against him instead. Was he aiming for a spot on the blacklist once more? Haywood secured the rebound, while Barria leisurely brought the ball up the court. Once the Mavericks players had settled into position, he instinctively glanced towards Lin Yang. Barria was uncertain when this habit had formed, but a voice in his mind persistently urged him to first observe Lin Yang, to see how he moved before proceeding. Lin Yang initially intended to create space for Barria to take a solo shot. However, when Barria unexpectedly glanced at him, Lin assumed he was reluctant to shoot, and thus stepped slightly outward, reaching out for the ball. "Come on, rookie, let me show you." Henderson, noticing Lin's eagerness for the ball, mistakenly thought that Lin intended to take him on one-on-one and began enthusiastically trash-talking. Suddenly, the sharp sound of the basketball slicing through the air caught his attention. The ball soared past his right side and directly into the paint. With a resounding thud, the rim reverberated as Hayward released his grip from the basket, turning back with a grin to point at Lin, clearly pleased with the assist. How on earth did he see that? Henderson marveled, gazing at Lin, who was calmly retreating on defense, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hey, veteran, what were you just saying? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it for me, please?" He muttered under his breath, feeling a surge of irritation. "Tyson, did you see that? With Lin's help, I can also pull off such a dunk." Hayward called out proudly as he passed Chandler. "But you almost missed it. I saw everything. Lin and I are the most in-sync duo." Tyson Chandler shot back, leaving Hayward feeling a bit embarrassed, as he indeed had nearly fumbled Lin's sudden pass, not even realizing he was wide open. "Gerald, if your defense were as vigorous as your trash talk, we'd be golden." Henderson felt the weight of Larry Brown's words and lowered his head, grumbling. Facing Lin again, he dared not engage in further banter. Before the Bobcats' next offensive play, he chose silence, repositioning to create space for Augustine, who took advantage of the opening to score with a jump shot over Barria. After being substituted midway through the first quarter, Augustine had remained on the bench until the end of the quarter. It seemed that the time spent on the sidelines had yielded positive results, as Augustine played with significantly more composure in the second quarter. Larry Brown nodded slightly in approval. He had no objections to Augustine's isolation play, recognizing Barria's height as a natural disadvantage in defense. Indeed, taking him on one-on-one was a commendable offensive strategy. "Well done, Augustine," he praised internally, but a moment later, he found himself grumbling. Can this little rascal even keep up? On the court, Barria successfully maneuvered for a backdoor cut, receiving Lin's pass to complete an open layup, leaving Augustine completely outwitted by the duo's coordinated movements. Ding, task completed. Ding, hot streak mode activated, lasting for 3 minutes. Has it really activated again so swiftly? As Lin Yang listened to the system's prompt, he instinctively murmured to himself, just in time. Since the beginning of the game, he had yet to take a single shot, focusing primarily on passing. Lin Yang had already formulated a plan in his mind to seize the opportunity for a shot in next round, confident that it would catch his opponents off guard. The activation of his heightened shooting instinct at this moment undoubtedly bolstered his confidence for this upcoming attempt. The Bobcats quickly launched a counterattack, with Augustine scoring through a solo effort. The young man was relentlessly testing Larry Brown's limits of patience. However, even after securing those 2 points, the situation for the Bobcats remained less than optimistic, as Lin Yang's organizational prowess on the offensive front for the Mavericks was simply exceptional. Under his deft orchestration, the Mavericks executed their subsequent offensive plays with remarkable fluidity. "Hey, rookie, is passing all you can do? Didn't your college coach ever teach you how to shoot?" Henderson couldn't resist continuing his provocations, attempting to ignite Lin Yang's competitive spirit and disrupt his calm command over the Mavericks' offense. "Then I 1T pass." Lin Yang responded succinctly. "Catch and shoot from beyond the arc." In the very next moment, he leaped into the air, and the ball soared directly towards the hoop. Swish! It went in. "I thought my coach would surely be pleased." Lin Yang smiled as he remarked on his clean and decisive shot. Henderson quipped, "You actually made that shot, huh? I never realized you were so obedient. But did I instruct you to score?" Henderson felt himself on the brink of madness. This rookie was proving to be quite a handful. He almost retorted, "Why don't you just refrain from shooting next time?" What a stunning display. The sudden three-pointer came without any warning, leaving Henderson, a defensive stalwart in the league, momentarily stunned. The shot was executed with such finesse that, to be honest, Lin Yang's performance in his debut had exceeded all my expectations thus far. Wang Meng, too, was taken aback by Lin Yang's unexpected three-pointer. He instinctively wanted to exclaim, "Incredible," but quickly realized he had already uttered that phrase too many times today. The compliment morphed into "that was beautiful." Lin Yang truly exuded confidence. Which domestic player would dare to shoot so casually? Even in the CBA, it was usually the foreign players who would take such audacious shots. Domestic players often lacked the same boldness. I believe it would be a splendid opportunity for Chinese players to gain experience in the NCAA. Even if they cannot reach the NBA, they would at least be immersed in the atmosphere of a basketball powerhouse, which could greatly aid their professional careers. I am not certain about other aspects, but it must be far more professional than the training in domestic sports schools, where countless talented basketball players have been stifled by inadequate early training. The live comment section on Cena NBA was abuzz with praise for Lin Yang's sudden three-pointer. But the conversation took a peculiar turn. This kid is about to start heating up again. Rick Carlisle observed Lin Yang's unexpected three-pointer, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He had witnessed this scene several times during the preseason. Lin Yang always seemed to deliver a morale-boosting shot at critical moments. The rhythm of the Maverick second unit often took off entirely after one of Lin Yang's shots. Rick Carlisle cast a glance at Larry Brown, hoping he would refrain from calling a timeout, allowing Lin to continue his scoring spree. Based on Lin Yang's erratic performances in the preseason, his hot streaks rarely consisted of just one shot. They often came in rapid succession. So, please do not call a timeout. Alas, Rick Carlisle's silent wish did not come to fruition, as Larry Brown called a timeout just as Augustine was advancing the ball up the court. The Bobcats were already trailing by 13 points. Should the next shot by the Bobcats fail to find its mark, they are likely to be relegated to garbage time. After careful deliberation, Larry Brown opted to call a timeout. This decision elicited a sigh from Rick Carlisle, who realized that following the break, he would need to field his entire roster to continue scoring. Regrettably, he had no choice but to place the exceptionally performing Lin Yang on the bench for the time being. Lin Yang felt a tinge of regret. The rhythm he had found in the game seemed squandered. However, that recent three-pointer was indeed a blow to the opponent, justifying Larry Brown's request for a timeout. Lin, your water. Lin Yang approached the bench and had barely settled into his seat when Wannick handed him a bottle of Gatorade. For someone like him, who was merely a water boy, this was perhaps the only means to assert his presence. Nevertheless, as a newcomer, it was his first time receiving Gatorade from them, a rather peculiar sensation. Yet, it undeniably signified one thing. During his brief time on the court, he had indeed performed commendably. Otherwise, Wannick would not have been so eager to extend such goodwill. The Mavericks sent their full lineup onto the court, capitalizing on the advantage that Lin Yang and his teammates had built during the second quarter. Upon the resumption of play, they seized the momentum, further widening the score gap. And by the end of the second quarter, the Mavericks' lead had swelled to nearly 20 points. This margin almost declared the game to be in garbage time. It was highly likely that Lin Yang would continue to see playtime in the second half. As the game entered garbage time, the Maverick starters would surely not be on the court for long in the second half, suggesting that Lin Yang, as a substitute, would receive ample playing time. This was undoubtedly good news for the fans from Huaxia. Indeed, it did not exceed expectations. Although Carlisle initially fielded his full starting lineup at the beginning of the second half, within merely 7 minutes, Larry Brown, seeing the insurmountable 20-point deficit, reluctantly decided to withdraw all of his starters. Among the many unwritten rules of the NBA, when a team trailing by a significant margin removes all of its starters, it signifies their concession of the game. Consequently, the head coach of the leading team is obliged to show respect by promptly withdrawing his starters as well. Thus, after the Bobcats pulled their starters, Rick Carlisle waved his hand, and all 5 substitutes, including Lin Yang, replaced the Mavericks starting players. The Mavericks fans expressed their discontent with boos, displeased by Larry Brown's early concession, as it meant they would not witness the likes of Nowitzki and Jason Kidd in the remaining moments of the game. This left them feeling as though they were not observing a Mavericks game at all. Conversely, the Huaxia fans rejoiced, finally anticipating Lin Yang's appearance on the court, an outcome long awaited. As for Larry Brown, he seethed at the sight of Lin Yang entering the game. If it weren't for this young man stabilizing the Mavericks' position at the end of the first quarter and the beginning of the second, triggering a scoring surge, the Bobcats would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament so early on. Chapter 31. The debut of Huaxia standout player Larry Brown would swear he had never been so invested in a rookie before. Throughout his 2 to 3 decades of coaching, his attitude towards newcomers had always been one of disdain, even contempt. During 2004, when he led the Dream Team at the Olympics, he dared to marginalize even the likes of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Carmelo Anthony, who were part of the golden generation of 0-3. A novice must undergo years of rigorous training before they can truly excel. This has long been his steadfast belief regarding newcomers. However, this evening, he found himself confronted with the realization that he might have been mistaken. The rookie named Lin Yang emerged as the decisive factor in the game, leading the Mavericks bench unit to a pivotal surge during the closing moments of the first quarter and the early minutes of the second. Although he had not reviewed Lin's scouting report, he had confirmed with his assistant coach that this was indeed a raw rookie, participating in the draft only this year. Yet, this novice proved to be exceptionally formidable. This revelation irked Larry Brown, who had steadfastly adhered to his principle of not being challenged by any newcomer, including Lin Yang. Performed admirably tonight, did you? Let us see if you can sustain such excellence in our next encounter. Brown focused intently on Lin's performance, meticulously observing each of his movements. He intended to remember them well, comparing them against all past footage related to him in order to uncover Lin's vulnerabilities. Come next game, he would employ a suffocating defense to impart the harsh realities of the NBA to this newcomer. A novice must endure trials. Otherwise, how can they hope to soar to greater heights? This notion resurfaced in Larry Brown's mind, echoing his age-old wisdom. As the game progressed, both teams substituted their players, reducing the competition to a level reminiscent of preseason matches, if not lower. Even those who typically remained on the sidelines during the preseason, such as the Waterboy Wannick, were given a chance to play. Out of gratitude for the water Wannick had delivered, Lin took note of his position and passed him several commendable balls, of which Wannick converted 2, netting 4 points and marking a modest achievement in his first game of the season. The match concluded amidst the scoring exploits of both teams' role players, culminating in a decisive 110-88 victory for the Mavericks over the Bobcats, securing their inaugural win of the season. However, many Mavericks fans had already vacated their seats early. Sometimes, an overwhelming lead can diminish the spectators' desire to remain. Rather than languishing in anticipation of a foregone conclusion, they prefer to exit early to avoid congestion in the parking lot when the crowd dispersed. Nonetheless, the majority of Mavericks fans remained, recognizing that despite the lack of challenge in the victory, a smooth win in the season's first game was undoubtedly a promising omen worthy of celebration. Lin Yang played the entirety of the remaining game time, thus achieving a remarkable 26 minutes of playing time in his inaugural professional match. This duration signifies a substantial benchmark for a rotational substitute, something he had not anticipated prior to the game. More content loading. Please hold on. Indeed, one must be grateful, as this was a dominating performance by the Mavericks. Otherwise, his time on the court would surely have been considerably shorter. In the course of these 26 minutes, Lin Yang delivered an impressive performance, achieving 12 points with 4 successful shots out of 9 attempts, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc and converting 3 out of 4 free throws. Additionally, he secured 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. Although he recorded 3 turnovers, they occurred during garbage time and were inconsequential. The chaotic nature of garbage time often leads to a lack of cohesion among teammates. And given that the outcome of the game was already determined, these turnovers did not diminish Lin Yang's standing in Rick Carlisle's eyes. Furthermore, Lin Yang boasted a remarkable plus-minus rating of 16, the second highest on the Mavericks, trailing only Dirk Nowitzki's impressive 20. This statistic alone underscores the significant impact Lin Yang had in this match. Following the game, the statistical analysis revealed that Lin Yang concluded with 12 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. From this perspective, Lin Yang's debut seems to have pleasantly surprised us, the fans of Huaxia, and signals the emergence of a new beacon of hope for our team. After the game, Wang Meng began to summarize Lin Yang's performance, noting that his extended playing time was largely due to the occurrence of garbage time. However, it is unlikely that the Mavericks will consistently find themselves in such circumstances. Therefore, the future of Lin Yang's playing time and statistical achievements will require further observation in subsequent games to draw more conclusive insights. Nonetheless, as it stands, it appears that Lin Yang will secure a relatively stable amount of playing time with the Mavericks. Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Meng glanced at Yang Jian, who had been nodding in agreement, signaling him to continue with his analysis. Having shared numerous breakfasts together, they had developed a certain rapport. As Wang Meng turned to Yang Jian, the latter promptly understood the cue and continued. I just reviewed past statistics, and it can be said that Lin Yang's debut is the most outstanding among all Chinese players who have played in the NBA. Wang Ji scored 6 points and grabbed 3 rebounds in his debut. Bada recorded 0 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 5 fouls. Yao Ming had 0 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 turnovers. Yi Jianlian scored 9 points, secured 3 rebounds, made 2 blocks, 1 steal, and committed 3 turnovers with 6 fouls. In Sun, you managed 4 points, 2 turnovers, and 4 fouls. In comparison to these esteemed veterans of the Chinese basketball team, Lin Yang indeed shines remarkably. While this does not fundamentally resolve any core issues, his performance on the court clearly illustrates that his adaptability to NBA-level competition is significantly superior to that of previous Chinese players, which serves as an advantage for him. Of course, as Menggu aptly noted, this is merely the first game. The true measure of Lin Yang's prowess in the NBA will be revealed in his subsequent performances. Is it not all mere talk? Who is unaware that this data pertains to just the inaugural match? I firmly believe Lin Yang will continue to improve as he plays. His maturity is evident from his gameplay, and this surely will not be a fleeting moment of brilliance. I hope Lin Yang maintains this level of performance to vindicate the reputation of Chinese basketball's perimeter players, proving that we can indeed produce NBA-caliber athletes. Chapter 32. An interview with Dwayne Price as the game concluded. In the player tunnel of the Mavericks, Dwayne Price, a reporter for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, was intently observing the Mavericks players as they made their way through the entrance. He overlooked Jason Kidd, missed Karen Butler, and even failed to notice Dirk Nowitzki. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, he continued to watch the player tunnel, eagerly awaiting the appearance of a figure with black hair and yellow skin. The impact this individual had on him that evening was profound, distinctly different from the composure typically exhibited by a rookie. Coupled with exceptional organizational skills and an eye-catching offensive capability, he rendered Larry Brown's strategies for the 1 and 2 positions ineffective throughout the contest. Remarkably, this was merely the debut of this player, and Dwayne Price found himself a loss for words to adequately describe him. His heart echoed a singular desire. He must interview this individual tonight. Finally, after nearly all the Mavericks players had passed by, he spotted the long-awaited figure. "Hey Lin, your performance tonight was impressive. Would you be willing to accept my interview?" The individual he awaited was none other than Lin Yang. The more professional observers recognized the significance of the scoring surge led by Lin Yang during the transition from the first to the second quarter. A pivotal wave of scoring that firmly established the game's outcome. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to label it a crucial momentum shift. If Jason Kidd, Dirk Nowitzki, or even Jason Terry had orchestrated this surge, Dwayne Price would not have found it particularly astonishing. However, the fact remains that it was Lin Yang, a rookie making his professional debut, who directed this remarkable sequence of play on his very first night. Reluctant though I might be, how could the illustrious Dwayne Price possibly overlook me? Lin Yang beamed at Dwayne Price, fully aware that this individual was one of the most renowned reporters among the many who cover the Mavericks. Known for his relentless pursuit of stories, he often employed an unyielding approach, persistently hounding his interview subjects until they acquiesced to his inquiries. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yang had responded so pointedly. Dwayne Price, possessing an extraordinary thick skin, remained unfazed by Lin Yang's jibe. Instead, he displayed a look of elation as he swiftly retrieved his recording device. "I shan't take up too much of your time. Just a few questions," he declared, and without allowing Lin Yang the opportunity to respond, he pressed the record button. At this moment, whatever Lin Yang uttered would be captured in its entirety. This tactic was a common method employed by reporters, ensuring that regardless of the player's willingness to engage, a single word recorded could be spun into an entire narrative. Those skilled in this art could even spark a considerable wave of sensationalism. Lin Yang had always been disdainful of such petty tricks, yet today, during his debut performance, he truly excelled, leaving him quite satisfied. In this moment of joy, he deliberately chose to overlook Devin Price's minor antics. After all, it was merely an interview, just a few words spoken here and there. Lin Yang gestured for silence. Throughout NBA history, there have been several players of Chinese descent who have graced the courts, some even achieving commendable performances. For instance, Botter secured a championship ring with the Spurs, and Yao Ming has undoubtedly emerged as one of the premier big men currently in the NBA. However, from the information I have gathered, even Yao's debut was far from stellar. Among the Chinese players who have either previously or currently participate in the NBA, your debut statistics stand out as the best, and your performance on the court has undoubtedly been exceptional. I am curious, prior to the commencement of this match, did you anticipate delivering such an impressive performance today? Moreover, do you consider your performance to be the finest among these players of Chinese heritage? Devin Price has evidently conducted thorough research, even going so far as to examine the debut statistics of Chinese players in the NBA over the years. This is a testament to his professionalism, which has enabled him to become one of the most recognized reporters among Mavericks fans. Without his dedication and expertise, he would not have sustained a career in this industry for such an extended period. His professional acumen is matched only by his relentless persistence. Loading more content. Please hold on. To be honest, I had not given this matter much thought. Furthermore, while my debut performance was indeed commendable, it remains merely a single game, lacking comparative significance. If I can maintain a performance akin to my first game over the course of a season or several seasons, perhaps then I would be worthy of comparison with the likes of Yao. For now, my thoughts and energy are entirely focused on the upcoming games, leaving me no room to ponder other matters. Upon hearing the question, Lin Yang immediately discerned the underlying implications. This individual sought to compare him with the likes of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. While such a query might not stir significant controversy in America, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable outcry if it reached his homeland. Despite having performed admirably in his debut, it was merely the first game, and he had yet to amass a substantial following of loyal fans and supporters back home. Should he dare to place himself alongside Yao Ming, he would certainly be met with scorn from the Chinese basketball enthusiasts, for Yao is the emblem of Chinese basketball. It would be folly to provoke such a comparison. Therefore, he chose to sidestep the question, opting for a more diplomatic response. Now, let us discuss your future plans. Though Devin Price's initial question did not ensnare Lin Yang, he remained undeterred and swiftly posed a second inquiry. Lin, do you believe your performance in your debut can impress Rick Carlisle enough to earn you increased playing time in the forthcoming matches? This question was evidently laden with traps. As a player, one should not question the coach's decisions. Being a rookie, Lin was particularly cautious about addressing matters pertaining to the head coach. That is a question better directed to Coach Carlisle. I am merely a player, and my focus lies in maximizing my capabilities during the minutes allotted to me by the coach. Anything beyond that is not within my purview. Lin Yang skillfully evaded the weighty questions once again. Thank you for the interview, Lin. I look forward to seeing you deliver more dazzling performances in the upcoming matches. Thank you, Dewin. I hope my responses tonight meet your expectations. I am quite pleased. You are a fine young man. Keep up the good work. As the interview concluded, Lin Yang bid farewell to Devin Price and proceeded along the players' corridor towards the locker room. However, after Lin had taken a few steps away, Dewin's expression fell. Little fox, I didn't expect you to be so clever. Dewin promptly deleted the content from his recording device, for despite half an hour of questioning, he had failed to extract even a single noteworthy comment from Lin Yang. As a reporter known for breaking NBA news, such an interview was undeniably devoid of value. I wasted so much time. I should have interviewed Jason Terry instead. That loquacious mouth always manages to utter something that stirs the pot. Chapter 33. Nightclub. After Lin Yang concluded his interview with Devin Price and returned to the locker room, he found that most of his teammates from the Mavericks had already departed, leaving only Tyson Chandler still present. Upon his arrival, Chandler eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, you've truly become quite the busy man. Hurry up and get ready. I've been waiting for you for ages." "Waiting for me?" Lin Yang replied, slightly perplexed. "What for?" "Hey, man," Tyson Chandler exclaimed, playfully pulling Lin Yang closer with a characteristic mischievous grin. "Do I really need to spell out for you? It's to celebrate your triumphant debut." As he spoke, Chandler punctuated his words with a couple of exaggerated hip thrusts, a gesture far more vigorous than that of any performer. "With the way you played today, I can only imagine how enchanted those girls will be by your skills. Who has a gun? Just watch me take down this cheeky fellow." Lin Yang gazed speechlessly at Tyson Chandler, who was reveling in his own excitement. "Hey, hurry up. Don't keep me waiting." Tyson Chandler, oblivious to Lin Yang's expression, urged him on, persistently pushing him to take a shower. Unable to refuse his warm invitation, Lin Yang complied, and after finishing his shower, found himself obliged to accompany Tyson Chandler for a night of revelry. However, he made it clear from the outset, he would not revisit the previous establishment, and additionally, he desired to visit a more reputable nightclub. Lin Yang, apprehensive about encountering the same troublesome crowd as before, was determined to avoid acquiring undesirable habits. A life marred by addiction is a life forever stained. I extend my utmost respect to the narcotics officers. Lin Yang's heart is brimming with positive energy. Indeed, Lin, your request is remarkably simple. Although Dallas may not possess the opulence of New York or Los Angeles, as the heart of cowboy culture, its nightclubs are virtually ubiquitous, making it effortless to switch venues. Tyson Chandler expertly guided Lin Yang to a bar named Radiant Rose. The exterior decor may not exude luxury, but the vitality of a nightclub is not determined by its outward appearance. It is fundamentally about the atmosphere. Nevertheless, Lin Yang pays little heed to these details. Today, he is merely accompanying Tyson Chandler for some revelry. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never entertain the notion of visiting a nightclub. He would rather devote his time to analyzing game footage. The skill of dissecting game recordings to uncover opponents' weaknesses was imparted to him by Brad Stevens during his collegiate days. However, Lin Yang's passion for watching recordings blossomed in his youth when he frequently purchased classic football matches to observe and learn the techniques of legendary players. As time progressed, his interest gradually shifted from football to basketball, and consequently, his viewing material transitioned accordingly. Moreover, in this digital age, accessing any match is merely a search away, enabling Lin Yang to immerse himself in recordings for an entire day without experiencing boredom or monotony. Upon identifying an opponent's vulnerabilities after multiple observations, he often feels an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Yet, due to his solitary enjoyment of watching recordings, this hobby may seem somewhat tedious to most girls. Even those who appreciate basketball would hardly spend an entire day watching game footage with him. In Lin Yang's perspective, such a girl is unlikely to exist in this world, leading him to conclude that he prefers to remain without a girlfriend. After all, with such captivating game footage at his disposal, who needs a girlfriend? Hey, handsome, is anyone sitting here? As Lin Yang settled into his seat with a freshly ordered drink, he was soon joined by a young black woman clad in a top resembling a belly band and shorts that were even shorter than mere hot pants. In the vibrant atmosphere of the nightclub, initiating conversation serves as a potent indication of interest, suggesting that the one who approaches acknowledges the other. Should their dialogue extend beyond 10 minutes, it typically signifies a mutual potential for deeper connection. More content loading. Please hold on. Yes? No. Lin Yang initially intended to refuse. He harbored no affection for black women and had no inclination to engage in such activities at the nightclub. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Tyson Chandler was still by his side. If he chose not to decline, Tyson would likely assume he had made arrangements with someone else and would take his leave to avoid causing any disruption. This would inadvertently facilitate Lin's own early departure. Lin Yang promptly changed his tune. As the black woman took her seat, Tyson Chandler gave Lin Yang a playful pat on the shoulder, leaving with a mischievous grin. Lin, your debut was truly impressive. Do you know me? Of course, you're the MiracleKid. Lin Yang was poised to employ his usual tactics to intoxicate the black woman before him, but her first words halted his thoughts. To his astonishment, she recognized him. It seemed that his plan to get her drunk and make an escape was now rather impractical. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Yang could only speak the truth. Listen, beautiful. I actually have no desire for such pursuits tonight. It's merely that my friend wishes to enjoy himself, and I do not wish to disrupt his revelry. However, I must take my leave now, as he has already found his quarry. As Lin Yang spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Tyson Chandler. True to his reputation as a seasoned flirt, had swiftly captivated a stunning beauty whose laughter was as vibrant as her blossoming demeanor. It was evident that she was thoroughly engaged in the conversation with Tyson Chandler. Lin Yang realized that this was an opportunity. If possible, could you cooperate? I mean, in case he inquires about you, you could provide him with an answer that leaves much to the imagination. Wouldn't you? The African-American woman listened to Lin Yang with a dazed expression, finding his words somewhat absurd yet amusing. You are quite an amusing fellow, Lin. I agree to your request, but you must also grant me one in return. Okay. Lin Yang appeared to have no choice in the matter. Please sign your name for me. The woman called for a pen from the bartender and then adjusted her shoulder strap, indicating, right here. Lin Yang felt somewhat troubled, yet he could discern that the black woman was deliberately attempting to provoke him. If he refrained from signing on her strap, he could only wonder where her hand would wander next. He decided to sign. Lin Yang took the signature pen handed to him by the bartender and swiftly inscribed his name upon the strap of the black woman's shoulder. He then returned the pen to the bartender. As he signed, the woman deliberately pulled her strap down, making it all too easy for Lin Yang's gaze to wander to suggestive sights. Such women in nightclubs possess their own charms. Nevertheless, Lin Yang had successfully navigated this challenge. Rest assured, whenever he inquires, I shall certainly provide a response that will satisfy him. The black woman, realizing that Lin Yang was not inclined to engage with her, acknowledged that she was not to his taste and thus willingly allowed him to depart. Chapter 34. Preparing for the counterattack. Lin Yang has performed remarkably well, much stronger than I was back in the day. Well done, Lin Yang. What time will you arrive tomorrow? I shall treat you to a meal then. Lin Yang successfully escaped from the nightclub and hailed taxi. After providing the address of his apartment, he leaned back against the seat and took out his phone. eager to see if there were any reports about him following the match. Given his outstanding performance today, surely someone must have taken notice. As he retrieved his phone, Lin Yang discovered 2 messages that had arrived unbeknownst to him, both conveying congratulations. The first was from Yao Ming. Haha, thank you, brother Yao. It was merely good fortune today. I remain uncertain about the outcome of the next game. Lin Yang swiftly replied to the message. The second message was from Jianlian. This fellow had a game today, yet he spent the entire match by the water cooler, undoubtedly feeling frustrated. Still, he took the time to send a congratulatory message, which moved Lin Yang greatly. Indeed, as Lu Sun aptly stated, in a foreign land, fellow countrymen become family. He should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. So he expressed his gratitude to E for treating him to dinner. Coincidentally, the next match for the Mavericks would be an away game against the Wizards in Washington, where Lin Yang would encounter fellow Chinese player Jianlian on the NBA stage for the first time. However, he was uncertain about the amount of playing time he would receive in the upcoming match and whether Jianlian would be on the court. Polite as ever, he resolved to stay in touch. Shortly thereafter, Jianlian responded, while Yao Ming had not yet replied, likely having succumbed to sleep, for it was nearly 1:30 a.m., and the Rockets had no game today, leaving Yao Ming to forego the nightlife. All right then, Lin Yang sent another message to Jianlian, but this time the latter did not respond. Thus, Lin Yang commenced his search for information about him online. The miraculous Lin Yang shone in his debut, achieving 12 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals, leading the Mavericks second unit to a scoring surge. Soon, Lin Yang discovered a news article related to himself on ESPN. Although he had already encountered reports about his debut on several other websites, they merely provided a cursory mention. In contrast, ESPN's article constituted a thorough account. The miraculous Lin Yang. Have you all forgotten this remarkable player from Huaxia who delivered a stunning performance in the NCAA Finals last March? Today, like other rookies from the class of 2010, he celebrated the commencement of his professional career. In just 26 minutes, he amassed an impressive array of statistics: 12 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. During the closing moments of the first quarter and the beginning of the second, Lin Yang exhibited the prowess of an NBA star, being omnipresent on both ends of the court for the Mavericks. To be honest, I was somewhat astonished, as I had never anticipated that this young man would perform so exceptionally on an NBA stage. Of course, this was merely the first game, and no one can predict if this will become his norm. However, there is no doubt that this marks a promising beginning. As for what lies ahead, we shall wait and see. This article was penned by Tim McMahon. Lin Yang is no stranger to this journalist, who, like Dwayne Price, serves as a beat reporter for the Mavericks and is one of the 3 renowned beat reporters covering the team. Unlike Dwayne Price, however, McMahon, who is affiliated with ESPN, possesses a deeper understanding of the dynamics within the Mavericks locker room. Lin Yang specifically searched for the article published by Dwayne Price in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram tonight. The subject of this individual's final draft interview is none other than Jason Terry. It appears, indeed, that my interview was in vain. Lin Yang was not surprised. He understood Devin Price well and recognized that his responses lacked any sensational elements. Naturally, such an interview would not be utilized by Devin Price. In the season opener, the Mavericks secured a commanding 22-point victory over the Bobcats, with Jason Terry asserting, "Our goal is the championship." Only responses like Jason Terry's could satisfy Devin Price. However, Lin Yang had no intention of fabricating similar remarks merely to attract Devin Price's attention. After all, it was just the abandonment of his interview script. Loading more content. Please wait. No matter, after all, that was the last exclusive interview Devin Price would conduct with me. In the future, let him await his regrets. The following day, Lin Yang boarded the team as a private jet en route to Washington, preparing to challenge the Wizards on their home court. Meanwhile, domestic coverage in Huaxia regarding this match began to surge. After a year's hiatus, the Huaxia Derby would see the miraculous Lin Yang face off against Jianlian for the first time. As the Mavericks took on the Wizards, would Jianlian get a play? This time, the spotlight of the Huaxia Derby was no longer on Yao E. Everyone was fervently gearing up for this much-anticipated Huaxia Derby. However, it was somewhat awkward that simultaneously, American NBA media was not focusing on the so-called Huaxia Derby against the Mavericks. Can the new number 1 pick John Wall take flight? John Wall versus Jason Kidd. Was this the legacy of the point guard position? John Wall declared, "I will lead the Wizards to revival." In fact, the attention was not even slightly directed towards Lin Yang. All eyes were fixed on this summer's top draft pick. John Wall with everyone discussing what kind of performance he would deliver in front of Jason Kidd. Some fans even speculated that this would mark a significant legacy of the point guard position. There was no denying it. With his exceptional athleticism, outstanding court vision, and notable driving ability, if one overlooked his somewhat awkward shooting skills, John Wall possessed all the potential to become a legendary point guard. How could the spotlight not be on such a future icon? Even if this budding legend scored merely 13 points, 9 assists, and 3 steals in his debut. Even if Lin Yang performed equally impressively in his inaugural match, John Wall remained the subject of the most discussion, while Lin Yang continued to go unnoticed. Lin, if I were you, I would find it hard to accept that a peer could generate such a significant buzz. Tyson Chandler, having somehow acquired a copy of the Washington Post, handed it to Lin Yang, specifically pointing out one of the articles within. Lin Yang glanced at the article, which was penned by Michael Lee, a prominent NBA reporter from Washington. Although John's inaugural game did not meet the expectations of most Wizards fans, I must assert that he delivered the finest debut among all the 2010 draft class. No other player can be compared to him, as he immediately became the nucleus of the team and the focal point for opponents. Such treatment is not afforded to other rookies from the same draft. Nevertheless, John still managed to achieve a commendable 13 points and 9 assists, which I believe demonstrates his adaptation to the rhythm of the NBA. Coincidentally, in the upcoming game, he will face off against another rookie from the 2010 class, Lin. If there are any doubts, one should not miss this matchup. It will undoubtedly showcase John Wall's overwhelming prowess among his contemporaries. Oh, not too shabby. This does indicate that I have garnered a modicum of attention. After perusing the newspaper, Lin Yang grasped his phone, activated the camera, and captured the final words of Michael Lee. Lin, what are you doing? Tyson Chandler inquired, somewhat perplexed by Lin Yang's reaction. Lin glanced at the captured image, noting that it did not obstruct readability. He saved it, pocketed his phone, and responded to Tyson Chandler. I am preparing to mount a counterattack. Chapter 35. The Wizards upon arriving in Washington, Lin Yang promptly called Jianlian as promised. The two chose a Huaxia restaurant for their meal. Just as the news report suggested, Jianlian's demeanor was indeed quite reserved. He spoke sparingly, especially as this was Lin Yang's first formal encounter with him. Most of the conversation consisted of Lin Yang speaking, while Jianlian listened attentively, contributing more only when Lin Yang posed questions. However, Jianlian was not one to shy away from social interactions. Throughout the meal, despite his naturally reticent nature remaining unchanged, Lin Yang sensed a growing camaraderie between them. After their meal, Lin Yang and Jianlian refrained from seeking further entertainment, mindful of the impending match the following day. They couldn't indulge too late into the evening. Jianlian kindly escorted Lin Yang back to his hotel. Good luck tomorrow, Igu. Lin Yang encouraged before exiting the vehicle. Jianlian smiled, nodded slightly, and replied, You too, good luck. Lin Yang alighted from the vehicle, taking a moment to gaze at Jianlian as he vanished into the night before returning to the hotel. The following evening, at 7 o'clock American time, the Verizon Center stood as the home arena for the Wizards. The attendance here was notably low, consistently ranking among the bottom 10 in the league, particularly last season when the figures were dishearteningly poor. Last season was a particularly unforgettable one for the Wizards as the management, reflecting on their past, ultimately decided to dismantle the trio of iconic players who had defined the team for the last 5 years. Karen Butler and Antoine Jamison were traded away. Gilbert Arenas, due to contractual obligations, remained temporarily with the Wizards, yet it was evident to all that this former cornerstone of the franchise, who had once scored 60 points against Kobe and celebrated confidently before the game-winning shot, would not linger much longer, despite the owner praising his commendable training attitude. Such verbal endorsements in the NBA often lead to swift dismissals, a reality that is not uncommon. Experts unanimously concurred that Arenas would not be an exception. The rationale was compelling, as the Washington Wizards had secured the gem of the 2010 draft, John Wall, who was heralded by scouts as a passing version of Derrick Rose. Thus, the Wizards had no substantial reason to retain Arenas, a player whose need for ball dominance would only impede Wall's development. The trade of Arenas was inevitable. It was merely a question of when. However, after a tumultuous year, while the future remained uncertain, the stands of the Verizon Center tonight were filled with enthusiastic Wizards fans. Judging by the quality of the boos directed at Lin Yang during warm-ups, it was clear that they were indeed a passionate home crowd. It seemed they held a glimmer of hope for the new season's prospects. As Lin Yang warmed up for approximately half an hour, the arena lights began to dim gradually. heralding the commencement of the Washington Wizards home game ceremony. One by one, the players of the Wizards emerged from the player tunnel. Lin was among the first to step out, yet his standing within the Wizards was markedly inferior to Lin Yang's position with the Mavericks. Yi's demeanor was far from cheerful. It seemed evident that Coach Saunders had no intention of allowing him to take the court for this match. Saunders' coaching style bore resemblance to that of Larry Brown, as he often communicated effectively with seasoned veterans and could devise splendid offensive strategies for naturally gifted players. However, his patience for the remaining players was considerably lacking, and he had a penchant for publicly criticizing his subordinates in front of the media, embodying the archetype of a particularly stringent coach. It was clear that Lin fell into the category of those other players who were not favored on Saunders' roster. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Lin. His circumstances were undeniably unfortunate during the past 2 years. When he had the protection of a coach, he often succumbed to injuries. Now, free from ailments, he finds himself distrusted by the very coach who should support him. Had he encountered the likes of Popovich, it is plausible that he would have enjoyed some playing time. After all, last season, he averaged an impressive 12 points and 8 rebounds, a commendable statistic among bench players, which, logically, should warrant at least some court time. Before long, Arenas made his entrance, eliciting a considerable cheer from the crowd. It seemed that despite the disappointments of the past 2 seasons, the Wizards fans still cherished the memories of his illustrious contributions to the team. Arenas, however, wore an expression that mirrored his discontent. Once the star of the Wizards, he now found himself relegated to the position of coming on before rookies, a veritable affront to his pride. It was indeed remarkable that he could maintain his composure in such circumstances. The climax of the home ceremony soon arrived, marked by the entrance of John Wall, the beacon of hope for Washington. His debut ignited the enthusiasm of the audience, and remarkably, as a rookie who had just entered the league this season, he exhibited no signs of trepidation in the face of the rapturous applause. He calmly swayed his arms and scanned the crowd from left to right, as if assessing his constituents. In Lin Yang's opinion, Wall possessed a rather mature visage, fitting for a role akin to that of team leader. However, whether Wall could truly ascend to such a position remained to be seen. After all, this year's NCAA championship was claimed by Butler University, while Wall and the University of Kentucky had been eliminated in the quarterfinals. If he truly had the capability to lead an NBA team, how could he have failed to reach the finals? The truth is quite simple. His abilities were insufficient. Lin Yang turned his gaze once more towards the head coach of the Wizards, Sanders. Today, Sanders' hairstyle was impeccably arranged, each strand standing resolutely in the same direction, a testament to the generous application of hair gel. Complemented by his checkered shirt and navy suit, he exuded an unmistakable aura of ambition and a formidable presence. This distinctive trait of Sanders' coaching style is evident. His hairstyle and suit always harmoniously aligned during each game. As Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings, the key players from both the Mavericks and the Wizards had already taken their positions on the court, prepared to commence the game. Tyson Chandler faced off against JaVale McGee, but the jump ball was mishandled. McGee managed to grasp the ball and deftly passed it to John Wall. Many have questioned McGee's basketball IQ. However, his intelligence on the court is arguably comparable to that of players like Andre Iguodala. A simple example of this is McGee's subsequent championship win with the Warriors, which demonstrates his ability to adapt to the team's tactical plays, placing his basketball acumen above that of the majority of his peers. Furthermore, his creativity in the dunk contest serves as additional evidence of his intelligence, showcasing some of the most innovative dunks in NBA history utilizing props. Chapter 36. Lin Yang's prototype, John Wall's explosive first step allowed him to easily break past Jason Kidd, delivering a pass to JaVale McGee, who took a step forward and executed a thunderous dunk. The assist from Wall was nothing short of spectacular. ESPN secured the broadcasting rights for this matchup between the Mavericks and the Wizards, dispatching their classic commentary trio of Bill Walton, Clyde Drexler, and Chris Webber. The enthusiastic commentary from Bill Walton expressed his admiration for John Wall, this year's first overall draft pick. To him, even a simple dribble from Wall stands out as a demonstration of remarkable potential compared to other players. Jason is aging, Walton remarked. If this play had occurred in his prime, Wall would never have escaped his defense so effortlessly. In contrast to Walton's appreciation for Wall, Drexler reflected on Jason Kidd's advancing years. When Kidd retired from the league, he had just begun to establish his reputation as one of the top point guards, and now he had transformed into a Hall of Fame-level legend. Wow. The Wizards' first offensive play resulted in a spectacular dunk. igniting the Verizon Center and eliciting cheers from the devoted fans in attendance. Inspired by the moment, John Wall, in the subsequent possession, once again utilized his speed to overpower Jason Kidd, driving to the basket and scoring with a layup. 2 points and 1 assist. John Wall's performance today has been explosive. The commentators from Sina NBA, Yang, E, and Ma Jian noted Wall's eye-catching display from the start, causing them to worry about Lin Yang facing off against such a formidable opponent later in the game. This guy's physical prowess is even better than in college. Lin Yang muttered from the bench, watching Wall dominate the elder statesman on the court. Lin Yang was watching footage from John Wall's time at the university, unable to find recordings of the Summer League. Upon comparison, it is evident that John Wall's physical condition has significantly improved since March of this year, particularly his first step. Jason Kidd, aware of Wall's shooting limitations, had already given him a step's distance to specifically guard against his drives, yet Wall effortlessly surpassed him with his speed. This development caused Lin Yang some concern. He felt uncertain about his ability to defend against such an enhanced John Wall. No wonder he has garnered such acclaim. He possesses a certain level of merit. Lin Yang's attention was entirely fixated on John Wall. He needed to swiftly identify any potential shortcomings in Wall's game. Jason Kidd had already been bested by Wall on 2 occasions, and if this trend continued, Lin felt that his substitution by Rick Carlisle was imminent. However, the Mavericks were not yet being overwhelmed. While Kidd struggled to contend with Wall, the Wizards' power forward, Andrej Blatche, was equally ineffective in defending against Dirk Nowitzki, who executed 2 effortless jump shots that left Blatche utterly helpless. Unfortunately, Blatche's ineffectiveness did not escape the notice of Coach Saunders, who involuntarily furrowed his brow. As a coach of the Larry Brown ilk, he placed immense importance on defense, and to him, Blatche's lackadaisical effort in guarding Nowitzki was simply unacceptable. "Andre, I need you to exhibit some defensive tenacity. I did not wish to see you standing on the court like a daft goose." Saunders' reprimand made Blatche shrink back, prompting him to take the next offensive possession more seriously. Last season, the Wizards had traded away Jamison, integrating Blatche into their lineup. And Saunders played a crucial role in this transition. He was unwilling to jeopardize the trust he had cultivated. Regrettably, Blatche's newfound diligence posed no threat to Nowitzki. Facing his third shot, scored with unwavering precision. Dirk Nowitzki continued to showcase his exceptional shooting touch, having converted all 3 attempts thus far. In truth, this season, Nowitzki had consistently demonstrated an impressive shooting performance, often achieving streaks of flawless shooting from the preseason onward, showcasing a proficiency that was nothing short of remarkable. "Nice, Dirk. That move of yours is simply magnificent." After Lin Yang successfully executed his third Dirk Nowitzki-style one-leg fadeaway, he rose to his feet and mimicked the iconic shooting motion. With consecutive baskets, Dirk, in a jovial mood, chuckled at Lin's imitation and remarked, "Lin, I believe you would look quite impressive using that move." Oh, the Chinese player interacting with Dirk must be the miraculous lad, right? Honestly, reflecting on his feats during the NCAA championship still leaves me in awe. As the game progressed, a stalemate emerged, with both sides increasingly struggling to score, rendering the match somewhat tedious. Chris Webber, noticing Lin Yang's engagement with Dirk Nowitzki, shifted the discussion to this promising newcomer. The mere mention of Lin Yang inevitably brought back memories of his remarkable performance in the NCAA finals, which left a lasting impression on Webber. He often found himself captivated by players who had excelled on such a grand stage, perhaps due to his own experience of faltering at a pivotal moment during his time there. Had it not been for that blunder, the Michigan Fab Five could have been even more legendary. The ability to sink 3-pointers under immense pressure at the critical juncture of the game is truly extraordinary and speaks volumes of one's mettle. I witnessed his debut. He is indeed a commendable player. Bill Walton also held Lin Yang in high regard, having even taken the time to watch his inaugural performance. Walton has always harbored a particular affection for Chinese players, admiring Yao Ming's talent when he first entered the league. However, he firmly believes that the most formidable guard of the 2010 class will be John Wall, a young man endowed with all the attributes for success and destined to become a future superstar. As for Lin Yang, I cannot deny his basketball intelligence. Perhaps he may evolve into a less illustrious version of Jason Kidd, which is already quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it is quite impressive. Clyde Drexler, who had been silent until now, chimed in, acknowledging that for a newcomer to have Jason Kidd as a benchmark is a lofty aspiration. Chris Webber chose not to contest this assertion. He could not refute Bill Walton's perspective. He refrained from suggesting that Lin Yang could be anything more than a Jason Kidd. for such a claim would be presumptuous and could impose undue scrutiny and pressure on the young talent, something Weber wished to avoid. Beep. With approximately 8 minutes left in the game, the Mavericks made the first substitution as Carlisle replaced Karen Butler with Jason Terry, simultaneously bringing Lin Yang onto the court in place of Sean Marion. Oh, the miraculous lad is about to take the stage. Let us observe how he performs in this match. Lin Yang entered the game, once again being called upon during the initial substitution, a clear indication that this will likely become Rick Carlisle's customary approach to utilizing him. The commentators from both America and China were invigorated by Lin Yang's entrance. Chapter 37. Lin Yang's Psychological Tactics. The miraculous lad has stepped onto the court. It remains to be seen how he will fare today. As of now, the Mavericks lead the Wizards 21-17, firmly maintaining pressure on their opponents. John Wall has exhibited an impressive performance, accumulating 5 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal. His contributions are fundamental to the Wizards' ability to hold onto this slender margin. However, the game feels somewhat lacking in fervor, as the Wizards struggle to widen the gap. Bill Walton has extolled Wall's virtues for quite some time, and he may soon exhaust his repertoire of praise. At this juncture, the entry of Lin Yang has infused the match with a fresh perspective. Michael Lee, a seasoned journalist within the Washington NBA reporting community, garners millions of views for each of his articles. Let us examine whether the disparity between John Wall and Lin Yang is as pronounced as he suggests. Ding. The task for this game has been issued. Secure 4 rebounds. Completing this task will activate the hot streak mode. As Lin Yang stepped onto the court, the system promptly issued the task. Securing 4 rebounds is not particularly challenging. At worst, he would need to charge into the paint a couple more times during defense. Given his amicable relationship with Tyson, the latter would surely not harbor any resentment over the matter of 4 missed rebounds. Lin Yang stood before the small forward of the Wizards, Alston, a player renowned for his exceptional physical prowess. However, he was not in peak condition at present. Recently, during the training camp, he had been involved in a car accident. Although he reacted swiftly, leaping onto the vehicle that was about to collide with him to avert more severe injuries, his foot sustained some issues. This intelligence was relayed to Lin Yang by the Mavericks analysts. Observing Alston from the sidelines for an extended period, it was evident that his mobility was not as fluid as depicted in the recordings. The injury was undoubtedly advantageous for Lin Yang. At least Alston, who favored physical confrontations, will be cautious of his ailment and hesitant to engage him physically. Consequently, the power disadvantage Lin Yang held at the small forward position would likely have little impact on the game. The recent dead ball was the result of Jason Kidd anticipating John Wall's passing trajectory, committing a kicking violation to thwart the pass, although possession remained with the Wizards. John Wall received the ball at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line on the right side, taking his time to orchestrate his teammates' movements. Lin Yang observed Elzorton while surveying the positioning of the Wizards' players on either side. Arenas harbored an eager desire to receive the ball, while Blatch wore an expression that implored for possession, although McGee displayed no overt offensive intent. The erratic shuffling of his feet hinted at an underlying readiness to seize the opportunity for a dunk should the ball come his way. In essence, they were all individuals yearning to conclude with a score. John Wall, the youngest member of the team, skillfully navigated the court without unduly troubling his older teammates. He continued to drive aggressively with the ball, having already kept Jason Kidd on the defensive for nearly an entire quarter. Now somewhat acclimated, Kidd instinctively retreated a couple of steps as Wall initiated his advance, attempting to anticipate Wall's path. He lunged forward, convinced he could finally contain Wall. However, in a moment of brilliance, Wall executed a dramatic change of direction, elegantly evading Kidd and surging toward the Mavericks' interior. What a spectacle! With a move reminiscent of Derrick Rose, John Wall was showcasing his elite talent. Bill Walton's face radiated an indescribable excitement. This single maneuver nearly sent him into ecstasy. What could possibly impede me? Why even attempt to defend against me? Lin Yang could distinctly hear the incessant murmurs escaping from John Wall's lips, for the man had swiftly approached him. How remarkably fast! Lin Yang silently fled, standing on the court, facing the speed of John Wall. The impact this individual had on Lin Yang was far greater than when he observed from the sidelines. An unparalleled talent, Lin Yang quickly regained his composure and did not merely watch John Wall pass him by. Instead, he swiftly pursued to provide support. Oh, the Miracle Boy has caught up. However, it seems his speed pales in comparison to that of John Wall. This fellow is remarkably swift. Perhaps this can be attributed to the enthusiasm of a newcomer. I once harbored similar thoughts, striving to challenge the legendary Michael Jordan. Lin Yang could not catch up with John Wall. The latter's speed was simply astonishing. However, this was something Lin Yang was already well aware of. Tyson, block him. I am right behind you. Lin Yang urgently called out, please wait a moment, loading more content. Tyson heard these words and, considering himself akin to Lin Yang, instinctively moved to intercept John Wall, with JaVale McGee beside him. Tyson Chandler, also aware of Lin Yang's words, exerted all his strength to block Chandler. Dirk Nowitzki was on the opposite side of the court, which meant John Wall was wide open. Excellent. Sanders had already clenched his fist in anticipation. However, faced with the open shot, John Wall hesitated briefly, glancing back before hastily taking a shot. But at that moment, Tyson Chandler had managed to free himself from McGee's defense, executing a volleyball-style block that sent John Wall's layup soaring away, the ball flying straight beyond the three-point line, where Jason Kidd stood confidently with his hands on his hips, securing the ball. The Mavericks launched a fast break. With a resounding thud, the Jets soared low and completed the layup. Yes, Rick Carlisle pumped his fist in excitement. Sanders awkwardly lowered his fist. What a splendid delay. Tyson Chandler, who had just delivered a magnificent block, exchanged a high five with Lin Yang. John Wall, having been denied, was met with incredulous disbelief from Bill Walton, who spread his hands in surprise, unable to comprehend why Wall had not simply taken the layup in such an open opportunity. What chance? Chris Webber stroked his chin, speculating he must have been mindful of Lin behind him. Although I am unsure of Lin's actions, Wall's glance back was likely to confirm his position. This is a common error among rookies. They often fail to capitalize on opportunities swiftly, not realizing they are no longer in the NCAA. Overthinking in the face of opportunity only leads to its evasion. Clyde Drexler offered his first criticism of John Wall in this game. For him, even as a rookie, missing such scoring opportunities is quite unfortunate. Damn it, I shouldn't have paid him any mind. I should have gone straight for it. The guy can't keep up with me. Why should I regard him at all? Muttering to himself, John Wall returned to the front court and cast a glance at Lin Yang, the very individual he blamed for his missed scoring opportunity. If given the chance, he vowed to teach this guy a lesson. Lin Yang noticed the gaze of John Wall directed at him. That look was decidedly unfriendly, impossible to overlook. However, observing him closely, Lin Yang became convinced of one thing. John Wall's temperament was indeed peculiar and irascible. Lin Yang specifically sought out reports regarding John Wall. In these accounts, he observed that due to his upbringing in a single-parent household, Wall endured a considerable amount of disdain and ridicule throughout his childhood, which fostered a vengeful disposition and a strong sense of pride. During high school, he openly mocked a teammate for missing a shot, exclaiming, "If you're this terrible, what are you still doing on the court?" He also expressed dissatisfaction when the coach substituted him out for a break, muttering under his breath upon re-entering the game, "Why am I only being put in now? Where were you earlier?" In essence, this individual is unyielding and confrontational, showing little regard for others. Such a person, brimming with arrogance and self-assurance, would certainly dismiss someone like Lin Yang, whose draft ranking is significantly lower. Thus, if Lin Yang were to block him, Wall would undoubtedly be unable to accept it. Lin Yang skillfully exploited this psychological tendency, deliberately shouting at Tyson Chandler just as he fell behind, prompting John Wall to instinctively believe that he was right behind him, poised to block at any moment, compelling him to glance back to ascertain his position. The outcome was evident. Lin Yang successfully disrupted John Wall's judgment, causing him to squander a golden opportunity for a layup. However, this maneuver also notably incited John Wall's ire. After directing his teammates' movements, John Wall, utilizing JaVale McGee's screen, found himself matched up against Lin Yang. Oh, was John Wall about to engage Lin Yang in a one-on-one? The commentators from SINA NBA instantly tensed up. Chapter 38. The dispute at the commentary table, the tension between Yang Yi and Ma Jian, was not without reason. Lin Yang kept pace with John Wall's initial move. Yet as he drew near, Wall executed a sudden and peculiar change of direction, evading him effortlessly. John Wall embodies a remarkable fusion of explosive power, speed, and ball-handling finesse, endowing him with the ability to maneuver with a swiftness in his drives that rivals that of Derrick Rose. In the face of Lin Yang's attempt to shift, this talent was vividly showcased. Lin Yang was about to entangle himself, but was directly shaken off. This sudden change left Yang Yi somewhat at a loss on how to assist Lin Yang. The ball was completely missed by Lin Yang. Although it was not as disastrous as Jason Kidd's blunders, It was evident that Lin Yang struggled against a point guard endowed with superior physical attributes and remarkable speed. Had it been anyone else, Lin Yang would have undoubtedly defended that play successfully. Yang could only offer a wry smile in response. Lin's anticipation was impeccable. It was merely his physical condition that fell short, unable to keep pace with John Wall's explosive power. Bill Walton shared the same sentiment as Yang. Whoosh! Shaking off Lin Yang, John Wall surged into the paint. Tyson Chandler, hesitant to intervene for fear that John Wall might dish out an assist to McGee for a thunderous dunk, could only watch helplessly as John Wall executed a layup. I told you this guy can't defend me. How could someone like him possibly contain my prowess? After scoring, John Wall felt even more irritated, not sparing Lin Yang a glance as he grumbled to himself while retreating on defense. To be honest, his demeanor truly provokes frustration. Lin Yang slightly parted his lips, his left hand resting upon his right forearm as he flexed his wrist. Had Stevens observed this gesture, he might have been somewhat taken aback, for it indicated a fluctuation in Lin Yang's emotions, a realization he had come to after gaining a profound understanding of the young man. Each individual exhibits distinct characteristics when their emotions are stirred, such as flushing, raising their voice, or other common manifestations. Lin Yang, however, displayed a rather peculiar trait. He did not exhibit these overt signs, but instead involuntarily moved his wrist. Nevertheless, instances of Lin Yang adjusting his wrist during a match were quite rare. Even after a year of coaching him, Stevens had witnessed this only a few times. Thus, Stevens' interpretation was not entirely accurate. The sudden movement of Lin Yang's wrist did not signify an emotional upheaval. Rather, it was a means through which he gradually regained his composure. Therefore, this action was not a hallmark of emotional disturbance, but rather a manifestation of the process through which he restored his emotional tranquility. Lin Yang could not comprehend why he experienced an emotional turmoil after being abruptly confronted by John Wall today. Perhaps it was the latter's demeanor that irked him, or perhaps it was the article penned by Michael Lee. At the tender age of 20, it is a time when one feels overlooked by all. Lin Yang, despite his rational demeanor, cannot completely suppress the exuberance of youth, and his concern is entirely understandable. Cheer up, Lin. Such occurrences are commonplace on the court. Tyson Chandler consoled him, affectionately ruffling Lin Yang's hair. However, Lin Yang remained unmoved by Chandler's words, casting a dismissive glance in his direction. This old chap has finally seized an opportunity. He wants to be satisfied until I resemble a balding Dallas player. Will he? John Wall, undeterred by his previous success in scoring, relentlessly targeted Lin Yang in each subsequent offensive play, exploiting mismatches to his advantage. Although Lin Yang attempted to calm himself by massaging his wrist, he found it increasingly challenging to contain the relentless onslaught of John Wall. The latter possessed an exceptional feel for the game, effortlessly executing a myriad of directional changes. Despite Lin Yang's occasional successful anticipations, his physical attributes fell short, leaving him to watch helplessly as Wall glided past him. I told you this guy isn't my match. John, what can he use to thwart you? Did you see that? If you hadn't hesitated on that first shot, would you have become a laughingstock? John Wall truly knows how to provoke frustration, a conclusion Lin Yang arrived at after multiple defensive encounters with him. This kid is insufferable. Michael Lee appeared to be correct. I can sense Lin's earnest effort in defending against him, yet some disparities simply cannot be compensated for through defense. From the few minutes of play, Bill Walton concluded that the answer was evident. John Wall significantly outperformed his contemporaries. While perhaps not as exaggerated as Michael Lee suggested, the distinction was clear. Nevertheless, during this period, although Lin Yang failed to contain John Wall, his own performance was commendable, having scored 2 points and dished out 2 assists in just 3 minutes. In contrast, the dynamic John Wall managed only 4 points and 1 assist during this span, indicating their contributions to the game were relatively comparable. Chris Webber, however, held a different perspective. Lin is up against Al Thornton, mind you, one who is still recovering from an injury. I do not believe that John Wall could undermine Lin's 2 assists. As a former player renowned for his passing prowess, Webber could appreciate Lin Yang's skill in this area. Yet, there was no denying that all of Wall's baskets were scored against Lin. Bill Walton interjected, noting that Lin Yang had not sought out John Wall during their matchups. This illustrates Lin's maturity, which is also a reason why the Mavericks have maintained their lead. Hey, buddy, the Mavericks are only ahead by 4 points, a margin that existed even before Lin took the court. Bill Walton felt that his partner was deliberately provoking him today, and he turned to give him a dissatisfied glance. What I wish to convey is this. Lin is a backup player for the Mavericks' second unit. He has fulfilled his role by not allowing the point differential to diminish. The Wizards, despite playing the entirety of the first quarter, failed to capitalize on the Mavericks' decision to field their reserves during this period to narrow the gap. As the second quarter commenced, the Mavericks would bring back other rested players. Bill Walton momentarily lost his words, too engrossed in John Wall's personal showcase to consider these matters. After listening to Chris Webber's commentary, he suddenly realized that although John Wall was in remarkable form, he seemingly had little impact on the game. The point differential remained intact, a fact undoubtedly linked to Lin Yang's contribution of 2 points and 2 assists during that time. In this regard, Lin Yang's performance on the court was commendable. Even if John Wall achieved scores following various direct penetrations, Lin's performance still held merit. "Well done, Lin," continued to play in the second quarter. This can be inferred from Rick Carlisle's first words after the end of the first quarter, indicating that he was not displeased with Lin Yang's inability to contain John Wall. Chapter 39. The Traits of Lin Yang. Lin Yang is back on the court. It appears Carlisle is not dissatisfied with Lin Yang's defensive shortcomings against John Wall, as Lin, much like the previous game, received playing time in the first half of the second quarter. This aligns with our prior analysis. Although Lin's defensive performance was not as stellar as in the last game, his contributions in facilitating plays and scoring were still commendable, warranting his continued presence on the court. At the start of the second quarter, Lin Yang was summoned to play, which relieved both Yang E and Ma Jian of CNET NBA. They were genuinely concerned that Lin might not see the court. Despite having analyzed and summarized everything they could, such discussions ultimately remained mere words, and they were uncertain whether Rick Carlisle's thoughts aligned with theirs. After all, Lin Yang had been subjected to various challenges while defending against John Wall, and his shortcomings were evident in the game. If Rick Carlisle had chosen to bench Lin for this reason, no one could have faulted him. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Carlisle trusted Lin Yang far more than the two had anticipated, placing him back on the court as the second quarter began. Lin continues to play. This indicates that Rick had no grievances regarding Lin's performance in the first quarter. Chris Webber, witnessing Lin Yang's continued presence on the court, exhibited a hint of excitement. Clyde Drexler, observing Chris Webber's unusually talkative demeanor today, curiously inquired, "Chris, do you have such high hopes for Lin?" "Indeed. Lin is undoubtedly the most remarkable young talent I have encountered in recent years. Though his abilities may not be as readily apparent as those of someone like John Wall, a closer examination of his play reveals a talent that stands on par with any prodigy." Chris Webber was genuinely exhilarated, his enthusiasm culminating in an almost fervent display of passion. Bill Walton, while silent, regarded Lin with a contemplative gaze. He had undoubtedly familiarized himself with the 2010 draft class, for he would not have likened Lin to a budget version of Jason Kidd otherwise. However, it is undeniable that among all the rookies of 2010, Walton's highest regard is reserved for John Wall, whose evident talent leaves an indelible impression upon first sight. He is destined to emerge as the finest point guard in the league, perhaps even the foremost player overall. Bill Walton's knowledge of Wall is almost encyclopedic. In contrast, his familiarity with the other 2010 rookies pales in comparison. Could it be that there is some extraordinary quality within Lin that I have overlooked? It seems improbable. Bill Walton squinted his eyes, having spent numerous years in the ESPN commentary booth, where he honed his ability to assess players through countless games. While he may not possess an infallible eye, after narrating a game, he could generally discern the essential qualities of the players involved. He was well aware of Lin Yang's strengths, which included a defensive capability that surpassed the NBA standard, alongside considerable potential for improvement. Furthermore, Lin possessed an exceptional passing vision, often delivering astonishing assists which attested to his high basketball IQ, allowing him to make the most judicious choices amidst the rapidly evolving dynamics of the game. However, his shortcomings were equally pronounced. His ball handling skills fell below the NBA level, and his scoring consistency was erratic, both of which were critical flaws. In essence, he was a player with starkly defined strengths and weaknesses, and such players often find their ceilings limited within the NBA. Walton remarked that Lin Yang resembled a lower-tier version of Jason Kidd, suggesting that this was the pinnacle of Lin's potential. Bill believed that Lin was more likely to evolve into a contemporary 3 and D player, characterized by his three-point shooting and defensive prowess. In the fast-paced current league, the demand for such functional players had significantly surged. Players like Aaron Aflalo of the Nuggets, Thabo Sefolosha of the Thunder, and Danny Green of the Spurs epitomized this role, often occupying modest positions within their respective teams as standard starters. To Walton, it seemed inevitable that Lin Yang would succumb to a similar fate. This perplexed him, especially considering Chris Webber's high regard for Lin, even more so than for John Wall, a notion that Walton found difficult to comprehend. As the first quarter concluded, John Wall required a breather on the sidelines, allowing Walton to concentrate entirely on Lin Yang's performance. He was eager to discern the qualities that Webber had lauded so highly. In the second quarter, Lin Yang was shifted to the shooting guard position, while Karen Butler assumed the small forward role. The point guard position was occupied by Beria. Throughout the preseason and numerous training matches, the synergy between Beria and Lin Yang has grown increasingly harmonious. With Lin Yang's assistance, Beria's gameplay has become more structured than before. Although there are instances when Rick Carlisle deploys Beria for his ability to thrive in chaotic situations, which can occasionally help the Mavericks break through in passes, there are also times when Beria's penchant for disorder leads the team into more precarious circumstances. The emergence of Lin Yang was akin to harnessing the wild stallions of the barriere, swiftly recalibrating them just as they were on the verge of spiraling out of control. And as a result, Barria's performance improved significantly. This match was no exception. Within the first 3 minutes, they scored 3 goals, amassing 6 points, infuriating Sanders, who vehemently berated the Wizards' starting point guard, Hinrich, from the sidelines. The former core point guard of the Bulls felt equally frustrated, despite his individual defensive prowess. Lin Yang consistently managed to disrupt his efforts, and there was a complete lack of synergy with his teammates. How could he effectively defend against 2 players on his own? During this period of substitution, the Mavericks extended their lead to 9 points, while the Wizards, apart from the 2-point score by Armstrong off the bench, failed to add to their tally. Lin Yang, the man behind Barria, though overshadowed by the latter's brilliance, quietly secured 1 point and 2 assists. Furthermore, he had already garnered 2 rebounds in this quarter, adding to the solitary rebound from the first quarter, leaving him just 1 rebound shy of fulfilling his task. His performance during this period has been commendable. With 1 point, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds, Lin Yang is quite pleased with his contributions. Chapter 40, Arenas. The Wizards trailed by 9 points when Saunders called for a timeout. As Lin Yang stepped off the court, the prominent figures on the Mavericks bench extended their hands to exchange high fives with him. Similar to the previous game, Lin Yang orchestrated a remarkable rhythm on the court, allowing the Mavericks to widen their lead significantly. This marked the second occasion in which Lin Yang had aided the team in extending their score during his time on the bench, and, astonishingly, it was only his second professional game. His immediate impact and adaptability took them by surprise, making them realize that Lin Yang's presence would be immensely beneficial for the Mavericks this year. He was destined to become a reliable comrade, and with comrades, one naturally fosters a warmer camaraderie. Thus, aside from Dirk and Tyson Chandler, who remained as enthusiastic as ever, others, such as Jason Kidd and Jason Terry, also took the initiative to high-five Lin Yang this time. Lin Yang returned to his seat, where Deshaun Stevenson handed him a bottle of Gatorade. Deshaun had not played in the first half of the past 2 games, which made him acutely aware of Rick Carlisle's regard for Lin Yang. Any lingering competitive spirit he had was now completely subdued. There was little he could do, since Rick Carlisle had no intention of granting him an opportunity. What else could he do but acquiesce? "Thank you." Lin Yang accepted the bottle, expressed his gratitude, and then twisted off the cap. "You're welcome." Moreover, Lin Yang's character and demeanor indeed made it difficult for others to harbor any dislike towards him. "So, Bill, what do you have to say now that you've seen this?" Chris Webber turned to glance at Bill Walton, inquiring if he had discerned anything different about Lin Yang. Bill Walton shook his head, genuinely unable to identify any distinction in Lin Yang's performance between the second and first quarters. He continued to exhibit his passing and playmaking abilities, and his scoring remained sporadic flashes of brilliance, with his possession time still remarkably brief. "Aren't those the same strengths and weaknesses?" Chris Webber remarked, sensing that Bill had yet to grasp the nuances. "It seems you still haven't seen it. Perhaps you should observe a bit longer." Noticing Bill Walton deep in thought, yet silent, Chris smiled, encouraging him to continue watching. Bill Walton remained speechless, but his expression grew more troubled. He could not believe he was incapable of seeing what was different about Lin Yang. While grappling with his own thoughts, John Wall re-entered the court. Normally, at this moment, Bill Walton would have passionately commented to showcase his admiration for John Wall, but now he found himself devoid of enthusiasm. "I've been pleading to get on the court, yet this guy has kept me on the bench for so long. The gap in the score is widening. It seems I must step in to reclaim the lead." John Wall murmured to himself as he stepped onto the court, his voice barely audible. leaving no one but himself to hear. He was somewhat restrained, aware that confronting the coach so soon after entering the NBA would bear significant consequences. However, the pent-up frustration within him felt overwhelming, leading him to choose a quiet grumble instead. The players from the Mavericks, having replaced their lineup, maintained a relaxed demeanor with a 9-point lead. As Wall dribbled the ball up the court, he glanced at his teammates' positions, opting for a solo effort. In the first quarter, he scored 9 points, dished out 3 assists, and made 1 steal, proving to be the standout player for the Wizards. Despite his ball possession rates soaring to 26, this was simply his style. As a point guard, controlling the ball was fundamental. Jason Kidd, this time, allowed Wall an extra half-step compared to the first quarter, though this distance seemed minor. Wall found it challenging to shake Kidd off on his first step, as the veteran player, having been in the league for over a decade, still held a physical advantage. Wall struggled to break through, ultimately passing the ball to a waiting Gilbert Arenas, who had become a pariah for the Wizards following the infamous gun incident. Arenas' departure was inevitable, yet his talent remained prominent among shooting guards in the league. He executed a high, smooth mid-range jumper, and despite Jason Terry's attempt to disrupt, the shot found its mark. After scoring, Arenas expressed no excitement. Instead, he pointedly gestured at Wall, indicating the need for more cerebral play. The implication was unmistakable. Think while you play. Arenas harbored resentment, having felt overlooked by Wall on several occasions in the first quarter. Idiot. Do you know who the future king of this city is? Wall rolled his eyes in response, whispering a retort. He felt a twinge of apprehension towards Arenas, fearing a repeat of the gun incident. I have a fortune to make. I don't need to bicker with this fool. Wall reassured himself, his spirits lifting once more. At that moment, Jason Terry answered Arenas' shot with one of his own, hitting a mid-range jumper from a similar angle. Wall relished the sight. Give me that damn ball. Arenas, irritated by Terry's response, yearned to retaliate. I'm the point guard. Wall ignored him, focusing instead on dribbling towards Kidd, still harboring a determination to make his mark after his earlier failed attempt to break through. In the first quarter, he could effortlessly toy with Jason Kidd. How could it be that within less than 10 minutes, this fellow managed to stifle me? John Wall was incredulous and decided to make another attempt. Yet again, Jason Kidd ensnared him, transforming Wall's once formidable offensive prowess into a mere blunt instrument, incapable of slicing through defenses as though it were bread. The young man's talent was undeniable, yet he had become ensnared in a cul-de-sac of his own making. The Mavericks' chief assistant coach, Caleb, observed Wall's anxious demeanor as he struggled for a second time to break through, and a smile crept across his lips as he glanced at Carlisle. Indeed, Jason was merely testing Wall's approach in the first quarter. Wasn't he that blatantly obvious? If this fellow were truly so inflexible, how could he possibly rank among the greatest point guards in NBA history? Carlisle was not surprised. Wall possessed considerable talent, yet no player is without flaws. Wall's shooting ability was lacking, a fact Jason Kidd was well aware of. However, in a show of caution, he initially probed, only to discover that Wall was genuinely reluctant to shoot, prompting him to retreat a step further. Stubbornly, Wall had fallen deeper into the very net that Kidd had previously maintained, and the more he struggled, the tighter it became. Give me the ball. As Wall hesitated, Arenas demanded the ball once more. With only 9 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Wall had no choice but to comply. The Agent Zero seized the ball and attacked. Just a step beyond the three-point line, he rose and shot. The ball swished through the net. I say, rookie, do not underestimate the NBA. Arenas scored, yet remained devoid of any excitement, grumbling as he transitioned back on defense. He was genuinely furious that he was leaving Washington because of this individual who only knew how to drive and was incapable of shooting. This was utterly absurd. In the second quarter, Arenas emerged, scoring 10 consecutive points and narrowing the deficit to 4 before the end of the period, sustaining the suspense of the game. As the former unequivocal core of the Wizards, Arenas demonstrated that he still possessed the ability to sway the outcome on the court. Unfortunately, for this general who seemed to have returned to the glory of 2006 during the second quarter, the live audience in Washington offered no cheers. As if his scoring bore no relation to the Wizards at all, Gilbert's outrageous actions in the previous season had left the entire Washington fanbase disillusioned. They no longer trusted him. Despite the hope he once brought to the city, it seemed that everything had come to an end, even though he had indeed performed admirably in that quarter. As Drexler observed the tepid response of Wizards fans to Arenas' explosive performance, he couldn't help but reminisce about the fervor that the arena once exhibited when Arenas graced the court. As one of the finest shooting guards of the 90s, Second only to Michael Jordan, Drexler held a profound appreciation for Arenas' playing style. To him, Arenas was the kind of player capable of conjuring miracles in critical moments, particularly during the final plays. The mere thought of Arenas celebrating flamboyantly after launching a last-second shot against the Jazz, without waiting for the ball to find its mark, made Drexler want to bow in admiration. Regrettably, the audacious Arenas paid a hefty price for his bravado off the court. The Washington Wizards, originally named the Bullets, had to change their name due to a shooting incident, and it was shocking that Arenas had the audacity to brandish a firearm in the locker room. This was not merely a lapse in judgment. It was a consequence of his overly ostentatious nature. Ultimately, he bore the brunt of his own actions, with no one else to blame. Gilbert's departure was inevitable. The dynamics between John Wall and Gilbert were evidently strained, suggesting that even without that unfortunate incident, Gilbert would eventually be traded. The potential for them to become the league's premier backcourt was squandered, despite their capability to achieve such a status. During the second quarter, Chris Webber keenly observed the rivalry between John Wall and Arenas, and it was clear that the first overall pick was feeling discontented, given his lackluster performance. In the 8 minutes he played during the second quarter, Wall managed a mere 3 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists, with a shooting line of 1 for 5 and 3 turnovers. With Jason Kidd intensifying his defensive efforts, Wall's reliance on driving to the basket was exposed, and his passing decisions appeared rather haphazard. In summary, there were numerous flaws in his game. Conversely, Arenas thrived during this period, and the Wizards' ability to close the gap was largely due to his timely shots. In comparison, coupled with their respective situations within the team, it was no surprise that Wall's spirits were low. The NBA halftime lasts for 20 minutes, providing a welcome respite for players who have just completed the grueling first half. Each player has their own preferred method of relaxation. Some listen to music and rest their eyes, others indulge in a burger to replenish their energy, while some engage in stretching exercises to prevent stiffness. In any case, this time serves as an opportunity for players to move freely before the coaches convene to discuss tactics. Tyson Chandler relished this interlude by watching a film, specifically Hachi, A Dog's Tale, a recommendation from Lin Yang. However, Lin now found himself regretting the suggestion as he reflected. Hachi, A Dog's Tale has touched me profoundly. Perhaps I should consider getting a dog to care for. The individual was so moved by the film that he could be heard sniffling beside him. If you were to witness the conclusion, I assure you, tears would flow. Lin Yang interjected. In truth, Lin Yang had never seen this movie. He held no particular fondness for cinema, preferring instead to watch game footage. This film was recommended to him by Lin Lu, who had wept as she spoke of it. Thus, Lin Yang decisively opted against viewing it. Is that so? Then I shall save it for an evening screening. Tyson Chandler exclaimed upon hearing the tragic ending, promptly pausing the playback, having already watched half. An evening screening? Lin Yang smirked, a look of disbelief plastered across his face. A towering Tyson Chandler, at 2.16 meters, clutching a tissue, weeping over the story of Hachi? Oh my heavens, forgive me. I did not intend to envision such a sight. More content is loading. Please hold on. Hey, everyone. The second half is about to commence, but first, we need to have a discussion, so gather around. Rick Carlisle summoned the entire Mavericks team as the halftime break dwindled to less than 6 minutes. It was time to strategize for the second half. Despite the Wizards' vigorous pursuit in the latter half of the first half, Rick Carlisle maintained an air of composure. The standout for the Wizards in the first half was Gilbert Arenas, a player notorious for his emotional volatility, currently occupying an awkward position within the team. In the second half, a focused defensive effort against him would likely induce struggles. The second half commenced, both teams fielding their full rosters. True to his premeditated strategy, Rick Carlisle deployed a double team against Arenas. The once fiery Arenas, faced with the defensive pressure, began to falter, missing 3 consecutive shots. Give me the ball. On the next possession, I will absolutely score. Arenas, akin to a gambler who has lost everything, became increasingly desperate, demanding the ball at every Wizards' offensive possession. Booing erupted from the crowd as the Wizards' diehard fans expressed their discontent with Arenas' inability to recognize reality. Pass the ball to John. For heaven's sake, are you intent on ruining the future of the Wizards? They remarked candidly. Honestly, Gilbert, you would be better off sitting on the bench and waiting for your departure. John Wall is the true cornerstone of the Wizards now. Please, give that ball to John. The spectators, particularly those seated courtside, directed their ire toward the still demanding Arenas. Gritting his teeth, Arenas charged forward, his desire shifting from winning the game to delivering a rebuke to the Washington fans. Have you all forgotten who led this team to the playoffs in the past? Crash. Regrettably, the more anxious Arenas became, the more reluctant the ball was to penetrate the hoop. As he grappled with his frustrations, the Mavericks executed another offensive play, successfully increasing their lead to 10 points. Unable to watch any longer, Sanders opted for a substitution, bringing Arenas off the court. This decision was met with a chorus of cheers from the audience as Arenas walked toward the sidelines. The most tragic fate for a person is the inability to recognize oneself. Gilbert, characterized by his tenacity, ascended to stardom. Yet his flamboyant nature led to his downfall from the core position within the team. The city no longer boasted its number 0 agent. Chapter 42. You were only half right with Arenas benched. John Wall regained control of the ball. Development he could not have relished more. This signified his capacity to think like a true team leader, rather than pondering whether to pass to Arenas. However, despite Wall's newfound authority, the Wizards' offense, already lacking fluidity without Arenas, became even more stifled, particularly after Jason Kidd grew increasingly familiar with Wall's offensive strategies. The latter could no longer exert the same defensive pressure he had in the first quarter, resulting in a cacophony of errors for the Wizards on the offensive end. At this juncture, Wall seemed ill-suited to remain on the court. Were I in Phillips' position, I would consider substituting in Kirk, despite his previous lackluster performance off the bench. Compared to Wall, Kirk Hinrich's experience undeniably surpassed that of the latter. He had faced Kidd multiple times over the past 7 years and could certainly assist the team in navigating this awkward predicament. With the Wizards struggling to score, Chris Webber advocated for replacing Wall to introduce a fresh tactical focal point. Wall was indeed grappling with significant challenges, as he struggled to adapt to Kidd's suddenly intensified defensive pressure, a common plight for every newcomer. Unfortunately, Wall did not handle this situation well tonight, making his substitution a wise decision. From my perspective, the Wizards' most pressing issue resided with Wall. Bill Walton echoed Webber's sentiments, acknowledging his admiration for Wall, yet admitting that Wall's performance in this game had progressively deteriorated, starting off brilliantly, then merely managing in the second quarter. And now his on-court display could only be described as abysmal. Confronted by the seasoned Jason Kidd, John Wall appeared as an inexperienced youth facing a woman in her 40s, utterly bewildered and exuding palpable awkwardness. However, their approach did not earn the approval of Sanders, who, with his impeccably styled hair, showed no intention of substituting John Wall. With arms crossed, he maintained an air of unshakable confidence, as if the team trailing by 13 points was not them, but rather the Mavericks. In his perspective, there was no justification for removing John Wall from the game. After all, the management had undertaken a substantial overhaul last season precisely to acquire him. Now that they had secured the future they desired, what rationale existed to prevent him from remaining on the court to hone his skills? Poor performance? Indeed. Throughout the annals of NBA history, fewer than 20 players have emerged as superstars from the onset of their careers. While John Wall possesses considerable talent, he certainly does not command games from the outset. All endeavors require time. John Wall persisted on the court, enduring the tribulations of a rookie, until merely 3 minutes remained in the third quarter, still entrenched in the game. The Mavericks maintained their 13-point lead, a margin substantial enough for Rick Carlisle to contemplate substitutions. Although Jason Kidd had excelled on both ends of the court, he had already played for over 9 minutes, and at the age of 37, such continuous play against a vigorous young player like John Wall undoubtedly took its toll. It was time for him to rest. Lin, are you willing to match up against John Wall once more? However, Rick Carlisle was hesitant to substitute J.J. Barea for Jason Kidd, as the latter's diminutive stature would pose significant challenges against Wall's penetration. Carlisle was reluctant to watch an already somewhat disheartened John Wall regain his confidence during such a critical juncture. Thus, he resolved to send Lin Yang onto the floor. Despite Lin's lackluster defensive performance in the first quarter, he had been seated for a considerable duration, and Carlisle believed that, with his basketball acumen, he had long deciphered the fundamentals of Kidd's defense against John Wall. It would suffice to replicate that strategy. Of course, it was feasible. Lin Yang removed his jacket, gently massaging his wrist as he made his way toward the players' waiting area. How splendid! At last, the moment I have been anticipating has arrived. Lin Yang was filled with excitement as he had observed for so long, eagerly awaiting this moment. He re-entered the court, replacing Jason Kidd. It seemed that Carlisle intended to continue matching him up against John Wall. Yang Yi's commentary grew louder with Lin Yang's appearance, the Mavericks maintained a steady 13-point lead, rendering the game devoid of suspense. His commentary lacked enthusiasm, and he had even felt drowsy moments ago. However, with Lin Yang back in the court, his excitement was rekindled. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered within him. At this juncture in the game, Lin Yang was making his second appearance, while Sanders showed no inclination to bring Yi Jianlian onto the court, indicating that Yi Jianlian would likely miss another opportunity to play. The absence of the Huaxia Derby and Yi Jianlian's presence was a small disappointment for the fans. The cameras, having followed Lin Yang onto the court, inadvertently focused on Yi Jianlian, who sat expressionless on the Wizards' bench, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the camera's close-up. He's back on the court? Just what I need? As I'm brimming with pent-up frustration, John Wall exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Jason Kidd leave the court and upon Lin Yang's entrance. He felt a renewed opportunity for redemption. This could very well be the turning point of the match. Bill Walton recalled the moment from the first quarter when Lin Yang struggled against John Wall's aggressive plays as he observed Rick Carlisle substituting Lin Yang to defend against Wall. He felt that everything was about to change, just as John Wall, now holding the ball and approaching Lin Yang, did. Chris Webber chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further. You will soon discover the essence of Lin Yang. With unwavering confidence, John Wall faced Lin Yang, driving towards the basket. Yet within mere seconds, the familiar sense of suffocation resurfaced in Wall's mind. Just as he was about to dribble and change direction, Lin Yang ensnared him, utilizing his strength to prevent Wall from maneuvering, forcing him to shoulder his way against Lin Yang while protecting the ball with one hand and dribbling it behind him with the other. As he managed to hold him off, Bill Walton was taken aback by what he witnessed. Lin Yang had indeed thwarted John Wall's attempt to drive, and due to his height, he expanded the range of his defensive reach, leaving Wall unable to advance, compelled to protect the ball with his back. Has he mastered Jason Kidd's defensive strategies just by observing from the sidelines? Bill Walton pondered, realizing Lin Yang's acute observational skills. Chris, is this what you meant by Lin Yang's talent? Walton glanced at Chris Webber. You're only half right, Chris Webber replied, his admiration for Lin Yang evident. The most crucial aspect is his remarkably mature mindset, allowing him to think calmly under pressure. Coupled with his keen observation skills, Bill, do you now concur with my assessment? Lin's talent is truly exceptional. However, Chris Webber's gaze darkened as he noted that Lin's scoring ability remains less than ideal. So far, I have yet to witness him demonstrate an offensive skill set capable of adapting to the NBA, which continues to cast doubt on his potential for growth. Crash. On the court, John Wall, unable to outpace Lin Yang, was left with no choice but to pass the ball. Blatch finally managed to receive it, and without hesitation, he took a shot, only to be thwarted by Tyson Chandler's interference. The ball rimmed around the hoop and rolled out. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yang captured the rebound, his fourth of the game. Ding! Task completed. Chapter 43. No doubt remains as the third quarter concluded. Lin Yang's defensive prowess mirrored that of John Wall, causing the latter to struggle offensively. Ultimately, in the last 3 minutes of this quarter, Wall managed only one basket from 4 attempts, scoring a mere 2 points. This, in turn, weakened his ability to attract defensive attention. Throughout the entire third quarter, Wall played the full duration, amassing only 2 assists. The organized offensive play he exhibited in the first quarter was nowhere to be seen. Wall was effectively contained by Lin. Based solely on this quarter, it was impossible to perceive him as possessing the overwhelming superiority over his peers. He would need to exert significantly more effort to maintain his status as the top pick. Bill Walton, unable to contain his disappointment, shook his head slightly as he voiced his discontent regarding Wall's performance in the third quarter. Lin, as always, exhibited remarkable consistency. In just over 3 minutes of play during this quarter, he contributed 3 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist, continuing to assist his team in preserving their lead. The only notable difference was that he successfully defended against John Wall, something he had failed to accomplish in the first quarter. As the game progressed, Lin seemed to improve with each passing moment. Chris Webber, gesturing with his hands to illustrate, pointed out that although there once existed a disparity between Lin and John Wall, we need not concern ourselves with the reality of that gap. Before the game, no fan will have contested that assertion. Otherwise, Wall would not have been the first overall pick in the 2010 draft. Yet, Lin's on-court performance gradually narrowed that gap. As Webber concluded, the hands representing the skill levels of Lin Yang and John Wall had reached an equilibrium, resting on the same plane. By the end of the third quarter, their differences had nearly vanished, and if any remained, it was Lin who emerged as the superior player, not John Wall. Wall's performance against Lin in this quarter was indeed dismal. As for the fourth quarter, whether Lin can advance further or if Wall will make a comeback remains a point of intrigue, the only remaining suspense in this match. The point differential between the two teams has reached 15, a margin that, prior to the true advent of the small ball era, could firmly secure victory. John, in the fourth quarter, I hope you will engage in more pick-and-roll collaborations with Andre. I wish to see you better orchestrating this team, rather than becoming ensnared in isolation plays. During the intermission, after detailing the Wizards-specific strategies for the final quarter, Sanders kept John Wall before him, expressing his discontent with some of Wall's offensive choices in the third quarter, which he deemed utterly poor. He felt compelled to offer the latter some advice, urging him to recognize that success on the basketball court cannot be achieved through solitary efforts alone. All right, I understand, coach. John Wall appeared to absorb his words. Trusting his teammates? Could he truly rely on this group? They would merely stand with their hands on their hips, indifferent to his efforts. What difference did it make whether they were present or absent? Yet, deep down, John Wall began to harbor a litany of grievances. He did not doubt the coach. Sanders was indeed correct. He was neither a fool nor so arrogant as to dismiss the advice of others. But he felt a simmering frustration within. He was unwilling to collaborate with what he perceived to be a group of inept players, a notion that left him feeling uneasy. Such imbeciles were better suited to remain on the bench. Regrettably, as a rookie, he could not voice these thoughts, for doing so would undoubtedly invite harsh criticism. Until he had proven himself, he opted for quiet mutterings. Lin, take a 4-minute break, then head back onto the court. As the fourth quarter commenced, Carlisle continued to rally his Mavericks, turning specifically to shout a remark at Lin Yang. Lin Yang gestured an okay sign, repeatedly whispering to himself, "Do not activate, do not activate. Curse system, do not activate." The Mavericks held a commanding lead of 15 points, and Carlisle's decision to field his starters was aimed at unleashing another scoring surge right from the onset, thereby solidifying their victory. The Mavericks' formidable quintet did not disappoint Carlisle, initiating the game with a swift 7-2 run, extending the lead to a comfortable 20 points in just 3 minutes and 20 seconds, 40 seconds less than Carlisle had anticipated. "Lin, it's your turn." True to his word, Carlisle summoned Lin Yang to the court with 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, substituting him for Jason Kidd. The 37-year-old veteran was indeed no match for the relentless passage of time, having already rested for 3 minutes during the latter part of the third quarter. Coupled with the intermission, Kidd found himself gasping for breath after a few bursts of action against John Wall in the fourth. Carlisle, mindful of not overburdening the elder statesman so early in the season, recognized the necessity of cautious management for aging players. "Wouldn't you agree, Coach Popovich? That guy simply cannot contain you, John. Your drives are beyond his capacity to impede. Just focus on being yourself." As Lin Yang made his entrance, he stood beside John Wall for barely 3 seconds before his hand instinctively began to rub his wrist. This contraption was proving to be vexatious once again. Ding! The warm-up mode has commenced, lasting for 3 minutes. At that moment, the system's feminine voice suddenly resonated. Ah, splendid timing indeed. Amidst his excitement, Lin Yang felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Carlisle had already summoned him to the court. Had he been delayed even a minute longer, the system would have activated, resulting in a regrettable waste of an already limited 3-minute window. Any slight squander of that precious time would have undoubtedly pained Lin Yang. With a swift motion, John Wall found himself unable to penetrate Lin Yang's defense. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to a jump shot, an ill-fated attempt that, against all odds, somehow found its way into the basket. Where could one even contest such fortune? I had always maintained that this fellow could not be contained. John, just keep playing like that. What impressive challenge he presents. Lin Yang received the ball from Tyson Chandler and dribbled it to the front court. As he approached within a step of the three-point line, he glanced at his Dallas Mavericks teammate's position and feigned pass. This ruse caught John Wall's attention, who glanced over to see if Lin Yang was signaling for a pick and roll. At that moment, Lin Yang suddenly made his move, dribbling swiftly towards the right side of John Wall. Standing at 2.02 meters, Lin Yang towered over John Wall by 9 centimeters. His initial burst was unexpected, allowing him to surge past Wall. Although Wall reacted quickly, he found himself out of position and could only sprint a few steps to reposition in front of Lin Yang. With the ball in hand, Lin Yang maintained a deliberate pace, enabling Wall to easily catch up to him. However, as Lin Yang made his breakthrough, he paused momentarily just as Wall closed in, then leaped and released his shot. Wall, caught off guard, hesitated to jump again for fear of a foul, and could only watch helplessly as Lin Yang took a shot. Swish! Unimpeded, Lin Yang, now in the zone, effortlessly scored. I knew it. This guy is undoubtedly no match for me. I should have played like this all along. He simply cannot defend against me. Lin Yang turned around, his murmurs falling neither too loud nor too soft, landing squarely in John Wall's ears. How insufferable this fellow is. Observing Lin Yang mimic his tone, John Wall felt a surge of resentment welling up inside him. Shifting from defense to offense, he seized the ball and charged towards the basket, only to be met with another rejection from Tyson Chandler. A bullseye. Sean Marion caught the deflected ball and initiated a fast break, but the Wizards players quickly retreated, blocking his path. In that moment, Marion heard Lin Yang's call and swiftly passed the ball. Lin Yang secured it, and without dribbling much, found himself beyond the three-point line of the Wizards. He rose and took the shot, sinking a three-pointer. Wow, a three-pointer. Chris Webber, witnessing Lin Yang score 2 consecutive baskets, particularly the three-pointer during the fast break, could hardly contain his excitement, slapping his thigh in glee. Lin, having pulled ahead in the fourth quarter, left no doubt that he was the standout rookie of the match. With these 2 shots, the Mavericks extended their lead to 25 points. Lin Yang's explosive performance unequivocally determined the outcome of the match. Ultimately, the Mavericks triumphed over the Wizards with a resounding score of 105-83, achieving their second consecutive victory of the new season. The highly anticipated rookie, first overall pick John Wall, played nearly 39 minutes in this contest, accumulating 18 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals. If one were to merely glance at the statistics, one might conclude that the rookie had a commendable game. However, upon further scrutiny, his 5 turnovers and a shooting percentage of 38.5 leave much to be desired. Following the conclusion of the match, Bill Walton provided an assessment of John Wall's performance. We can see boundless potential in John Wall. It is no exaggeration to say that he possesses an extraordinary talent that shines like a beacon. Regrettably, we have yet to witness him fully harness his gifts on the court in this game. Undoubtedly, his future holds promise for greatness. Yet the focal point of this match must be Lin, the miraculous player from the NCAA Finals, who evidently outshone the rest in this encounter. It is clear from Walton's remarks that his current favor lies with Lin Yang. Lin Yang participated in this match for a total of 19.5 minutes, nearly 20 minutes, during which he accumulated 12 points, 6 assists, 6 rebounds, and a steal. Remarkably, he achieved statistics comparable to those of John Wall in merely half the time. This highlights his exceptional efficiency in the game. More importantly, he maintained a flawless performance with 0 turnovers and an impressive shooting percentage of 56. In stark contrast, John Wall's 5 turnovers and a shooting accuracy of 38.5 are glaringly evident. Furthermore, within the 20 minutes Lin Yang played, only 45 minutes were when John Wall was not on the court, indicating that a significant portion of his statistics were amassed while directly competing against the first overall pick, John Wall. It can be said that he decisively outperformed Wall in a head-to-head matchup. Nonetheless, the most outstanding player from the Mavericks in this game was not Lin Yang. Dirk Nowitzki was in even hotter form, shooting 12 of 15, making 2 of 3 three-pointers, and sinking all 7 of his free throws to effortlessly score 33 points, along with 5 rebounds and 4 assists. His staggering shooting percentage of 80 resembled that of a player under extraordinary circumstances. After the game concluded, Lin Yang made a point to bid farewell to Jianlian, who did not see a minute of playing time today, not even during garbage time as the game drew to a close. It appears that Coach Saunders is resolute in his decision not to utilize him. However, Lin Yang still offered encouragement to Jianlian. Keep pushing, brother Lin. Persevere, and the clouds will part to reveal the moon. Jianlian managed a faint smile. In a foreign land, even a word of encouragement feels like a luxury, and Lin Yang's words had a tangible effect, warming Jianlian's spirits, if only slightly. In his second professional game, Lin Yang exhibited his usual excellence, and it is evident that Coach Carlisle places great trust in him. As long as Lin Yang maintains his current form, we believe he will continue to thrive in the league. In the Cena NBA live broadcast, Yang reflected on Lin Yang's performance, and with a tone of regret, he remarked that it is unfortunate Jianlian has yet to earn Coach Saunders' trust. We observed that during the closing moments of the game, Saunders did not provide with an opportunity. However, there is no need for despair. Jianlian need not feel anxious, as the new season has just begun and there is ample time to prove oneself. The priority now is to adjust and seize the opportunity when it arises. As Yang concluded, his tone grew notably somber. as Jianlian's situation is perhaps more dire than he articulated. On the message board, fans expressed their disappointment that the anticipated Huaxia Derby did not materialize. Alas, Saunders is truly a fool. How can he not give you a chance? Indeed, John Wall played poorly, yet remained on the court. While Jianlian did not even receive a minute of playing time, this coach truly elicits laughter. Jianlian should not have come to the Wizards. It would be more prudent to return to my homeland and compete in the CBA. The fans of Huaxia are quite vocal in their discontent regarding Sanders' disregard for Jianlian, especially in light of Yi's recent NBA career marred by injuries, which have hindered his ability to showcase his true potential. Nevertheless, the head coach has maintained a degree of trust in him, providing ample playing time. In stark contrast, Sanders has not even granted him a moment on the court during garbage time, which is a blatant oversight. The Huaxia supporters who witnessed this match were left feeling quite frustrated. I performed abysmally in this game, utterly dismal. Yet I firmly believe that this is merely a transient lapse in my performance. I am confident that I can prove myself and deliver a performance that aligns with my draft position. As for Lin, he is indeed a commendable opponent, but next time, I shall decisively overcome him. John Wall attended the post-match press conference, still grappling with the disappointment of the game, his expression a clear reflection of his frustration. Yet his tone conveyed an unwavering resolve. To him, this day was a severe embarrassment. As the first overall pick, he found himself overshadowed by a player who was the last pick of the first round, an experience that made him wish to strike himself for the first time in his lengthy career. While Wall made his solemn vow at the press conference, Lin Yang was already aboard the team bus, engrossed in his mobile phone. In the previous home game, two reporters had sought to interview Lin, but this time away from home, the reporters were primarily focused on the likes of Dirk Nowitzki. As Lin walked past, he encountered only a few junior reporters who posed a couple of minor questions, and the interview concluded in less than 3 minutes. However, Lin was not idle on the bus. He shared a photo he had taken on the plane on Twitter, accompanied by 3 question marks. Given that his Twitter account has few followers, it took a considerable amount of time before anyone commented on his post. Lin Yang paid it no mind and directly logged onto Twitter, opening the news app on his phone. The news regarding the Mavericks had already surfaced. Although he had not received any interviews, some reports did mention his performance against John Wall. This was indeed a surprising development, as it was an outcome no one had anticipated. The Miracle Boy had once again achieved a remarkable feat. While I am uncertain if this qualifies as a miracle for Lin, he undoubtedly astonished everyone once more. Chapter 45. The subject of discussion, the Mavericks faced off against the Wizards in an away game, which garnered some attention prior to the match, as it marked the first professional encounter between rookie sensation John Wall and the seasoned Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd, who has now become the second highest assist leader in NBA history, is undoubtedly destined for the Hall of Fame upon his retirement. The matchup between the immensely talented John Wall and Kidd was heralded as a battle of the point guard legacy. However, most fans did not foresee that what they initially thought would be a legacy showdown would ultimately turn into a disruption orchestrated by the 26th pick, Lin Yang. It was evident to discerning eyes that Lin Yang was the superior newcomer in this contest. Miracle Boy Lin Yang is a name that any fan keeping an eye on the NCAA would recognize. Just a few months prior, he was a hot topic of discussion across America, but since his entry into the NBA, mentions of him had gradually diminished. Fans' attention shifted toward a cohort of exceptionally gifted rookies, and many were unaware that the Miracle Boy had ultimately been selected by the Dallas Mavericks before the conclusion of this game. Yet now, most fans who followed this match have formed a deeper impression of Lin Yang. They suddenly realized that this once overlooked prodigy had returned to the public eye, thriving remarkably well in the NBA. The Mavericks are one of the few teams in the league that have amassed a formidable roster of perimeter players. The cunning Jason Kidd, clutch performer Jason Terry, former All-Star Karen Butler, and the defensive prowess of Deshaun Stevenson, alongside the versatile Sean Marion, represent a diverse array of talents on the perimeter. Additionally, it is crucial to note that this team is not in a rebuilding phase. Their lineup is exceptionally stable, and significant changes throughout the season are highly improbable. Entering such a team, Lin Yang finds himself in a situation that, while not entirely dire, certainly does not represent the best possible choice. This predicament signifies his uncertainty about when he might finally emerge from the shadows. It is highly probable that he will spend game after game as a mere spectator on the bench, only to ultimately be traded as an expendable asset to another team, or face the risk of being bought out or demoted, potentially vanishing from the league altogether. Ideally, the narrative would unfold differently. Meanwhile, Fellow Asian player Jeremy Lin currently occupies a seat on the Golden State Warriors bench. Recently, internal sources from the Warriors have revealed their regret over the decision to sign Lin, indicating that they are in search of remedial measures, with the most likely outcome being his outright release. After all, Lin's contract is merely a partially guaranteed minimum salary deal, which poses minimal financial risk to the Warriors. Lin Yang was meant to be another Jeremy Lin, although he performed a miraculous display in the NCAA finals. His overall performance throughout the NCAA season did not quite measure up to Lin's excellence, particularly when comparing their statistics. Lin could easily overshadow Yang. However, what the fans did not anticipate was that Yang swiftly carved out a steady playing time amidst the crowded perimeter of the Dallas Mavericks. More significantly, Carlisle's attitude towards him during these 2 games indicated that Yang was favored by the coach. Even more surprising for the fans was that today, Yang managed to effectively neutralize John Wall during their direct matchup. This young man exhibited remarkable defensive prowess. He also delivered 6 assists, showcasing an impressive court vision. Furthermore, he maintained a flawless record with 0 turnovers. This young man displayed such maturity, although no major reporters interviewed Yang after the game. The majority of fans discussing the Mavericks were centered around him. In a sense, Lin Yang has garnered attention. More content is loading. Please wait, yet not to an overwhelming extent. Nevertheless, he is indeed becoming a topic of considerable interest. Lin Yang finished reading the news related to himself and specifically sought out the post-game report of the Jazz. Today, Gordon Hayward also had a match, and Lin Yang was curious to observe how he performed. Since the conclusion of the preseason, Hayward had not reached out to Lin Yang, except for a congratulatory text message he sent after Lin Yang delivered an outstanding debut performance. Suddenly, not hearing Hayward's usual complaints felt somewhat disconcerting for Lin Yang. However, he wasn't inclined to call and inquire. After all, he had finally rid himself of Hayward's incessant calls, and he found it far more beneficial to watch game footage than to engage in conversation. Nevertheless, Hayward remained his friend, and while he refrained from calling, it was still important to keep a discreet eye on his progress. The Jazz lost to the Lakers today with a score of 89-91. Thus far in the new season, the Jazz had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Lin Yang had not witnessed the specifics of these 2 games, so he was unaware of the issues plaguing the team. Hayward's performance in this game was lackluster. In his 15 minutes on the court, he made only 1 of 3 attempts, accruing 2 points for rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 turnovers. The statistics were rather embarrassing, with none of the figures being particularly impressive. The head coach of the Jazz remained Jerry Sloan. Lin Yang could easily envision the scathing reprimands directed at Hayward from Jerry's Long on the sidelines during the match. However, Lin Yang was acutely aware that this was far from Gordon Hayward's true caliber. His performance should not have been so dismal. Yet, he found himself too preoccupied to offer Hayward any advice, as he was struggling to prepare adequately for each game, much like a clay idol crossing a river, barely able to safeguard his own interests. It would be prudent for him to stabilize his own performance before contemplating how to assist Gordon Hayward. The upcoming match for the Mavericks would once again be an away game, as they journey from Washington to New York to face the Knicks. Madison Square Garden is revered as the hallowed ground of NBA basketball. Many players take immense pride in conquering this venue. Yet, a considerable number of fans remain oblivious to the reasons behind its sanctified status, merely echoing the sentiments of others without understanding the significance. Lin Yang sought to understand the reasons behind the reverence for this arena, often referred to as the hallowed ground of basketball. Madison Square Garden stands as one of the 3 oldest venues in the NBA, symbolizing New York itself. Many visitors, upon disembarking from the train station, are greeted first by the sight of this arena. Moreover, numerous pivotal moments in the NBA's history have transpired here. The annual draft, for instance, is held within its walls, bearing witness to the arrival of every number 1 pick. Lastly, the arena is home to the most discerning fans in the world, New York fans. A popular adage in the NBA states, if you despise a player, send him to New York. If you admire a player, do the same. To win over New York fans is tantamount to conquering the most challenging audience in the world. This is the essence of why this arena is dubbed the sacred sanctuary of basketball. It embodies antiquity, style, popularity, and rich heritage, capturing the attention of the entire globe. Every conceivable element one might envision in an arena can be found at Madison Square Garden. Chapter 46. The Knicks commenced the season with victories in their first 2 games, a feat they had not accomplished in nearly a decade. This season heralds numerous changes for the Knicks. The ascension of general manager Donnie signified the definitive end of the tumultuous era of the smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas. Donnie is arguably the most capable GM the Knicks have had in recent years. Upon his appointment, he first secured Mike D'Antoni as the new head coach. Subsequently, he brought Amare Stoudemire from Phoenix to the Big Apple and also acquired the highly trusted Raymond Felton from the Bobcats. While each transaction may seem unremarkable in isolation, when considered collectively, it becomes evident that Donnie possesses a clear vision. The reunion of D'Antoni and Stoudemire, coupled with the addition of the fast-paced Felton, indicates a deliberate intent to embrace a run-and-gun style of play. This style is renowned for its rapid tempo and spectacular flair, reminiscent of the former Suns and Warriors teams, which could engage in 5 or more possessions during the time it takes for an audience member to visit the restroom. Such an exhilarating style of play is immensely appealing to fans. For the Knicks, who have languished in mediocrity for so many years, adopting a run-and-gun approach may be the quickest path to revitalizing their fan base. From these perspectives, Donnie's performance as general manager has been nothing short of exemplary. D'Antoni has also not disappointed Donnie. With the fervor of a new administration, he boldly deployed third-year newcomer Wilson Chandler and second-year player Gallinari. During this recent 2-game winning streak, both rookies have showcased commendable performances. However, the true architect behind the Knicks' success during this streak remains Amare Stoudemire. This summer, following his departure from Nash, Stoudemire faced skepticism from numerous experts, many of whom likened his exit to that of a toothless tiger or a plucked eagle, predicting a significant decline in his interior threat. Prior to the season's commencement, Stoudemire repeatedly asserted his intention to demonstrate his abilities, and indeed, he has delivered, averaging 26 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 blocks over these 2 games, surpassing even his performances with the Suns. Perhaps it is not entirely accurate to claim he has performed better. During his time with the Suns, it was Nash who often drew the fans' attention whenever Stoudemire made a foray to the basket. Now, he has proven he can shine independently. Yet, the Knicks, currently on a 2-game winning streak, are set to face the Mavericks, who are also riding a similar wave of victories. The start of the game proved challenging. Even at home, they fell behind 2-7. The cheers from the home crowd did little to invigorate their spirits. Instead, they seemed to descend into a lull. Against Jason Kidd, Felton found it difficult to dictate the game's tempo as he had in the previous 2 matches. Kidd expertly controlled the pace of transition, forcing the game into a half-court battle. Fans of the former Suns team know that D'Antoni's up-tempo strategy is most vulnerable when confined to a half-court setup. Once the rhythm is disrupted, their defensive shortcomings become glaringly apparent. Stoudemire struggled in this matchup as well. Each attempt at the basket against Tyson Chandler appeared increasingly arduous, making the struggles of their 2 core players unsurprising. However, around 6 minutes into the first quarter, as the Knicks struggled to implement their fast-paced strategy, they adapted their approach, leaning more on Stoudemire's individual prowess in the post to score. This strategy yielded positive results, with Stoudemire successfully executing 3 consecutive isolation plays. This season, Stoudemire's development of post-up skills marks a significant transformation, attributed in part to his improved ball-handling ability. In crucial moments over the past 2 games, the Knicks have consistently found someone step up. After successfully scoring for the 3rd time, Stoudemire let out a triumphant roar, prompting a wave of cheers to erupt simultaneously from the entire Madison Square Garden. The Knicks have begun to gain momentum. At this juncture, Dirk Nowitzki also stepped onto the court, engaging in isolation plays much like Stoudemire. However, Nowitzki's approach to one-on-one was rather unconventional, executing a series of awkward yet effective moves reminiscent of a replay, and yet every shot seemed to obediently find its way into the basket. Dirk's shooting touch was ablaze. The Knicks' momentum in their pursuit of points was swiftly extinguished. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Mavericks held a 6-point lead at 31-25. Lin Yang, who had not played in the first quarter, entered the game in the second. As in the previous 2 matches, Lin remained composed, facing the Knicks bench, and scored 5 points, grabbed 2 rebounds, and provided 1 assist on 2 of 4 shooting, helping the Mavericks maintain their advantage until his substitution. Lin Yang's objective today is to score 5 points and activate his rhythm mode, which explains his aggressive play in the second quarter. However, this is not solely due to the task at hand. He has never disrupted his game flow merely to fulfill system requirements. The primary reason lies in the fact that the Knicks, having recently emerged from a deep abyss, are lacking in depth. Their bench consists merely of players from other teams' water coolers and temporary recruits from the Development League. Although they waived several players burdened with undesirable contracts prior to the new season, the salaries of these individuals still count towards the Knicks' total payroll this year. Consequently, Donnie can only resort to signing additional players on minimum contracts to bolster the roster. Facing his opponents, Lin Yang exuded confidence on the offensive end, yielding commendable results. In just 4 minutes and 35 seconds into the game, he scored 5 points, fulfilling both the system's objectives and Carlisle's expectations of him. The Mavericks' main players continued to dominate in the second quarter, further extending their lead, while the Knicks were relentlessly overpowered until the final whistle. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Mavericks triumphing 108-94 over the Knicks, marking a splendid start to the new season with 3 consecutive victories. Although the Knicks suffered defeat, Stoudemire's performance was noteworthy as he amassed 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 assists. Regrettably, Stoudemire was the sole bright spot for the Knicks, with his teammates failing to provide adequate support during this contest. Should Stoudemire maintain such form throughout the season, his standing in the annals of basketball history is destined for a transformative shift. Prior to his departure from the Suns, regardless of how stellar his statistics were, fans attributed his success to Nash, who had already aided numerous players like Stoudemire in securing lucrative contracts. Stoudemire was merely one among many. However, with Felton clearly not matching the caliber of the Nash effect, and the disparity between them being stark, Stoudemire's continued dominance in the paint speaks volumes of his individual prowess. Frankly, Stoudemire's performance this season serves not only as a testament to his capabilities, but also holds the potential to redefine the trajectory of his entire career. The most pivotal contributor to the Mavericks' victory was, without a doubt, Dirk Nowitzki, who scored a game-high 28 points. With him on the court, the Mavericks enjoyed a staggering net margin of 18 points. This season, Dirk Nowitzki has commenced with remarkable fervor. Chapter 47, Tiger's Dream in this match. Lin Yang achieved 14 points, 2 assists, and 4 rebounds, along with a block, maintaining an impeccable record with no turnovers for the second consecutive game. Following the match, Rick Carlisle expressed his astonishment at Lin's maturity during the press conference, stating, "He is truly a seasoned player. If we disregard external factors, Lin resembles a veteran who has bypassed his rookie season." Notably, during the game, when the system activated the hot streak mode, Lin was seated on the bench, missing out on a potential scoring spree during those 3 minutes. Nevertheless, he still managed to secure 14 points, highlighting the inadequacies of the Knicks bench. After facing the Knicks, the Mavericks will return to Dallas for their next match, allowing Lin Yang the comfort of a restful night's sleep at home. Within the Mavericks, his bond with Tyson Chandler is undoubtedly the strongest, and typically, during away games, they share a double room. While Tyson Chandler possesses many admirable qualities, his thunderous snoring often leaves Lin in a state of distress. Fortunately, tonight, he can finally escape from that cacophony. Upon returning home, Lin Yang was unexpectedly greeted by the absence of Tiger, who usually lingered at the doorstep to leech off the Wi-Fi. Lin Yang cast a peculiar glance across the way. As he had just passed through the square below, he had not observed Tiger performing there. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Could it be that this fellow was still asleep? It seemed he had truly indulged last night. The youth was unaware of the transient nature of youth, lamenting in later years for what was lost. Lin Yang resolved to pen this sentiment one day and present it to Tiger as a gesture of appreciation for the few times he had called him brother. Opening the door, Lin Yang tossed his luggage onto the sofa. Habitually, he approached the refrigerator, retrieving several carrots and cucumbers. He then utilized the juicer to prepare a generous glass of vegetable juice, taking a hearty sip before beginning to sort through his dirty laundry, which he placed in a washing machine to soak. Musing aloud, he remarked, "Indeed, it is not as fresh as it once was." Lin Yang purchased carrots and cucumbers before embarking on a 2-match away series, carefully wrapping them in cling film and placing them in the refrigerator. However, after 4 days, they had lost a significant amount of moisture and were no longer as fresh. Lin Yang discarded the entire cup, resolving to purchase some fresh carrots and cucumbers later to prepare a new juice. Lin Yang packed fresh clothes into a suitcase and placed the bag on the cabinet by the door, ensuring that he could effortlessly grab it and depart for the away game next time. After tidying everything up, Lin Yang prepared to head downstairs to the supermarket. Just as he stood at the elevator waiting, Tej emerged from his room. The vibrant energy radiating from him bore no resemblance to someone who had just awakened. "Brother, when did you return?" Tej exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he hurried towards Lin Yang, resembling a smartphone devoid of data, suddenly encountering Wi-Fi. "Just moments ago," Lin Yang replied, observing his approach. "Why didn't you go downstairs to sing?" "I've decided to quit that job. I've discovered a more promising opportunity," Tej exclaimed, brimming with excitement. A hint of mystery gracing his expression. "Brother, I've realized that I am a gaming prodigy." "A gaming prodigy?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he remarked. "So, you intend to make a living by pursuing a professional career in gaming?" Although Lin Yang currently devotes all his energy to basketball, he did not shy away from frequenting internet cafes with classmates and friends during his high school years, indulging in games like Crossfire and Dungeon. He even engaged with Dota for a time, but once the system unexpectedly activated, his focus shifted entirely to basketball, leaving little time for gaming. Nevertheless, he is aware that the realm of esports is burgeoning, with numerous international esports events now recognized as legitimate sports. From Lin Yang's perspective, even gaming entails a staggering elimination rate, making the aspiration to become a professional player quite formidable. The transition for Tiger from aspiring to debut to yearning to be a professional esports athlete does not present a significant shift in difficulty. Both paths are fraught with dreams unattainable without innate talent. Nonetheless, best of luck to you. Lin Yang still refrained from persuading him. The following morning, Lin Yang arrived punctually at the gym to partake in the daily practice, preparing for the evening's home game. Tonight, the Mavericks would face the Spurs, a team that had inflicted great humiliation upon them in the previous season's playoffs. This night marked their first encounter of the season, and the Mavericks were intent on avenging last season's disgrace, particularly the core players who had endured that shameful battle: Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Kidd, and Jason Terry. Observing their fervor during practice, Lin Yang sensed that they were treating the scrimmage as if it were a genuine match against the Spurs, leaving their opponents utterly defenseless. Following their regular practice, they dedicated additional time for extra drills. Lin Yang joined in, honing his ball handling skills, which had notably improved, though he still lagged behind the NBA's average standard. Nevertheless, he was growing more confident on the court, no longer instinctively seeking passing opportunities upon receiving the ball. After the extended practice session, Lin Yang took a moment to rest in the locker room, changed into his training attire, and prepared to head to the players' dining area. Just as he stepped out of the locker room, he was approached by the familiar figure of Zhou Lingyan, accompanied by a cameraman. "Would you mind participating in an interview?" she inquired. "Sure," he replied. Lin Yang readily agreed, saying, "However, I have one request. I must eat while I speak. My hunger is quite unbearable." "No problem." Zhou Lingyan also readily consented. As long as Lin Yang was willing to be interviewed, it mattered not whether it was during a meal or even while taking a shower. She would follow without hesitation. The demand for reports concerning Lin Yang among domestic fans is immense, with even trivial articles garnering millions of views. Such remarkable popularity presents an opportunity for interviews that cannot be overlooked. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Yang chose a secluded corner table. Before eating, he turned to Zhou Lingyan and asked, "Have you eaten? Would you like me to get you a meal?" There is a distinction between the meals provided to players and those served to staff. Lin Yang's current meal consists of a scientifically crafted nutritional platter devised by the team's nutritionist, though nutritious meals are not always palatable. For instance, before him lay a vegetable salad accompanied by a steak and a few vitamin-rich side dishes, far less appealing than the staff meals featuring bacon and hot dogs. As Zhou Lingyan followed Lin Yang, she had glimpsed the staff meals and realized she had yet to eat. However, the thought of casually eating while questioning Lin Yang felt somewhat inappropriate. She ultimately swallowed hard and chose to decline. Chapter 48. The words of Popovich Lin Yang. Your performance in the 3 matches thus far has exceeded many expectations. In the game against the Mavericks and the Wizards, you even outshone the 2010 first overall pick, John Wall, in your matchup, which has sparked heated discussions domestically. How do you perceive your performance over the past week? If you were to grade yourself, what score would you assign? I merely fulfilled the tasks assigned by my coach during the games. If I were to grade myself, I'd give myself a 7. It's not bad, but it's not remarkable either. Many domestic fans regard you as the future of the Chinese men's basketball team's perimeter play. Have you considered this? Do you envision a day when you can strive alongside Yao Ming on the international stage? Certainly, every Chinese basketball player considers serving their country an honor, and I'm no exception. However, to be frank, until I refine my ball handling skills, my inclusion in the national team does not make much difference. My abilities have not yet reached a level capable of altering the strength of the national team's perimeter. Currently, I am merely a role player, much like the contributions I am making with the Mavericks. This is my utmost limit. The entire interview lasted approximately 20 minutes. Lin Yang's demeanor while answering questions was consistent with his previous interview with Zhou Lingyan. He remained composed, responding to each inquiry with poise. occasionally offering blunt remarks that left Zhou Lingen at a loss for words. Yet perhaps it is precisely this quality that renders Lin Yang such a distinctive player among Chinese perimeter athletes. Before him, no player from the Huaxiao region had ever achieved such remarkable statistics in the NBA. In a certain sense, Lin Yang has already broken historical records. What Zhou Lingen failed to clarify to Lin Yang is that the level of discourse surrounding him in Huaxia is far greater than he had imagined. After all, this season, Yi Jianlian has yet to step onto the court for even a second. Sanders has relegated him to the role of a mere water boy, left to languish in the corner. Meanwhile, Yao Ming's performance in the new season has also been less than satisfactory, averaging only about 10 points and 5 rebounds. Although this is partly due to his limited playing time, it is evident to any discerning observer that the Rockets' accelerated style of play is one that Yao Ming struggles to adapt to. Even if his minutes on the court were to increase, it is doubtful that his performance would improve significantly. As domestic fans feared before the season commenced, both players have found themselves in a slump. Lin Yang's emergence is like a new beacon of hope. Nearly all Huaxia basketball fans are eager to follow his every development, wishing more than ever for him to excel. Otherwise, there is a genuine risk of a talent drought in the Huaxia men's basketball team. This is not mere hyperbole. Since Yi Jianlian and Son, you were selected in 2007, it has been exceedingly rare to witness new prospects with the potential to challenge the NBA draft. Had Lin Yang not suddenly emerged this year, it might have taken another 3 to 4 years before Huaxia players would be seen in the NBA draft again. This reflects the current state of Huaxia men's basketball. Following the golden generation, a significant gap has emerged in talent. Fortunately, with Lin Yang's arrival, this issue may not worsen. Thus, despite the new season having just begun, the pressure and expectations resting on Lin Yang's shoulders have grown exponentially compared to before the season started. However, the attitude of the domestic media covering the NBA remains relatively uniform. They deliberately avoid these issues. After the incident involving the overwhelming praise for Yi Jianlian, there is now a protective awareness regarding the athletes. They do not wish to ruin another promising talent. After concluding her interview, Zhou Lingen promptly departed from the Mavericks arena, stating that she would head directly to the airport for a flight to Houston. Observing her relentless pace, Lin Yang couldn't help but think to himself, it's not easy for anyone. In the pregame interview with the Spurs, Coach Popovich was once again surrounded by reporters. Today, he donned his customary white shirt paired with a black tie, layered under a solid black suit devoid of any stripes. This is his most familiar attire. For at least 200 days of the year, Popovich stands before the media in this manner, much like his perpetually reddened nose. The only noticeable difference lies in his facial expressions. Coach Popovich, do you have any special arrangements for tonight's game? The Mavericks are currently on a 3-game winning streak. Do you believe the Spurs can halt their momentum? More content is loading. Please hold on. There are no special arrangements, nor any assurances that could thwart the Mavericks' 3-game winning streak. Well, the answer is already known to you. You may now conclude your day. The old man has begun to jest with us again. The reporters exchanged glances, acutely aware that today's pre-game press conference will be particularly challenging. Tim has successfully shed weight this season. Observing his demeanor, he appears more invigorated. Was this your decision, or did he choose this path himself? Well, this is a phase every great player encounters at some juncture in their career. Clearly, he has achieved it. This is the essence of Tim's greatness. However, when speaking of Tim Duncan, Popovich adopted a considerably more serious tone. So, Coach Popovich, what are your thoughts on the Mavericks rookie, Lin? A reporter mentioned Lin Yang, whose prominence has significantly risen since the Mavericks game against the Wizards. After all, he is the one who managed to contain the first overall pick during the match. He is impressive. He is a superstar in the league, deserving of all my strategic focus. I believe that if we can neutralize Lin tonight, victory will be within our grasp. Unfortunately, Popovich reverted to his playful demeanor. Well, please disregard everything I just said. I shall now respond to this question earnestly. The old man looked at the reporters with a hint of exasperation, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, and seriously stated, he is a promising rookie. He brings a fresh vitality to the Mavericks veterans. I look forward to seeing him perform even better tonight. Did he truly say that? I am finished. A beat reporter from the Mavericks conveyed Popovich's assessment of Lin Yang to him. Upon hearing the reporter's recounting of Popovich's original words, Lin Yang instinctively felt that he was doomed for the evening. The esteemed Mr. Lu Sun once inscribed the phrase the mouth of Popovich, a deceiver, in the 3 Flavor bookstore. He even explicitly noted in his diary of a madman, trust no one, especially not the words spoken by Popovich before the game. This scoundrel has not uttered a single genuine word. Moreover, Popovich's assessment of him indicated that this cunning old man had been fixated on him for quite some time. Lin Yang understood that he was about to face the greatest challenge of his professional career. Chapter 49. The Battle of Cattle and Horses. The arena of the Airline Center was brimming with fans this evening. For the supporters of the Dallas Mavericks, there are three teams they loathe most. The first is the Miami Heat. Had they not been reversed in 2006, the Mavericks would have already lifted their inaugural O'Brien Trophy. The second is the Golden State Warriors. During the 2006 to 2007 season, the Mavericks returned with a vengeance, securing the top spot in the West, only to have the Warriors, stepping over the Mavericks' remains, achieve the miraculous We Believe playoff run. The third team is none other than tonight's adversary, the San Antonio Spurs. Before delving into the dynamics of the Western Conference prior to 2008, where the Mavericks and Spurs contended fiercely for supremacy, it is worth mentioning the deep-seated animosity cultivated over the years during playoff battles. The disgraceful defeat of the Mavericks at the hands of the Spurs in last season's playoffs, known as the Black Seven, has ensured that the San Antonio team will find it impossible to leave the airline center unscathed this evening. Spurs, you will surely exit with your heads hung low tonight. I eagerly await the sight of your dismal faces. To hell with you, you foolish lot. As the Spurs players engaged in their warm-up routines, the cacophony of boos and taunts filled the air. Regrettably, the jeers and chatter had no bearing on the Spurs, who had claimed 3 championship trophies over the past decade. In fact, Tim Duncan even contemplated performing a little dance with Manu Ginobili amidst the din of disapproval. I hope everyone can maintain our rhythm, steering the game into a battle of positions, no matter how swiftly the Spurs move the ball. I urge you all to preserve our own tempo. This season, the San Antonio Spurs have undergone a significant transformation in their overall style, markedly accelerating the pace of their offensive and defensive transitions, while their ability to control the game remains unblemished. Rick Carlisle is determined not to succumb to their tempo, having emphasized this point prior to the game. Today, Carlisle's demeanor is particularly grave, following last season's shocking defeat to the Spurs, where his star player, Dirk Nowitzki, faced considerable criticism. He himself has been subjected to a prolonged period of scrutiny as head coach. This match serves as a testament to his resolve, and how could he not approach it with utmost seriousness? Another individual embodying this seriousness is Tyson Chandler. The Dallas Mavericks' vulnerability at the center position was a fundamental reason for their downfall last season, and this year, the acquisition of Chandler aims to rectify that deficiency. Thus, today's contest against the Spurs represents a critical opportunity for Chandler to validate his worth. Consequently, he has been meticulously readying his shoelaces multiple times while seated on the bench. Lin Yang could no longer bear to watch and offered a word of encouragement. Relax, Tyson. Channel the confidence you exude in the Nightclub. I believe you will perform admirably. The effect was quite apparent, as Tyson Chandler responded with a grin that resembled a grimace more than a smile. The coaches on both sides had just completed their preparations, and the match officially commenced. The players from the Mavericks and the Spurs took to the court, where Tyson Chandler and Spurs center Mike D'Antoni faced off in the jump ball at center court. Antonio D'Antoni, a seasoned veteran with 15 years in the league, entered the NBA in 1995 as a premier power forward. At the pinnacle of his career, he averaged an impressive 21, 2 points and 7 rebounds. Later, transitioning into a blue-collar interior player renowned for his on-court tenacity, extending his career to this day. However, standing at 2.07 meters, D'Antoni found himself at a disadvantage against the towering Tyson Chandler, who measured 2.16 meters, a disparity in height that enthusiasm alone could not compensate. The Mavericks successfully seized the initial possession. The local Mavericks fans erupted in cheers, rallying behind their team as they celebrated the successful first basket. Jason Kidd advanced the ball to the front court, directing his teammates' movements when he suddenly executed a long bounce pass to the cutting Tyson Chandler, who caught the ball, rose, and scored effortlessly. Tyson Chandler appeared somewhat tense. A noticeable exhalation following his score attested to this. With his first basket in the game, Chandler, the most significant acquisition for the Mavericks this season, had thus far demonstrated commendable performance, averaging 11 points, 9 rebounds, and 1 block per game, each statistic reflecting a marked improvement from the previous season. Last season, Tyson Chandler battled injuries. Had it not been for those setbacks, he would have achieved similar statistics. Therefore, your comparisons hold little weight. What he truly contributes to this team is his defensive prowess, remarked Charles. Precisely what I was about to say. TNT held the broadcasting rights for this game, featuring the industry's premier commentary duo, Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley. As Mike D'Antoni faced Tyson Chandler and scored, a moment of silence enveloped the TNT commentary booth. They were poised to extol Tyson Chandler's defensive prowess, only to be caught off guard as D'Antoni sank the shot, leaving them speechless, as if their mouths were stuffed with a pair of foul socks. Well, moving on to Dirk Nowitzki. This season, Kenny Smith chose to shift the conversation. The Spurs countered and leveled the score at 2-2. Now it was the Mavericks' turn to attack. Jason Kidd, heeding Rick Carlisle's pre-game instructions, deliberately slowed the tempo until his four teammates established their positions in the front court before crossing midcourt. Kidd surveyed the court, then delivered a lob pass to the interior, this time targeting Dirk Nowitzki. Duncan, having shed weight during the offseason, moved with greater agility, though his reduced bulk compromised his physicality. Nowitzki found himself at an advantage against this lighter matchup. Without hesitation, Nowitzki engaged Duncan, bumping against him before executing a classic one-leg jumper that swished cleanly through the net. Even Duncan, confronted with Nowitzki's signature shot, appeared somewhat helpless. In truth, had Duncan not lost weight, his original heft could have posed a challenge for Nowitzki, who is well aware of his own vulnerabilities. His ability to withstand physical confrontations is not particularly robust, and his success rate diminishes against powerful, imposing big men. Conversely, against space-oriented bigs, Nowitzki excels effortlessly. In this iteration of the Spurs, Duncan embodies that space-oriented style. The Mavericks reclaimed the lead. It was now the Spurs' turn to mount an offense. Tony Parker, utilizing a screen from Tim Duncan, deftly evaded Jason Kidd and surged into the paint, only to be thwarted by Tyson Chandler's interference. The shot missed, but Chandler leapt again, securing the rebound with assurance, eliciting cheers from the crowd. This exquisite disruption exemplifies the transformation that Tyson Chandler brings to the Mavericks. Standing at 2.16 meters with nimble footwork, although he has not ascended to the towering status anticipated by fans upon his entry into the league, his defensive capabilities, particularly in terms of help defense, are often underestimated by many experts. Tyson Chandler successfully assisted in defense, prompting Kenny Smith, who had been holding back his thoughts, to finally express his sentiments. Chapter 50. The Spurs backcourt. The Mavericks managed to score again in the next possession, stabilizing the score difference at 4 points. Tony Parker attempted several times to quicken the pace of the game, but Jason Kidd, with his seasoned prowess, orchestrated each offensive play at a leisurely pace. Regardless of how frantic the Spurs became, every Mavericks offensive possession lasted at least 15 seconds. Kenny Smith, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Tony is the MVP of the 2007 Finals and the first international player in NBA history to receive the Finals MVP, yet in the presence of Jason Kidd. His ability to dictate the tempo falls significantly short." Charles Barkley shot him a glance and chuckled. "Hey, Kenny, Tony is inherently a guard focused on individual offense. He is more suited to the current league. Moreover, if we must compare the ability to control the game as tempo, few in NBA history can rival Jason Kidd, who is undeniably a tactical maestro." As Barkley concluded his statement, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the ever-composed Greg Popovich. This is also why Greg has yet to raise his voice at Tony Parker. It exceeds his capabilities. However, it was time for substitutions. Unbeknownst to the spectators, 8 minutes of the first quarter had elapsed. According to Popovich's customary rotation, he would typically substitute Tim Duncan and Parker at this point, bringing in Manu Ginobili to bridge this period. Rick Carlisle, who regarded Popovich as his idol, shared a similar philosophy in substitutions. Thus far in the new season, he had been replacing Dirk Nowitzki and Jason Kidd around this time as well. After all, the older players deserve some consideration. Consequently, shortly after Barkley mentioned Popovich's impending substitutions, both teams' benches rose with the players ready to enter. Popovich made slightly more changes. In addition to Tony Parker and Duncan, he also substituted shooting guard Keith Bogans. Bogans, a blue-collar player renowned for his defensive skills, was once a valuable piece for championship teams in his youth, yet his offensive capabilities had diminished in recent years, leaving him to contribute primarily on the defensive end. Popovich had consistently deployed him at the shooting guard position, valuing his defensive prowess to support Tony Parker. Essentially, Bogans entered and exited the court alongside Parker. Re-entering the game were George Hill and Manu Ginobili. The strength of the Spurs shooting guard and small forward positions this year is indeed formidable. Kenny Smith observed the two newly introduced San Antonio Spurs guards with a hint of surprise at the remarkable depth of the team's bench this season. The first player, Manu Ginobili, is undoubtedly one of the league's finest sixth men, while the diminutive point guard accompanying him, George Hill, left a lasting impression as last season's runner-up for the Most Improved Player award, narrowly missing the chance to surpass Aaron Brooks. If all goes according to plan, the Spurs are poised to reverse the tide. Following the substitutions, the offensive prowess of the Spurs backcourt not only remained intact, but seemed to flourish. While the Dallas Mavericks' Jason Kidd departed the court, making way for Beria, a clear decline in strength. Barkley echoed Kenny Smith's sentiments. Spurs fans exclaimed, "Barkley, don't jinx us." Swish. Upon his entrance, Manu Ginobili immediately made an impact, deftly maneuvering past Karen Butler and finishing with a layup against Tyson Chandler's defense. "It's my turn." Lin Yang, seated on the bench, watched as Ginobili effortlessly bypassed Butler on his first shot, muttering softly to himself. He discerned that Rick Carlisle was unusually serious today. Butler's lackadaisical defense would surely not go unaddressed. Among the remaining Mavericks guards, Jason Terry's defensive capabilities were not particularly commendable. Deshaun was decent, but his chemistry with Beria left much to be desired. The most suitable candidate was undoubtedly Lin Yang. Crash. Karen Butler sought redemption on the offensive end, but his jump shot failed to find the mark. Fortunately, Tyson Chandler grabbed the offensive rebound, only for the newly introduced Spur splitter to thwart him, limiting his vertical leap. And the ball clanged off the rim again. Mike D'Antoni seized the opportunity to secure the rebound. Tyson Chandler cast a glance at Prist, the European big man who had unexpectedly proven to be quite formidable. Swish. Manu Ginobili, facing Karen Butler, twisted his body to sink another mid-range jumper. "Karen, are you in a daze again?" Rick Carlisle, witnessing Butler's two effortless scores by Ginobili, could no longer contain his frustration, chastising Butler. Does this fool not realize the significance of this game? After venting his ire, Carlisle shifted his focus to the bench, signaling Lin to enter the game. With Ginobili in full swing, having scored twice, the Spurs trailed by just 1 point, with 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Let us observe whether the Spurs can close the gap before the quarter concludes. Rick opted for a substitution, bringing in none other than Lin, the miraculous NCAA prodigy. Replacing Karen Butler. On the court, Ginobili thwarted Beria's pass, causing the ball to go out of bounds, allowing Lin to enter the game during this moment. Ding! The task for this match has been announced. Score successfully on the first 3 attempts. Completing this task will activate the hot streak mode. Hiss! Achieving 3 consecutive hits is quite a challenge. This must be the most difficult task released recently, especially during a game against the Spurs. Lin Yang had anticipated that tonight's match would be challenging, and upon hearing the task announced by the system, he felt an even greater sense of discomfort about the evening ahead. Tyson Chandler initiated a sideline throw-in, and Lin Yang made a backdoor cut to create an open opportunity for Beria. The latter successfully received the ball, yet instead of attempting a direct drive, he opted to wait for Lin Yang to reposition himself beyond the three-point arc. Kenny Smith expressed mild surprise, but maintained his tone. It was evident that the Maverick second unit held a considerable belief in the capabilities of the young prodigy. Jose had been dribbling in place for an extended period, seemingly waiting for Lin to find his spot. One couldn't help but wonder how they intended to execute this offensive play, and whether Lin was truly worth Jose's prolonged anticipation. As Lin Yang positioned himself, Manu Ginobili stepped in front of him. However, Lin Yang paid no heed to Ginobili and gestured for Beria to pass the ball. The moment he received it, Lin Yang launched into a shot. Shot it! Kenny Smith's voice echoed with a mixture of surprise and skepticism, according to the information he had. This Lin Yang was not known for taking such individualistic shots. Moreover, that was quite a distance from the three-point line. A derisive chuckle from Barkley encapsulated all his unspoken thoughts. The atmosphere in the center court of the arena was charged with gasps. The fans, too, were bewildered by the apparent irrationality of Lin Yang's first attempt in this match. Damn it, didn't you realize how crucial this game is for us? Some Mavericks fans were already poised to unleash their jeers. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding slam dunk reverberated through the arena. A towering figure released his grip from the rim and descended gracefully. Wow, a flawless alley-oop. A thunderous dunk by the Mavericks, assisted by Lin Yang. The typically composed Kenny Smith slapped the table vigorously upon witnessing this play. Meanwhile, Barkley, who had just moments ago scoffed, now widened his eyes in astonishment. He never anticipated that Lin Yang's audacious attempt would culminate in such a splendid assist. The audience was initially taken aback, unable to foresee the turn of events. They had braced themselves to berate Lin Yang, yet now, wow! Fortunately, they reacted swiftly and a wave of cheers erupted from the Mavericks fans before Shawn Marion even touched the ground. Chapter 51. The restricted Manu Ginobili before taking the court. Lin Yang attentively observed the current lineup of the Spurs in the players' waiting area. He noted the positioning of Splitter, who, after 2 years with the team, has yet to integrate into the system, as well as the struggling forward Richard Jefferson, whose performance has seen a significant decline. Aside from these two, the remaining 3 players are reliable within the Spurs framework, demonstrating a steadfastness that minimizes errors. Thus, even before stepping onto the court, Lin Yang had already devised a strategy to exploit a gap between these 2 players. Ultimately, he chose to connect with Marion, prompted by the sight of Manu Ginobili approaching him for defense. Given Jefferson's defensive performance thus far in the first quarter, without assistance from the shooting guard or power forward, he truly struggles to contain Marion. Currently, the Spurs power forward is Splitter, preoccupied with his own challenges, while Manu is drawn into the fray, allowing Marion to establish a one-on-one situation with Jefferson. When Lin Yang called for the ball from Beria, Marion had already executed a successful cut after a feint. Lin Yang's distant shooting motion merely served to further attract Manu's defensive attention. This 3-point shot was essentially a long-distance pass. Lin truly does not disappoint, as Lin Yang took to the court. His very first shot sent a shiver of apprehension through onlookers. Caleb, while praising him, allowed his expression to relax somewhat. The moment Lin Yang caught the ball and launched a shot from a distance that was at least 2 steps beyond the 3-point line was utterly startling. Such audacity was akin to courting disaster. Initially, Caleb had thought that Lin Yang's recent performances had inflated his ego, yet it ultimately proved that his innate talent remained intact, with all efforts directed toward scoring. What fuss over nothing? Carlisle, overhearing Caleb's remarks, turned and playfully ribbed his longtime partner, lowering his arms that had been crossed over his chest while adjusting the slightly wrinkled sleeves of his suit. "Kid, you've got some skills." When it was the Spurs' turn to attack, Manu Ginobili, holding the ball, expressed his admiration for Lin Yang, acknowledging that even without reviewing the footage, he could glean the young player's intentions from the final outcome and Jefferson's reaction. One cannot deny that this rookie possesses a remarkable composure. However, it takes more than mere talent. Otherwise, I might not have found my place in the NBA. Lin Yang curled his lips in response. Oomph. Noticing that Lin Yang was rather unimpressed by his praise, Manu Ginobili did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled softly, increasingly finding this newcomer intriguing. However, he chose to remain silent, his expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. The rhythmic dribbling that he had maintained began to alter as both hands moved toward the ball, seemingly preparing to shoot. Lin Yang advanced a step forward. Just as he took this stride, Manu Ginobili, preparing to receive the ball, unexpectedly executed a dramatic change of direction, surging to Lin Yang's right side. A quintessential display of the Buddha's palm maneuver. Lin Yang, without any surprise, stepped forward with his mind alert to Manu Ginobili's maneuver. His entire body shifted in tandem with Ginobili, successfully intercepting Manu's change of direction. A gasp arose from the Mavericks bench, courtesy of Deshaun Stevenson, who was astonished that Lin Yang could thwart that play. Rick Carlisle, too, was taken aback, silently acknowledging the young man's focus on defense. Indeed, this young talent is worth nurturing. I must impart all my knowledge to Lin, transforming him into the league's premier defender. However, Carlisle's excitement was swiftly tempered as Ginobili executed a peculiar spin, making another unexpected move. This time, Lin Yang could not keep pace with Ginobili, who surged past him. Just as Carlisle was about to exclaim in frustration, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Ginobili's layup, after breaking through Lin Yang, was remarkably blocked by Tyson Chandler. The ball found its way into Beria's hands. Regrettably, the Spurs' transition defense was swift, preventing a fast break following the block. Nonetheless, this was more than enough for Rick Carlisle to cheer aloud. With less than a minute remaining in the first quarter, Tyson Chandler's defensive prowess had clearly bolstered the Mavericks' defense. "Well done, Lin." Tyson Chandler celebrated his block with a high five to Lin Yang, as if they had executed a brilliant play together, leaving Rick Carlisle momentarily puzzled. Lin Yang clearly missed the opportunity to assist Manu Ginobili. Surely, this play cannot be credited to him, can it? Is it possible that Tyson Chandler is merely there to encourage Lin Yang? Rick Carlisle is well aware of the strong rapport between Tyson Chandler and Lin Yang. Swiftly, the Mavericks score again, extending their lead to 5 points. As the momentum shifts once more in favor of the Mavericks, Popovich's expression finally reflects his displeasure. While he could comprehend the challenges posed by Jason Kidd's ability to dictate the pace when they were trailing, he finds it perplexing that the Spurs are now on the defensive. The Mavericks are predominantly fielding their bench players at this point. Can't Manu rally the team's rhythm? Jin Billy once again takes charge on the offensive end. As a favored disciple of Coach Popovich, he perceives that the venerable coach is on the verge of expressing his frustration. For the sake of the team's well-being, this shot must find its mark. Barkley observes, Manu has opted to isolate Lin. This is indeed a judicious choice. Previously, he had effortlessly breached Lin's defense, only thwarted by Tyson Chandler's timely help, which caused him to miss what should have been a straightforward basket. This time, as long as he is mindful of Chandler's positioning, he is guaranteed to score. Barkley holds a great appreciation for Manu Jin Billy, firmly believing that he will succeed in this endeavor. Jin Billy does not succumb to the jinx of his critics. With a deft step, he once again skillfully bypasses Lin Yang, only to find Tyson Chandler looming before him in the basket. Here we go again. Jin Billy clenches his teeth, having anticipated that Chandler would be there after he had previously been blocked. He's prepared to pass to Mike D'Antoni. Yet, as he readies to distribute the ball, he realizes that D'Antoni is stationed on the opposite side of the rim, yet to arrive. With a thud, unable to pass, Jin Billy is left with no choice but to attempt a difficult shot. Standing before the towering Tyson Chandler, he can scarcely see the hoop. Once again, Jin Billy faces defeat beneath the basket. Chapter 52. This is quite normal. Before the match, Lin Yang diligently reviewed extensive materials and footage pertaining to the San Antonio Spurs backcourt players. Upon thorough examination of the pregame data, he discerned that the defensively adept Bogans presented no substantial concerns that warranted his attention. Unless he was in a particularly favorable rhythm, Lin Yang would refrain from taking hasty shots, and, as he was not the primary offensive option, he felt unperturbed by Bogan's defensive prowess. Similarly, he did not regard Tony Parker with great apprehension. Although Parker was an all-star and the finals MVP, his height of merely 1.88 meters was a disadvantage when juxtaposed with Lin Yang, who towered over him by 14 centimeters. This height differential was sufficient to compensate for any speed disadvantage. While Parker's pick-and-roll synergy with the Spurs' interior players posed a challenge, it necessitated collaboration with his teammates rather than relying solely on his individual capability. As long as Parker did not initiate the pick, Lin Yang felt confident in his ability to defend him. George Hill, standing at 1.88 meters as well, was similarly dwarfed in comparison to Lin Yang. The only player who genuinely troubled him prior to the match was Manu Jin Billy, whose serpentine style of play was notoriously difficult to defend. Lin Yang was certain that should they find themselves matched up on the court, Jin Billy would undoubtedly breach his defenses multiple times. Such was his confidence, bolstered by an unyielding belief in his abilities. Yet, therein lies the allure of basketball. The inability to contain a player one-on-one does not equate to an inability to thwart their overall impact. Manu Jin Billy was indeed one of the league's rare breakthrough artists, particularly after executing his signature change of direction, which was often accompanied by a sudden, snake-like twist. This made it increasingly challenging for defenders to keep pace. However, even Jin Billy could only manage a limited number of such maneuvers. In essence, once Jin Billy exhausted his signature moves, his path to the basket became rather predictable, at which point Lin Yang's focus would shift to guarding against his time-lapse layup and his passing options. Regarding this, Lin Yang was confident that Tyson Chandler would effectively limit Jin Billy's impact. As anticipated, Chandler executed two flawless help defenses, thwarting Jin Billy's attempts to score. Marion secured the rebound and initiated a fast break, but unfortunately, the final shot did not find its mark, allowing the Mavericks to conclude the first quarter with a 5-point lead. Indeed, you were correct, Lin Yang mused. This guy was indeed looking pass. Thankfully, I had drawn Antonio to the other side. Otherwise, he might have made the assist. As the game clock expired, the Mavericks players made their way to the bench, and Tyson Chandler eagerly approached Lin Yang, who felt exhilarated by having successfully blocked one of the league's most challenging outside shooters in Jin Billy. The sensation was profoundly satisfying. Tyson Chandler undoubtedly stands as one of the league's premier defenders, observing his timely help defense on 2 occasions. I find it difficult to identify any players capable of replicating Chandler's remarkable performance, particularly when faced with the likes of Manu Jin Billy. Kenny Smith extolled Chandler's exceptional defensive efforts during those 2 instances, while Charles Barkley nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of Chandler's assistance. The rookie number 8 of the Mavericks, however, displayed a defensive capability that remains a tier below when matched against the elite guards of the league. Naturally, Jeremy Lin is merely a novice who has just participated in 3 games in the league. It is entirely understandable for a newcomer to struggle against Manu Ginobili. Such matchups serve primarily as valuable learning experiences for him. From their perspective, Lin failed to contain Ginobili on both occasions. And had it not been for Chandler's stellar help defense, Ginobili could have easily outpaced Lin by a considerable margin on those 2 plays. Nevertheless, these occurrences are to be expected. If Lin were to successfully defend against Ginobili, that would indeed be an anomaly. Today, Lin Yang found himself constrained by Manu Ginobili on the offensive front. Throughout his entire time on the court in the first quarter, he managed to record but a single assist with no further contributions to the offense, not even a solitary shot opportunity. As more content loads, please hold on. Defensively, he schemed against Ginobili, who in turn executed an effective one-on-one defense against him, leaving Lin Yang with scant opportunities to receive the ball. Indeed, a formidable adversary. Lin Yang's objective in this match is to successfully make all 3 of his initial shots. Given the current intensity of Manu's defense against him, the likelihood of him accomplishing this task is not significantly different from the probability of him scoring 30 points in this game. Lin Yang even felt that he was at risk of being completely shut out in this match. Coach Rick, how would you assess the performance of your newcomer, who seemingly did not shine in this game? During the first quarter's intermission, Rick Carlisle responded to an ESPN reporter's inquiry, with the first question directly addressing Lin Yang's solitary assist throughout his entire time on the court in the first quarter. Can we conclude that he encountered difficulties in this match, and that such troubles may become a recurring theme? Well, my friend, I must respectfully disagree with your perspective. In the final 2 minutes of Lin's time on the court, the Mavericks managed to extend their lead by 5 points, which indicates that the Spurs did not gain an advantage during that period. That suffices. Rick Carlisle could hardly express satisfaction with Lin Yang's performance. Yet he could not claim to be disappointed either. As he stated, as long as Lin was on the court and the team maintained the lead, it signified his presence was beneficial to the team. Moreover, he was well aware that Lin faced the formidable Manu Ginobili, a rare player in the league's shooting guard position who excels in both offense and defense. Achieving this level of performance is commendable. There is no reason for disappointment. Lin Yang is merely a novice. As the second quarter commenced, Rick Carlisle opted to field all players except Tyson Chandler from the outset. Choosing not to let Lin Yang return to the court, he discerned that the opposing Manu Ginobili remained on the floor, given Lin's inability to perform better against him. Carlisle intended for Lin Yang to confront Bogans, anticipating a potential breakthrough. The Mavericks deployed nearly their entire roster, yet failed to widen the point gap. After all, the Spurs trio of stars was present on the court, and the Mavericks struggled to gain an advantage in several possessions. The teams remained locked in a stalemate for approximately 4 minutes, until Manu Ginobili suddenly surged, scoring 5 consecutive points to level the score. Finally, he found his rhythm. Observing Manu's scoring momentum, Popovich exhaled in relief. Tyson, you're up. With Manu's offensive prowess dismantling the defensive formation, Rick Carlisle had no choice but to reintroduce Tyson Chandler to stabilize the defense. Chapter 53. He also has his merits. The 4 minutes without Tyson Chandler underscored his value on the defensive end for the Mavericks. With his return, the Mavericks were poised to once again contain Manu Ginobili. Amid Charles Barkley's commentary, Tyson Chandler entered the game, adjusted his uniform, and established his position as the Spurs initiated their offensive play. The ball found its way back to Manu Ginobili after the Mavericks' previous offensive attempt missed the mark. If Manu could convert this shot, the Spurs would reclaim the lead. With his current momentum, the ball was naturally directed to Ginobili. Displaying confidence, he faced Jason Terry without hesitation, employing a deceptive move to create space. Manu maneuvered past Terry. Kenny Smith raised his voice, though not to full volume, saving his exuberance for the next moment as he noticed Tyson Chandler closing in. In his view, this was yet another exemplary defensive effort by Chandler. This encapsulates Tyson Chandler's value and the threat he poses on the defensive end. Michael Jordan and his management team surely regretted parting ways with Chandler. He was prepared to shout a triumphant declaration following Chandler's successful support. However, the unfolding situation deviated from his expectations. Manu Ginobili executed an unusual pivot, effortlessly slipping past Tyson Chandler and finishing with a graceful layup. The score was overturned. Manu Ginobili had scored for the 3rd consecutive time. He was on fire. This is the prowess of the Argentine Jordan. When he is in the zone, no defense can impede his scoring. Kenny Smith, the star commentator for TNT, undoubtedly possesses a remarkable ability to control the narrative. As he witnessed Manu Ginobili effortlessly penetrate past Tyson Chandler to score, his initial intention to laud Chandler swiftly transformed into effusive praise for Ginobili. Rick Carlisle furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that Chandler would effectively contain Ginobili upon his entrance, yet it appeared he had been overly optimistic. However, this was merely the first quarter. The NBA has never been a game dictated by a single period, so patience was warranted. Given that Chandler managed to limit Ginobili's impact during the final 2 minutes of the first quarter, it was implausible that he would perpetually fail to provide effective support. As time continued to elapse, Carlisle retained at least one correct assessment. Chandler's ability to provide supplementary defense is indeed among the finest in the league. The Spurs players, for the most part, found their offensive maneuvers stifled by Chandler's presence, rendering them hesitant to attack the paint, with the notable exception of Ginobili. In the ensuing 4 minutes, Ginobili maintained his offensive prowess, particularly with his ability to drive to the basket. Even against Chandler's assistance, he consistently created opportunities for himself within the lane. It was precisely Ginobili's formidable driving skills that deterred Carlisle from expanding the Mavericks' defensive formation, forcing him to contract it instead. The consequence of this strategy was that the Spurs shooters retained ample space to attempt their shots. The Spurs widened their lead to 7 points. Could it be that Chandler's supplementary defense against Ginobili had waned in effectiveness? This notion sparked a bold idea in Carlisle's mind as he glanced toward the bench at Lin Yang, who was intently observing the game. He decided to notify Lin and summon him to the court. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Carlisle suddenly sensed that the limitations placed on Ginobili during the final minutes of the first quarter were not solely attributable to Chandler. Lin Yang had played a significant role as well. The containment of Ginobili was a joint accomplishment between Chandler and Lin. Unsure of the validity of this thought, he resolved to test it. As Lin Yang re-entered the court, his presence elicited little response. The fans of the Mavericks in the stands furrowed their brows, contemplating strategies to contain the formidable Manu Ginobili. Perhaps, due to Ginobili's exuberance, the Mavericks were destined for defeat once more. Nearly all Maverick supporters chose to willfully overlook Lin Yang's return, save for a handful of Chinese fans who, upon witnessing his entrance, were momentarily invigorated, their faces alight with anticipation. They harbored hopes that Lin Yang's presence might usher in a transformative shift for the Mavericks, ideally impeding Ginobili's momentum, thus justifying their attendance at the game. Despite the skepticism from other fans and their own quiet doubts, they clung to a flicker of hope. After all, what if? As Lin Yang took to the court, he found himself surrounded by his teammates from the Mavericks, fully immersed in the game. Jason Kidd, the quintessential conductor of the match, allowed Lin Yang to concentrate solely on his positioning rather than the intricacies of offensive strategy. Whether acknowledged or not, Kidd was not a prolific scorer. Playing alongside him undeniably required a greater share of offensive responsibility. However, it was evident that the majority of these plays were orchestrated by Kidd himself. As Lin Yang executed a reverse run, Tyson Chandler instinctively positioned himself, successfully shaking off Manu Ginobili. In the next moment, Lin Yang received a pass from Jason Kidd, rising to take a shot. However, Mike D'Antoni, who was defending against Tyson Chandler, quickly closed in. His proactive approach allowed him to cover even those shots that seemed beyond reach. Lin Yang leaped, and before he could complete his shooting motion, Mike D'Antoni was already upon him. Without hesitation, Lin Yang transformed his shooting motion into a passing gesture. The pass was somewhat elevated, but his target was Tyson Chandler, who stood at an imposing height of 2.16 meters, making it easy for him to receive even the loftiest of passes. Boom! At that moment, the player who had been following Tyson Chandler was now Manu Ginobili, allowing Chandler to effortlessly penetrate the paint and execute a dunk. It was a splendid display of teamwork, reminiscent of the Spurs' offensive style, transitioning from Jason's pass to Lin Yang, who attracted the interior defense before passing once more, culminating in Tyson's successful dunk. The Mavericks executed this offensive play with seamless fluidity. Kenny Smith applauded, marveling at the Mavs' execution. Nice! Following the dunk, Tyson Chandler immediately sought out Lin Yang for a high five. What appeared to others as a rather lofty pass was, for him, the most comfortable receiving position. Rick Carlisle nodded in approval. Generally, coaches disapprove of players passing while airborne, as it tends to increase the likelihood of turnovers. The only player daring enough to pass in midair is Chris Paul, currently regarded as the premier point guard in the NBA. Every decision he makes on the court is the optimal choice within the realm of possibilities, which is why, even when passing in midair, No one questions the quality of his decisions. Lin Yang is, in the eyes of Rick Carlisle, the second player capable of such feats. His maturity is truly remarkable. I believe Greg will be quite fond of you. Facing Lin Yang on the offensive front, Manu Ginobili has witnessed the latter's ability to transition seamlessly from a backdoor cut to a passing option, a clear manifestation of basketball intelligence. Playing with intellect is a hallmark of the players the Spurs cherish, and it is precisely this quality that makes them well-suited for the team. Otherwise, like Richard Jefferson, once a leading small forward in the NBA, his prowess diminished upon joining the Spurs. I imagine he must harbor quite a dislike for me now. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smirk as he replied, "You know Greg well. I believe he is undoubtedly cursing you in his mind right now." As Manu Ginobili received the ball and faced Lin Yang, his expression shifted, taking on a serious demeanor. In that moment, Lin instinctively lowered his shoulder. Manu once again possessed the ball, confronting Lin Yang. A breakthrough. Twice he attempted to change direction, but could not shake him off. Lin had him entangled. Kenny Smith provided a live commentary on the unfolding events, while Barkley's eyes widened to their fullest extent. Despite Manu Ginobili's 2 attempts to elude Lin Yang, he found himself dangerously close to the free throw line. If he couldn't free himself from Lin, the Mavericks' interior defense would soon converge upon him. Gritting his teeth, Manu changed direction once more, executing a serpentine step. It must be said such a sudden pivot is truly difficult to defend against. Lin Yang has been thwarted once again. With a resounding smack, Tyson Chandler executed his second block against Ginobili in this match. Oh my! The arena erupted with long-awaited cheers in response to Tyson Chandler's remarkable block. The Tyson Chandler, who has successfully provided timely defensive assistance on multiple occasions, has returned. Chapter 54, Targeting Lin Yang. In the first round of Lin Yang's appearance, Manu Ginobili was once again thwarted by Tyson Chandler's block. This time, Rick Carlisle observed intently. Tyson Chandler's successful block was rendered possible because Lin Yang had entangled Manu Ginobili until the very last moment, employing his signature sidestep to finally break free from Lin Yang's grasp. However, by that juncture, Manu Ginobili found himself at a dead end. Standing at 2.16 meters, Tyson Chandler's timely arrival meant that there was no escape for Ginobili. This was the true reason behind Ginobili's consecutive disruptions in the first quarter. The combination of Lin Yang and Tyson Chandler constitutes the most formidable defensive formation capable of restraining the prowess of Manu Ginobili. Moreover, this defensive setup not only curtails Ginobili's offensive capabilities, but can also be employed to limit other adept penetrators, such as Dwayne Wade and Kobe Bryant. This notion, however, remains a mere conjecture in Rick Carlisle's mind. Although these 3 players excel in breaking through defenses from the shooting guard position, their styles of penetration are distinctly varied. While Lin Yang has succeeded in confining Ginobili to such an extent, it remains uncertain to what degree he could impose similar restrictions on the other 2. The true outcome can only be discerned upon actual confrontation. Nonetheless, this revelation serves as an unexpected insight as a novel defensive strategy for the Mavericks gradually takes shape in his thoughts. Due to Lin Yang's presence on the court, Ginobili's efficiency in penetrating the defense has plummeted significantly. He has managed to convert only 1 out of 3 attempts. Consequently, he has increasingly opted for off-balance jump shots, a signature skill of his. However, this reliance on shooting has transformed the Spurs into a jump shooting team. Observing the absence of penetrating threats from Spurs, Rick Carlisle promptly adjusted the Mavericks' defensive formation, expanding their coverage and further constricting the shooting space available to the Spurs. During this period, the Spurs encountered considerable offensive challenges. Meanwhile, the Mavericks, under the successive bombardments from Dirk Nowitzki, Sean Marion, and Tyson Chandler, managed to level the score. Throughout this time, the Mavericks executed a fluid and harmonious offensive display. Lin Yang resembles a deft extension of Jason Kidd's hand, effortlessly grasping the intent behind each pass delivered to him. The Mavericks, akin to a vintage automobile, seem to have acquired an additional engine, transforming from sluggish start to a revival of their former vigor. The sole concern lies in whether this classic vehicle can sustain such rapid speeds. Will the other components, like some rusted gears, be able to spin seamlessly at high velocities? This is the offensive tableau I yearn to witness. The synergy between Lin Yang and Jason Kidd is simply extraordinary. Rick Carlisle is unconcerned about whether the old vehicle can sustain such high speeds. He is currently overwhelmed with excitement, as the Mavericks are executing an offense that he has longed to witness. Admiring Greg Popovich as his idol, Rick Carlisle relishes this harmonious collaboration among the team. Lin Yang's collaboration with Jason Kidd in the backcourt has manifested the vision he wished to see. It turns out Lin is the final piece of this puzzle. Rick Carlisle has located the missing piece, yet his expression remains grave, as if confronted with a particularly challenging dilemma. The reason is quite straightforward. He intends to position Lin Yang alongside Jason Kidd in the backcourt, which presents considerable execution difficulties. The second position for the Mavericks is occupied by two prominent figures, and Rick Carlisle must also consider their sentiments to avoid any discord within the locker room. As the game progresses, Coach Popovich's face darkens as he calls for a timeout. Manu Ginobili instinctively shrinks his head as he passes by, having played poorly in the preceding possessions. Locking eyes with Popovich is akin to inviting discomfort. Moreover, Ginobili is well aware that he will likely not return to the court, so he heads to the bench to fetch a bottle of Gatorade. Tim Duncan, listening attentively to Popovich's tactical instructions, glances at Ginobili, only to be met with a fierce glare from Popovich, prompting Duncan to awkwardly scratch his right cheek. As the game resumes, Ginobili indeed remains on the bench, replaced by the defensive stalwart Bogans. The ball returns to Tony Parker's hands. To succinctly encapsulate the contributions of Parker and Ginobili to the team, Parker's role is to maintain the score during regular play, while Ginobili delivers a decisive blow at critical moments. Frankly speaking, Ginobili is not an exemplary executor of the Spurs strategies, as he rarely adheres to Popovich's tactical designs. Yet, he is undeniably a clutch player, capable of making pivotal shots when it matters most, which explains why Popovich may find himself exasperated in one moment, only to erupt in excitement the next. This player is the only one on the Spurs capable of playing outside the confines of the prescribed tactics. Only when the ball is in Tony Parker's hands can the team effectively execute Popovich's strategies. With a swift maneuver, Parker uses Duncan's screen to shake off Kidd, driving into the paint before passing to Mike D'Antoni, who effortlessly scores off the backboard. Despite the Spurs' successful basket, Popovich's demeanor remains serious, as though the outcome of the shot is not his primary concern. Now, the Mavericks are on the offensive. As Jason Kidd dribbles past midcourt, Tony Parker and Bogans suddenly converge to double-team him. Kidd, maintaining his composure under pressure, protects the ball until Lin Yang reaches a suitable position to receive the pass. At the moment Lin Yang received the ball, Bogans immediately abandoned his pursuit of Jason Kidd and positioned himself directly in front of Lin. Simultaneously, the other players on the Spurs tightened their defense against the Mavericks. Was this an attempt to compel the rookie into a one-on-one situation? Kenny Smith speculated aloud, while his mind began to sift through the information he had on Lin Yang. Indeed, Lin's ball-handling skills were notably his Achilles heel, and considering that he had not engaged in any isolation plays in his recent games, it seemed that his ability to handle the ball in such situations might be even poorer than the scouting report suggested. This is troubling. Rick Carlisle's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of Lin Yang's circumstances. Although Lin had made significant strides in his dribbling abilities, he still fell short of the league standards. Moreover, he was now up against the formidable defender Bogans, and it was likely that even a slight misstep could lead to a turnover. Chapter 55, an intriguing individual. Lin Yang did not disappoint Rick Carlisle. Upon his first encounter with Bogans, he nearly conceded a goal. Veterans like Bogans, who rely entirely on defense to establish their position in the league, possess few advantages, primarily three: defensive experience, defensive tenacity, and a remarkable reservoir of strength. Bogans was acutely aware of Lin Yang's limited ball-handling skills. As soon as Lin Yang gained possession, Bogans immediately closed in on him. Lin Yang had no choice but to shield the ball against him while searching for teammates who could offer support. However, the Spurs' defense was evidently well prepared for this moment. Lin Yang waited several seconds, yet none of the Mavericks players could find an open position to receive the ball, as they were tightly marked. Lin Yang could not locate anyone and ceased waiting, retreating towards the vicinity of the center line, closely pursued by Bogan. However, Bogan was unprepared for Lin Yang's sudden halt during his retreat, as he abruptly struck the ball against Bogan's legs, sending it rolling out of bounds, conveniently landing at Rick Carlisle's feet. Rick Carlisle chuckled as he picked up the ball and handed it to the referee. Lin Yang's reaction was unexpected for him. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling possession for the Little Bulls. Lin Yang let out a sigh of relief and glanced at the shot clock. There were still 10 seconds left on the 24-second timer. There was ample time to orchestrate a strategic offense. That damn old man. Lin Yang rubbed his wrist, muttering a silent curse. Indeed, Popovich had shown no mercy towards this budding talent. He was unexpectedly forced into a one-on-one confrontation. However, It must be acknowledged that this tactic was strikingly effective, as he nearly fell victim to this seasoned veteran. Lin Yang is certain that the Spurs will undoubtedly continue to double-team Jason Kidd, forcing the ball into his hands. Lin Yang raised his hand and declared timeout. Rick Carlisle, perplexed, responded with a puzzled expression. The entire Mavericks roster on the court echoed his confusion, while the audience in the arena gasped in disbelief. The Spurs team, equally taken aback, shared the sentiment of bewilderment. Charles Barkley, observing Lin Yang's audacity to call a timeout, felt a spark of intrigue. He straightened his posture, acknowledging the unexpected boldness of this rookie. It was indeed surprising. How could he dare to call a timeout? Typically, a newcomer in the league would first adopt a subservient demeanor. Even LeBron James, who was entrusted with significant responsibilities during his rookie season, had initially remained compliant, enduring the deliberate pressure applied by Ricky Davis without uttering a word of protest. Yet, here was this newcomer from China, audaciously demanding a timeout at such a critical juncture. Did he not regard Rick Carlisle with the respect he duly deserved? Had he consulted with Carlisle beforehand? A wave of discontent rippled through the Mavericks audience, manifesting in a chorus of boos. Clearly, they were displeased with Lin Yang's unilateral decision to halt the game, perceiving it as a sign of arrogance. "You are merely a rookie. Who granted you the audacity to call a timeout?" They murmured in disdain. Has this newcomer from China lost his senses? After one victory over John Wall, does he believe he owns this league? He ought to be traded. Such a player is unworthy of remaining with the Mavericks. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, Lin Yang heard some of the discontent, yet he remained unfazed, maintaining his composure as he approached Coach Carlisle. "Coach Carlisle, I have an idea." Lin Yang approached Rick Carlisle, taking a brief pause of merely 30 seconds. He had no intention of elucidating the reason for the timeout or seeking Rick Carlisle's forgiveness, thus rendering those 30 seconds somewhat futile. However, Rick Carlisle's admiration for Lin Yang quelled all his lingering questions, prompting him to assist Lin Yang in gathering the players of the Mavericks on the court. Lin Yang continued without uttering a single superfluous word, diving straight into the crux of the matter. "The Spurs' objective centers around me, so I would like to request my esteemed brothers to devise a strategy focused on my contributions." The one elucidating the tactics seemed to be the newcomer, which took Kenny Smith by surprise. The unfolding narrative was becoming increasingly intriguing. The expression on Barkley's face radiated a gleam akin to that of a lustful wolf, starved of release for months upon encountering its prey. Lin Yang was indeed unlike any typical rookie. Initially, he held no particular interest in Lin Yang, yet he must concede that he had misjudged once again. He had previously underestimated Yao Ming, who then made him eat humble pie. Conversely, he had high hopes for Yi Jianlian, who now languished on the Wizards without even a minute of playing time. His indifference towards Lin Yang was challenged as the latter demonstrated his worth through defense, audaciously calling a timeout and explicating strategies in front of the head coach. Barkley had to admit that had he been in his rookie season with the Mavericks, he certainly would not have dared to act in such a manner. The boos from the Mavericks fans elucidated the reason for his hesitation. This team's supporters were exceptionally harsh towards non-white players and anyone outside of the core roster. Particularly, the scrutiny faced by rookies of different ethnic backgrounds was exceedingly stringent. 30 seconds had swiftly elapsed. Lin Yang re-entered the court. Tyson Chandler executed an inbound pass. Jason Kidd faced a double team from two Spurs players, allowing Lin Yang to be left unguarded to receive the ball once again. However, Lin Yang did not directly receive the ball. Instead, he moved towards the Spurs backcourt, which had double-teamed Jason Kidd, positioning himself beside Bogans as if to set a screen for Kidd. True to his veteran status, Bogans swiftly maneuvered past Lin Yang the moment he approached, continuing to double-team Kidd alongside Tony Parker. "Is he not passing?" Kenny Smith exclaimed, feeling anxious for Chandler, as the 5-second violation was imminent. At this moment, Lin Yang, who had been setting the screen, suddenly dashed back to his original open position to receive the ball. His speed was such that the Spurs double-team on Kidd failed to react in time. Lin Yang seized the ball and charged forward. Bogans, caught off guard, failed to return in time. "Hurry, block him," Popovich shouted at Jefferson, who hesitated on whether to advance. Instinctively, Jefferson rufe Torstai intercept Linsen, who was driving menacingly towards the Spurs interior. Lin's son skillfully passed the ball to Marion. "Back," Popovich shouted once more. Jefferson rushed back, nearly losing his balance. Marion, in possession of the ball, returned it to Lin Yang. Once again unguarded, Lin Yang surged toward the free throw line, took 2 swift steps, and executed a powerful slam dunk. The tactical play succeeded, and the previously resounding boos from the crowd faded into silence. Even the typically composed Lin Yang could not help but slam his arm in a display of pent-up frustration. For Lin Yang, the past minute in this home arena felt akin to an away game. With a sigh of relief, Rick Carlisle observed Lin Yang's score, fearing that if the tactic had failed, the crowd's discontent would have spiraled beyond control. Lin Yang may also be adversely affected by the jeers of the home crowd. Rick Carlisle certainly does not wish to see such a promising talent squandered. With exceptional tactics and impeccable movement, Lin showcased all his advantages in this play. Advantages that are sufficient to compensate for his relatively weaker ball handling skills. To be frank, unless it is an unexpected situation like the one just witnessed, it will be challenging for the Spurs to force the ball into Lin's hands. There is still one more remark that Kenny Smith has yet to make. Lin Yang's reaction to the out-of-bounds ball was indeed textbook-worthy. Even under the suffocating defense of a seasoned player like Bogans, he managed to outweed him, demonstrating the remarkable adaptability of Lin Yang. In the subsequent rounds, as Kenny Smith pointed out, Lin Yang approached the Spurs' targeted defense with utmost caution, striving to receive passes while moving without the ball. While Bogans performed decently in one-on-one situations, his transition from primary to secondary defense was less fluid, allowing Lin Yang to gradually shake off his grip during his movements. Popovich refrained from deploying two players to shadow Lin Yang, not out of fear of media scrutiny regarding his treatment of a rookie, but because after years in the game, he had encountered every conceivable scenario and tactic. He would not allow external perceptions to dictate his strategic decisions. Having previously employed the hack-a-shack strategy against Shaquille O'Neal in the first round of match, and even calling 3 consecutive timeouts to disrupt an opponent's momentum when they were on fire, he was certainly not hesitant to utilize double teaming against a newcomer. Greg Popovich was known for his willingness to employ any strategy necessary to secure victory. However, while Lin Yang played a significant role within the Mavericks' tactics, he was not the focal point of their strategy. Although he appeared to be the central axis at present, Popovich understood that if he were to double-team Lin Yang, the Mavericks would swiftly shift their tactical focus to other players, placing the Spurs in a more precarious position. To effectively counter Lin Yang, they could only allow him to handle the ball and exploit his relative weakness in ball handling as a point of attack. But unfortunately for them, this rookie exhibited far more intuition than anticipated. A peculiar thought crossed Popovich's mind. He found himself eager to coach Lin Yang, recognizing a plethora of possibilities within the young player. Meanwhile, Dirk made another basket, showcasing his exceptional shooting touch tonight. Kenny Smith glanced at the scoreboard, noting that the Mavericks had taken a 7-point lead. Remarkably, Greg had refrained from implementing any tactical adjustments during this period, leaving everyone wondering what was on his mind. Or perhaps his pre-prepared strategies had failed to yield the desired effect, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. I personally lean towards the latter explanation. Popovich was genuinely struggling to conceive any alternative strategies. To make matters worse, Tony Parker and Tim Duncan had been on the court since the second quarter and needed a rest. He felt secure about the backcourt, but was uncertain about who could fill in for Duncan in the already fragile interior. Luckily, before he could make a definitive decision, Rick Carlisle initiated a substitution, pulling all players except Lin Yang and Tyson Chandler off the court. The Mavericks had certainly been on the floor long enough, leaving these two individuals on the court. Rick Carlisle's intentions are abundantly clear: to instill a sense of reluctance in Greg Popovich regarding the insertion of Manu Ginobili into the game. Even if Ginobili were to be brought in, his impact would be considerably diminished. After all, Lin Yang only took to the court towards the latter part of the second quarter, so his stamina was not a concern. And as for Chandler, he is in the prime of his athletic career, capable of enduring the entirety of the match without issue. Popovich indeed refrained from deploying Ginobili, but a significant portion of this decision stemmed not merely from Carlisle's strategic maneuvers instilling caution, but rather from a deliberate choice on his part. He acknowledged that the defensive configuration of Lin Yang, paired with Tyson Chandler, effectively constrains Ginbili's driving capabilities. However, it must be noted that Ginobili is not solely a player defined by his ability to drive. His selections in the face of Lin Yang earlier in the contest were regrettable, necessitating some introspection during his time on the bench. Ultimately, as the second quarter concluded, the Dallas Mavericks held a lead of 53-45, finishing the first half with an 8-point advantage. The Mavericks fans in attendance erupted in cheers, ushering their players into the tunnel, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the second half. "Well done, Lin Yang. Your dunk was truly spectacular." Lin Yang heard the familiar Mandarin and turned to glance at the audience on his left. There, he spotted two fervent fans from Huaxia, enthusiastically waving at him. Upon noticing Lin Yang's gaze upon them, their gestures became even more vigorous. Lin Yang gazed at their fervent expressions and could not help but smile from the depths of his heart. It was truly a rare occurrence for him to hear cheers directed towards him in this arena. Just moments ago, he had successfully executed a dunk, silencing the boos that had echoed throughout the venue. Yet, that silence was fleeting, apart from their moments of enthusiasm. It remained a formidable challenge for Lin Yang to earn the applause of this crowd through his performance. Lin Yang approached and shook hands with the two Chinese fans, offering them his autograph as well. The second half of the game resumed. Rick Carlisle, as expected, sent Lin Yang onto the court to restrict Manu Ginobili's influence. However, for reasons unknown, Ginobili played more as a team player in the second half, significantly reducing his one-on-one attempts against Lin Yang compared to the first half. He only took a few shots, and after playing, notably lowered his head on defense, avoiding eye contact with Popovich. Ginobili began to play more strategically, and the Spurs ball movement became much more fluid. Tim Duncan and Tony Parker subsequently stepped up, quickly narrowing the score gap. However, the Mavericks were not without experience. Even after the score was tied, they maintained their composure. The two teams found themselves in a stalemate until the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, when Nowitzki managed to score despite being double-teamed, narrowly putting the Mavericks ahead by 2 points at 88-86. Yet, the ensuing possession belonged to the Spurs, and should they score, they could potentially take the lead, or, at the very least, equalize. Defense, 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 resonated the unified cheers from the Mavericks fans. The Spurs players, encircled by the Mavericks' enthusiastic supporters, remained unfazed, maintaining their composure as the ball moved steadily. Ultimately, Tony Parker executed a classic play with Duncan, drawing the defense and successfully passing to the cutting Tim Duncan, who delivered a one-handed dunk to tie the game. The Mavericks continued to feed the ball to Nowitzki for isolation plays, but the Spurs tightened their defense around him. Unable to pass, Nowitzki forced a difficult shot that missed. Mike D'Antoni secured the rebound and quickly passed the ball to Tony Parker, who darted down the court in a flash, embodying the moniker French speedster. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy at Parker's ball-handling prowess. How wonderful it would be to possess such skill. Swish! Parker effortlessly laid the ball in, allowing the Spurs to take the lead. At this moment, Rick Carlisle called for a substitution, pulling Lin Yang from the game and bringing in Jason Terry to relieve some of the pressure on the Mavericks' offense. Kenny Smith observed that this substitution was a sound decision. Swish! Jason Terry made an immediate impact, tying the score. As the ball swished through the net, he executed a low-flying celebration that sent the crowd into a frenzy. However, in the next possession, Ginobili angled his body and sank a three-pointer, widening the gap to 3 points. Only 1 minute remained in the game. The broadcast shifted to Rick Carlisle at the sidelines, his expression grave. Then it focused on Lin Yang on the bench, who sat expressionless, contemplating whether to substitute back in or not. In Rick Carlisle's mind, a fierce internal struggle unfolded. He contemplated substituting Lin Yang to guard Manu Ginobili. However, Lin's performance in this match had been lackluster, having scored merely 7 points from 6 attempts, including only 2 successful shots. Although Jason Terry could not effectively contain Ginobili, he could alleviate the defensive pressure and facilitate scoring. As long as the team could close the gap, there was no cause for alarm. Ultimately, Rick Carlisle opted against the substitution, allowing Jason Terry to remain on the court. With a swift motion, Manu Ginobili struck again with a three-pointer that sealed the game. The final score stood at 99-95, with the Spurs triumphing by a narrow 4-point margin, shattering the Mavericks' hopes for revenge in the final moments. Chapter 57, the post-game interview. Lin Yang concluded the match with a modest tally of 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists. It was the first occasion in his professional career that he failed to reach double digits, coupled with a shooting percentage of merely 33. 3. The defensive prowess of the Spurs was indeed remarkable, with every player on the court diligently contributing to their defensive efforts. Opportunities for Lin Yang to find open shots were scarce, and the few chances he did have were not capitalized upon. Consequently, he fell short of fulfilling the expectations set for him. This marked the first time since his entry into the league that he had not met the system's objectives. From the moment the game commenced and he received his assignment, he was acutely aware that he would inevitably be unable to accomplish the task that night. Nonetheless, despite his lackluster offensive performance, Lin Yang found himself surrounded in the player tunnel by 4 or 5 unfamiliar journalists, armed with cameras and eager to capture his every moment. This unexpected attention took him by surprise, as he had not experienced such treatment since the NCAA finals. It brought a sense of nostalgia. For although the current circumstances were far less grand than that day, it was the most significant media attention he had received since joining the league. Typically, after a game, Lin Yang will be the first player to head for a shower or to wait for the bus. Lin, your defensive display tonight was outstanding. You virtually neutralized Manu Ginobili. I wager he will certainly remember you after this game. One of the journalists, a black man standing closest to Lin, initiated the conversation. Do you believe that had you continued to defend Ginobili in the closing moments, you could have prevented him from making those final 2 3-pointers? Upon hearing this question, the other journalists perked up, their recording devices instinctively thrust forward as if to ensure they did not miss a single word. It was evident from their reactions that this inquiry encapsulated the essence of their collective curiosity, for the journalists awaiting Lin Yang were primarily there for this very question. Lin Yang's performance on the offensive end today was rather lackluster, even disappointing. However, his defensive prowess was truly remarkable. Manu Ginobili managed to score a total of 15 points in this match, yet he attempted 20 shots. Such a high volume of attempts resulting in only 15 points highlights the inefficiency of his performance, particularly during the time he faced Lin Yang. Ginobili took 10 shots, but only succeeded in making 3, yielding a meager shooting percentage of 30. Lin Yang, a relatively unknown rookie, is widely recognized for his limited offensive capabilities. It is not surprising that he faced difficulties against a defensively formidable team like the Spurs, resulting in a low shooting percentage. In contrast, Ginobili is regarded as one of the top scorers in the league, certainly within the top 6. To see him restricted to a mere 30 shooting by Lin Yang is somewhat astonishing, showcasing the young player's defensive skills and making quite an impression on many this evening. I must apologize. I do not wish to speculate on events that have not transpired. Should a hypothetical situation arise on the court one day, you may seek your own answers. Lin Yang's responses, however, dimmed the expressions of the reporters present, as if they had missed a significant opportunity. The African-American reporter fell silent, while a slightly lighter-skinned journalist beside him ventured to ask, "So Lin, do you believe Rick Carlisle's usage of you in the critical moments was appropriate?" Lin Yang chuckled at him, remarking that his question seemed rather similar to the first one. The journalist followed suit with a nervous laugh, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "I was merely curious about your thoughts, as your defense against Manu Ginobili tonight was truly remarkable. I regret not witnessing you on the court until the very end." After Lin Yang listened to him speak, he remained silent, smiling as he turned his gaze towards the others. "Do you have any further questions?" The other journalists exchanged glances, and one of them, a bearded man, could not contain himself and asked, "Lin, do you believe that Rick Carlisle does not trust you enough?" Finally, the question had been posed. Lin Yang's smile grew even more radiant. These fellows truly have a knack for asking questions with remarkable candor. From the moment Lin Yang posed the first question, he sensed the underlying trap. Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Mavericks, harbored his own insights and strategies regarding the players. As an athlete, one's duty is to adhere to his directives and fulfill his expectations. Moreover, compliance with the coaching staff's arrangements is a fundamental tenet of every NBA player's professional ethics. I have no reason to question this matter. Such skepticism is unbecoming of a professional athlete. Huh. Lin Yang chuckled again, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of the reporters surrounding him. Perhaps I should refrain from saying this, but the three of you have posed the same question thrice, merely rephrased. I find your professionalism as NBA reporters lacking, or perhaps your preparation for this evening's discourse has been insufficient. How about this? I shall grant you a minute to conjure a few new questions. Of course, if you find yourselves momentarily at a loss, we can reconvene for another interview. I believe I shall remain in the NBA for a while longer, and we shall have another opportunity. After Lin Yang concluded his statement, he indeed waited for approximately a minute. However, the journalists appeared to have nothing else to inquire about. Each one of them remained silent, having held back their thoughts for quite some time. As Lin Yang observed that the group of journalists had ceased their inquiries, he parted their ranks and made his way towards the locker room. The journalists remained stationary, exchanging glances of helplessness, their expressions tinged with disappointment, before they dispersed, each returning to their respective locales. "Coach Carlisle, do you believe that if Lin had remained on the court, the outcome might have differed?" This question echoed in the post-game press conference for the Mavericks, posed by one of the reporters. Rick Carlisle, seated on the right side of the podium, smiled wryly upon hearing the query. Leaning slightly forward, he replied, "I assure you, I genuinely contemplated putting Lin back into the game. His defensive prowess tonight instilled a sense of confidence in me. Yet, at times, as the head coach, one must weigh numerous factors. Well, if given another opportunity, I would certainly explore alternative strategies to see if they yield more favorable results. As for this match, I must accept the defeat. Akin to our loss in this year's playoffs, it is simply part of the NBA. In the visiting locker room, Manu Ginobili stood atop an ice bucket, surrounded by a throng of reporters. This evening, he had delivered 2 pivotal three-pointers at critical moments, emerging as the principal architect of the Spurs' victory. Undoubtedly, he was the star of the night, and consequently, he attracted the most attention from the media. Manu, if Lin were guarding you in those final moments, do you think you could have still made those 2 consecutive three-pointers? This last question, inevitable, turned the spotlight back onto Lin Yang. Absolutely. Ginobili responded without hesitation. Are you certain? The reporter pressed, attempting to remind Ginobili of the challenge. Ginobili, however, spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting without a doubt, I acknowledge that Lin is a commendable player, but given the circumstances at that moment, I was confident I could make the shot. Chapter 58. The bet reports regarding the match between the Mavericks and the Spurs have been gradually released post-game, with Lin Yang being mentioned far more frequently than in the past. It is understandable, as Lin Yang provided an abundance of noteworthy moments during both the pre-game and post-game. He audaciously called a timeout on the court, which received Rick Carlisle's tacit approval, and took to the tactical board. More significantly, following that timeout, the Mavericks executed their strategy effectively, a rare occurrence in the annals of the NBA, particularly for a player of Chinese descent. One might say this was an unprecedented event since the league's inception. In the aftermath, amidst the throng of 4 or 5 reporters pressing him with questions, Lin Yang navigated the traps with remarkable clarity, delivering responses that were decidedly on point. According to a summary from the Mavericks public relations staff regarding Lin Yang's interview, it was noted that his professional demeanor made Rick Carlisle appear even more like a great coach. Furthermore, Lin excelled on the defensive end, particularly in his assignment against Manu Ginobili. This last point garnered significant attention in media coverage. The league's finest 6th man and a historically significant shooting guard, Manu Ginobili, found himself thwarted despite his immense self-confidence. Most experts concurred that had Rick Carlisle not substituted Lin Yang in the final moments, the Spurs might have found another hero to clinch the game, but it was clear that that hero would not have been Ginobili, who struggled visibly when matched against Lin Yang. The majority of reports praised Lin Yang's defensive prowess during this match. Renowned critic Bill Simmons, known for his critiques of Yao Ming, also weighed in on Lin Yang, suggesting that if he continues to develop, he could become one of the league's premier perimeter defenders. He expressed relief that Lin Yang exists in an era that exhibits considerable tolerance for perimeter players lacking in offensive prowess. Otherwise, he would have long since departed the league. While Simmons' evaluation of Lin Yang was relatively favorable, it still bore the undertones of his long-standing bias against Chinese players. However, this opinion quickly faced rebuttal from others. Mavericks beat writer Mike Mahone, who had previously penned an article following Lin Yang's debut, disagreed with Simmons' assessment. Dude, I don't think your statement holds water. You underestimate Lin Yang's offensive capabilities. In the 4 NBA regular season games he has played, tonight's scoring was the only instance where he failed to reach double digits. You know what I mean? I don't believe that 10 years ago, a player of Lin Yang's high intelligence would have struggled to survive in this league. Come on, let go of your biases against Chinese players. Just as your comments about Yao Ming have become a source of ridicule, this will too. Perhaps, my friend, would you care to place a wager? Bill Simmons stood his ground, publicly tagging McMahon on Twitter. Eager to engage, McMahon showed no signs of retreat. If Lin averages double digits by the end of this season, I shall publicly apologize to you and Lin on Twitter, admitting my perspective was erroneous. No. This wager lacks excitement. I wish for something more substantial, such as more content loading. Please wait. If Lin truly averages over 10 points in his rookie season, you must procure a courtside ticket for Mavericks home game, donning Lin's jersey, and cheer for him throughout the match. All right, that's agreeable, but should you lose, you must publicly apologize to me and concede that I was right. No problem, though I doubt that day will ever come. McMahon and Bill Simmons are both renowned experts and journalists at ESPN, and their wager concerning Lin has undoubtedly captivated numerous American fans. Indeed, many enthusiasts have even revisited game footage specifically to follow their bet. Those who have watched the tapes were pleasantly surprised by Lin's defensive capabilities, leading to an increasingly fervent discussion on the topic. The enthusiasm remains unabated. prompting several journalists to visit the Mavericks training facility on days without games, including the beautiful reporter Zhou Lingyan from CNBA. Lin Yang first addressed all the journalists' inquiries in a unified manner, as he always does, skillfully sidestepping the more pressing issues and refraining from excessive commentary. When it came to discussing Ben Simmons, he merely remarked, "Let's wait and see." He is not one to indulge in excessive dialogue with the media before matters reach a conclusion, as it may portray him as overly arrogant. Following the collective interview, he graciously allocated approximately 10 minutes for an exclusive session with Zhou Lingyan. This gesture, devoid of ulterior motives, stemmed from his identity as a compatriot. It is only natural to extend some convenience to fellow countrymen. Moreover, he had heard, to some extent, of the challenges faced by Chinese journalists in America, having previously lacked the means to voice significant opinions. Now that he has gained some prominence, a little consideration seems not amiss. Thus, Lin Yang, do you believe McMahon can prevail? Zhou Lingyan pondered whether to inquire if Lin Yang could achieve an average of 10 points per game. Yet, she hesitated, fearing that such a question might convey a lack of confidence in him. Surely, victory is within reach. As long as I can maintain Coach Rick Carlisle's trust and secure the same playing time as now, I believe I can average over 10 points per game. Not every night will he encounter a defensive powerhouse like the Spurs, nor will the system consistently assign him particularly challenging tasks. Therefore, an average of 10 points is not an insurmountable target for Lin Yang. However, the requirement of averaging 15 points to unlock his silver touch presents a far greater challenge for him at this stage. Since the regular season commenced, he has yet to record a single game with 15 points, underscoring the difficulty of achieving that average. Zhou Lingyan had interviewed Lin Yang several times and recognized that he is neither arrogant nor conceited. Generally, he speaks with a level of assurance that reflects his confidence. Listening to Lin Yang's tone, it seems that averaging 10 points is not overly daunting, prompting Zhou Lingyan's smile to brighten. That's great. I can hardly wait to see Ben Simmons cheering for you from the sidelines in your jersey. As a journalist representing Chinese media, Zhou Lingyan feels quite displeased with Ben Simmons' deliberate underestimation of Yao Ming. Witnessing the latter's comeuppance would undoubtedly bring her great satisfaction. Chapter 59. To toy or not to toy? The next game for the Mavericks takes place at home, where they, with a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, face the challenge of the Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers continue to perform poorly this year, having secured only 1 victory thus far, their record starkly contrasting with that of the Mavericks. However, despite their lackluster performance, the Clippers have managed to garner media attention comparable to that of the league's elite teams, as nearly all recent headlines have been dominated by this team. The transformation of this team can be attributed to a singular individual, the first overall pick from last year's draft, Blake Griffin. After missing his rookie season, he has finally made his long-awaited comeback, heralding what can be considered the true inaugural season of his professional career. The year-long anticipation for the Los Angeles fans has not been in vain. Griffin has burst onto the scene with remarkable prowess. After 4 regular season games, he is averaging 23, 5 points and 5 rebounds per game. His beastly physicality, combined with explosive dunks, has rapidly garnered significant attention for Los Angeles and has attracted a multitude of fans to his side. Many enthusiasts have already dubbed him the White Beast, likening him to another Rain Man of the league. Reports suggest that his electrifying dunks have drawn back numerous former fans who had long since turned away from the NBA. Now returning to the sidelines, it can be confidently stated that he ranks among the top 3 players currently captivating the league. Just yesterday, Lin Yang, who had stirred some minor commotion, appeared as a mere flicker of light compared to the brilliance of the moon in Griffin's presence. Thus, on game day, during the open period of the home and away locker rooms, Lin Yang found himself once again enveloped in solitude, as a majority of reporters flocked to the visiting locker room surrounding Griffin. Andrew Grieve, a reporter covering the Clippers, couldn't help but quip about the situation. Blake Griffin has left all the rookies of the 2010 class trailing behind. However, unlike his earlier games, Griffin did not immediately showcase his offensive prowess on the court. The defensive collaboration of Tyson Chandler and Shawn Marion made him acutely aware that he was not the sole beast in this league. Against the Mavericks and the formidable combination of Chandler and Marion, his physical attributes did not render him superior. Nevertheless, the Mavericks failed to establish a substantial lead. With 8 minutes into the first quarter, they held only a 3-point advantage. The player who thwarted the Mavericks from gaining further ground was Baron Davis. This once dominant figure, who had previously ruled the city alongside Steven Jackson, despite a decline from his peak, demonstrated flashes of brilliance. Faced with Jason Kidd's defense, he suddenly intensified his scoring ability, netting 5 consecutive points to stabilize the team's position. In those moments, Dallas fans seemed to catch a glimpse of the once-feared Golden State Marauder. With 9 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Rick Carlisle called the first timeout of the match amid Baron Davis's fiery performance. Following the timeout, Lin Yang stepped onto the court, only to be met with a faint yet audible cheer from the crowd. This surprised him. Could it be that the fans in this arena were offering their applause for his entrance? It seemed that their deep-seated animosity towards Baron Davis had led them to place their hopes upon him instead. Lin Yang felt a surge of frustration within him. Although his temperament was generally tranquil, after playing for the Mavericks for so many days, receiving cheers only today felt insincere. It was impossible for him not to harbor some resentment. His calm disposition did not imply he was a saint. Otherwise, he would not have earned the nickname Counterattack during his university days. Once, the bearded Baron Davis was regarded as the finest point guard in the league, possessing strength, speed, and heft. He could drive, shoot, and pass with finesse. However, his penchant for flamboyance, treating every game as a street ball spectacle, coupled with excessive distractions off the court, ultimately hindered his ascent to greatness. Lu Sun once remarked that geniuses often disdain their own talents. This sentiment was vividly embodied in Baron Davis. Now, Baron Davis had descended from his peak, his physique suffering from a lack of self-discipline and becoming more rounded. Yet his core strength remained formidable, and his jump shot, honed over the years, had reached an exceptional level. Recently, Jason Kidd had been repeatedly outmaneuvered by this very skill. Jason Kidd, though age was no weakling, and Lin Yang understood that well. If Kidd could be easily displaced by Baron Davis, Lin Yang surmised his own attempts would yield little better results. Nevertheless, Baron Davis was not without exploitable weaknesses. Standing at only 191 meters, he was at a significant disadvantage in height compared to Lin Yang. Thus, the moment Lin Yang stepped onto the court, he immediately engaged, applying relentless pressure to disrupt Baron Davis's rhythm and thwart his dribbling. Baron Davis found himself in a precarious situation. Lin Yang's aggressive defense caught him off guard. After several thwarted attempts to break through, Davis, bracing himself against Lin Yang, appeared poised to pass to a teammate. Yet as he turned, his hand executed an unexpected behind-the-back dribble, and his entire body pivoted counterclockwise. Such flamboyant maneuvers. This individual dared to toy with Lin Yang at such a critical moment. The spectators of the Mavericks were momentarily taken aback by Baron Davis's sudden display, but their astonishment swiftly morphed into exuberant delight. Lin Yang, the freshman from their first grade, astonishingly seized the ball that had whizzed past him, deftly transferring it to his right hand. He surged past Baron Davis on his right side. At that moment, Baron Davis had only just turned his head. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers as Lin Yang dribbled fiercely towards the Clippers' hoop. The occurrence was so abrupt that no one was there to defend. Bang! Lin Yang executed a thunderous dunk. How exhilarating! Rick Carlisle raised his arms. The entire Mavericks bench leapt to their feet, waving towels in jubilation. The cheers from the audience resonated throughout the arena. Observing the uproar sparked by Lin Yang, Blake Griffin stood still, scratching his chin in contemplation, renowned for his own dunks. He had yet to score one this game. Meanwhile, the rookie from the opposing team had already showcased a spectacular dunk. Who penned the script? Step forward, and I assure you, I shall not harm you. Baron Davis felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to toy with Lin Yang, only to have his thoughts laid bare by the rookie. Instead of playfully mocking, he found himself on the receiving end of the joke. Reflecting on his previous misstep after turning around and failing to locate the ball, he could only imagine the ridicule awaiting him from fans post-game. Indeed, a meme was undoubtedly inescapable. Chapter 60, successfully defending against a star point guard Baron Davis, having been outplayed by Lin Yang, sought to reclaim his pride as a seasoned veteran of the league. Thus, on the next possession, he boldly dribbled toward Lin Yang once more. This time, without a trace of hesitation, he exerted himself, forcefully pushing Lin Yang aside. However, as he charged into the paint, his layup was thwarted by Chandler's timely defensive intervention. The Mavericks seized the opportunity once again, scoring another basket just before the end of the first quarter. As the quarter concluded, the Mavericks established a 7-point lead. The impact of Lin Yang's entry onto the court was unmistakable, as Baron Davis failed to score on 2 consecutive offensive attempts. The defensive synergy between him and Tyson Chandler formed an impenetrable barrier against Baron Davis's advances. Consequently, Baron Davis was forced to cease his efforts, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope for the Clippers. In the ensuing match, the Mavericks maintained relentless pressure on the Clippers, ultimately securing a commendable victory with a score of 93-81, thereby averting a two-game losing streak. Dirk Nowitzki remained the paramount contributor to the Mavericks' triumph, amassing 25 points throughout the game, during which the team's point differential soared to an impressive 17 points with him on the court. However, this evening, he was not the player with the highest plus-minus. Lin Yang, who played for 24.3 minutes, boasted an astonishing plus-minus of 19. This signifies that during his time on the court, the Mavericks outscored their opponents by 19 points. While the plus-minus statistic does not directly validate Lin Yang's individual performance, it certainly indicates that the team was in control during his presence on the floor. Furthermore, within his limited 25 minutes of play, his performance was indeed remarkably outstanding. Lin Yang achieved commendable statistics in this match, shooting 4 out of 8 attempts, accumulating 13 points, 5 assists for rebounds, and 1 steal, with a solitary turnover occurring in the waning moments of the game, which proved inconsequential. His primary adversary, Baron Davis, struggled significantly, making only 7 out of 18 attempts, with 11 misses, 8 of which transpired under Lin Yang's vigilant watch. Throughout both offensive and defensive plays, Lin Yang truly shone today. Following the game, a greater number of reporters surrounded him, a stark contrast to the pre-game solitude he experienced. Lin, you successfully defended against yet another star guard today. Your defensive prowess is astonishing, remarked a rather rotund African-American journalist. However, before he could finish, Lin Yang interjected, I must correct a misconception. It was not solely my effort that contained star guard. It was a collective endeavor alongside Tyson Chandler and my teammates that thwarted Baron Davis, and also Manu Ginobili in the previous match. Honestly, without Tyson Chandler and my teammates, I would surely have faltered against those two. After Lin Yang finished speaking, the reporter found himself at a loss for words. He was not new to this industry. He had interviewed superstars like Kobe Bryant and players who had barely spent a few days in the league, such as Younes. Yet, he had never encountered someone quite like Lin Yang. If one were to say he lacked confidence, his assuredness while responding to questions contradicted that notion. If one were to label him as arrogant, his profound self-awareness in every statement rendered such an accusation unfounded. How could one describe this newcomer? Perhaps meticulous would suffice. The reporter pondered for quite some time before arriving at that singular word. This individual, when faced with the cameras, was utterly unassailable, leaving no room for others to ensnare him in any traps. The question he intended to pose next was whether Lin could defend against Brandon Roy, the pivotal player for the Portland Trail Blazers and the upcoming adversary for the Mavericks. However, Lin Yang had preemptively shut down his opportunity, effectively rendering his first question moot. While the reporter could certainly continue his line of questioning, he knew Lin Yang would respond with something along the lines of, as long as Tyson Chandler and my teammates are supporting me defensively, I believe we have a strong chance, as we have successfully defended against the likes of Manu, Ginobili, and Baron Davis. Was such a response appropriate? Certainly, but it was also rather mundane. Lin Yang was neither a superstar nor a player like Blake Griffin, who naturally drew attention. If his words lacked audacity or failed to ignite discussion, they would possess little journalistic merit. The rather rotund African-American reporter now felt a twinge of regret. He should not have been the first to speak. He had instinctively perceived Lin Yang as an inexperienced novice, assuming a few flattery-laden words would provoke an impulsive response, only to discover that Lin had dined at the grandest of tables. A miscalculation indeed. The reporter fell silent, and the inquiries from his colleagues returned to a more conventional cadence. Lin Yang has once again made a group of journalists realize that this newcomer is far from ordinary. Upon reflection, this marks the third batch of reporters who have stumbled upon Lin Yang's prowess. Griffin, hailed by Andre Grieve as the frontrunner among all rookies of 2010, is currently at the post-game press conference for the Clippers. His performance tonight was rather lackluster, managing only 5 out of 13 shots for a total of 13 points and 7 rebounds. The signature dunks that have earned him acclaim amounted to just 1 tonight, a result of a momentary lapse in defense from the Mavericks, providing him an open opportunity. He executed the dunk with fervor, yet the absence of defenders and cheers left the moment somewhat hollow. More crucially, they suffered yet another defeat, now standing at 1 win and 4 losses. Given his subpar performance tonight, Griffin appeared somewhat sullen while responding to questions. Moreover, there is an undeniable reason behind his inner turmoil, one he is reluctant to admit. Lin Yang's performance overshadowed his own this evening. This individual, who could only be deemed a nobody before the NCAA finals, astonishingly outshone him tonight. How could he remain indifferent to this? His aspirations extend beyond merely claiming the Rookie of the Year award. He seeks an unambiguous and overwhelming triumph to secure that title. Yet, Lin Yang's emergence instills a sense of pressure within him. It is inconceivable for Griffin to maintain such a dismal performance consistently, but Lin Yang has yet to fully reach his potential, still merely a substitute. Should he ascend to a starting position with increased playtime, his style of play guarantees an improvement in statistics. Coupled with the Mavericks' performance, it is plausible for him to earn a nomination for Rookie of the Year. If the NBA and media intend to promote a rising star from China as the ultimate Rookie of the Year for sensationalism, Griffin could find himself as a stepping stone. As last year's #1 pick, to enter his rookie season a year later without securing the Rookie of the Year title, especially losing out to a Chinese player, would be a monumental embarrassment. At this moment, the muscular beast grapples with inner turmoil akin to the tragic characters in a Qiong Yao drama. So Blake, what do you think of Lin's performance? He is exceptional, but there is no doubt that I am the most outstanding one, Griffin declared with resolute intensity. Chapter 62. Old grudges at the home court of the Kings. As the final whistle blew, the jubilant players of the Hawks bench leapt in excitement, while the Kings players and their fans in the stands wore expressions of dejection. The contrasting emotions of both teams made it clear who emerged victorious this evening. May I have a moment to interview you, Joe? As Joe Johnson stepped into the visiting team's player tunnel, he was promptly surrounded by 4 or 5 reporters. His performance that evening had been remarkable, amassing 21 points and 5 rebounds. His one-on-one prowess at the shooting guard position posed a persistent challenge for the Kings throughout the night. Naturally, with his excellent display, Johnson was in high spirits and readily accepted the interview. This season, you have been performing exceptionally well. With tonight's victory, you now sit 3rd in the Eastern Conference. Have you contemplated your ultimate goal for this season, either personally or for the team? Certainly, our aspiration is to reach the finals, a target every team hopes to achieve. However, this requires us to exert even greater effort. All right, one final question, Joe. In your next game, you'll face the Mavericks, who have had an unexpectedly strong start this season. As Johnson listened to the reporter's query, he seemed to anticipate the direction of the question. With a light chuckle, he interjected, "Lin is a commendable defender, but until we have truly gone head-to-head, I find it challenging to provide a thorough evaluation." Joe Johnson was undoubtedly familiar with the name of Lin Yang, even if he had not heard of him before. The recent days would have made it impossible to remain unaware. Lin had successfully defended against Manu Ginobili, thwarted Baron Davis, and locked down Brandon Roy. Such a player, regardless of Johnson's awareness, was certainly on the radar of the Hawks coaching staff. In fact, prior to the game against the Kings, the Hawks coaching team had already been analyzing the Mavericks roster and their strategies this season. Lin Yang had been specifically highlighted, marking him as the first rookie of 2010 to be closely monitored by the coaching staff since the regular season commenced. This certainly underscored the considerable buzz surrounding Lin in recent times. "To be honest, I am quite looking forward to facing him," Johnson remarked, while responding to questions. The unpretentious Johnson, adorned with a goatee and sporting the Hawks #27 jersey, was passed by rookie Jordan Crawford. Upon hearing Johnson's comments regarding Lin, Crawford couldn't help but smirk. Why is everyone discussing this guy? Is his defense really that formidable? He mused internally, recalling the scenes from the Summer League where he had effortlessly scored against the player from Huaxia, completely dominating him. This guy is practically worthless. Even I can't be contained by him. I can't fathom how he manages to guard those star players. Could it be that these stars are merely riding on their reputations? As Crawford pondered this, he felt increasingly convinced that he simply lacked the opportunity to showcase his own talents. I hope I get the chance to face off against him in the next game. Jordan Crawford eagerly anticipated the opportunity to face off against Lin Yang once more. Given Lin Yang's current reputation, should Crawford manage to outshine him again, it would not only catapult him to fame, but also earn him the trust of head coach Larry Drew, undoubtedly paving the way for a more favorable future. The mere thought of such a scenario made Crawford almost salivate with excitement. He yearned for the next moment to be the day of the match, as he had grown weary of the days devoid of attention. Lin Yang was unaware that he had already captured someone's attention. He was aboard a flight to Atlanta, engrossed in studying the statistics and footage of the Atlanta Hawks players on his tablet. The relentless sequence of away games was indeed exhausting, and Lin Yang could distinctly feel his focus waning. The sole comfort was that the match would not commence until the following day, allowing him ample time to recalibrate after landing. However, a nagging concern lingered about how he would cope with the upcoming back-to-back games. As he continued scrolling, he stumbled upon a familiar name, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The name displayed on the tablet was Jordan Crawford. It was impossible for Lin Yang not to pay attention. This player had been his counterpart during the Summer League, reigniting his habit of reviewing game footage. This time, I refuse to believe you can perform as brilliantly as before. As Lin Yang reflected on the match, where Jordan Crawford effortlessly scored against him, he couldn't help but rub his wrist. That game marked one of the most humiliating experiences of his basketball journey. He had never been so thoroughly outmatched, not even during his initial encounters with the sport. The root of this humiliation lay in a scouting report provided by the Dallas Mavericks assistant coaching staff, which depicted Crawford as an explosively athletic, ball-dominant scoring guard. Accompanying this report was a video of Crawford's acrobatic dunk over LeBron James at a Nike training camp. After reviewing the materials, Lin instinctively perceived him as a physically dominant slasher. Even when Crawford's physique during the game proved less imposing than he had imagined, Lin opted to defend at a distance, allowing himself a moment to react. However, Crawford quickly unleashed a flurry of mid-range jump shots, establishing an undeniable rhythm. By the time Lin adjusted, Crawford was already on fire. Ordinary physical contact could not hinder his shooting prowess. It was after this disheartening defeat that Lin resolved to meticulously analyze his opponents before each game. Naturally, he still referred to the Mavericks assistant coach's reports, for two simple reasons. First, the team's video analyst was unlikely to make frequent errors, or else they would not hold their position. Second, Lin acknowledged his own fallibility. And for uncertain players, he needed to integrate the assessments of other professionals to arrive at a more accurate conclusion. Lin scrutinized Crawford's data and footage with great diligence. Though he perhaps needn't have been so thorough, Crawford had only averaged 10 minutes of playing time per game that season, serving as a role player among the bench. Even if Lin encountered him on the court, he wouldn't be matched up for an extended period. Yet, the sting of that humiliation felt as fresh as if it had occurred just yesterday. Lin was determined to uncover Crawford's weaknesses. Even if their confrontation lasted merely a single possession, he sought to reclaim a measure of dignity. With a notable ability to penetrate, a quick first step, and a penchant for catch-and-shoot opportunities, Crawford was a player Lin was eager to study more closely. Lin Yang gazed at the video and, gradually, a model of Jordan Crawford, with more pronounced strengths and weaknesses, emerged in his mind. This time, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Chapter 63. Just wait and see. Lin, you're up quite early. Indeed, I have a fondness for the cuisine of Atlanta. The sandwiches here are among the rare delights that convince me that America also possesses delectable food. On the morning of the game, Lin rose early to savor a leisurely breakfast in Atlanta, recalling his previous visit during college, which had left a lasting impression of the local delicacies. Atlanta is the culinary capital of America, hosting a myriad of cooking competitions each year. Lin Yang's choice of sustenance was rather unpretentious: a single hot dog, 2 slices of sandwich, and a cup of fruit juice. In truth, he harbored a greater fondness for the steak offered here. Yet indulging in such fare so early in the morning did not seem the wisest decision. Although it stung somewhat, I found myself at a loss to refute this notion. I did not believe I had erred in my assertion. Dear coach, you must be aware that the KFC in Huaxia surpasses that of its American counterpart in terms of flavor, despite the latter being its birthplace. Lin Yang settled himself before head coach Rick Carlisle, who had a cup of iced Americano perched on the corner of his desk. It was early morning, and Lin could easily surmise that Rick had once again spent the night awake. Indeed, the life of an NBA head coach is far from a leisurely endeavor. One should not be deluded into thinking that an NBA head coach enjoys a cushy job, merely donning a suit and casually strolling along the sidelines to earn $1 million salary. Such positions are a rarity in this world. A competent head coach must meticulously devise strategies against each opponent prior to every game, identify the players on the opposing team who are currently in peak form, and comprehend the substitution patterns that the opponent has recently favored. Every detail matters. While some aspects may be aided by assistant coaches, the ultimate responsibility rests with the head coach. Late nights are commonplace, and during back-to-back game schedules, the head coach may find himself toiling alone until dawn. Such dedication to the craft often leads to immediate scrutiny and blame should the team's performance falter. Thus, rather than portraying the image of a well-dressed figure commanding the court with poise, one might argue that the polished appearance of an NBA head coach is merely a facade of dignity amid the relentless demands of the job. As Rick finished his meal, he suddenly raised his gaze to Lin, seated across from him, and inquired, "Lin, If I were to have you match up against Joe Johnson for the majority of the game, how confident are you in your ability to contain him? Lin Yang pondered carefully, swallowing the sandwich he had been chewing. I believe I will be overwhelmed by him. Joe Johnson, standing at an impressive 2.01 meters, is a towering shooting guard, currently at the pinnacle of his career. His strength surpasses that of Lin Yang, and his one-on-one skills are exceptional, particularly his threat level after receiving the ball in the low post, which ranks among the elite in the league. Lin Yang found himself at a distinct disadvantage. He had to concede that Joe Johnson epitomized the type of scorer who could effectively counter Lin Yang's strengths. Rick Carlisle, having worked alongside Lin Yang for an extensive period, was well aware that the latter occasionally expressed overly candid thoughts, much like the current situation. He always responded with a smile, yet he had to acknowledge that Lin Yang's assessments were consistently astute. Compared to me, Deshaun would undoubtedly hold a greater advantage against him. Deshaun Stevenson, a veteran who had graced the league for a decade, possessed the strength and experience that would serve as the most formidable counter to Joe Johnson. All right, I understand. Rick Carlisle nodded slowly after Lin Yang finished speaking. His internal judgment was quite similar to Lin Yang's. He had only posed the question on a whim, perhaps as a precautionary measure, indicating that in this game, Lin Yang's priority at the shooting guard position was indeed lower than that of Deshaun Stevenson. He was genuinely considerate of Lin Yang's feelings. At the Hawks' home ground, the Phillips Arena parking lot, vehicles began to flood in from various entrances about an hour prior to the game. The parking lot quickly reached its saturation point. Historically, the Hawks' attendance had not been particularly high, consistently ranking around 24th to 26th in the league. However, the volume of vehicles today was evidently greater than usual. The reason for this surge was the presence of numerous Asian fans, as the Hawks were facing the Mavericks, who featured a new Asian player this year. The recent buzz surrounding Lin Yang was the primary motivation for this contingent of Chinese supporters to attend. The Asian population in Atlanta is relatively small, with fewer than 100,000 residents, and it seemed that approximately 1/20th of them had gathered at the arena today. Frankly, it was uncertain whose home ground it truly was. The TNT broadcast team for this matchup featured Reggie Miller, arguably the greatest star in Pacers history, alongside the passionate commentator Kevin Harlan and Doug Collins. Given Reggie Miller's reputation as a notorious talker during his playing career, it was evident that his transition to commentary was a judicious choice. In this role, he could express his opinions freely, a luxury not afforded in other professions. Perhaps, this evening, the cheers from the audience for Lin would resonate even more loudly. As the camera panned across the Princeton Arena, Reggie Miller quickly noted the increased number of Asian faces, and he could easily deduce that these fans were there for one reason alone. As Reggie Miller spoke, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. The camera captured the moment perfectly. As the cheers rose, it panned to the side, revealing the players of the Mavericks entering the arena from the visitors' tunnel. Lin Yang, give it your all. Let us aim to contain Joe Johnson today. We will always support you. A barrage of Mandarin phrases reached Lin Yang's ears. To be honest, he was momentarily taken aback, and when he turned to see so many Chinese faces in the stands, a surprised smile crept onto his face. What a delightful surprise this was. Soon enough, the home ceremony for the Hawks commenced. When Jordan Crawford emerged from the player tunnel and spotted the Asian faces in the audience, he was momentarily stunned before a scowl crossed his face, and he muttered inwardly, "Is it really necessary to fuss over a nobody? Just as well. After tonight, my name will likely resonate throughout the entire Chinese community." As he pondered this, he glanced towards the Mavericks bench, searching for that elusive figure he had been yearning to see. There he was, perhaps by coincidence, as Crawford sought Lin Yang. Lin Yang was also looking for him, and their gazes locked almost simultaneously. Just wait and see. Almost at the same moment, both of their minds echoed the same thought. Chapter 64. The problematic defense. The game officially commenced shortly thereafter. The Mavericks and the Hawks engaged in a stalemate for the first few minutes before the former began to seize control. Approximately 5 minutes into the game, the Mavericks extended their lead to 4 points. This season, the entire Mavericks team has quickly found their rhythm, enabling them to gain an advantage at the start of each game. This efficiency has contributed to their formidable 5-1 record thus far. At the 6-minute mark of the first quarter, the Hawks, unable to close the gap, prompted their head coach, Larry Drew, to lose his patience and call for the first timeout of the game. "Next, we will focus on the shooting guard position," Drew stated as he glanced at Joe Johnson. "I hope to see a more assertive approach from you, rather than constantly worrying about whether your teammates are open." Experts have previously remarked that while Joe Johnson may not be a consistent 30-point scorer every night, He undoubtedly possesses the capability to score 20 points and deliver 6 assists on any given evening. This succinctly encapsulates Joe Johnson's playing style. He is not a self-centered player, and his shot or passing selections are remarkably judicious. He undoubtedly embodies the essence of team player, with the presence of Al and Mike. What I require on the court is not merely another passer or facilitator. Rather, I need a scoring dynamo. Joe, I urge you to embody this role tonight, rather than allowing me to witness your continued facilitation for the team. The outcome of such an approach is evident, as we find ourselves trailing by 4 points. Regrettably, Larry Drew does not wish to see such an unselfish Joe Johnson on the court, at least not this evening. Joe Johnson nodded slowly, acknowledging that he indeed lacked the desire to score in the recent offensive play. Upon returning to the court, Joe Johnson exhibited a renewed determination on the offensive end. Positioned in the low post against Caron Butler, he refrained from surveying his teammates' positions and instead focused entirely on the defender behind him. With a simple feint and turn, he easily deceived Butler, stepping back for a jump shot that found its mark. In that fleeting moment of success, even Joe was taken aback. Has my scoring prowess reached such heights? He felt no pressure whatsoever. Damn! Rick Carlisle observed Joe Johnson executing his shot with such composure, instinctively cursing under his breath. Just moments ago, he had specifically advised Caron Butler to remain vigilant against Johnson's one-on-one plays, yet it seemed this player had disregarded his counsel. Indeed, Caron Butler's defensive performance since the season commenced had consistently failed to meet Carlisle's expectations. Acknowledging Butler's lack of defensive prowess, Carlisle understood that the issue lay not just in ability, but also in attitude. Johnson's calm scoring was undeniably a result of Butler's insufficient defensive intensity. Butler's defensive habits were dismal, a reflection of years spent in losing scenarios that had conditioned him to prioritize accumulating offensive statistics. Meanwhile, Reggie Miller in the commentary booth frowned as he scrutinized Butler's defensive effort. Though he had never won a championship, Miller's entire career was characterized by his warrior-like demeanor. He never allowed himself a moment of complacency on the court. This relentless spirit was why, during his final visit to Madison Square Garden, the New York fans bestowed upon him the loudest cheers, and diehard Knicks supporter Spike Lee approached him for an embrace, reconciling their storied rivalry. Over time, their infamous exchanges in the stands had evolved into iconic moments in NBA history. Reggie Miller did not harbor grievances against Caron Butler as a player. Rather, his discontent stemmed from Butler's attitude on the court. As more content loads, one must remain patient. However, the dissatisfaction regarding Caron Butler's defensive performance had no effect whatsoever. He was once again successfully scored upon by Joe Johnson in the subsequent play. Clang! This time, the Mavericks failed to respond, allowing the Hawks to reclaim 2 points, inching closer to equalizing the score with another successful shot in the next play. The ball found its way into Joe Johnson's hands for the 3rd consecutive time. After scoring in the previous 2 plays, Johnson faced Butler again, exuding a confidence palpable even to the blind. Joe looks remarkably self-assured tonight, especially against the backdrop of Caron Butler, Reggie Miller remarked. Swish. Amidst Miller's commentary, Joe Johnson struck again. Caron, could you apply a little pressure? Even Johnson succumbed to playful banter, criticizing Butler's defense, which resembled a paper-thin wall, easily breached. Buzzer. The referee's whistle sounded as Johnson leveled the score, prompting Rick Carlisle to call a timeout. As the Mavericks players exited the court, he gestured towards Deshaun Stevenson on the bench. Surprised, Stevenson pointed at himself. Me? Upon receiving a nod from Carlisle, he joyfully rose, as this marked one of the rare occasions he would enter the game so early this season. Caron, take a breather on the bench for now. You'll be back on shortly. Caleb approached Caron Butler, reassuringly patting his back. Hearing Caleb's words, Butler nodded slightly and glanced at Rick Carlisle, who was outlining strategies. In the past, even with subpar defensive displays, Carlisle would offer some form of encouragement. But today, after Butler exited, Carlisle had not looked at him even once, a rather ominous sign. Keep a close watch on Joe Johnson. Should he continue to score as effortlessly as he has been, your playing time may dwindle, Deshaun. Do you understand? When Rick Carlisle faced Deshaun, he did not hold back. His tone became markedly stern, and his words were strikingly direct. Deshaun nodded gravely. The game resumed. For a considerable period, the Hawks had been on a scoring spree, prompting Larry Drew to retain his original lineup. Upon returning to the court, Dirk Nowitzki immediately made his presence felt on the offensive end, executing a classic one-leg jump shot to restore the Mavericks' 2-point lead. However, this did little to alleviate the serious expression on Rick Carlisle's face. He had unwavering faith in Dirk's ability to contribute in critical moments, a feat he had consistently accomplished over the years. His greater concern lay with whether Deshaun Stevenson could effectively guard Joe Johnson, who had already amassed 7 points in the quarter. Chapter 65. The roar of the away crowd. Deshaun Stevenson's defensive tenacity was commendable, particularly in guarding low-post plays. While he did not extinguish Joe Johnson's scoring completely, Johnson's offensive efficiency had indeed diminished significantly, shooting 1 for 3 and making both free throws, barely maintaining his usual effectiveness. Meanwhile, the Mavericks extended their lead through Dirk Nowitzki's relentless scoring. By the end of the first quarter, the Mavericks led 28-23, a 5-point advantage. Well done. Rick Carlisle specifically raised his hand at the sidelines to await a high five from Deshaun Stevenson, whose recent defensive performance had greatly pleased him. For players who executed his tactical intentions effectively, Carlisle was always as warm as spring. Rick Carlisle. He did not bring in the recently rising star Lin at the end of the first quarter as he usually would, opting instead for Deshaun Stevenson. Was this a deliberate tactical decision, or was there some underlying conflict? During the intermission interview, TNT's sideline reporter Ernie Johnson promptly approached Rick Carlisle. His first question pointed directly at Lin Yang, noting that the Chinese newcomer had not been deployed during the Mavericks' first substitution, unlike in previous games. When Deshaun Stevenson took the court, a notable chorus of boos emanated from the stands, coming from the Chinese fans who had come specifically to see Lin. Ernie Johnson was also eager to understand why Carlisle had chosen not to field Lin, especially considering that Lin's recent success stemmed from his defensive prowess. Given that Karen Butler struggled to contain Joe Johnson, logically, wouldn't it be prudent to have Lin on the floor? With the instinctive acuity of a seasoned professional, Ernie sensed that there was more to this situation than met the eye. If it's merely a tactical arrangement, then you should expect to see Lin on the court at the start of the second quarter. Rick Carlisle's straightforward reply left Earl Johnson enveloped in an extended silence, a scenario far removed from his expectations. The interview duration was already brief, merely a matter of seconds, and Johnson's silence caused him to forfeit the opportunity to pose a second question. Thus, it was a fruitless endeavor. This rendered Johnson, who had initially felt a flicker of excitement as he observed Carlisle walking away, akin to a young man who had just completed a flight, overwhelmingly hollow. Suddenly, as the second quarter commenced, the Chinese fans in the stands erupted with enthusiasm upon spotting the player clad in the number 8 jersey, a man of yellow complexion. After a prolonged wait, the Chinese player Lin Yang finally made his entrance on a court. The jubilant cheers from the sidelines prompted Kevin Harlan in the commentary booth to raise an eyebrow. Typically, a player capable of inciting such fervor in an away game must be of all-star caliber. Thus, Lin Yang, as a rookie, eliciting such a response was unexpected. It is no wonder that franchises aspire to tap into the Chinese market. Tonight, Lin Yang epitomized that value. The previous beneficiary was Alexander, and now it was Mark Cuban's turn. Doug Collins interjected with a tinge of sarcasm, attributing the cheers for Lin Yang to his status as a Chinese player. Perhaps one day, this rookie might indeed ascend to all-star status, he mused. Reggie Miller, who had been silently absorbing the discussion between Kevin Harlan and Doug Collins, suddenly chimed in, prompting his two colleagues to turn towards him, their expressions marked by surprise. They had not anticipated such a remark from Miller. What does it mean to be an all-star? Each year, during the All-Star weekend, there are only 24 players selected, combining both starters and reserves. These 24 individuals either possess popularity or prowess. Of course, popular players typically have a certain level of skill, while skilled players usually enjoy some degree of popularity. It could be said that these 24 players essentially represent the finest talent within the league for that year. Can Lin Yang truly emerge as one of the top 24 players in the league? This does not appear to be an easy feat. Do not regard me askance. I'm not merely speaking off the cuff. Reggie Miller, however, did not shy away from the gaze of his partner and took the time to reiterate his viewpoint. Lin possesses significant potential, akin to Yao, to become one of the league's finest players. Ding! The task for this match has been issued. Prevent your matched opponent from scoring 5 points. Completing this task will activate the hot streak mode. Lin Yang had often envisioned the moment he would step onto the court to the sound of applause, yet he never anticipated the magnitude of the cheers he would receive. In this instant, he genuinely felt like the most captivating star on a basketball court. This was, without a doubt, the most euphoric experience he had encountered thus far in his career, and for a fleeting moment, he contemplated the idea of remaining in Atlanta. Here, he savored the culinary delights he cherished and basked in the adulation of enthusiastic fans. And what of Dallas? It was merely a city rife with individuals harboring lofty prejudices. He felt no sense of allegiance to Dallas, although his professionalism as an athlete urged him to dismiss such sentiments as immature. He willingly allowed them to linger in his thoughts. Even at the nascent stage of his career, he was resolute in his conviction that he would not confine his entire professional journey to Dallas. Especially now, after experiencing the most thunderous ovation since his entrance into the NBA, he felt even more affirmed in this belief. He was certainly not one to seek approval from fans who held disdain for him. Why not instead strive to bring joy to those who genuinely admired him? As Lin Yang took to the court, he found himself facing Jeff Teague, who had already spent a considerable amount of time on the floor during the first quarter. A rookie from the class of 2009, Teague had made a name for himself in his second year in the league, having previously delivered a remarkable performance last season with an impressive tally of 24 points and 15 assists in a single game, thereby solidifying his professional legacy. Although Mike Bibby continued to occupy the point guard position this season, the noticeable decline in the once formidable White Devil could not hinder Teague from securing increased playing time. In this particular match, Teague had already been on the court for over 5 minutes in the first quarter, yet he was granted additional playing time at the onset of the second quarter. Lin Yang faced Teague, who had entered the league a year earlier, with a calm demeanor. He held no fear towards opponents like Teague, who stood at a modest height of 188 meters. Lin possessed ample height and wingspan advantages, enabling him to keep pace with his defense even if he was slightly delayed. Jeff Green's initial shot was successfully disturbed by Lin Yang in this manner. The center substitute, Marcin Gortat, alongside Lin Yang, secured the rebound and subsequently delivered the ball into Lin's hands. As Lin Yang advanced the ball into the front court, he simultaneously directed his teammates on their positioning. Approaching the three-point line of the Eagles, Lin Yang suddenly initiated his move, exerting tremendous force as he surged past Teague on his right. Caught off guard by Lin Yang's unexpected breakthrough, Teague was unable to respond in time and was swiftly brushed aside by Lin Yang, who had already established his position. Lin Yang surged toward the basket, executing a flawless horse-riding shot before Horford could provide assistance. The ball struck the backboard and gracefully rolled into the hoop. It's a score. The lead has now widened to 7 points. One reason Lin Yang enjoys matching up against players like Tigger is that such speed-oriented point guards typically lack physical strength, allowing him greater flexibility in his offensive options. Chapter 66, 2 shots, 2 makes. As Lin Yang took to the court, he scored his first shot, eliciting an immediate wave of cheers from the audience. In the minds of nearly all fans, Lin Yang is regarded as a player of considerable basketball intelligence, exhibiting a seasoned approach to ball handling with scarcely a trace of elementary errors. However, if one were to identify a shortcoming in Lin Yang's game, it would be his somewhat limited offensive prowess. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon his arrival today, Lin Yang would execute his first shot with such conviction and indeed score? Could it be that this miraculous lad intends to showcase his scoring abilities today? Reggie Miller remarked, "Lin displays a fervent desire to score today. His aggressive approach right from the outset is indeed a rarity in Lin Yang's previous performances. Quite commendable." Rick Carlisle observed Lin Yang's scoring with renewed interest, nodding appreciatively. His satisfaction did not solely stem from the basket made by Lin Yang. Rather, he turned to his assistant coach, Caleb, and noted, "Lin's ball handling skills have indeed seen remarkable improvement." What pleased him was Lin Yang's enhanced ball handling capability. Lin Yang had a notably evident physical contact with Teague during his breakthrough, yet he maintained possession of the ball without any errors, a feat that would have seemed improbable in the past. This can only indicate that Lin Yang's dribbling skills have indeed progressed. Caleb nodded in agreement, remarking that Lin had consistently practiced his ball handling, and this outcome was merely a matter of time, though he had not anticipated Lin's exceptional ball feel. However, upon further reflection, Caleb realized that, given Lin Yang's remarkable passing abilities, it is entirely reasonable for him to possess such a keen sense of the game. Lin's greatest disadvantage lies in the brevity of his basketball exposure. He only began playing in his senior year of high school, which has resulted in his fundamental skills lagging significantly behind his peers. He will require time to address this deficiency. In the TNT commentary booth, the 3 commentators were also deliberating on Lin Yang's limited playing time. "So, Reggie, is this why you believe Lin Yang has the potential to become an all-star player?" Kevin Harlan pondered, glancing at Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller remained non-committal, stating, "In America, there have been very few players who made it to the NBA after only 2 years of practice, which suggests that Lin's talent may indeed be underestimated." If his abilities are far superior to our expectations, the prospect of him becoming an all-star caliber player is not entirely out of the question, is it? Kevin Harlan nodded slightly after Reggie Miller finished speaking, feeling somewhat persuaded, while Doug Collins merely scoffed, his expression revealing his disagreement with Reggie Miller's stance. The notion that Chinese players possess greater talent than American players? One international jest. On the court, Teague continued to handle the ball while facing Lin Yang, embodying the archetype of a ball-dominant point guard with a high usage rate. However, statistically speaking, this was not a significant concern. Jeff Teague relished the opportunity to utilize changes in rhythm to outmaneuver his opponent, and at a height of merely 188 meters, he exhibited remarkable agility in his movements. Lin Yang moved with rapid, small steps, yet he refrained from pressing too aggressively. His height and wingspan provided him with a significant advantage, allowing him to effectively defend against Jeff Teague's genuine attempts to change direction. Despite Teague's several breakthroughs, Lin Yang maintained his position, causing Teague's dribbling to become somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, Al Horford discreetly approached to set a screen, but Lin Yang was entirely focused on Teague, oblivious to Horford's proximity. Teague, displaying keen awareness, feigned attempts to drive, drawing Lin Yang's attention. As Horford drew nearer, Teague shifted towards him. With Horford's assistance, Teague successfully evaded Lin Yang and executed his signature floater mid-stride, scoring with ease. This exemplifies the intangible qualities of Al Horford that statistics cannot capture, which is why many regard him as the team's most effective glue. Doug Collins spoke highly of Horford, urging Tim Thomas to switch defensively with Lin and to move more swiftly. Amidst the incessant murmurs of Rick Carlisle, Lin Yang maintained possession of the ball. As he advanced to the front court, he promptly signaled for a screen. It was at this moment that Jeff Teague's agility became apparent. He effortlessly maneuvered around Tim Thomas, persisting in his staunch defense against Lin Yang. Lin Yang cleverly devised a strategy, directing Tim Thomas to make a direct cut. As the latter maneuvered, a precise pass found its way into his hands. Unfortunately, Al Horford adeptly positioned himself to intercept, effectively obstructing Tim Thomas, who lacked significant offensive prowess and found himself momentarily immobilized. Just as he stood there, bewildered and uncertain of his next move, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Turning to his side, he discovered Lin Yang had approached him, hands outstretched, requesting the ball. In that instant, Tim Thomas was filled with a renewed sense of hope and promptly passed the ball to Lin Yang without hesitation. Lin Yang seized the ball and advanced forward. Al Horford's shot-blocking prowess was immediately evident as he swiftly positioned himself, anticipating Lin Yang's driving path. However, to his astonishment, Lin Yang was not drawing nearer. Instead, he was creating distance. A step back, a jump shot, bang, swish. The ball once more kissed the backboard before finding its way through the hoop. Al Horford was certain that this was the most awkward and ungraceful step-back jump shot he had ever witnessed. He could sense that this was not Lin Yang's typical maneuver. The exuberant Chinese fans in attendance, however, were indifferent to whether this was a standard technique for Lin Yang. The ball had gone in, marking a commendable scoring choice worthy of their jubilant cheers. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Lin Yang returned to defense. The ball's entry was indeed a stroke of fortune, a fact he readily acknowledged. Scoring with a bank shot is not an easy feat, and he is certainly not Tim Duncan, who has practiced such techniques meticulously. Moreover, the addition of a step-back maneuver exceeded his usual capabilities. However, given the circumstances, with Al Horford having blocked his path to the basket, he had no choice but to take that shot. Fortunately, it went in. As Lin scored again, one could not help but notice how stiff his step-back looked. Reggie Miller couldn't help but chuckle as he commented on Lin Yang's jump shot, noting that the move was clearly a spontaneous decision. "Keep an eye on that Huaxia player," Larry Drew exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he pointed at the Hawks players on the court, expressing his frustration at Lin Yang scoring once more. Although Lin Yang is currently a rising star, he is notoriously known for his lackluster offensive capabilities. Yet in this match, he astonishingly scored on his first two attempts. What does it signify when a player, typically devoid of offensive prowess, displays such sharpness? It can only imply that the team's defense is woefully inadequate. It would be perplexing if Larry Drew were not infuriated. Chapter 67. Lin Yang at the point guard position. In the ensuing period, Lin Yang was under close observation. Currently, the shooting guard position for the Hawks is occupied by Jamal Crawford, a player lacking in defensive prowess, to the extent that one might deem his defensive skills utterly abysmal. However, as Lu Sun once remarked, 3 incompetent cobblers can surpass Zhuge Liang. The combination of Jeff Teague and the assisting defense of Jamal Crawford could potentially hinder Lin Yang's performance. Nevertheless, Lin Yang had no intention of launching an offensive during this time. After witnessing Al Horford's defensive capabilities, he decisively abandoned the notion of attacking the rim. He was confident in his ability to outmaneuver Al Horford once more, yet he recognized that he could not replicate his previous success using an unfamiliar approach to scoring. Fortune does not always favor him, and Lin Yang was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, in accordance with Rick Carlisle's signals, he began to meticulously orchestrate the Mavericks' standard offensive strategies. Among the players currently on the court for the Mavericks, only Jason Terry at the shooting guard position possessed a remarkable scoring efficiency. Lin Yang decided not to take the initiative himself. His first thought was to create space for the latter. Lin Yang positioned himself slightly to the left beyond the three-point line, raising 3 fingers in a signal. At his cue, the Mavericks' power forward and center began to converge along the baseline towards the right side, thereby creating an expansive void on the left. Only Jason Terry and Jamal Crawford remained stationed near the 45-degree angle of the three-point line on the left. At this moment, Lin Yang maneuvered the ball skillfully past Jeff Teague's right side, his strength and weight allowing him to effortlessly secure his position. Jamal Crawford was compelled to step in and provide assistance to Teague on defense. Lin Yang observed Jamal Crawford approaching, effortlessly pivoted, and delivered a precise pass into Jason Terry's hands. Terry, finding himself in an open position, launched a three-pointer that sailed through the net with unwavering accuracy. Well done. As Terry retreated on defense, he intentionally drew closer to Lin Yang, exchanging a celebratory high-five. Lin, commanding the point guard position with a calm demeanor, orchestrated the offensive strategy with remarkable poise, instilling confidence in those around him. Indeed, Lin must possess the ball on the court to fully unleash his organizational prowess. Rick Carlisle, witnessing the play unfold, wore a smile and offered a slight nod of approval. In the previous matches, Lin Yang's possession rate was rather low, which hindered his ability to launch an offensive whenever the team's tactical positioning fell short of his expectations. However, the situation has markedly changed. With an enhancement in his ball-handling skills, Lin Yang has become increasingly audacious in confronting defenders while in possession. His innate talent for orchestrating tactics can now be fully unveiled. Alas, the Mavericks have scored yet again, this time from beyond the arc, prompting Larry Drew to silently curse under his breath, while a shadow of gloom enveloped his countenance. Lin Yang found himself in a predicament, unable to score while still striving to assist his teammates in securing points. Today, he took on the role of point guard, and the recent stint of the Mavericks bench rotation had truly revitalized him. Otherwise, what would have happened? Larry Drew cast a glance toward the bench, where Jordan Crawford awaited eagerly. Anticipating his call, earlier in the locker room, Crawford had approached him with exuberance, confidently asserting that he could outperform Lin Yang and expressing a desire for playing time. Larry Drew understood some of the reasons behind Crawford's confidence. He had seen video footage of Crawford excelling against Lin Yang during the Summer League, compiled by the assistant coach. However, the Summer League differed significantly from the current NBA context. Upon comparing Lin Yang's present form with that of the Summer League, Drew concluded that they were not comparable. Lin Yang's defensive prowess had evidently improved since then, and given Crawford's abilities, he might not be as formidable an opponent as he believed, which explained Drew's reluctance to field him thus far. At this moment, Teague was being dominated by Lin Yang on both ends of the court, and apart from Mike Bibby, the only other point guard with any semblance of capability was this year's rookie, Jordan Crawford. Yet, despite Lin Yang's considerable progress, what if Crawford turned out to be his kryptonite? Such occurrences were not unheard of in the NBA. Take Chris Paul, widely acknowledged as the premier point guard, who has outclassed virtually every point guard in the league, but still found himself outmatched by Deron Williams. Perhaps Jordan Crawford possessed similar potential. As various thoughts raced through Larry Drew's mind, Jamal Crawford executed a counterattack, sinking a three-pointer. The crowd erupted in rare applause for the Hawks. Interestingly, although the venue was ostensibly the Hawks' home court, it had transformed into a Mavericks stronghold since Lin Yang's entry. Every time he received the ball, cheers would erupt. Jamal Crawford's successful three-pointer temporarily quelled Drew's inclination to substitute in Jordan Crawford. Both Crawfords shared a penchant for offensive play over defense, while Jeff Teague at least exhibited some defensive tenacity. If Jordan Crawford were to take the court, the Hawks' backcourt would become a veritable cash register. Given that Jamal Crawford was currently executing counterattacks, there was no need to compromise the backcourt's integrity. Nonetheless, Larry Drew had resolved that if no other options presented themselves, he would indeed bring Jordan Crawford into the game. Both teams had entered a temporary phase of offensive exchanges. The synergy between Lin Yang and Jason Terry is an insurmountable challenge for the Hawks, while the Hawks' Jamal Crawford also excels offensively, dominating Jason Terry in various ways. Lin Yang attempted to switch defenses with Jason Terry. However, Jamal Crawford proved to be quite astute, or perhaps it was Larry Drew, observing from the sidelines, who was particularly shrewd. Whenever Lin Yang would adjust his defensive assignment, Crawford would signal another player from the Hawks' backcourt to take control of the ball. While Jason Terry found it considerably easier to defend Jeff Teague, with the assistance of Al Horford's pick and roll, he remained a liability on defense. The Mavericks' interior players, Thomas and Mahimi, indeed lacked the defensive awareness to match Al Horford's prowess during the switches. Beep. Thanks to Lin Yang's impressive performance with the Maverick second unit, Rick Carlisle did not call upon a Maverick starting lineup until 5 minutes and 10 seconds into the second quarter. As Lin Yang exited the court, he was met with another wave of applause from the Chinese fans in the stands. During his time on the court, he accumulated impressive statistics: 4 points, 3 assists, and 2 rebounds, without a single turnover. Throughout his presence, the point differential between the Mavericks and the Hawks remained consistently above 7 points. His performance this evening truly warranted such a claim. However, seated on the Hawks bench, Jordan Crawford observed with increasing frustration, his competitive spirit intensifying. "You'll regret this." Young man from Huaxia. Chapter 68. Your doom approaches. Jordan Crawford was anxious. One might say he had never felt such urgency before. Despite Larry Drew's prior assurances, he could not comprehend why Lin Yang so effortlessly handled Jeff Teague while he remained benched. This was a golden opportunity. His legs trembled uncontrollably from his anxiety. Alas, his distress was futile. With Lin Yang off the court, the Mavericks had deployed all their starting players, leaving him with no chance to play. The Hawks continued to struggle, while the well-rested Mavericks displayed increasing composure in the second quarter. The Hawks found no openings and committed several errors, further widening the gap to a 10-point deficit by halftime. Coach Larry Drew, I truly hope you grant me an opportunity. I assure you, I can outplay Lin. Upon returning to the locker room through the players' tunnel, Jordan Crawford immediately sought out Larry Drew, fervently expressing his desire to match up against Lin Yang. All right, I understand. I will consider your request carefully. Be patient, my friend. Larry Drew patted him on the shoulder, offering a comforting word. He recognized Crawford's eagerness and felt a sense of joy that surpassed Crawford's own. This was a positive sign, akin to a wild beast yearning to escape its cage. If kept confined for a while longer, when finally released, this creature would unleash unimaginable devastation. Larry Drew's reservations about Jordan Crawford were not solely based on doubts regarding his abilities. They were also influenced by these very factors. You wish to defeat Lin Yang, do you? I can provide that opportunity, but it will not come easily. You must understand, this chance is hard-earned. When it is bestowed upon you, seize it. Initially, Larry Drew was uncertain of the outcome of his approach, as Crawford was merely a rookie and he did not yet fully comprehend this newcomer. However, judging by Crawford's current demeanor, it appeared that the strategy was proving effective. He was fervently yearning for a chance to demonstrate his worth. After a brief intermission, the second half of the game commenced. The Mavericks made some adjustments to their lineup, with Deshaun Stevenson being introduced while Karen Butler remained seated. The reasons for this change were shrouded in mystery, and none dared to inquire. However, the displeased expression on Karen Butler's face suggested that he had received prior notice of this decision. The Hawks began with the offensive advantage. Joe Johnson, possessing the ball, skillfully matched up against Deshaun Stevenson, successfully scoring the first point of the half and narrowing the score gap to 8 points. In his prime, Joe Johnson proved to be a formidable force in the low post, and after a brief period of adaptation, Deshaun Stevenson found it increasingly challenging to defend against him. Nevertheless, Rick Carlisle showed no signs of approaching Stevenson. Instead, he offered words of encouragement. Recognizing the latter's commendable attitude on the defensive end, his effort and enthusiasm were indeed sufficient. If Stevenson could fully contain Joe Johnson, he would hardly be valued at a mere $3 million. A penny for a penny. After all, as these thoughts crossed Rick Carlisle's mind, he couldn't help but smirk, casting a glance towards the bench where a former All-Star sat with a solemn expression. Why was this player so costly? Let us defend this possession, gentlemen. Joe Johnson, having scored the first basket of the half, returned to the defensive side, rallying his teammates. The Hawks' overall defensive capability was, in fact, quite formidable, with a structure centered around Josh Smith and Al Horford that could nearly encompass the entire defensive zone. Yet, the ball was in the hands of Dirk Nowitzki, who effortlessly dismantled the Hawks' defense with his one-on-one prowess. This year, Nowitzki's mid-range shooting ability had become truly terrifying. Thus far, Lin Yang had yet to witness any player successfully contain Nowitzki's shooting after an isolation play, once he executed his signature one-leg jumper. The outcome hinged solely on his own shooting touch, rather than the defender's efforts. Lin Yang even contemplated whether he should learn this technique from Dirk Nowitzki. While it may lack aesthetic appeal, it certainly excels in practicality. In Lin Yang's arsenal, there exists little merit when it comes to scoring techniques. Given his innate talent and physical prowess on the offensive end, attempting to devise a signature scoring method on his own is akin to folly. As his fame continues to ascend, the scrutiny he faces each night undoubtedly intensifies. Should he fail to make significant advancements in his offensive capabilities, the hard-won position he has secured within the team may very well be usurped by others. Not to mention, while Deshaun Stevenson may lack substantial offensive skills, his proficiency in executing open three-point shots remains quite reliable. Although Lin Yang possesses the ability to penetrate and shoot, his scoring efficiency remains subpar without the assistance of a heightened shooting rhythm. More critically, the only level of shooting rhythm he currently attains is the bronze tier. Should he face increased defensive pressure, he cannot be certain that this level of rhythm will sustain his scoring explosiveness. It is imperative that he develops a signature scoring technique that is uniquely his own. The game continues, with both teams relying on a key player to drive their progress. For the Mavericks, it is Dirk Nowitzki, and for the Hawks, Joe Johnson. The score remains tightly contested at an 8-point difference, as neither team can establish a rhythm to dictate the pace of the game. Reggie Miller observes, both teams are exceptionally seasoned. They understand how to maintain their composure. Consequently, once one team gains the lead, it is exceedingly difficult for the trailing team to close the gap in a short span of time. Miller's assessment holds true, as the Mavericks maintain an 8-point advantage with just 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter. In light of this lead, Rick Carlisle opts to substitute players early, ensuring the Mavericks are well prepared for the fourth quarter. However, due to the Hawks' lack of intention to make substitutions, Carlisle plays it conservatively, removing only Jason Kidd from the point guard position and Dirk Nowitzki from the power forward slot. The remaining Mavericks players continue to contest on the court. Lin Yang's return to the court elicited a fervent cheer from the audience, as Chinese fans finally witnessed his much-anticipated reappearance. Ah, this fellow has finally taken stage. Alongside the enthusiastic fans was Jordan Crawford, who implored Larry Drew, "You must let me play this time." He felt that failing to take the court again could lead to psychological distress. Fortunately, Larry Drew did not deceive him this time. As Lin Yang effortlessly maneuvered past Jeff Teague for a layup, the Hawks head coach called a timeout, turning his attention to Crawford, who was eagerly awaiting his moment. "Jordan, prepare to enter." With a surge of excitement, Crawford sprang from the bench, shedding his jacket with glee. The day of reckoning for the young player from China had arrived. Chapter 69. The unreliable Jordan Crawford at last. At long last, he was finally on the court. Jordan Crawford clenched his fists, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Fame beckoned before him. How could he not be thrilled? The dark horse Terminator, Jordan Crawford, poised to outshine the Chinese newcomer. He envisioned headlines proclaiming his prowess. As he stood opposite Lin Yang, his confidence radiated, prompting Reggie Miller to adjust his attire in surprise, exclaiming, "This newcomer seems quite self-assured." Kevin Harlan understood the backdrop. During the Summer League, Crawford had overwhelmed Lin, making his confidence quite reasonable. Is that so? Doug Collins, hearing this for the first time, was indifferent to the Summer League or to rookies in general. His focus lay solely on those with established reputations and renown. Lin Yang and Crawford, both late first-round picks, did not capture his attention. However, he was now aware of Lin Yang's exceptional defensive abilities, and if Crawford could dominate Lin on the offensive end, then the newcomer's offensive potential was certainly worth anticipating. The match has resumed, and the Atlanta Hawks possess the ball. Jordan Crawford, having secured it in the backcourt, advances forward with his gaze solely fixated on Lin Yang. At this moment, the Hawks have only substituted their point guard, Jeff Teague, while the rest of the team remains on the court. Yet Jordan Crawford pays them no heed, resolutely approaching Lin Yang, clearly intent on a one-on-one confrontation. Alor Forth, with his amiable nature, remains unperturbed, but Josh Smith furrows his brow, casting a glance towards Larry Drew on the sidelines, eager to inquire about this peculiar situation. However, when he looks at Drew, he is momentarily taken aback. The latter's expression reveals no surprise, instead appearing to anticipate this very scenario, as if Crawford had been summoned solely for this purpose. When had this rookie earned Larry Drew's trust? Josh Smith muses internally, while Jordan Crawford has already begun his movements against Lin Yang, muttering, "Kid, you've been in the limelight these days. But alas, after tonight, whenever the media discusses you, my name shall be mentioned alongside yours. Surely not. I believe Jeff Teague's reputation surpasses yours, or perhaps Mike Bibby." Lin Yang's tone is remarkably calm, resembling a heartfelt conversation between old friends rather than trash talk. The expression falls upon Jordan Crawford's eyes, igniting an even fiercer anger within him. "Are you still pretending?" Crawford initiates his move, executing a rapid change of direction in an attempt to outmaneuver Lin Yang. Crawford's athletic prowess is undeniable. During his time at the Nike training camp, he famously dunked over LeBron James, showcasing physical capabilities that are undoubtedly above NBA standards. However, he possesses a notable flaw. His core strength is lacking. This was something Lin Yang was previously unaware of, which is why he hesitated to closely defend Crawford during their summer league encounter, fearing he would be easily pushed aside and lose his positioning. Now armed with this knowledge, Lin Yang does not retreat, but instead closes in on Crawford. Crawford has gained an advantageous position with his first step, yet as Lin Yang wraps around him, Crawford's dribbling becomes slightly erratic and momentarily stalls. This brief hesitation, lasting less than a second, causes the breakthrough opportunity he had just seized to vanish. Doug Collins, harboring great expectations for Crawford's isolation play, quickly realizes the truth. This Jordan Crawford lacks the ability to overwhelm Lin Yang. Indeed, from the current circumstances, it appears that even attempting to break through Lin Yang's defense will prove to be a formidable challenge. Lin Yang found himself entangled with Jordan Crawford. In a desperate attempt to shake off Lin, spun left and right. However, Lin seized an opportunity and swiftly swatted the ball away. Deshaun was poised nearby, and in the very next instant, he caught the ball and launched a fast break. But alas, the shot did not find its mark. Deshaun's layup was thwarted by a resounding block from Josh Smith, who chased him down from behind. A chorus of cheers erupted from the Hawks fans in the stands, celebrating the defensive prowess. The camera, capturing the moment, focused on the unfazed Josh Smith, whose expression was anything but jubilant. His grim demeanor, coupled with his imposing appearance, made him look quite menacing. "Damn this rookie. Why must I always clean up his mess?" Josh thought, casting a sideways glance at Jordan Crawford. The brashness with which Crawford approached the game had already irked him, and witnessing his attempt to take on Lin only fueled his frustration. Who convinced Larry Drew that this game hinged on that guy's performance? Josh stole another glance at Larry Drew, finally noticing a hint of displeasure in the coach's eyes. Larry Drew, however, remained oblivious to Josh's scrutiny, his focus solely on Jordan Crawford, feeling as though he was being let down by this player. One more chance. Just one more opportunity, Jordan thought, sensing Larry's icy gaze as he retrieved the ball from the backcourt. As he passed by, his eyes conveyed a desperate plea for understanding. Larry, sensing the urgency in Crawford's demeanor, hesitated to voice his concerns. After all, it was merely the first round. Perhaps he was simply having an off day. The Hawks head coach could only console himself with this thought. Damn it, how could this guy possibly defend me? I had my way with him in Summer League. Jordan Crawford faced Lin Yang once more, this time with a much more serious expression. Lin's close defense had proven to be particularly bothersome. Crawford disliked physical confrontations, and Lin's solid stance made it nearly impossible for him to break free. Doubt crept in, and he hesitated to drive. Then I shall shoot. With that resolve, Crawford dribbled, suddenly leaping to attempt a contested shot in Lin's face, a tactic he often employed to undermine defenders' confidence during his NCAA days. Yet, Lin's defensive response was far superior to what he had anticipated. He leaped in tandem, his hand raised high, creating an imposing barrier before Crawford. Clang! The shot missed its target, and Tyson Chandler secured the rebound. Where did this fool come from? Josh Smith muttered under his breath, unable to contain his frustration any longer. Larry Drew slapped his forehead in disbelief at Jordan Crawford's choice of shot, feeling utterly foolish for placing his hopes in someone so unreliable. Chapter 70. Was this truly your intention? It seems you are not as formidable as you perceive yourself to be. Lin Yang, while dribbling the ball in the face of Jordan Crawford, found himself in a rather displeased state. Compared to the Summer League, Crawford exhibited almost no signs of improvement. He seemed to be stagnating. In Lin Yang's eyes, the man appeared quite arrogant, which irked him greatly. Anyone who had once been thoroughly outplayed by such an individual would certainly struggle to feel at ease. It is no wonder that after that fateful moment in the Nike training camp when Crawford dunked over LeBron James, both Nike and LeBron's camp were adamant about preventing the footage from being released. He was not a genuine prodigy, Otherwise, he would not feel such embarrassment. Crawford, having been defended by Lin Yang multiple times, dared not respond with excessive bravado, yet internally he remained resolute and unyielding. Jeff Teague was substituted because he failed to inflict any damage on Lin Yang, either offensively or defensively. If he could excel in just one aspect, perhaps he could alter the unfavorable impression that Larry Drew had already formed. Since he could not pose a threat on the offensive end, why not restrict Lin Yang's performance on that front as well? Though the dream of rising to fame lay in ruins, life must go on. Crawford's mindset shifted rapidly. Come on, take me on one-on-one, he thought, eagerly anticipating Lin Yang's challenge, hoping to showcase his defensive zeal. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yang did not comply with his wishes. After orchestrating his teammates' positioning, he seized the opportunity to pass the ball to the cutting Sean Marion, who successfully executed the layup. Lin Yang effortlessly secured an assist, widening the gap between the two teams to 10 points once more. This time, Jordan Crawford refrained from attempting a solo play. Instead, he passed the ball to Joe Johnson as they advanced to the frontcourt. The Hawk King remained outside the low post, and upon receiving the ball, he could only resort to a dribble and a jump shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. This exemplifies one of Joe Johnson's shortcomings. He seldom capitalizes on drives to draw fouls, favoring low-post isolations or pull-up jumpers on the offensive end. This might explain why he has not progressed further, failing to become the Atlanta version of Kobe Bryant as the Hawks management had envisioned. You should have passed it to Josh. Joe Johnson lamented his missed shot, unusually directing his frustration towards Jordan Crawford. At the moment Crawford passed to him, Josh Smith had already maneuvered past his defender, penetrating into the Mavericks' paint, yet Crawford remained oblivious. This was partly due to his limited court vision, and also because he rarely practiced with the starters, resulting in a lack of chemistry. After receiving a reprimand from his own leader, Jordan Crawford shrank back, wearing an awkward smile. Substitution is imminent. Larry Drew has finally lost all hope in Jordan Crawford. He signaled to the assistant coach beside him to inform Mike Bibby to re-enter the game. It seems your head coach is quite dissatisfied with you, doesn't he? Lin Yang also noticed that Mike Bibby had approached the players' waiting area, dribbling the ball while casting a mocking smile at Jordan Crawford. The expression on Crawford's face soured. He realized that regardless of his performance in this possession, he would inevitably be taken off the court. Indeed, it was time for him to be substituted. Given his lackluster display tonight, even if you were Larry Drew, he would likely have opted to replace himself. While more content was loading, Lin Yang, standing beyond the three-point line, suddenly murmured something, then leaped and took a shot, the ball swishing cleanly through the net. Jordan Crawford only reacted when Lin Yang landed, rushing towards him. However, the ball had already gone in, rendering his efforts futile. The audience erupted in cheers once again, and alongside their jubilant roars, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the Hawks substitution. Mike Bibby replacing Jordan Crawford. Go back and practice, was Lin Yang's parting remark to Crawford, who clearly heard it. As Lin noted the stiffness in Crawford's body as he exited the court, it was evident that Lin's shot had dealt a significant blow to him. This impact was understandable. Crawford had anticipated dominating the matchup, but instead found himself thoroughly suppressed on both ends of the court. Only those who have experienced such a bitter reality can truly comprehend its depth. More troubling for Crawford was that he failed to seize the opportunity to leave a lasting impression on Larry Drew. After tonight's game, his position within the Hawks would likely become even more precarious. During his less than 2 minutes on the court, the Hawks' deficit had ballooned from 8 to 13 points. With 2 missed shots and a turnover, Crawford's performance paled in comparison to Lin Yang's, who, in that brief span, accumulated 3 points, 1 assist, and 1 steal, an undeniable disparity. The game resumed. Mike Bibby's entry did not hinder Lin Yang. On the next offensive play, he deftly utilized a screen from Tyson Chandler to shake off the aging Bibby, executing a bank shot with precision. Before attempting that three-pointer against Crawford, Lin Yang had entered a rhythm, demonstrating unwavering resolve in his offensive efforts, even with Bibby on the court. The margin had widened to 15 points. As Lin Yang scored, Reggie Miller remarked, Lin has thoroughly outplayed the Hawks point guard tonight. From Mike Bibby to Jeff Teague, and finally to Jordan Crawford, Lin Yang has delivered remarkable performances on the offensive end against these 3 players. Indeed, their displays in the face of Lin Yang were somewhat lacking, making it not an exaggeration to say that he singularly overwhelmed the Hawks point guard. It is rare to find a team with a point guard weaker than theirs, isn't it? Doug Collins remains unconvinced, as the perennial frailty of the Hawks point guard position is common knowledge throughout the league. This deficiency is also a contributing factor to the Hawks' inability to advance further in recent years. In Doug Collins' view, Surpassing the performance of the Hawks point guard is not something to be celebrated, regardless of who it may be. Reggie Miller refrains from disputing this notion, understanding that certain perceptions cannot be altered overnight. They require time. He believes that as long as Lin Yang continues to maintain such stability in his play, it is only a matter of time before Doug Collins begins to regard him with newfound respect. Additionally, Reggie Miller acknowledges that the Hawks point guard is indeed somewhat lacking. Lin Yang's exceptional performance propelled the Mavericks to a 15-point lead as they enter the fourth quarter. The Hawks, however, did not surrender easily. Nevertheless, the Mavericks exhibited remarkable composure, making no errors throughout the final quarter and successfully maintained their lead until the end. Ultimately, as the game concluded, the Mavericks triumphed with a score of 105-91. Dirk Nowitzki remained the standout player of the match, amassing impressive statistics of 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists, solidifying his position as the most outstanding player of the game. In this match, Lin Yang undoubtedly made significant contributions to the Mavericks, accumulating an impressive tally of 15 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals. Each time the Mavericks extended their lead, it was Lin Yang who orchestrated the offense from the point guard position. This evening, he exhibited a distinct advantage when facing the 3-point guards of the Hawks. The Chinese fans who had come specifically to support Lin Yang were thoroughly entertained, eagerly anticipating his next appearance. Chapter 71, Twitter Disclosure. As Lin Yang entered the visiting team's player tunnel alongside his teammates, he found himself amidst a throng of reporters who were subsequently obstructing Dirk Nowitzki and Jason Kidd. Soon, Lin Yang too was caught in their grasp. This unexpected turn left the other Mavericks players somewhat astonished, particularly since Karen Butler had yet to receive any interview invitations. While Lin Yang was being accosted even before the All-Stars, Karen Butler's countenance was already somewhat displeased. Although the Mavericks emerged victorious in this match, he had only played 3 minutes, contributing a mere 8 points and 1 assist. It was evident that the outcome of the game bore no relation to his performance, making any semblance of joy on his part quite unfathomable. Now, his expression had darkened further. In the eyes of these foolish reporters, had this newcomer from Huaxia suddenly become more deserving of their attention than he? Very well, he mused, they would soon return to seek his presence again. He was not at all perturbed. Karen Butler pushed past his teammates and strode directly towards the visiting team's locker room. Lin Yang reminded, and as he was surrounded by those eager to interview him, the formal questioning commenced. This time, the number of reporters interviewing him had notably increased, totaling 6. Lin, congratulations on being part of the victorious team this evening. You outperformed Mike Bibby, Jeff Teague, and Jordan Crawford in your matchups. How do you feel about your performance tonight? Quite well, actually. I must admit, prior to this game, I never anticipated such a stellar performance. This indicates that I am adapting to this league and improving, which is undoubtedly a positive sign from any perspective. Lin, the stands tonight were filled with numerous Chinese fans who cheered for you enthusiastically throughout the game. It almost felt like a home game for the Mavericks. Were you surprised by this phenomenon? Do you think it will occur more frequently in the future? To be honest, I was taken aback, especially when I stepped out of the player tunnel and the cheers erupted. It was unexpected. As a player, I naturally hope for such occurrences to become more commonplace. No one dislikes applause, and this sentiment is universal among athletes. Reggie Miller commented during the broadcast that you will become an all-star player in the future. What are your thoughts on his assessment? I must say, he has a keen eye. The interview progressed smoothly, and Lin Yang sensed that the reporters were no longer attempting to trap him with their questions. They were quite reasonable. Will you continue your Twitter activity? I mean, with the same content as before? A white female reporter, adorned with golden glasses and a ponytail, suddenly inquired. As she spoke, the other reporters couldn't help but smile, clearly aware of the context. Twitter? Lin Yang paused momentarily at a loss for words. Mike Mahone disclosed your Twitter content during the game, and many fans are already aware that you posted about the doubts expressed by Charlie Ford and Michael Lee. A reporter standing to Lin's left kindly reminded him. Oh, that. Lin Yang chuckled, surprised that Mahone had revealed his Twitter account. Now, the atmosphere had certainly become lively. After Lin Yang previously uploaded the content questioning him by Michael Lee, he subsequently shared the doubts raised by Charlie Ford, and since then, he has not logged in. More content is loading. Please wait. Unexpectedly, it has now been revealed. Lin Yang has not forgotten the wager between Bill Simmons and McMahon on Twitter. He has also copied and pasted Bill Simmons' doubts about him. However, his total season score has yet to reach 820 points, and he has not reached the time to upload. Nevertheless, once he achieves that milestone, he will promptly share Bill Simmons' skepticism. This individual has criticized him without justification, just as he unjustly criticized Yao Ming in the past. Lin Yang genuinely finds this person repugnant. Given the chance to expose this individual's shortcomings, he will undoubtedly seize it, as this person is the sole individual Lin Yang hopes to confront as soon as possible. Naturally, everyone requires an outlet for their frustrations. This is perfectly normal. Lin Yang's words illuminated the eyes of the reporters, as they finally uncovered the audacity expected from a young talent in his 20s from Huaxia. However, his tactic of publicly sharing others' doubts on Twitter was undeniably ruthless. The reporters felt a chill as Lin Yang's performance continued to improve, inevitably leading to a surge in his Twitter followers. In due course, all his fans would witness the multitude of foolish remarks made about him. Moreover, Lin Yang's Twitter account exclusively contained past criticisms directed at him, including those from his university days. After McMahon revealed Lin Yang's Twitter handle, astute observers conducted a tally, discovering that he had posted a total of 28 tweets, each one a reflection of someone else's skepticism, with nary a word on any other topic. Lin Yang's inaugural tweet featured a member of the Butler University basketball team questioning his abilities. The individual publicly challenged Lin Yang on his own Twitter account. However, just 3 days later, Lin Yang retweeted this post, adding 3 question marks, much like his subsequent tweets, which consistently included 3. These mere 3 question marks, when juxtaposed with Lin Yang's on-court performance, undoubtedly lead fans to perceive that those who doubt him must be rather foolish to voice such opinions. The revelation of Lin Yang's peculiar hobby has secretly delighted several journalists and experts, particularly those who had initially intended to criticize him. Among them, some are now patting themselves on the back, relieved that they refrained from being too hasty in their judgments. Otherwise, they would find themselves ridiculed alongside Charlie Ford and Michael Lee. Henceforth, discussions regarding Lin Yang will require a more cautious approach. Upon concluding the interview, Lin Yang returned to the dressing room and instinctively checked his phone. To his surprise, he discovered a message from his agent, Austin Brown. The man is notoriously busy. Ever since Lin Yang signed with the Mavericks, he had not received a single call or text from him, as if he were without an agent altogether. What could have prompted this message today? Lin Yang curiously clicked on the notification. McMahon has exposed your Twitter, and you've sparked a fresh wave of discussion. Tread carefully, my friend. Oh, is that a warning for me? Lin Yang chuckled softly, regrettably noting that he had already managed everything himself. He was not appreciative of such concern. Chapter 72, a tactful reminder to Karen Butler McMahon revealed Lin Yang's Twitter account, and within a remarkably brief period, his follower count surged by over 10,000. Coupled with the steady influx of new followers during this time, Lin Yang's Twitter following now exceeds 20,000. Unlike CXGay's artificially inflated Weibo follower count, where all comments are meticulously controlled, Lin Yang's followers have grown organically. The comments beneath his posts reflect a diverse range of opinions, both favorable and unfavorable. Lin Yang effortlessly completed the verification of his Twitter account. To this day, his Twitter account remains unverified, which serves as a testament to Lin Yang's indifference towards his agent, Austin Brown. Such matters should have been diligently prepared by the latter, ideally at the time of his selection in the draft. Austin Brown ought to have arranged for a pre-verified Twitter account for him and even managed it on his behalf. Unfortunately, it appears that Lin Yang's agent does not hold a favorable view of his prospects in the NBA draft. The initial decision to sign him seemed motivated solely by the prospect of financial gain. While the commission from a rookie contract may be modest, it is better than nothing. After all, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Each party receives their share of compensation, and thus they pursue their separate paths. Up until now, Austin Brown's hands-off approach to managing Lin Yang reflects this sentiment. Little did he anticipate that this remarkable young talent, who delivered an astonishing performance in the NCAA finals, would miraculously endure in the NBA. In just a few games, he has established himself at the Mavericks and ignited considerable discussion within the NBA community, becoming one of the most talked-about rookies at present. In stark contrast, the other newcomers he has been closely monitoring remain utterly unremarkable, yielding no noteworthy results. As the saying goes, one who tends to flowers finds them barren, while one who neglects them finds shade in willows. Now, Austin finds himself in a rather awkward predicament. Lin Yang responded to several fans before departing from Twitter. The next game for the Mavericks is once again an away match, this time heading to Phoenix, where they will face the Suns, a team that once astonished the league with their fast-paced offense. The Mavericks flew overnight from Atlanta to Phoenix. Although the schedule was somewhat rushed, it was essential for the players to arrive a day early to acclimate and adjust their conditions. However, for Rick Carlisle, the distinction between arriving a day early or late was merely a matter of which city he spent the night in. The Suns have undergone significant transformations this year. The management has traded Amare Stoudemire, whom they selected in 2002 and who has blossomed into one of the league's premier big men, to the New York Knicks. This marked a complete upheaval of their former strategy centered around Stoudemire and Steve Nash, signaling the onset of a rebuilding phase for the team. Nevertheless, with Steve Nash still present, the fundamental style of play remains unchanged, characterized by a fast-paced offensive and defensive transition. Regrettably, the Suns, now without Stoudemire, resemble a wingless eagle, unable to soar. Despite Nash, the team's cerebral core producing impressive statistics, averaging 6 points and 8 assists this season. Reminiscent of his MVP year, the team's record has been dismal, winning only one game and languishing in 14th place in the Western Conference. Facing such a team, Rick Carlisle had little to worry about. Strategies for both offense and defense were quickly formulated. Yet, he lingered in his office, fixated on a data report on his computer. This report detailed every game played by Caron Butler this season, including comparisons with his opponents. Carlisle had opened this data 20 minutes earlier, and even now, his attention remained steadfastly on it, his brow furrowed in concern. Caron Butler's statistics were alarmingly poor, while his offensive efficiency was commendable. Averaging 15 points per game with a shooting percentage of 44, his net plus-minus was a glaring -3. This indicated that his scoring did not contribute positively to the team. The root of the issue lay in his defensive performance. Thus far, every player he has defended has shot 56 higher than their average shooting percentage, an alarming increase. This signifies that Caron Butler is utterly incapable of containing his opponents. Rick Carlisle has noticed that Caron Butler has been rather lackadaisical on the defensive end this season, yet he was taken aback by the extent of Butler's poor defensive statistics. Initially, during the last game, Carlisle had intended to bench Butler merely as a disciplinary measure, without any plans for further repercussions. However, given the current fiery start of the Mavericks this year, he now feels compelled to reevaluate the wisdom of his leniency towards Butler. The pressing issue for Carlisle is how to transform Butler into a valuable asset that can genuinely enhance the Mavericks' performance. Foremost among his considerations is the need to alter Butler's defensive mindset. Larry, for tomorrow's practice, integrate Lin into the main group and place Caron in the reserves. Rick Carlisle is prepared to have Caron Butler spend more time on the bench to refine his attitude. All right, enough. After receiving a response over the phone, Carlisle altered his decision once more, assigning Deshaun to the main group, while keeping Lin in the reserves. Having finalized the arrangements for tomorrow's practice, fatigue washed over Carlisle as he drained the last sip of coffee from his cup, glancing at the time on his computer, 3:05 a.m. All right, Carlisle had no intention of resting. Instead, he planned to stay awake until dawn, meticulously devising strategies for the upcoming home game against the Lakers, ensuring he would be well-rested to coach the Mavericks against the Suns the following night. In Carlisle's estimation, the Suns were a manageable opponent, and indeed, throughout the course of the game, they proved no match for the Mavericks. The final score was 108-85, as the Mavericks triumphed effortlessly on the Suns' home court. On the Suns' side, Steve Nash delivered an impressive performance, scoring 16 points and providing 12 assists, an effort that validated Carlisle's faith in him, though regrettably, his teammates fell short in offering adequate support. For the Mavericks, Dirk Nowitzki had a solid outing, contributing 20 points and 6 rebounds, with an impressive shooting percentage of 55. Notably, he accomplished this while playing only 3 quarters. Carlisle is truly determined to explore every possible avenue to secure rest for Dirk Nowitzki. Lin Yang missed the 3 minutes of his peak performance in this match, as he had already completed the tasks assigned by the system in the first quarter. Consequently, his hot streak commenced during halftime. During those 3 minutes, he felt an overwhelming urge to twist Tyson Chandler's head off and use it as a ball. Nevertheless, he still managed to achieve a double-double with 10 points, 10 assists, and 4 rebounds in this game. This marked the first double-double of his professional career, and the team's victory alleviated his gloom somewhat. On the other hand, Caron Butler was the most disheartened individual tonight. In a sense, he was even more despondent than Steve Nash, who had lost the game. It was his first appearance as a substitute since joining the Mavericks, where he played only 20 minutes and scored a mere 7 points, along with 2 rebounds and 2 assists. Undoubtedly, It was yet another game that had little to do with his contributions. This was precisely the source of his frustration. His role in the team was not as significant as he had envisioned. Rather, he found himself needing to rely on his performance to earn playing time. He never anticipated being in such a predicament. Relying on performance to gain the coach's trust? Karen Butler's thoughts drifted far back into the past. He was unsure when he had lost his drive, but given the current circumstances, he needed to regain that initial enthusiasm swiftly. Otherwise, the situation would only worsen. Fortunately, the player who replaced him on the roster was not that Chinese player. This was Karen Butler's only consolation. Chapter 73. Tigers' target game, the Mavericks triumphed over the Trailblazers, Hawks, and Suns, perfectly concluding their road trip. Next, they would return home to face the formidable Los Angeles Lakers. However, that was a matter for 2 days hence. For Lin Yang, who had been away for a week, the sensation of returning home was simply delightful, especially while sitting on the living room sofa, savoring a full glass of vegetable juice and watching television. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, with no regrets remaining. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Hey bro, are you home? Just as Lin Yang was relishing this blissful moment, an urgent ringing echoed, accompanied by a familiar voice. It was Tiger. What could he possibly be in such a hurry about? As Lin Yang contemplated, he opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Tiger lunged in, and Lin Yang, having undergone training, swiftly pivoted to evade a collision with the man. At this moment, Lin Yang also realized that Tiger was cradling a laptop in his hands. Fortunately, it was not too late. Brother, thank goodness you're home. My internet has suddenly gone down. Tiger settled onto the sofa, swiftly arranging the laptop, his fingers dancing over the mouse with remarkable speed, never lifting his gaze, yet his tone brimmed with relief. Lin Yang, intrigued by his demeanor, approached him and took a glance, eager to discover what could possibly be causing such urgency and fluster. As Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the screen, he was greeted by a loading interface, presumably for a game. Drawing from his past gaming experiences, he surmised that this was a 5v5 battle game, where each participant controlled a hero, akin to Dota. This was Lin Yang's initial impression. Fortunately, the minions had only just arrived on the lane, so he felt reassured that his losses would not be significant. As Lin Yang pondered, the interface suddenly transformed into a base. Tiger murmured incantations under his breath, his fingers deftly maneuvering the mouse, guiding the lone hero clad in armor and wielding a great sword to the uppermost lane. You mother boom? Fuck you, you are a bitch. At the moment Tiger logged in, Lin Yang observed a genial exchange between Tiger and his teammates in the chat box, to which Tiger responded with polite greetings. The atmosphere became remarkably amiable in an instant. Lin Yang observed him play for a while and became increasingly convinced that this game was quite similar to Dota, requiring the same fundamental skills of last-hitting minions and destroying towers, with the ultimate goal of demolishing the opposing base's main crystal or the world tree. Thus, there was no real challenge. Lin Yang had discerned the nature of the game and could easily identify who was superior and who was inferior, even assessing the skill levels of the players involved. Tiger had some talent. Shortly after entering the game, he executed a solo kill on his opponent, clearly demonstrating a much higher skill level than the adversary. Following his successful takedown, the chat channel fell silent, and Tiger began to hum softly a moment later, clearly in good spirits. Brother, this is League of Legends, a game that has been gaining popularity recently, and it is said that numerous professional players are setting their sights on it. With the advantage secured, Tiger initiated a conversation with Lin Yang. Observing Tiger's enthusiastic demeanor, Lin Yang refrained from commenting further. As time progressed, it was evident that esports had indeed evolved into a highly regarded competition, attracting increasing investment and attention, which was an undeniable trend. Moreover, Lin Yang perceived that Tiger seemed rather formidable. When Tiger pressed the tab key, Lin Yang noticed that the opponent had amassed 87 minion kills within the first 10 minutes, indicating a solid grasp of the fundamentals. Certainly not a novice. Tiger's ability to dispatch the opposing hero with such ease showcased his impressive technical prowess. The match concluded swiftly, as Tiger secured several more solo kills, establishing a substantial advantage. He then roamed the map, assisting his teammates in further amplifying their lead. With all three lanes pushing forward before the 20-minute mark, Tiger's team had already breached the enemy's base. Tiger's statistics for the match were astounding. 13 kills, 2 deaths, and 7 assists. Truly a performance of unparalleled carry potential. Upon witnessing such remarkable statistics, the initially gushing teammates expressed their awe, with two even contemplating adding Tai Go as a friend. What use is it to add this group of trash? Tai Ji's response was refreshingly candid. Brother, do you want to play another match? Forget it, you go ahead. All right. Tai Gu said little more, quickly launching into the next game, revealing his evident addiction to the experience. Lin Yang empathized with this sentiment. He too had been unable to resist the allure of Dota during his time in the country. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would not hesitate to indulge in a match. Currently, Tiger mirrored Lin Yang's former self. However, Lin Yang was evidently unprepared for the fact that Tiger's obsession surpassed his own from years past. Even at midnight, as Lin Yang finished watching the replay, Tiger remained engrossed in the game, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Yang observed as he completed the match, and just as he contemplated starting the next round, he succinctly conveyed his stance. Thus, Tage reluctantly began to pack up his belongings and retreated to rest. Coach Rick, I hope you can grant me another opportunity. I am determined to prove my worth to the Mavericks, both offensively and defensively. Returning home, Karen Butler was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, nestled on the couch until the late hours. Ultimately, he decided to call Rick Carlisle, choosing to adopt a more humble demeanor, no matter the circumstances. Securing his position was paramount. Time was of the essence. This season marked the final year of his contract, and for the 31-year-old Butler, next summer could very well present his last significant contract. He needed to safeguard his standing, as only then could he accrue sufficient playing time to compile the necessary statistics in preparation for the impending summer. This urgency compelled Karen to make the call. His tone was imbued with sincerity, and he had rehearsed his words numerous times. Karen believed that Coach Rick would show some compassion, considering his past as an all-star. Surely, that merit would afford him some leniency. Karen, I trust your words, and I recognize your capabilities as an exceptional player. However, I wish to witness your attitude, not merely in words, but in tangible performance on the court. I assure you, I won't keep you on the bench for long. The shooting guard position remains yours, but first, you must demonstrate something different. Yet, this negotiation did not unfold as Karen had envisioned. Although Rick Carlisle's tone was not harsh, his stance was resolute. He needed to see Karen's performance in games before deciding whether to reinstate him in the lineup. All right, Coach Rick, I believe I will not disappoint you. Karen Butler conceded, albeit reluctantly. Chapter 74. Kobe's assessment. Rick Carlisle hung up the phone. Despite the late hour, he remained in his office, diligently working, while assistant coach Caleb sat across from him. Karen's call? Of course. What was it about? What else could it be? He wishes to reclaim his position, an endeavor every player who has lost their place would undertake, especially in a contract year. His call is not surprising. It is merely a minor interlude, Rick Carlisle remarked, shifting the computer screen towards Caleb. I think it would be best for us to return to our previous discussion. All right, Caleb responded, refocusing on the materials before him. Lin's ball handling rate has significantly increased in the last 2 games, reaching 29, making him the player with the highest ball handling rate among his teammates. However, considering he plays the point guard position, this rate is not particularly extravagant. Moreover, as Lin's dribbling skills have improved, he has become increasingly confident in holding the ball for extended periods in the presence of defenders. Additionally, some statistics reveal that during his role as a point guard, he concluded 11 offensive possessions within 10 seconds and 14 possessions that lasted over 15 seconds, while the majority of the remaining possessions were maintained within a range of 10 to 15 seconds, totaling 13 instances. Overall, the numerical values exhibited little variation, indicating that Lin possesses a remarkable ability to control the rhythm of the game. He is not confined to a singular offensive tempo. During this period, the Dallas Mavericks also recorded a shooting percentage that surpassed the average for the same time frame by 5. All right, Rick, I believe my report has become somewhat lengthy. Yet all signs suggest that Lin is an exceptionally talented point guard, at least in terms of his capabilities. The only point of contention lies in the limited sample size of this report. The point guards for both the Hawks and the Suns do not possess strong defensive abilities, leaving me uncertain whether Lin can consistently maintain such a high level of performance. Rick Carlisle listened attentively until the end, then suddenly smiled. So, you wish to question Lin's capabilities? No. Caleb shook his head vigorously. I certainly do not wish to appear on his Twitter. That would not be a pleasant experience. Rest assured, he is unlikely to be harsh on his own team. Rick Carlisle chuckled as he retrieved the materials from in front of Caleb and reviewed them once more. Honestly, he was somewhat surprised. Lin's effectiveness as a point guard exceeded his expectations. Yet, the data does not lie, especially with such detailed statistics laid before Rick Carlisle. No matter his astonishment, he must accept the reality. He has indeed discovered a gem. Carlisle was not concerned about Caleb's remarks regarding the limited sample size. Lin's performance thus far has been remarkably consistent. Regardless of his previous position, he has adeptly fulfilled the tasks assigned to him. It is now evident that Lin's impact as a point guard on the Mavericks is the most significant. Therefore, it is time to solidify Lin's position. Lin Yang is the most significant acquisition for the Mavericks this year during the draft. Carlisle has always placed great importance on his development. Throughout numerous games, he has diligently sought the best way to utilize Lin Yang. Initially, he regarded Lin Yang as a versatile player capable of filling the shooting guard and small forward positions. However, he soon realized that Lin Yang did not exhibit any discernible advantages at the small forward position. His wingspan, strength, and height were not above the league standard for that role. While Lin Yang may be suited for the NCAA small forward position, he is undoubtedly ill-fitted for the NBA's version. Consequently, following the game against the Wizards, Carlisle rarely fielded Lin Yang at the three. Instead, he has predominantly allowed him to oscillate between the shooting guard and point guard positions. This adjustment has proven effective, as Lin Yang's performance in these roles has indeed been markedly more composed. Now, with Lin Yang having honed his dribbling skills, it is evident from Caleb's data that his impact at the point guard position surpasses that of shooting guard. His organizational talent enables the Mavericks bench rotation to maintain its competitiveness, a feat that Beria cannot match. Henceforth, it would be prudent to consider this young talent as the primary backup point guard. At the Dallas Center for Sports, even on a non-game day, the venue attracts a throng of reporters. Tomorrow, the Mavericks will host the Los Angeles Lakers, two teams currently occupying the top two spots in the Western Conference standings. Their inaugural clash this season is destined to draw considerable attention, especially since both teams possess identical records. The victor of this matchup will claim the true pinnacle of the Western Conference. The title of Western Conference Showdown alone is enough to excite fans. Media outlets, akin to a pack of hyenas sensing a feast, flock to the arena, and Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Kidd, and Jason Terry inevitably found themselves besieged by reporters. This time, Lin Yang, the much-acclaimed rookie, was no longer overlooked during the locker room's open period. He too was surrounded by a throng of journalists. In fact, he attracted even more attention than established stars like Nowitzki. Lin, have you seen Kobe's remarks about you? However, the swarm of reporters surrounding Lin Yang had their reasons. This morning, ESPN's basketball website featured a headline about Kobe's assessment of him. I'm sorry, but I'm unfamiliar with the individual you're referring to, nor do I know much about this newcomer. I believe I need to familiarize myself with him before rendering my judgment. For now, if there are no further questions, I kindly ask that you disperse. In an interview, Kobe expressed that he had never heard of Lin Yang, which left many reporters in a state of euphoric astonishment, akin to naive maidens captivated by a catchy tune. They hurried to Dallas, eager to uncover the truth. Previously, this newcomer had been impeccably composed, leading them to believe that Lin Yang was a player of remarkable maturity. However, once McMahon unveiled this individual's Twitter, it became evident to all reporters that Lin Yang was, in fact, quite concerned about external perceptions of him. Lin, will you showcase Kobe's evaluation of you on your Twitter? They inquired, reminiscent of his earlier actions concerning Michael Lee and Charlie Ford. The entrapment had become rather effortless, for everyone understood the purpose of Lin Yang's Twitter. If Lin Yang were to affirmatively respond, it would signify his investment in Kobe's appraisal, and with a touch of embellishment, it would undoubtedly evolve into a sensational report. Chapter 75's demands were straightforward. Frankly, they did not perceive Lin Yang as possessing the same caliber as Kobe. After all, who is Kobe? He is the holder of 5 championship rings, a 2-time Finals MVP, and a paragon of the league's elite. While Lin Yang is commendable, if one were to assign a ranking, he would merely be considered above average, falling significantly short of Kobe's prowess. Nevertheless, as a newcomer and a representative of Chinese basketball, Lin Yang's current popularity ensures that he remains a focal point in this high-stakes showdown. I apologize for my lack of comprehension regarding your questions. I have been preoccupied with training, Lin Yang remarked. In that moment, a reporter, having witnessed Lin Yang practicing Tai Chi, eagerly sought to elucidate the entire context. However, before he could complete his thought, Lin Yang interjected, stating, "Regardless of what Kobe has said or what you may have heard, be it good or bad, I would prefer to discuss these matters post-game. In fact, you may not even need my input, for you will find the answers yourselves. So, let's gracefully bypass this topic." Lin Yang had long since perused the articles evaluating him in relation to Kobe, and he had even captured screenshots of them. No one desires to be belittled. However, he prefers to substantiate his worth through tangible actions, to counter others with deeds rather than words, and to mock his detractors through his accomplishments, rather than standing before the media to verbally contest their opinions. The incessant clicks of cameras merely make him feel like a monkey on display for public scrutiny. To speak candidly, he abhors this sensation. Lin Yang deftly responded, interrupting what should have been a momentous news event, leaving the eager journalists disheartened. At that moment, the reporters suddenly realized that, despite their awareness of Lin Yang's not-so-reticent personality, the young man was still adept at maintaining an impenetrable facade before the cameras. Thus, they found it exceedingly difficult to extract any sensational remarks from his lips. As a routine training session concluded, the players of the Mavericks gradually departed the training grounds after completing their exercises. Tyson Chandler, initially intending to await Lin Yang for some revelry, was particularly spirited today. However, after receiving a phone call, he left with a sly smile. This provided Lin Yang with a sigh of relief. He felt a profound gratitude towards the woman on the other end of the line, for she had unwittingly aided him in evading a potential predicament. Do not inquire how Lin Yang discerned it was a woman. Tyson Chandler's grin had already revealed everything. Such a lewd expression only emerged when he was discussing matters of that nature. After completing the training tasks assigned to him by the coaching staff, Lin Yang did not depart as usual. Instead, he commenced additional dribbling practice, just like before. Lin Yang has experienced a significant enhancement in his dribbling skills. On the court, he no longer fears facing defenders while handling the ball, and his performance in confrontations has become markedly less clumsy than before. However, Lin Yang is acutely aware that he still lacks the ability to execute one-on-one plays effectively. There remains considerable room for improvement in his ball handling skills. This realization is what drives him to continue his practice diligently. Dribbling training is often regarded as one of the most monotonous aspects of training, particularly in the initial stages. Eric, his coach, initially required him to perform stationary dribbling exercises focused solely on ball protection, insisting that his posture be impeccable. Any hint of laxity would result in starting the entire drill anew. It is precisely due to Eric's meticulousness and dedication that Lin Yang's dribbling abilities have advanced so swiftly. Now, with his enhanced dribbling skills, the training has become less tedious. Following his progress, Eric has incorporated various techniques into the regimen, including drills with both hands, through the legs, and behind-the-back dribbling and running the court. These progressively introduced exercises have finally allowed Lin Yang to avoid spending excessive time in one spot during practice. Lin Yang practiced for approximately an hour, and just as he was about to conclude, he unexpectedly encountered Rick Carlisle. What do you think if I told you that you wouldn't be matched up against Kobe tomorrow? Well, that would be splendid. Lin Yang shrugged. Having watched videos of Kobe Bryant over the past few days, he had to concede that he could not conceive of any method to contain Kobe. This man was simply beyond the reach of conventional tactics. After all, one couldn't possibly resort to the snake strategy, could they? Okay, Lin, I'm not jesting. What I mean is that for the majority of tomorrow night's game, you will serve as Jason Kidd's substitute. Listen closely. What I'm about to say is of utmost importance. Rick Carlisle's expression was one of stern seriousness. I hope you can lead the Mavericks bench to a commendable performance. Pay attention to my choice of words. I said lead. In other words, if any issues arise during the bench rotation, I might very well express my displeasure towards you. This won't be easy. Lin Yang hesitated slightly, realizing this was a significant opportunity. If he could fulfill Rick Carlisle's expectations, his standing within the Mavericks would undoubtedly ascend. Initially, he had been regarded as the 8th or 9th man on the team. Should he succeed, he would elevate to the 6th or 7th position. However, this task was not as straightforward as it seemed. If his memory served him correctly, Karen Butler was on his team for today's intra-squad scrimmage. This indicated that Karen Butler would also be coming off the bench in tomorrow's game. Lin Yang did not believe that this individual would acknowledge his role as the linchpin of the bench. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, that fellow will certainly not engage in conflict with you. He's a seasoned veteran who knows his responsibilities. Carlisle assured Lin Yang, emphasizing that there was no need for worry. Even if this season is his contract year? Lin Yang inquired. Indeed, even if this year marks his contract year. Rick Carlisle's tone was resolute. Very well, Coach, I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Lin Yang dispelled the last remnants of his apprehension. Frankly speaking, he was not fearful of competing with Karen Butler for the pivotal bench position. Competition is an inherent aspect of life. His concern lay with Rick Carlisle's stance. He required some assurance as a guarantee. However, it now appeared that Rick Carlisle had come prepared to discuss this matter with him. indicating that he truly valued Lin Yang's contributions. Lin Yang felt a sense of pride. "All right, I look forward to your performance." After Carlisle had conveyed everything he wished to express, he prepared to depart. Just as he was about to turn away, a thought struck him. "By the way, I have seen Kobe's remarks about you. To be honest, I eagerly anticipate the moment you share his words on Twitter. That is something I wish to see as well." Lin Yang sensed that at that moment, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction would undoubtedly arise within him. Black is black, and jesting is jesting. Kobe Bryant is undeniably a figure that cannot be overlooked in the current NBA landscape. As a rookie, the prospect of making the Black Mamba falter is quite impressive to contemplate. Chapter 76. Before the game begins, if we consider the attendance figures of the Dallas Mavericks, they are undoubtedly the league's most formidable home team and a lackluster away team. Their home attendance consistently ranks among the top 5 in the league. Yet when they venture onto the road, very few fans are inclined to purchase tickets to support them. Tonight, as highly anticipated showdown for the Western Conference supremacy has once again followed this trend. The American Airlines Center was already filled with Dallas fans half an hour before the game commenced, who were exuberantly expressing their discontent with fervent boos directed at the court. The players of the Lakers, engaged in their warm-up drills, paid little heed to the raucous crowd, particularly the man clad in the number 24 jersey, whose gaze was solely fixed on the hoop. The NBA boasts numerous individuals who, after shaving their heads, exude an even greater charm. Among the most notable are 2 shooting guards, the legendary Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Clang! The familiar sound resonated after Kobe had taken an uncountable number of shots. Upon hearing that crisp noise, Kobe paused his shooting, accepted the towel handed to him by a ball boy, and while wiping his face, made his way to the bench, declaring, "All right, the shooting feels pretty good today." Kobe Bryant settled onto the bench, casting a brief glance at Phil Jackson, who was engaged in conversation with an assistant coach. However, his gaze quickly returned to the court. The relationship between Kobe and Phil was neither as harmonious nor as strained as the public often portrayed. Rather, it was a pragmatic partnership, each fulfilling their own needs. Kobe, in his pursuit of victory, was willing to make concessions to Phil, while Phil, intent on crafting another legacy, occasionally turned a blind eye to Kobe's individualistic plays. Over the past 3 years, their collaboration had been relatively fruitful, culminating in 3 consecutive trips to the NBA Finals and securing 2 championships in the latter half of that span. This achievement marked the first back-to-back championships since 2002, with the Lakers being the last team to accomplish such a feat. However, during those 3 years, Kobe was merely the secondary star, with the majority of accolades and glory going to the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Many still contend that the Lakers' success in achieving a three-peat was largely due to Shaq's prowess. While Kobe undeniably made significant contributions, any of the top 4 shooting guards of that era could have fulfilled a similar role. Yet, had Kobe partnered with a different center, the Lakers' hopes for a three-peat would have been nearly impossible. The conclusion was clear: Kobe was not on the same level as O'Neal. This reality weighed heavily on Kobe for quite some time. Fortunately, after 7 years, he finally proved that even with a different center, provided they were not significantly inferior to Shaquille, he could lead the Lakers to more than one championship. Naturally, he yearned to demonstrate that he too could bring the team to a triumphant three-peat. What Shaq had accomplished, he believed he could replicate. This was a pivotal year. Yet despite the Lakers' strong start, Kobe sensed an unsettling undercurrent. Andrew's complaints about knee discomfort were becoming more frequent. Derek's movements on the practice court were noticeably slower. Lamar's mental clarity was diminishing. And even Phil Jackson, who had returned 4 years prior ostensibly for Kobe's sake, declined the Lakers' contract extension, citing the offer as insufficient and expressing a desire to retreat from the spotlight. Compounding these troubles, Kobe acutely felt that adjusting his own performance was becoming increasingly challenging compared to previous years, as he inevitably began to experience a decline in physical condition. Damn it, Kobe glanced at his fingers, then at his knee, silently urging, "Come on, old friends, just hold on for one more year." The pre-game ceremony at the Mavericks home court was about to commence. More content loading. Please wait, as Lin Yang made his entrance. A resounding cheer erupted from the audience. This evening, the arena was filled with numerous Chinese fans, reminiscent of the reporters' remarks following the game against the Atlanta Hawks. With Lin Yang's performance continually improving, an increasing number of Chinese supporters are eager to attend the games in person to cheer for him. Lin Yang is igniting a new wave of enthusiasm among the Chinese community. This fervor has swept through Atlanta, engulfed Phoenix, and now has also reached Dallas without exception. As Lin Yang stepped onto the court amidst the resounding cheers, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the opposing team's bench, where sat the illustrious figures of Phil Jackson, Ron Artest, Pau Gasol, and Kobe Bryant. These titans, who had dominated the NBA over the past 2 years, were positioned less than 10 meters away from him, stirring profound emotions within. Notably, one of them had recently made a controversial remark about him in front of the media, intensifying the fire of determination within Lin. As Lin Yang observed the Los Angeles Lakers bench, Kobe Bryant was equally scrutinizing him, intrigued by the capabilities of this emerging talent from China. Kobe pondered how Lin had garnered such significant attention in such a short span of time. Unlike the rookie Yao Ming, whose fame was initially propelled by off-court narratives, Lin's acclaim was entirely rooted in his on-court prowess. If one were to mention gossip, it might only pertain to the list of critics he showcased on his Twitter account. This newcomer has indeed validated his worth through his performance and has taken the audacity to display the words of his detractors publicly. Moreover, Kobe found himself entangled in this narrative, as numerous journalists and fans eagerly anticipated Lin Yang's performance following Kobe's assessment of him. Would Lin choose to share Kobe's critique on his Twitter as well? Such audacity from the spectators was remarkable. Very well. Let me witness whether this individual possesses the capacity to challenge me. Lin Yang also noticed Kobe's gaze fixed upon him. To be honest, being scrutinized by the expressionless, slightly squinting eyes of Kobe indeed evoked a chilling sensation, akin to being stared down by a mamba snake. Lin Yang instinctively raised his hand to rub his wrist, acknowledging the fierce competition ahead. Let's go, team. We must seize this victory. It was a battle for the top spot, and even the usually composed Dirk Nowitzki was brimming with enthusiasm today, gathering the Mavericks for an impassioned pep talk before the game commenced. Let us give it our all. Tyson Chandler, who had clearly poured his heart into the previous night's efforts, bellowed in agreement, glancing over at Lin Yang with a playful challenge. Lin, watch me block Kobe for you. He was well aware of Kobe's assessment of Lin Yang. I believe the cameraman is already on standby. Lin Yang pointed towards the cameraman seated nearby, and Tyson's booming voice drew the man's attention. Upon noticing Lin Yang's gesture, the cameraman responded with an approving OK sign. Chapter 77, A Misstep. Bang. Lin Yang was uncertain whether Tyson Chandler could successfully block Kobe Bryant in the match. Yet he could clearly perceive the exuberance radiating from Chandler today. After securing the ball against Pau Gasol, Chandler executed a series of deceptive moves followed by an impressive off-the-ball run, successfully shaking off Bynum as he entered the paint. At that moment, Jason Kidd delivered the ball, and with a fluid motion, Chandler received it, leaped, and executed a powerful dunk, scoring the first points for the Mavericks and igniting a fervent eruption throughout the American Airlines Center. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Phil Jackson, stirred by the play, rose from the bench, yet his expression remained stoic, hands tucked in his pockets as he struck a pose by the sidelines, as if his standing was merely to be closer to the action. Derek Fisher brought the ball up the court and just past the half-court line. He passed it to Kobe Bryant, then instinctively moved aside to create space for Kobe. Fisher's proficiency in open jump shots was well recognized. Point guards can be classified into 3 categories. The first type is the offensive-minded point guard, primarily focused on scoring. The league is increasingly populated by such guards. The second type is the traditional point guard, dedicated to executing the coach's strategy and facilitating scoring opportunities for teammates. Current elite point guards like Chris Paul and Dallas' Jason Kidd exemplify this category, although traditional point guards may not lack scoring prowess. They often face limitations on the offensive end, as seen with players like Rajon Rondo and Jason Kidd. In a sense, Lin Yang aligns with the traditional point guard archetype. The third type resembles Derek Fisher, who possesses neither exceptional scoring nor organizational skills. Their sole task on the court is to advance the ball past half-court and hand it off to the team's star player. Such guards are referred to as ball handlers, with their primary duty being the dribble. Kobe received the ball and faced Deshaun Stevenson, skillfully dribbling and executing footwork changes that left Stevenson in disarray. As the seconds dwindled, Stevenson was reduced to relying solely on raw enthusiasm for his defense, his footwork faltering. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in terms of individual scoring artistry, Kobe ranks among the top 3 in history, particularly after mastering the dream shake, which has enhanced his ability to control the distance between himself and defenders. Crash. It is somewhat regrettable that Kobe's final shot veered slightly off target, allowing Tyson Chandler to secure the rebound. The Mavericks narrowly managed to defend against the initial attempt. From a TNT commentary booth, Kenny Smith observed Kobe's return to defense, noting that the outcome of Kobe's shot was no longer contingent upon the defender's efforts. Rather, it solely depended on his own shooting touch. Clearly, his performance today was not particularly stellar, despite a commendable warm-up session. As Kobe transitioned back to defense, his expression remained unchanged. He was unfazed by his missed attempt, considering it merely an opportunity to shoot. During the previous play, he sensed that Deshaun's pace was insufficient to keep up with him, indicating that with such defensive pressure, scoring was merely a matter of time. After missing 21 shots, he felt emboldened to continue shooting. Missing just one was hardly a cause for concern. Jason Kidd passed the ball to Dirk Nowitzki. Following the Lakers' unsuccessful attempt, the Mavericks were presented with a prime opportunity to widen the scoring gap and establish a lead. This offensive possession was certainly entrusted to the most reliable player. In matchups between formidable teams, barring one team's significantly poor performance, it is rare to witness a one-sided affair. The competition typically hinges on who can execute the finer details and seize more opportunities, thereby accruing sufficient advantage to secure victory. Now is such an opportunity. Dirk Nowitzki faced Pau Gasol, hesitating little, leaning into him, and with a strong push, executed a shot akin to a lone rooster standing tall. The ball swishing through the net. While Pau Gasol demonstrated commendable help defense, his one-on-one defensive prowess was not particularly impressive. Despite his wingspan, he lacked the requisite core strength, and he often found himself in awkward situations when defending against four men with shooting range. 4-0. The camera shifted once again to Phil Jackson, whose demeanor remained composed, even contemplating consulting a certain scripture. Point guard Derek Fisher advanced the ball to the frontcourt, passing it back to Kobe Bryant. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe envisioned savoring a cup of coffee, relishing the ensuing 15 seconds of offensive play. He recognized that the ball would unlikely return to him. This time, Kobe encountered no unforeseen circumstances. After faking out Deshaun Stevenson, he executed a mid-range jumper, reclaiming 2 points. A faint smile crept across Phil Jackson's lips. Such outcomes were hardly surprising to him, as he had witnessed similar scenes countless times throughout his coaching career. More content loading. Please wait. Once donning the number 23 for the Bulls, he now wore 24 for the Lakers. Infuriating, isn't it? Apologies, but with the league's foremost player, such liberties are permissible. Deshaun, you might try to force Kobe beneath the basket. I'll assist you with the help defense. Tyson Chandler, realizing the futility of defending against Deshaun Stevenson, conferred with him to assign the task of guarding Kobe Bryant, compelling him to drive towards the basket. He had not forgotten his promise to Lin Yang before the game, to block a shot from the illustrious Kobe Bryant. Deshaun promptly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had exerted all his strength against Kobe, yet found himself unable to contain him alone. Thus, the prospect of Chandler assisting him in defense was most welcome. The Mavericks failed to score on this attempt, and Ron Artest, sensing Jason Kidd's intention to pass to Dirk Nowitzki, intercepted the latter's pass. Although Artest had entered a phase of decline, his experience and defensive acumen, honed from his days as a former Defensive Player of the Year, remained intact. Successfully stealing the ball, Artest's typically calm demeanor was suddenly replaced with excitement as he shouted, "If we score this basket, we can equalize, kids." The ball. Kobe's expression was grave. Before Derek Fisher had even crossed half court, he was already in motion, dribbling towards Deshaun. Following Chandler's instructions, Stevenson closely adhered to Kobe, denying him any space for a shot. As anticipated, Kobe swiftly surged past Deshaun's right side. Once the reigning dunk champion, his athleticism, while not ranking among the very elite of the league, remained among the finest. In a flash, Deshaun was left behind as Kobe barreled towards the Mavericks' interior. Just as Tyson Chandler and Stevenson had strategized, Chandler stepped up at that critical moment. "Block him," echoed in Chandler's mind. As Kobe approached, he did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he leaped boldly, rising just before the restricted area to confront Chandler head-on. What audacity! Chandler's ire flared. No interior defender could tolerate an outside player leaping in their presence, and he was no exception. "I'll sweat you down," he thought, reaching for the ball with considerable force, intent on sending Kobe crashing to the ground. However, just as his hand neared the ball, it descended, eluding his grasp, while Kobe's body glided past him towards the hoop. With a thunderous slam, the sound resonated behind Chandler. As he landed, he turned to witness the man hanging from the rim, feeling the weight of a momentous defeat. The entire arena fell silent, many fans' mouths agape. Even the most devoted Maverick supporters were taken aback by the spectacle. "Wow, The Lakers bench erupted in sheer jubilation, their towels waving exuberantly in the air. Tyson Chandler, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yang, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Lin Yang wiped his forehead, attempting to mask his bemusement. It was a blunder. Chapter 78, The Art of Passing Above the Court. The colossal screen replayed Kobe's spectacular dunk. In slow motion, one could clearly observe Kobe Bryant executing a grand, looping motion mid-air, effortlessly evading Tyson Chandler, before emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. This maneuver showcased Kobe's formidable core strength in all its glory. Born in '78, and at the age of 32, Kobe still managed such astonishing feats, even against the towering defense of 16 Meter tall Tyson Chandler. This not only attested to his prowess, but also highlighted the significance of discipline. "Why is there no one guarding me?" Kobe shrugged, raised his hands, and retreated on defense, nonchalantly uttering a notably boastful remark. "I must block him once." Tyson Chandler, witnessing Kobe's demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. His desire to block Kobe intensified. Initially motivated by Lin Yang, his resolve had shifted to personal pride. After being toyed with, how could he not seek retribution? Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing in this arena? Kobe's astonishing play ignited a fervor among his teammates, significantly elevating the team's morale. The Lakers gradually gained momentum, extending their lead to 6 points with 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the first quarter. During this period, the Mavericks found themselves in a reactive stance, dedicating substantial effort to defending Kobe Bryant. However, the results thus far were far from satisfactory. Kenny Smith expressed satisfaction with Kobe's recent performance. Kobe's display in this game is precisely what Phil Jackson hopes to witness. He has masterfully blended his individual prowess with team synergy. I suspect that tonight, Phil might very well offer Kobe a glass of red wine, inviting him to dinner. I doubt Kobe would be inclined to accept. Barkley chuckled, fully aware of the nuanced relationship between Kobe Bryant and Phil Jackson, which likely surpassed that of the legendary Michael Jordan and Dennis Rodman. "Lin, it's your turn." At this moment, Rick Carlisle called for a timeout, initiating a substitution. Lin Yang replaced Jason Kidd. As the veteran Kidd brushed past Lin Yang, his breath was noticeably more hurried than usual. This is the clash of formidable teams, where players' fatigue escalates more rapidly than normal, for every minute on the court demands unwavering intensity and focus. This psychological strain is what proves most tormenting. It significantly contributes to the struggles of rookies performing on a playoff-caliber stage. "Keep going." Jason Kidd consistently encouraged Lin Yang, who nodded in acknowledgement, his expression grave as he strode onto the court. The Mavericks had embarked on a powerful start this season, often securing a lead by the midway point of the first quarter. Typically, when Lin Yang entered the game, the Mavericks were ahead, but today was different. As he took the court, the Mavericks trailed by 6 points, and, as the point guard, the focal point of the team's strategy, he felt an intensified pressure. Lin Yang rubbed his wrist, his expression shifting repeatedly before gradually returning to a state of calm. This moment reflected the fluctuations of his mindset. However, with just a few strides from the sidelines to the backstage, he managed to rein in his emotions. It is evident that, despite being a newcomer, Lin Yang's ability to self-regulate is akin to that of a seasoned veteran. Everyone experiences tension. The crucial factor lies in how one learns to navigate it. Lin Yang dribbled the ball into the front court, keenly observing the positioning of the Lakers. Fisher stood with his hands raised, his expression tense as he watched Lin. Kobe was positioned a few steps to his left, and with a Mamba-esque explosive agility, he could close in within a heartbeat. This avenue for penetration was blocked. To Fisher's right stood Artest, who was also close by. However, he was wary of Sean Marion's cutting ability. Thus, while contemplating his defensive move, he frequently scanned for the presence of the Mavericks, ensuring they remained within his line of sight. Pau Gasol and Bynum were positioned near the free throw line, with Gasol slightly closer to the three-point arc, mindful of Dirk Nowitzki's commendable shooting range. This was a quintessential pocket defense, and Lin Yang believed that within 5 seconds, even if he refrained from attacking, Fisher would inevitably rush him, forcing him into the trap meticulously set by the Lakers. Then, it'd be a matter of closing the door on the dog. This tactic was typically employed against players lacking in penetration skills, much like Lin Yang at present. The Lakers were well prepared, marking the official commencement of the Miracle Boy's career. It remained uncertain whether he could withstand the targeted strategies devised by various coaching staffs. A flicker of excitement sparkled in Barkley's eyes. He relished witnessing such moments. The journey of a fledgling eagle enduring the storms of life was indeed a captivating spectacle. More content is loading. Please hold on. At this juncture, the sideline camera shifted to Rick Carlisle, whose demeanor contrasted sharply with Barkley's gleeful anticipation. Carlisle appeared rather anxious, fully aware that the true test was about to unfold. Whether Lin Yang can become the pivotal figure during the Dallas Mavericks bench rotation, as he hopes, may be revealed in this match. After all, there are indeed very few teams in the league this season that can rival the Los Angeles Lakers. Lin Yang misjudged a crucial matter. Fisher did not wait 5 seconds before advancing. He offered Lin Yang no more than 3 seconds, leaping forward with outstretched arms, as if to embrace a long-lost friend. Perhaps bolstered by the presence of Kobe Bryant and Ron Artest, 2 stalwart defenders on either side. He approached with remarkable confidence. Lin Yang did not hesitate and charged towards his right. To Fisher's left stood Kobe, and Lin Yang preferred to avoid confrontation there. His choice of the right side was not solely due to Artest's slower footwork, but also because Shawn Marion was positioned there. Lin Yang skillfully effed Fisher, who seemed to have lost his vigor, perhaps in need of a bed and a married woman to reignite his energy. Yet, Lin did not allow himself to relax. A beast was charging towards him, Artest with a fierce demeanor. Lin passed the ball. Kenny Smith offered his habitual commentary. As he spoke, Lin transitioned his dribbling motion into a passing action directed towards Shawn Marion. Artest quickly retreated, having anticipated this move. However, as Artest backed away, Lin's passing motion transformed. What initially appeared to be a right-handed pass was suddenly recalibrated. He briefly paused, regained control, and then released the ball, this time toward the interior, where Tyson Chandler seized it, confronting Bynum and forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Bynum had no choice but to sidestep, narrowly avoiding becoming an afterthought. Indeed, his knee had shown signs of distress. He struggled to leap. Lin had discerned this issue while analyzing the Lakers' footage prior to the game, noting Bynum's considerably slowed movements. Based on data collected by the Maverick scouts, he had surmised that Bynum's legs were compromised and had prepared a strategy to exploit this weakness. A resounding cheer erupted from the once silent audience at the American Airlines Center. Tyson Chandler's dunk was a tremendous morale booster. Nice. Rick Carlisle, fists clenched, shouted in exhilaration. Thrilled not only by Chandler's dunk, but also by Lin's orchestration of such a spectacular offensive play upon entering the game. This young man indeed possessed boundless potential. Kenny Smith and Barkley were engaged in a discussion about Lin's pass, speculating that it should surely make the top 10 plays. Lin had feigned a pass to Shawn Marion. But in truth, he had targeted Tyson Chandler, forcing Artest to retreat and drawing the entire Lakers' defensive focus toward Marion. At that moment, everyone presumed Lin intended to pass to Marion. I concur. Aside from the slightly awkward appearance of the motion, there was nothing amiss. This pass was indeed imaginative. Barkley nodded in agreement, appreciating Lin's unexpected handling of the ball, which elevated his esteem for the player. "Ha, Lin, I told you, we are the best of partners," exclaimed an exuberant Tyson Chandler, who, after the dunk, instinctively reached out to pat Lin's head. However, this time, Lin was prepared and deftly evaded the gesture. Following that successful shot, the Mavericks' collective momentum surged back. Amidst the cheers of their loyal fans, their performance on both offense and defense regained its former dominance. Lin Yang continued to orchestrate the offensive, deliberately seeking to trouble Bynum, rendering the Little Shark exceptionally uncomfortable during this period. Kobe's performance also fluctuated, leading to the gradual erosion of the Lakers' advantage, which was ultimately neutralized by the Mavericks before the conclusion of the first quarter. 29-29. The Lakers and the Mavericks entered the second quarter with an equal score. Chapter 79. Quite pleasurable, indeed. During Lin Yang's extended time on the court in the first quarter, he amassed a total of 3 assists. However, apart from these assists, his other statistical categories registered a complete absence of contribution. The Lakers' pocket defense exerted considerable pressure on him, rendering him hesitant to penetrate deeply during his drives. From this perspective, the Lakers' defensive scheme can be deemed successful. Yet, the Mavericks managed to close the gap in points. And during this targeted period, Lin Yang vividly showcased the quintessential attributes of a traditional point guard. Thus, it seems the Lakers' efforts to contain Lin Yang were not entirely effective. Although there were instances when Lin Yang did not provide assists on several Maverick scores, his influence was unmistakable. He ensured that every tactical play for the Mavericks was executed flawlessly. It is noteworthy that during Kid's absence, the Mavericks maintained a seamless rhythm on both offensive and defensive fronts, a feat that would have been inconceivable for last season's team. While Barria excels in chaotic situations, he is ill-equipped to orchestrate the Mavericks' offense. For this veteran squad, relying solely on raw talent to overpower opponents is a relic of the past. They now require tactical synergy. Their extensive experience guarantees mastery over every tactical positioning. This was evident as they clawed back to level the score in the latter half of the first quarter. Under Lin Yang's tactical guidance, they emerged as their strongest selves. Lin performed exceptionally well, adeptly filling the void left by Jason Kidd's absence. Rick Carlisle also expressed commendation for Lin Yang during the interquarter interview. Lin Yang was quite pleased with his performance. However, the task released by the system today required 5 attempts, and he had yet to accomplish even one. Of course, the task was rather simplistic, and Lin Yang felt no urgency to complete it. As the second quarter commenced, Kobe intended to take the court immediately. The Lakers had performed poorly in the latter half of the first quarter, relinquishing their lead to the Mavericks. This displeased Kobe greatly. More importantly, he had not played particularly well during that stretch. When the team needed him to step up, he faltered, a predicament that was utterly unacceptable for Kobe. He yearned to prove himself as the Black Mamba capable of carrying the team forward. Take it easy, Kobe. There will be moments in this game when we will need you more. For now, focus on recuperating your energy. However, Phil Jackson intervened, preventing him from entering the game. Kobe pouted as he took a seat, desperate to retort, yet Phil Jackson wore an expression that seemed to say, "Remember our agreement? Have you forgotten?" This compelled him to remain seated. "Damn it, fuck, Q and MLG," he muttered, venting his frustration with a few choice expletives. In the second quarter, Lin Yang continued to take the court, accompanied by Terry and Karen Butler, alongside the two gritty interior players, Marcin Gortat and Tim Thomas. The Lakers, on the other hand, fielded a lineup entirely composed of substitutes. The left-handed magician, Lamar Odom, set a promising tone for the Lakers at the onset of the second quarter, successfully executing a mid-range jump shot over Karen Butler. As the ball swished through the net, Odom flashed a sly smile before pivoting back to defense. The shot appeared almost effortless. Odom was not typically driven by a voracious appetite for scoring. He preferred to fill out his stat sheet in various ways. However, after that particular shot, an inexplicable surge of offensive desire coursed through him this evening. Karen Butler felt a pang of despair. He swore he genuinely intended to defend well and had adequately prepared for the game. He was aware that Odom primarily focused on passing, so he directed his attention towards aiding in defense. He had envisioned himself delivering a formidable block against the Lakers players, and he had already pictured Rick Carlisle smiling at him shortly thereafter. But who could have predicted that Odom would come out shooting today? And to top it off, he actually made the shot. Butler cursed under his breath. He dared not glance at Rick Carlisle on the sidelines. There was no chance of encountering a smile there, so he thought it best not to further torment himself. Time to run. Lin Yang, maneuvering the ball from the backcourt to the front, had not yet crossed the halfway line when he began directing his teammates' movements. The substitute players, undoubtedly lacking in execution compared to the starters, would not occupy their roles if they were otherwise capable. Thus, Lin Yang needed to prompt them to make their runs in advance. However, a situation arose that caused Lin Yang to furrow his brow with concern. Karen Butler had stationed himself beyond the three-point line, seemingly awaiting Lin Yang's arrival in the frontcourt. Ready to receive the ball, Lin Yang exhaled, confident in the one-on-one prowess of Karen Butler, particularly during this phase where both teams are relying on their bench rotations. Butler's individual skills undoubtedly stand out as the most formidable. It would not be unreasonable to entrust him with the ball for isolation plays. However, I'm the point guard. Lin Yang recalled the words spoken by Rick Carlisle yesterday. He had no intention of passing the ball to Karen Butler. For point guard, one only relinquishes the ball to a teammate for an individual play when the team finds itself in dire straits. In other words, it is only in critical moments or when all options are exhausted that the primary ball handler should entrust the sphere to a teammate with strong one-on-one capabilities, allowing them to leverage their skills to score and assist the team in overcoming challenges. However, it was evident that this was not such a moment. Ignoring Karen Butler's demand for the ball, Lin Yang skillfully maneuvered and found the open Jason Terry, delivering a behind-the-back bounce pass to him. Terry executed a jump shot flawlessly, allowing the Mavericks to score effortlessly. "Hey, rookie, you need to trust in my ability to score," Karen Butler muttered in dissatisfaction as he passed Lin Yang, frustrated by being overlooked. Although his voice was not loud, it was audible enough for Lin Yang to hear. "You should also have faith in my leadership skills, all-star." Lin Yang retorted nonchalantly. Karen Butler said nothing further and walked away with a scowl. Unappreciative fellow. Good lad. Rick Carlisle observed the interaction between Lin Yang and Karen Butler, and it was no surprise that some discord had arisen over ball possession. However, Lin Yang's resolute expression pleased Carlisle. The rookie's unwillingness to yield was precisely the attitude he wished to see. He needed Lin Yang to maintain such a demeanor, for securing a core position on the bench would not be easily achieved otherwise. Bang! The Lakers' offensive attempt faltered, and fearing Lamar Odom would score again. Karen Butler tightly marked him, only ceasing his pursuit when Odom passed the ball. Lacking Odom's orchestration, the Lakers' play became chaotic, with Marcin Gortat securing the rebound. Guys, it's a prime opportunity to widen the gap. Let's seize this moment and make our move. Lin Yang received the ball and urged his teammates to position themselves in advance. All right, is it merely about positioning? I shall see if I can create an open space, and whether you will pass the ball to me in time. Karen Butler, having failed to negotiate with Lin Yang, was filled with pent-up frustration. However, with Rick Carlisle observing from the sidelines, he refrained from expressing his discontent, knowing that such an outburst could jeopardize his return to the lineup. Standing there, waiting for the ball, would surely lead to disappointment. He could only convince himself to follow Lin Yang's advice and make a run. Should he successfully create an open opportunity and Lin Yang fail to deliver the pass promptly? Oh, how delightful that would be. Karen Butler felt an urge to bite down on a straw in excitement. Lin Yang was unaware of the convoluted thoughts that occupied Karen Butler's mind. However, had he been privy to them, he would undoubtedly have found himself both amused and perplexed. In Lin Yang's perspective, Karen Butler's contemplations signified a yielding of sorts. Karen Butler's prowess on the court is undeniably impressive, although he may not excel in positioning. When he earnestly commits to running, he effortlessly creates open opportunities. I am eager to witness this. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the ball struck the floor, and upon glancing down, he found the ball bouncing right before him. Seizing it with conviction, Karen Butler executed a flawless layup. Was it truly this effortless? This sensation is rather exhilarating. Well done. Lin Yang's voice stirred the dazed Karen Butler from his reverie. Turning around, Karen noticed the young Chinese player giving him a thumbs up. Chapter 80. Once again leveling the score, a flawless synergy unfolded as Karen Butler's movement and Lin's passing coalesced. Truth be told, it had been quite some time since I had witnessed such an impressive Karen Butler. He is undeniably strong, yet he possesses a tendency to rely more on his individual offensive prowess rather than scoring through off-ball movement. However, in reality, such scoring opportunities are often more effortless and allow all players on the Mavericks to engage in the offensive play. This is precisely why I harbor a distaste for Tracy's pull-up jump shots. I concede that even the divine has been moved by him, yet more often than not, his choice to take such shots stagnates the Rockets' offensive flow, forcing his four teammates to watch as he attempts to score. Frankly, this is not a wise choice. Kenny Smith lauded Karen Butler's scoring off movement, believing that active off-ball running is far superior to standing idle awaiting the ball for isolation plays. Basketball is a five-man game. While occasionally one individual can sway the outcome, more often than not, it is the collective effort of the team that determines victory. Even the legendary Michael Jordan, during his illustrious 15-year career, was officially credited with only 28 game-winning shots. He too could not dictate the outcome every time. Sometimes he would leverage his magnetism to pass the ball to his teammates, much like the pivotal pass he delivered to Steve Kerr in the final moments of the championship. The limitations of one individual's capabilities are ultimately evident. It is the team that holds the key to sustained triumph. In the ensuing match, Karen Butler received two more passes from Lin Yang. One was during a fast break, where he surged ahead, catching the ball as it soared towards him, executing a powerful dunk. The other came as he deftly evaded his defender, establishing his position just inside the three-point line, where the ball unexpectedly found him, granting him a prime opportunity for an easy mid-range shot, which he also converted. With these two baskets added to his previous cut, Karen Butler achieved an impressive 3-for-3 performance in the first 3 minutes of the second quarter. This fellow possesses remarkable court vision. If the first timely pass could be attributed to mere chance, and the second to luck, then after receiving the third timely pass, Karen Butler could only concede that Lin Yang's understanding of the game is indeed exceptional. Despite being a newcomer, his passing ability rivals that of the league's elite playmakers. Karen Butler still refrained from any communication with Lin Yang. He found it difficult to bridge that gap, yet his movement had undeniably become more proactive. The thrill of scoring is fleeting, but the allure of continuous opportunities is irresistible. Karen Butler eagerly anticipated Lin Yang's next pass, ready to savor yet another scoring chance. Why do I feel that Karen has rejuvenated? Caleb observed Karen Butler vigorously engaging in off-ball movements on the court, his boundless energy prompting him to question whether this Karen Butler had undergone a transformation of sorts. In the past, this individual displayed a rather lackadaisical demeanor, exerting himself only when in possession of the ball. What had transpired today? Rick, it seems that your decision to place him on the bench has indeed borne fruit. With this rejuvenated Karen Butler rejoining the fray, I firmly believe that the synergy within the Mavericks lineup will undoubtedly surpass its previous form. Rick Carlisle remained silent, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the court, or more precisely, on the figure adorned in the Mavericks' number 8 jersey. During this period, Lin Yang maintained a commendable organization of the Mavericks' offense, achieving a stat line of 2 points, 3 assists, and 1 rebound. Although he committed a turnover, his swift return to defense minimized the repercussions of that mistake. The Mavericks also unleashed a scoring surge of 11-5, establishing a lead that reached 6 points, the largest margin they attained in this match. His performance is undeniably satisfying, particularly to the head coach, who undoubtedly yearns to coach players like Lin Yang. As Karen Butler completed a shot from Lin Yang's third assist, the referee on the sidelines blew the whistle, and the Lakers called a timeout. Damn it, they finally called a timeout. Kobe Bryant muttered internally, casting a glance at Phil Jackson's perpetually composed demeanor, feeling a flicker of dissatisfaction. The Lakers were being suppressed to such an extent, yet this man made no adjustments and only called a timeout now, wearing an expression as if it were nothing. One could question whether he truly possessed confidence. It is no wonder he faced criticism for his in-game responsiveness. While others relied on tactics, could one truly succeed relying solely on that so-called Zen philosophy? Kobe continued to grumble. He did not subscribe to Phil Jackson's enigmatic teachings, believing they were little more than charlatanry, a sentiment shared with his former teammate Shaquille O'Neal, which constituted one of the few agreements they managed to reach. Once, Phil Jackson gifted O'Neal a book to impart Zen wisdom, only for it to end up in the trash the very next day. Phil later bestowed another book upon Kobe Bryant, the title of which had long since escaped his memory. He held no fondness for such pretense, placing greater faith in his own abilities. Yet, he had to concede that while the Zen master could not sway him, he had a remarkable knack for influencing other players, which was precisely why Kobe had insisted on Phil Jackson's return to coaching. His nature precluded him from being the one to lead and bind the entire team together. He was too obstinate, to the point where he felt no inclination to speak if a teammate was underperforming. In such moments, Phil Jackson served as the ideal remedy. All right, everyone, let's close the gap. Phil Jackson's words reached Kobe's ears, not particularly stirring or impassioned, but strangely enough, Kobe could sense a surge of excitement among his teammates. Was it truly that remarkable? Kobe had witnessed countless similar scenarios, yet he couldn't help but feel compelled to voice his skepticism. Phil Jackson ought to be subjected to dissection. Particularly noteworthy is his intellect. Perhaps he possesses the ability to project hypnotic rays. The pause has concluded. Rick Carlisle observed the substitution of the Lakers and promptly called upon his Mavericks. The re-entered Kobe exhibited a marked improvement in his form, compounded by his earlier observations of the Lakers bench being thoroughly outplayed. He entered the court with an abundance of pent-up energy, immediately showcasing his skills against Stevenson, who was left bewildered by Kobe's remarkable maneuvers. As the second quarter drew to a close, Kobe's mid-range jumper leveled the score at 56-56. During his time on the court in this quarter, Kobe excelled, shooting 3 of 6 from the field and converting 5 of 6 free throws, amassing 12 points and effectively filling the void left by the Lakers bench at the start of the second quarter. His extraordinary individual prowess was vividly displayed before every Dallas fan during those 8+ minutes. The audience in Dallas fell silent, once more following his successful mid-range shot just before the end of the quarter. Rick Carlisle shook his head in resignation as he walked toward the locker room. During Kobe's scoring spree, he was not merely a passive observer on the sidelines. He had made several defensive adjustments, though unfortunately, they had little impact on Kobe's performance. The only thing that could limit this man was his own shooting touch. Kenny Smith echoed similar sentiments. Chapter 81, I Dare Not. Kobe and Lin had combined for 2 points and 6 assists in the first half. Lin's playmaking ability was truly astonishing for a rookie. Would he achieve double-digit assists today? During halftime in the visitors' locker room, Phil Jackson sat beside Kobe, engaging in light conversation before suddenly praising Lin's performance in the first half, his admiration evident. The second half would not be as effortless. Kobe decisively removed the headphones from his ears. Though his voice was quiet, his determination was palpable. Phil Jackson chuckled softly, nodding slightly. I believe we will perform even better in the second half. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Kobe before rising and departing. That crafty old man. How could Kobe not discern the underlying message in Phil Jackson's words? Having played for so many years, he understood the dynamics of the game perfectly. The Lakers' struggles in the first half were largely due to their point guard's inadequate defense against Lin, which afforded Lin excessive freedom to operate. Phil's praise of Lin was, in fact, an attempt to ignite Kobe's competitive spirit, encouraging him to take on the challenge of guarding Lin in the second half. Yet, such sentiments could not be openly articulated. How could one suggest that the league's top player defend a rookie? One must certainly hint at things with subtlety, a skill that Phil Jackson has mastered. That old fellow, Kobe muttered once more, expressing his disdain. However, this newcomer has indeed left quite an impression in the first half. It is perhaps time to let him rest. As the second half commenced, the two teams resumed their contest. The Mavericks maintained their lineup. Interestingly, Caron Butler's demeanor remained notably unchanged, exuding a sense of calm. Just moments ago, in the locker room, Rick Carlisle had taken the time to commend him. Since Caron Butler joined the Mavericks, he had not received such private praise from Carlisle, which is a promising sign indicating a shift in the coach's perception of him. Naturally, his performance in the first half was commendable, with an impressive shooting rate of 4 out of 5 attempts, while on defense, he limited his opponent's scoring opportunities. His presence on the court contributed positively to the Mavericks' net score. That young lad from Huaxia seems to bring me good fortune, with Rick Carlisle as compliments in mind. Caron Butler found himself viewing Lin Yang in a much more favorable light. Lin Yang was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Caron Butler's mind. As his attention remained focused on the court, Kobe Bryant continued his stellar offensive performance from the end of the second quarter, scoring 2 quick baskets in less than a minute, leading the Lakers to a 2-point advantage. During this time, Dirk Nowitzki attempted to step up and challenge Kobe, but unfortunately, his shooting touch had not yet returned since the start of the game. It became evident that even superstars like Kobe and Dirk could not maintain peak performance throughout the entirety of a match. The key lay in their ability to swiftly adjust. Kobe excelled in this regard, having faced shooting difficulties late in the first quarter, yet he managed to recalibrate and sustain his form into the second half. Dirk, too, encountered a slump in his shooting, but the Mavericks players held steadfast in their belief in him, making him their primary offensive option. Swish! Dirk did not betray his teammates' trust, successfully sinking his third shot of the third quarter. As the ball swished through the net, Dirk bent his body, clenched his fist, and returned to defense, finally able to exhale a sigh of relief. The pressure of not making shots had been immense, especially at this critical juncture when the Mavericks desperately needed someone to score. Fortunately, he made that shot. Rick Carlisle also breathed a sigh of relief, with Kobe leading the Lakers with ferocity. A continued slump from Dirk would have made the game exceedingly difficult. Thankfully, Dirk's shooting woes were fleeting. However, Kobe was truly in a relentless pursuit, and even Dirk's resurgence could not prevent him from widening the score gap further. With 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers established a 7-point lead, and Deshaun Stevenson and the help defense from Jason Kidd were left breathless, failing to hinder Kobe's momentum in any way. Lin, Caron, you're up. Rick Carlisle observed the defensive struggles and was compelled to substitute Lin Yang and Caron Butler into the game. In the first half of the second quarter, Lin Yang and Caron Butler demonstrated remarkable synergy, marking the period when the Mavericks established their largest lead. At this juncture, Rick Carlisle's decision to have them both on the court was rooted in the hope that they could replicate their earlier performance, igniting a scoring surge to aid the Mavericks in reversing their current predicament. Lin Yang rubbed his wrist as he stepped onto the court, followed closely by Caron Butler. Though no words were exchanged, Lin Yang could sense the excitement radiating from him. "I aspire to create a grand spectacle," was inscribed upon Caron Butler's countenance. This fellow, buoyed by his consecutive baskets in the first half, now brimmed with confidence. Lin Yang furrowed his brows, noting the stark contrast between this moment and the beginning of the second quarter. Presently, it was the Los Angeles Lakers lineup on the court, and, with Kobe Bryant fiercely determined, the entire team was brimming with momentum. Attempting to close the scoring gap proved to be a formidable challenge. Caron Butler found himself up against the formidable defense of Kobe Bryant, a first-team all-defensive player, making the prospect of showcasing his prowess nearly impossible. Who could emerge as the pivotal point of breakthrough? As Lin Yang received the ball in the backcourt, his mind began to strategize how to execute the play. Substitutions were made to instigate positive changes within the team, making this first play exceedingly significant. However, as Lin crossed half-court, he was momentarily taken aback by the approaching Lakers player. A gasp echoed through the Mavericks stance. What was this? A look of inexplicable excitement reappeared on Barkley's face. Damn! Rick Carlisle clenched his fists, casting a glance at Phil Jackson across the court, silently cursing, truly shameless. Phil Jackson, unfazed, had his hands tucked in his pockets, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, signaling that the show was about to commence. Come on, rookie. If you can break through me, you'll become famous. Kobe, brimming with ambition, was the very presence that stirred a commotion among the crowd as he positioned himself before Lin Yang. The league's top player was actually choosing to defend newcomer? How could this not incite a stir? Was Kobe concerned that Lin's performance would trend on Twitter? Barkley exclaimed in excitement, following up with a teasing remark. After all, who would have imagined that the league's best would defend a rookie before the game? I certainly wouldn't. Lin Yang replied with genuine composure. A flicker of astonishment crossed Kobe Bryant's face. Why was this newcomer so unfazed? This was not the script he had anticipated. Lin Yang was true to his word. Upon receiving the pass from Karen Butler, he immediately delivered the ball to his teammate. Is he really not going to shoot? Kobe felt an urge to disdain Lin Yang, yet the latter's composed demeanor left him at a loss for words. For the first time in his life, Kobe found himself unable to engage in trash talk. Lin Yang passed the ball to Karen Butler, yet did not halt his own momentum. He circled around behind Butler, and Kobe, sensing something amiss, hurried to follow. At that moment, Butler indeed returned the ball to Lin Yang. This young man was not truly intimidated. As Kobe observed Lin Yang swiftly making his way toward the three-point line, he realized that the newcomer was not shying away from a challenge. Rather, he understood the futility of attempting to drive through and decisively opted for his teammate's assistance. How astute! Although Kobe did not particularly admire Lin Yang's decision to pass, the series of reactions demonstrated his high basketball IQ. This newcomer was quite exceptional. Fisher, filling in for Kobe, approached, while Kobe hesitated between joining Fish to double-team Lin Yang or pursuing Karen Butler. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, with the ball in hand, had already evaded Fisher and released a wide-open mid-range jumper. Swish! The ball found its mark, leaving Fisher, who had been outmaneuvered, standing there in awkward silence. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. Chapter 82. The Spirit of Competition. Lin Yang had never anticipated that Kobe would actively choose to guard him. However, he was acutely aware that the only opponents he could effectively surpass were those lighter than himself, particularly speedy point guards like Jeff Teague and Steve Nash, or perhaps slower ones like the aging Derek Fisher. As for other types of defenders, he compelled himself to instinctively seek out his teammates and foster collaboration. On the basketball court, merely breaking through an opponent does not equate to victory, nor does succeeding in a one-on-one confrontation. True triumph is only achieved when the final score surpasses that of the adversary. Since the ultimate objective is merely to place the ball through the hoop, it is only natural to seek the most advantageous scoring opportunities. Well done. Lin Yang swiftly approached Karen Butler for a high five, and the latter promptly returned the pass without a hint of hesitation, which greatly pleased him. As a point guard and the orchestrator of the strategy, this was precisely the phenomenon he wished to witness. Should the veteran Fisher impede his progress, he would immediately pass the ball back to Butler, who had found an open position. This exemplifies tactical execution, which Lin Yang himself was more than capable of executing. However, since Fisher failed to contain him, there was no need for further tactical development. Rick Carlisle, abandoning his usual composure, excitedly pointed at Lin Yang, exclaiming, "Well done, Lin, this is what I wanted to see." His enthusiasm was understandable. Lin Yang once again made an immediate positive impact upon entering the game, as if he were destined never to disappoint. This time, there was an additional twist as Kobe Bryant unexpectedly stepped up to defend Lin Yang. Upon witnessing this, Carlisle felt a surge of anxiety, barely daring to breathe, fearing that Lin Yang might succumb to the pressure of facing Kobe and make a poor choice. Fortunately, based on the previous play, Lin Yang's mind remained sharp, making the optimal judgment. "I can't let you down, coach," Lin Yang replied with a smile. The Mavericks had narrowed the deficit to 2 points, yet the situation remained unchanged. The Lakers' offensive possession loomed. Should they succeed in this attack, the lead would revert to 7 points. Only by defending this possession could a comeback truly commence. In the Lakers' backcourt, the ball was in the hands of their star player, the league's premier scorer, Kobe Bryant. He dribbled up the court with a calm and confident demeanor. He observed the expressions of the Mavericks players, They were eager to unleash a counterattack, intent on reversing the unfavorable situation. But he would not permit it. He intended to convey to them that the Black Mamba era had commenced, rendering their struggles futile. Karen Butler, with a serious expression, watched as Kobe approached him, instinctively taking small steps to position himself, ready to shift and block Kobe's advance. However, contrary to Butler's expectations, Kobe, upon reaching just beyond the three-point line, unexpectedly launched a shot. The ball swished cleanly through the net. How on earth does one defend against that? Karen Butler stood in stunned silence. The audience was enveloped in a hushed stillness. Even the most fervent Dallas fans were silenced, acutely aware that they were not on the court. Yet they could palpably sense the sense of helplessness that Kobe's fiery scoring ability instilled in the Mavericks players. Run, fellas, or I won't be able to pass the ball. In the backcourt, Lin Yang seized the ball and called out loudly. The current players on the court for the Mavericks were all seasoned veterans. With just that one call, they immediately adjusted their demeanor and fell into their running positions. Kobe, as ever, charged towards Lin Yang, who sought to connect with Karen Butler for support. Fisher's footwork was sluggish, presenting the only exploitable opportunity. As Lin Yang and Karen Butler executed a pick-and-roll pass, Fisher often failed to intercept in a timely manner. However, Kobe noticeably intensified his defensive pressure this time, swiftly closing in on Lin Yang, preventing him from swiftly delivering the ball to Karen Butler, thereby granting Fisher ample time to re-engage with Butler. The intricate interplay between Lin Yang and Karen Butler was abruptly severed by Kobe, who single-handedly disrupted their connection. More content is loading. Please wait. This exemplifies the prowess of a defensive superstar. Kobe, with his relentless energy, successfully contained the backcourt duo of the Mavericks. Kenny Smith routinely lauds Kobe's brilliance. Lin Yang could not locate Karen Butler, yet he remained unfazed and swiftly altered his course, dribbling the ball inward with determination. He signaled for Tyson Chandler to set a high-quality screen, successfully shaking off Kobe once more, while simultaneously stepping inside the free-throw line, forcing Pau Gasol to close in. Lin Yang swiftly passed the ball to Dirk Nowitzki. Pau Gasol, not one to lag behind, immediately returned to defend. Yet the seasoned Nowitzki's ability to exploit open spaces is well known. Pau watched helplessly as Dirk effortlessly sank the ball into the hoop. All-Star, I implored. I need you to engage Kobe as soon as he crosses the half-court line. Do not fret over his potential to drive past you. I shall provide support. Lin Yang observed as Dirk successfully made the shot, swiftly exchanging a few words with Karen Butler during the transition back on defense. He certainly did not wish to witness Kobe replicate that recent display of nonsensical scoring. Such an occurrence would be utterly demoralizing. Lin Yang observed several so-called Kobe stoppers and noted that their defensive strategies invariably revolved around relentless, tenacious tactics, never allowing Kobe to receive the ball comfortably, nor granting him any space to maneuver. These elements are crucial in defending against Kobe. Once he finds a shooting rhythm, no defense can significantly alter the outcome. In the second round of the 2009 playoffs, when the Rockets faced the Lakers, it was well known that Battier had limited Kobe to just 8 field goals in the first game using his notorious blindfold technique. However, what some fans may not realize is that Kobe scored 40 points in the second game and 33 points in the third. While many claimed that Battier's defensive approach had constrained Kobe's scoring, its impact was not as profound as anticipated. In Lin Yang's judgment, effectively defending against Kobe necessitates as much physical contact and relentless pursuit as possible. Tony Allen is a player whom Kobe himself acknowledged as his most formidable defender, and Allen's defensive philosophy against Kobe hinged on these two principles. Karen Butler followed suit, entangling himself with Kobe as the latter crossed midcourt. Kobe was taken aback by Butler's unexpected aggression, finding himself forced to shield the ball with his back while seeking an opportunity to break free. However, after merely a second of dribbling in place, Lin Yang surged forward, intercepting the Lakers player who was about to receive the ball. He lunged at Kobe, managing to secure the ball initially, but Lin Yang's arm slipped between Kobe's hands, gripping the ball tightly and pulling it toward himself with considerable force. The two were now locked in a struggle. Kobe possessed greater strength, yet Lin Yang held on fiercely, refusing to relent. Was this guy insane? Kobe gritted his teeth, astonished by Lin Yang's tenacity. This usually composed rookie was displaying an unexpectedly fierce side. The referee's whistle pierced the tension, signaling a jump ball. A wave of cheers erupted from the stands, predominantly from the Chinese fans, alongside a portion of Maverick supporters. who were inspired by this rookie's fighting spirit and spontaneously offered their applause. Lin Yang clenched his fist tightly. It was exceedingly challenging to intercept Kobe. A jump ball was a result he could accept. When Lin became fierce, he was quite formidable. Barkley, observing Lin Yang's fierce determination, felt a twinge of fear. Such a typically gentle individual exhibited such intensity during the scramble for the ball. He will undoubtedly succeed. Kenny Smith, taking note of Lin Yang's attitude, offered a serious assessment. As the two sides prepared for the jump ball, Lin Yang, leveraging his superior wingspan and height, tipped the ball away. It landed in the hands of Dirk Nowitzki, who expertly cradled it with both hands, patiently waiting for the Lakers players to retreat on defense before he passed the ball to Lin Yang, a hint of relief flitting across his face. At last, they had successfully defended against the previous play. Lin Yang advanced with the ball, and Kobe was already waiting there. Yet this time, Kobe's expression was decidedly more sour. Is there any latest technological advancement? I'm eagerly awaiting a response. Chapter 83, Overcoming Kobe. Lin Yang ultimately decided against employing trash talk. The purpose of such banter is to disrupt the opponent, imposing psychological burdens that may lead to erroneous judgments. However, a competitor like Kobe is impervious to such tactics. For a player of his tenacity, trash talk merely serves to ignite an even greater fervor in his spirit. Lin Yang chose to remain silent, not wishing to complicate matters for himself. Rookie, you have earned my respect. Kobe articulated each word with striking intensity. This fellow is truly infuriated. This is not the outcome I had hoped for. Lin Yang responded verbally, yet his dribbling became markedly more cautious. Kobe is an exceptionally skilled defender. Naturally, Lin Yang must exercise greater care when facing such an adversary. This time, Kobe did not press forward but maintained a distance of approximately 2 body lengths from Lin Yang, adopting a typical defensive stance that prioritized guarding against penetration rather than shots. Unperturbed by Kobe's thoughts, Lin Yang continued as before, awaiting the moment when Caron Butler would come to receive the ball, at which point he would pass it to him and begin to reposition. However, Fisher's defensive response was swift. As Caron Butler received the ball, he was already closing in on him. Lin Yang was unable to receive the ball as Kobe intercepted him with a timely maneuver, preventing Caron Butler from passing. It was a self-driven effort. Lin Yang decisively withdrew, signaling Caron Butler to take on his opponent. It appeared that Caron Butler had just realized that it was Fisher before him, not Kobe, as the tension on his face dissipated visibly. Calmly controlling the ball, he engaged in a one-on-one with Fisher and effortlessly scored. The Mavericks narrowed the deficit to 6 points. Damn it, for the third time, Fisher had become a breakthrough point for the Mavericks, deepening the gloom on Kobe's face. As he passed Phil Jackson, he glanced at the latter, either intentionally or inadvertently. Why don't you bring in Shannon Brown? With his exceptional athleticism and defensive prowess, teaming up with Shannon Brown, Kobe believed that the Mavericks would surely falter in their approach. Kenny Smith remarked that the crucial aspect of Lin Yang and Caron Butler's synergy lay in their shared ball-handling ability, a quality that the combination of Jason Kidd and Deshaun could not rival. Consequently, the Mavericks' offense began to flourish, gradually seizing control of the game. The Lakers needed to implement changes swiftly. If I were Phil, I would certainly call a timeout at this moment. As Kenny Smith spoke, the camera appropriately focused on Phil Jackson seated at the Lakers bench. From the tone of Smith's commentary, it was evident that the situation was becoming unfavorable for the Lakers, necessitating timely adjustments. However, Phil Jackson's expression suggested that the Lakers were not in as dire straits as Kenny Smith implied. His demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any instructions for substitutions or frantic shouts. He sat quietly, resembling a benevolent elder basking in tranquil times. Kobe, receiving the ball in the backcourt, seemed to channel his frustration as he forcefully dribbled before advancing. This time, he had learned his lesson. As Caron Butler pressured him, he first sought out Fisher for support. Then, akin to Lin Yang, maneuvered around from behind while securing the ball, successfully creating a mismatch that placed him in front of Lin Yang. With the position change accomplished, a look of triumph spread across Kobe's face, as if to say, finally, I've got you. Since Lin Yang had entered the game, he had managed to outmaneuver Kobe several times, and the latter had long been eager to teach this rookie a lesson. What a misfortune. Lin Yang let out a bitter smile. He was caught off guard when Kobe suddenly changed his position, and now he had truly cornered himself. The question of how to defend against Kobe remains a universally perplexing conundrum. Lin Yang can confidently assert that he would be rendered incapable of self-sufficiency by Kobe. This is not due to an underestimation of his own abilities, but rather because he possesses a conspicuous weakness when confronted with Kobe. weighing merely 91 kilograms. He lacks sufficient core strength, particularly when defending against the formidable Kobe, who boasts a weight of 96 kilograms and exceptional core power. Despite having a slight advantage in height and wingspan, such attributes pale in comparison to the offensive prowess exhibited by Kobe. Lin Yang resolved to take the initiative, refusing to wait for Kobe to devise a strategy against him. To do so would spell his doom. At last, I have witnessed your moment of urgency. Kobe discerned the hint of impatience in Lin Yang's expression, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had finally managed to humble this newcomer. No, Mr. MVP, my urgency is not a recent development. I have always been quite anxious, Lin Yang retorted, his body persistently colliding with Kobe's, creating resistance and complicating his dribbling. Yet, Kobe's core strength remained unwavering. Lin Yang's relentless assaults failed to perturb him in the slightest, and his movements remained as graceful as a work of art. Lin Yang was unexpectedly shoved aside by Kobe several times. Lin Yang's lower body strength was not to be underestimated. Even Danny Granger, who previously occupied the small forward position, could not dislodge him. Yet, Kobe managed to push him aside on multiple occasions, executing his technical maneuvers with remarkable fluidity, a testament to his exceptional core strength. Once again, Kobe maneuvered past Lin Yang, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. He leaped high, his body arched backward as he released the ball. Suddenly, a massive hand emerged from the side, firmly swatting the basketball down. The fans of the Dallas Mavericks at the center of flight were taken aback by this unexpected block, their gasps echoing throughout the arena. Kenny Smith appeared utterly astonished. Kobe's shot was blocked? Oh my goodness. Phil Jackson, momentarily stunned, finally withdrew his hand from his pocket. Nice. The entire Mavericks bench erupted in jubilation, mirroring the excitement of the Lakers bench after Kobe's earlier alley-oop dunk in the first quarter. Lin, that block was for you. The player responsible for denying Kobe's shot was none other than Tyson Chandler. Since being outmaneuvered by Kobe's dunk in the first quarter, Tyson had harbored a sense of frustration. He had kept a vigilant eye on Kobe, yearning for the chance to exact his revenge. Yet Kobe's offensive prowess proved elusive until just moments ago, when all of Kobe's attention was diverted towards Lin Yang. Finally, Tyson seized his opportunity. The satisfaction of that block was proportionate to the frustration he had endured earlier. The Lakers, once again, failed to score, while the Mavericks capitalized on the moment, netting another basket and embarking on a 6-0 run, closing the gap to just 4 points. The Lakers appeared increasingly flustered, committing a turnover in their next possession, which the Mavericks swiftly converted into another score. As the third quarter concluded amidst the cheers of Mavericks fans, the team trailed by a mere 2 points. Lin's return to the court has once again revitalized the Mavericks. Undoubtedly, the team's resurgence is also attributable to the presence of Caron Butler. Without Butler, Lin alone would struggle to surpass even Kobe, let alone close the scoring gap. Lin Yang was well aware of the situation, and as the next game approached, he deliberately exchanged a high five with Caron Butler, who was equally exhilarated, having once again emerged as a pivotal player for the Mavericks. Chapter 84. My own helplessness in the fourth quarter. Lin Yang returned to the court, this time partnered in the backcourt with Jason Terry, alongside 3 other substitutes. On the Lakers' side, the substitutes were also fully deployed. Kobe, who had been eagerly anticipating Shannon Brown's entry during the latter part of the third quarter, finally saw him take the court at the beginning of the fourth. This signified that Derek Fisher would be playing the final moments of the game. As Lu Sun's uncle once articulated, if you say you can, then you can. If you say you can't, then you can't. This saying perfectly encapsulates the dynamic between Old Fish and the Zen Master. Fisher, a player of modest ability, has managed to navigate through 18 years in this league, with his only notable achievement being the miraculous 0-for-second buzzer beater against the Spurs in the playoffs. The reason he remains a point guard for a championship team at the age of 35 lies in Phil Jackson's unwavering endorsement of him. Indeed, Jackson seems to favor players like Fisher, whose positions remain unchallenged regardless of their performance. Moreover, Fisher has mastered the art of unwavering loyalty, forever aligning himself with Jackson's vision for the Lakers. Shannon Brown's defensive prowess is commendable. While he may not be among the elite defenders in the league, his fervor for defense and athleticism provide him with sufficient capability to contend with Lin Yang effectively. Lin Yang could only continue to create opportunities for his teammates. On the sidelines, Caron Butler observed Jason Terry on the court, seeing a reflection of himself in him. For the first time in ages, he earnestly scrutinized Terry's movements. a level of diligence that had long been absent since he became an all-star. Yet now, he proactively began to study Terry's positioning and off-ball movements, hoping to glean some knowledge of the art of off-ball play. There were no ulterior motives. The synergy he experienced with Lin Yang exceeded his expectations. And to enhance their collaboration and secure more shooting opportunities for himself, Butler felt it imperative to make significant progress in this area. In the twilight of his career, he might just rejuvenate his professional journey through shooting after a deft off-ball movement. As these thoughts swirled in Butler's mind, Terry made another basket on the court, assisted by Deshaun Stevenson from the small forward position. While this play seemed unrelated to Lin Yang, without Lin's disruption of the Lakers' perimeter defense following a pick set by Marcin Gortat, such an opportunity wouldn't have arisen for Terry. Unfortunately, such orchestrations do not reflect in the statistics. This is precisely why many experts refer to Al Horford as a barometer for basketball IQ. With Terry's successful shot, the Mavericks officially regained the lead with 2 minutes and 56 seconds left in the fourth quarter, now ahead 78-76. As time dwindled, Phil Jackson, who had previously appeared as calm as if sipping afternoon tea in a CEF, finally embraced his role as head coach. He promptly substituted the Lakers' primary players back into the game and, placing his finger to his lips, emitted a sharp whistle, a signature of Jackson's coaching style, as he preferred whistling to shouting. It is said that these varying lengths of whistles concealed strategies comprehensible only to the Lakers players. Jackson himself had once mentioned in front of the media that these whistles were merely techniques taught to him by his brother for training dogs. While this might not seem noteworthy, it reveals a certain truth. Phil Jackson sought a group of obedient players. Harshly put, he needed a pack of tame dogs, devoid of any independent thoughts, simply responding to the sound of the whistle. Yet Kobe was akin to a wolf brought in from the wild, inherently unmanageable, impossible to tame. Such a character could hardly be one that Jackson would genuinely admire. As the whistle pierced the air, Kobe involuntarily furrowed his brow. He harbored a deep disdain for Phil Jackson's whistle, which felt to him like an invisible chain shackling his spirit. This was not the sensation he sought. Remaining true to his nature, Kobe retrieved the ball from the backcourt, advancing it with measured steps. At this juncture in the game, his team found itself trailing, compelling him to take the initiative in the offensive play. The weight of the team's fate rested squarely on his shoulders. This thought echoed in Kobe's mind, a phrase that had nearly become his professional mantra, as he faced Stevenson and executed a mid-range jump shot that brought the score level once more. Kenny Smith's eyes widened in surprise. He remarked on Kobe's impressive tally of 31 points with time still remaining in the game, suggesting that he might well surpass the 40-point mark. While not a remarkable feat for him, his performance tonight was undeniably exceptional. Rick Carlisle called for a timeout. Upon Kobe's return to the court, he swiftly sank another basket, his shooting touch proving too potent to ignore. Carlisle felt compelled to disrupt the rhythm of Kobe's shooting. After all, with several timeouts still at his disposal and having barely utilized any in the second half, it was prudent to make use of them while he could. Rick Carlisle opted for substitutions, having learned from prior experiences. He chose not to place Deshaun at the two-guard position, but instead allowed Jason Terry to remain on the floor. The synergy between Lin Yang and Caron Butler highlighted the necessity of having two ball handlers collaborating against the Lakers' backcourt. The strategy yielded favorable results, as Jason Kidd, mirroring Lin Yang's approach, exploited Fisher's vulnerabilities, rendering the veteran defender ineffective and exasperated. Kobe continued to find the basket with remarkable consistency. Had it not been for his extraordinary shooting during this period, the Mavericks would have significantly widened the scoring gap. He could only silently wish for divine intervention to rouse Phil Jackson from his stupor and hasten the introduction of the beleaguered Shannon Brown. As the minutes ticked by, Lin Yang observed from the sidelines as both teams capitalized on each other's weaknesses, yet the score differential remained within a 24-point margin. Neither side could establish a commanding lead. He understood that he might still have an opportunity to take the court. Jason Kidd's stamina was unlikely to endure until the end, especially given the current demands for him to continuously handle the ball and coordinate with Jason Terry. Lin Yang currently boasts a commendable tally of 5 points, 10 assists, and 4 rebounds. He yearns for another opportunity to grace the court, aspiring to enhance these statistics further. Despite his stellar performance this evening, one that he believes would earn unanimous praise from anyone queried, he remains eager to accumulate additional metrics to render his contribution to the Mavericks more quantifiable. He even harbors ambitions of achieving a grand spectacle. As the game clock dwindles to the final 3 minutes, the contest between the Mavericks and the Lakers intensifies. reaching a fever pitch. The score stands at 89-91, with the Lakers trailing. Kobe, burdened by a grim expression, suspects that Phil Jackson may have made a questionable decision. For why else would he keep Fisher on the court? However, he lacks solid evidence. As he advances the ball up the court, Phil Jackson, who had remained eerily silent since the substitutions, suddenly raises his hand, signaling for a timeout. Phil has finally remembered that he possesses a timeout. A flicker of relief washes over Kenny Smith's face, akin to a simpleton learning the nuances of farming after a long struggle. Phil, having called the timeout, says little more than gesturing towards Shannon Brown. Next up, Shannon. Yes. Finally, this fellow has realized it's time for a substitution. Upon hearing Phil's directive, Kobe feels an overwhelming urge to weep. It had been a long and arduous journey. All right, everyone, the final battle commences. In these last 3 minutes, I implore you to seize victory from this arena. Phil Jackson's voice carries a solemn weight, reminiscent of General Patton rallying his troops before a climactic showdown. Go! The fervent rallying cry from the Lakers players reveals the success of Phil's exhortation. They have once again been invigorated. Kobe trails behind, casting a glance at Phil, whose face bears a subtle smile, as if a strategic objective has been achieved. With a swift motion, the Lakers return to the fray, and Kobe swiftly nets a basket, leveling the score. Tonight, Kobe is far from the erratic player of previous games. He is transformed into the lethal Black Mamba, consistently delivering points when his team is in dire need. This is merely another instance of his prowess. Everyone, let us not rush. We merely need to widen the score gap once more. Rick Carlisle's face was slightly flushed, his emotions oscillating dramatically. The fact that even the composed and affable Carlisle was pushed to such a state attests to the intensity of the game that evening. Jason Kidd dribbled forward, orchestrating a misdirection play with Jason Terry. After drawing Kobe's attention and passing the ball to Terry, he abruptly realized that this strategy appeared to falter, as Terry's defender had shifted from Fisher to Shannon Brown. Unlike Fisher, Brown possessed agility and strength, making it difficult for Terry to penetrate. Swiftly, he returned the ball, but Kobe, with remarkable speed and precision, intercepted it. Within a mere 3 seconds, he executed a fast break, effortlessly sending the ball through the hoop, thus reclaiming the lead for the Lakers. I told you so. With Shannon Brown in the game, how could we possibly falter? Kobe shouted triumphantly, yet inwardly. He could not suppress a moment of doubt. Something felt amiss. Was this an intentional maneuver by the old man? Reflecting on this, he turned to Phil Jackson, who maintained his serene demeanor after the successful counterattack, as if he had foreseen these events. Countless times, Kobe had perceived Jackson as enigmatic, but this time, he was convinced it was a deliberate strategy. Otherwise, it was too coincidental that he had swapped Fisher for Brown just before the game's conclusion to address a vulnerability. Could it be that Phil Jackson had deliberately created an opening for the Mavericks to exploit? The commentators at TNT were also speculating why Jackson had only introduced Shannon Brown at the last moment. It was plausible. Years ago, he had orchestrated a series of timeouts to position Derek for the final shot, bewildering Greg. Jackson thrived on psychological warfare, favoring such mental stratagems over tactical ones. He was well aware of his own limitations in tactical maneuvering, and by leaving a gap for the Mavericks to exploit, he avoided prematurely closing a flaw that could potentially reveal an irreparable weakness. While this notion might seem absurdly audacious, it encapsulated Phil Jackson's essence. He relished the unpredictability of his strategies, often opting for such unconventional approaches. As it stood, he appeared to have triumphed. Phil Jackson's success was evident. Shannon Brown's presence eliminated the Lakers' backcourt vulnerabilities, while the Mavericks found themselves at a disadvantage, as Jason Kidd's pace lagged noticeably compared to his teammates. He had become the target, prompting the Lakers to replicate the earlier misdirection strategy, directing all ball handlers to seek out Kidd.